ka kawai ka kashe.
Kar ka bari su kashe maka sanda kake nema ba mai taya maka ruwa na dukan ka suko suna daka in baka ci ba su ci maka kai da kuɗin ka kana haka abu ma sai an saya maka in ka samu kawai ka kashe ka kashe ka kashe ka kashe ka kashe kutuma bura uba yau akwai bura uba ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba in abincin akwai
alábọ̀sí inú ẹrùn wọn pẹ́ jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹlẹ́yẹ kò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Odori àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Abọ́dori àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Odori àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná. Orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹ́rí bá fàdà àgbà o. Àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni. Ojoojúmọ́ ni mo pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó lè ọlá ní. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá gbẹ́ran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tó nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun bẹ lágbo Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Mo lórí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè. Mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. I'm not there. So let me play a little. Fulani rap so that I can use that to remove that from the. Actually, let me play you this. it is right there. So there it is right there. Erin koja ẹran à ń fọ̀pá. Can you imagine that? The depth and the richness of the language. If I ever come back in any incarnation, even as an insect, I want to be an Oyo laughing insect. It's just the vastness of the wealth of it, the culture, the language being the signal of it. Can you imagine that? The thought. It's a metaphor for life, isn't it? Because a lot of anyway, let me not go into that Yoruba something or the other. But good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Good day to you. Apologies for yesterday. I didn't come out at all. Just too many activities around me. It just didn't open the window for me to come out. But out we are today. And glad you are with us. So good day to you. I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. A long weekend, I think, in the making with the Easter period and all that. So to the Christians, happy Easter and all that. Is that the greeting? Is it happy Easter? Well, happy Easter it is then. So happy Easter to you and all that. The protocol still remains the same, even if we miss the day. Click on the like button if you would, please. Subscribe if you're not already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's in the comment section. Click on that. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, then I'll invite your thoughts. A conversation then ensues. That's how it works. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. What else did I just say? There, so click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as widely as you can. And of course, super chats to us to stream. We're not seeing at all anywhere near the super chats that we're used to. What ambiguity? What is ambiguous? What is the unnecessary ambiguity? Just reason. But there it is. Happy start to you, Lexi. Not seeing you in a moment. Adegbola, Abiola, good to see you there. Tony, always a delight. So as you're assembling, leave a comment in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence. So as I was saying, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as widely as you can, and of course, super chat to us to stream. We always say those things. Hopefully, you start doing them as a matter of routine. So do all those things, and that applies to all of the platforms we're streaming to, by the way. So if you're watching us on our Facebook, likewise, all of those things that I just said are ditto. It applies to you. So Olga, shall we just get started? Why don't we just get started? And by the way, you may feel a sense of deja vu with the headline. Danjuma said this as much under Buhari's administration, but matters seem to, they're not getting worse, but they're certainly not getting better. And we're still in a high state of flux in terms of the security of that country. And now, of course, he feels the need then to repeat it again. So self-help is what Danjuma is prescribing. But before we get to Danjuma and all that, let's take a leisurely stroll through what else has been happening in the headlines. So we kick it off with this one as the politics starts to gather fast momentum. Good to see you, Martins. Let's see. Martins, Bolagun. So, it's good to see you, Martins. Anyway, happy start to you another. So, without equivocation, we're fast now. We're dead at the center of politics now, and politicking all the way through to 2027. I think everybody already knows that, and all of the permutations, all of the moving parts, moving in parts, in order to realign vow allegiances to the state. Just vow allegiances to wherever their allegiance lies. So this is what we're seeing now. But this particular Malami is the one that I'm monitoring the most, Abubakar Malami, because Abubakar Malami, for me, is the voice of Buhari in the political space, and his movement is somewhat puppet mastered by Buhari. That's my reading. My reading is that Abubakar Malami's movement is puppet mastered by Buhari. He would never go against Buhari's will. Buhari made him everything he is. All of the money styles. This guy stole in excess of $10 billion in the course of that 8 years. Abubakar Malami, and then he went and married Buhari's daughter to pack his immunity there. So Abubakar Malami, for me, is the movement of Buhari within the political space. So Buhari pledges allegiance to the APC, but his body language within the political space is telling us that it's keeping all his options open. So, yes, let me just leave it at that. Malami others in CPC started plotting against Tinubu in 2024. This is Obono Obla. So this is Obono Obla. You know, all these funky names. You know, I never even knew this person existed as a person until about 2 years ago, but there he is. He's now commanding the headlines. Malami others in CPC started plotting against Tinubu in 2024. This is Obono Obla. So, Okoi, look at that. There can only be a riverine name, isn't it? Really, they like all this funkified name. Okoi Obono Obla. Can you imagine that? Carry the name. Does it live up to that name? That's a big name to carry. Okoi Obono Obla. You know, whatever happened to Adebayo or something, you know, decent sounded, you know, Okoi Obono Obla. Can you imagine that? Okoi Obono Obla, former special advisor on public prosecution to ex-President Muhammadu Buhari, says members of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, let's take that from the top entirely again. Malami others in CPC started plotting against Tinubu in 2024. This is Obono Obla. Okoi Obono Obla, former special advisor on public prosecution to ex-President Muhammadu Buhari, says members of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC bloc, led by Abubakar Malami, have been plotting against President Tinubu since April 2024. So there's nothing personal. They are never comfortable unless a Fulani man is sitting in space. And a lot of building blocks that Buhari had put in place for the Fulani. Remember when Buhari wanted to do this, that he wanted to embed some grazing routes all the way through the country and embed that in the constitution. Do you remember when he wanted to give the waterways, the entire waterways of Nigeria, of Nigeria rather, to the Fulanis? Remember that? Do you remember when he wanted to set up Ruga? So all of those mechanisms, all those machinations, they're still in the works, but he could not quite embed them in the National Assembly before his time was up. But they don't want Tinubu to have too long to undo what Buhari has done. And Tinubu knows what their game is. And if he gets a second time, that's the end of them. So it's nothing personal that as soon as Tinubu signs on the dotted line, then that, yes, I will be your president. Immediately, Abubakar Malami, who has to be the iron fist in that velvet glove that Buhari wears, they started orchestrating against him immediately. So that comes as no surprise. It's just, it's Game of Thrones, isn't it? Malami, other CPC, Malami, others in CPC started plotting against Tinubu in 2024. This is Obono Obla. Okoi Obono Obla, former special advisor on public prosecution to ex-President Muhammadu Buhari, says members of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC bloc, led by Abubakar Malami, have been plotting against President Bola Tinubu since April 2024. He said some members of the bloc recently criticized the president and their purported plan to dump the ruling All Progressive Congress started less than a year into Tinubu's administration. So there it is right there. Obono Obla accused Malami of initiating the plan adding that the former Attorney General of the Federation should not be speaking for the CPC because he's not a founding member of the bloc. He has no right. Malami cannot speak for CPC. He came from PDP. He had even run for election in 2007 under the platform of the PDP, Obono Obla said. Recounting the early days of the CPC, he said, I was amongst the people who put the political association known as CPC together. When we went to register that association as a political party, I was amongst the national officers who went to the INEC to register that political association as a political party. That was in 2008. He was not there. I became the national interim advisor from 2008 to the 30th of December 2010, and then the party was already registered by INEC in 2010. We were going to have our first national convention, so they asked those of us who were interim officers and interested in contesting in the national convention to resign, and I resigned. After the party was registered by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in 2010, Obono said he held the National Deputy Secretary in 2011, while Malami served as the party's national legal advisor until the CPC was dissolved. This thing did not start because President Bola Tinubu is not doing well, he said. Last year, 28th of April, Emeka Nwajiaba, who was Minister of State for Education, he was also a member of the CPC Merger Committee. He is from Imo State. He invited me to a meeting. He said, Obla, come. We want to have dinner in a hotel in Maitama, Abuja, to celebrate Salah. So I went innocently. I did not know what they were going to do. I just went to have dinner. He said Malami, former CPC state chairman, and individuals previously expelled attended the dinner. All those people were there, and something told me this thing is political. According to him, the dinner quickly turned political as Nwajuabi and Malami criticized the Tinubu administration. That government was not yet up to 1 year in office. It was on the 28th of April 2024. Then Malami spoke. Then the people they invited, some of them were very, very unhappy. They were angry. They said, look, we put you in government, ministers for 8 years. You were very powerful. Somebody like Abubakar Malami, he was very powerful. What did you do to help CPC as a party? What did you do to ensure that this CPC was not marginalized? Why are you now coming to us? He said it became clear to him that the grievance was long-standing and politically motivated. They could not say anything, and so they started planning these things since last year. It is not today. Obono Obla maintained that the recent move by some CPC bloc members against President Tinubu was planned. It is planned. It is not because the current president is not doing well. They have something that is disturbing them, and we don't like it. Meanwhile, founding members of the CPC are Farouk Aliyu, former minority leader of the House of Representatives, and Osita Okechukwu, former Director General of the Voice of Nigeria, have refuted the claim that the CPC bloc within the ruling party plans to defect ahead of the 2027 elections. The ruling party chieftains said the CPC bloc remains committed to supporting Tinubu's second term bid. So there it is right there, the machinations of politics in full pelt. So the fact is, you see, it'll be interesting if Tinubu wins that election. Well, it almost certainly will win, but it'll be interesting how politics plays. You know, they could actually kill the guy. I'm sure that's not off the table. They could Abiola him because if Tinubu wins that election, that's the end of the Fulani influence. All of these names are gone in politics if Tinubu wins the election. People like Abubakar Malami, Masari, the former, and Masari, by the way, is also one of the people plotting against Tinubu. He is the former governor of Katsina State. Abubakar Malami, Buhari's left-hand man or right-hand man. So all of these machinations, it cannot be outside of the knowledge of Buhari. There's nothing that can convince me that the Aboki from Daura is not complicit in these shadowy moves that we're seeing going on. So there you are right there. So if the CPC pulls out of the APC, it will essentially become a Yoruba party. It will become a Southwest party because the abundance of it was convergence between the Southwest and the North, with sprinklings of the Southeast and the South in it. But the abundance of it, the real mesh that came together was the Southwest and the Southwest and the North. So if the CPC moves out, which is essentially the Buhari arm of the APC, then that narrows it then to an abundance of the Southwest with still a sprinklings of other ethnic groupings, which makes it a Yoruba party. So we see how that plays out. So they are all moving to the SDP to go and make what's it called, Atiku Abubakar the president, and they are intent on making Atiku Abubakar the president. By the way, let me play you this clip. I was going to play you this later, but let me play you this clip now. Their intent is in Hausa language, but I'll translate it for all I know. But their intent, where is it? Their intent on making Atiku Abubakar the president. Watch this.
Yanzu ban buɗe baki na kwanan nan na sauka daga aikin nan ban fara magana ba kuma ina da hujjoji na, amma inda zan yi magana din zaka ga cewa akwai alaka da yawa akan abubuwan da yake faɗi kamar da can ba kafin shi wannan da ya mun takunkumi akwai alaka akwai kamar cewa tsakanin abin da yake faɗi da abin da nake. Abin da zai yake so in ce a gaskiya arewa yanzu ita za ta tashi ta kwaci kanta. Wallahi sai mutanen arewa sun gane sun yi ma kansu karatun tanasu sun kwaci kansu da kansu. Su kiyaye mayaudaran 'yan siyasa. Su kiyayi abubuwan da zai raba kansu. Duk abin da ya shafi musulmi da kirista da baju da fulani da mangu da sauransu a ko ina ne wallahi ta shafi. Mun taɓa ganin wannan kafin shugaban ƙasa Buhari ya zama shugaban ƙasa. Lokacin muna kamfen ɗin shi. Boko Haram na sa bom a masallaci, su sa a coci, su sa a Abuja, su sa a Lagos. Boko Haram suka haɗe mana suka sa mutanen arewa suka haɗe kansu gaba ɗaya. Haka ce ne, saboda haka babu wani wanda zai zo ɗan siyasa yanzu da zai zo ya ce ina arewa mu ce ga mu ya ce mana ku yi layi a bayana kai wani wane da ya gaya mana abinda za ka yi mana da hanyoyin da za ka yi mana ma mun kuma mun idan mu ya buɗe an yi shekara 8 na Buhari yanzu ga wannan gwamnatin tana nan muna waye to shi kenan mun zauna mun sai dai kawai kuka a Najeriya nan mu ma fa 'ya'ya ne muna son gwamnatin da za ta fahimci matsalolin da muke da shi kuma ai mana magana saboda haka magana arewa ba karamin magana.
So all the wallahying that guy is wallahying there is to wallahy to tell them that they'll be backing Atiku Abubakar. So this was erstwhile a functionary of the Tinubu administration. He worked in the Kashim Shettima office until recently. That's the older brother then of the running mate of Peter Obi. So that's Hakim Baba Ahmed, who left now the ruling party. He even left the government. It's not yet declared that he has left the ruling party, but he has certainly left the government. He resigned from the government not that long ago, and now he's now in the throes, in the warm embrace, to go back into the warm embrace of Atiku Abubakar. North will unveil position on 2027 presidency in 6 months. No one can win without the North. Tinubu's ex-aide, Baba Ahmed. So there, and it's a Mauritanian, it's not even a Nigerian, that's the tragedy of it all. Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, special advisor on political affairs to President Bola Tinubu, has declared that the North will soon decide its political direction ahead of the 2027 general elections, asserting that no presidential candidate can win without the region's support. So this idea of speaking of the North like a monolith, that's long gone, by the way. So when he's speaking about the North, I think it's actually speaking about the Northeast, not even the Northeast or the Northwest. So it's speaking about the Fulani heartlands where they control, and it's not speaking for Kano State, by the way. So his voice doesn't reach there. It's speaking for places like Yobe, Katsina, etc., those sort of far-flung extreme places. It doesn't speak for Plateau, which is in the north. It doesn't speak for Benue, which is in the north. It doesn't speak for Kogi, which is in the north, or Kwara, or Niger, or any of those places, because they detest his brand and his people. So speaking, saying the north like one monolithic voice, one singular entity, is a misnomer, it's a misdirection, it's an obfuscation. North will unveil its position on 2027 presidency in 6 months. And even if the North was a monolith, who would appoint a Mauritanian? How come a Mauritanian is the voice that expresses the will? North will unveil position on 2027 presidency in 6 months. No one can win without the North. Tinubu's ex-aide, Baba Ahmed. Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, former special advisor on political affairs to President Bola Tinubu, has declared that the North will soon decide its political direction ahead of the 2027 general elections, asserting that no presidential candidate can win without the region's support. But that is not unique or peculiar to the North. No presidential candidate can win without the Southwest as well. That's been tested. And Buhari tried 3 times. Television. So nobody can win the Nigerian presidency without the votes of the South as well, especially the Southwest. You know, if you don't get the votes of the Southwest, you are not winning any elections in Nigeria. But if you don't get the North, but if you subdivide the North, there are certain votes you can jettison. So I'm not quite sure that he's entirely right on that. Excuse me, one more time, this time all the way through. Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, former special advisor on political affairs to President Bola Tinubu, has declared that the North will soon decide its political direction ahead of the 2027 general elections, asserting that no presidential candidate can win without the region's support. In an interview that went viral on social media on Sunday, April the 20th, Baba Ahmed emphasized the growing political awareness in the North and the region's refusal to back candidates who fail to understand or address its challenges. Appearing alongside Professor Usman Yusuf, former executive secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, Baba Ahmed highlighted the impact of insecurity, particularly the devastation caused by Boko Haram, and stressed that Northerners will no longer support leadership that ignores their plight. He said the North is tired of being marginalized. Can you imagine that? The North is tired of being marginalized because, of course, they've been kept out of the loop for so long. You know, they're tired of being marginalized. He said the North is tired of being marginalized and warned of serious consequences if such neglect continues. If they plan to rig the election, they should be careful. It won't be good for Nigeria, Baba Ahmed warned. as he urged Northerners to reject divisive or divisive and deceptive politicians. So they should avoid him then, because no one more divisive or deceptive than Baba Ahmed and his conman brother, the Mauritanian, lady boy. If they plan to rig the election, they should be careful. It won't be good for Nigeria. Baba Ahmed warned as he urged Northerners to reject divisive and deceptive politicians. He also declared that within the next 6 months, the North will make its political position known, and the rest of the country would have to either align with it or go their own way. So this is it. So similarly, we had this in 2023, and they conclude. It's the same voices. Usman Yusuf. I don't know. They're like Siamese twins. They're always in tandem. Do you remember when the two of them went to Igboho village to go and be taking videos in front of his village to poke at the Yoruba? So these two go in tandem. Usman Yusuf and Hakim Baba Ahmed. But in 2023, it's rinse and repeat, because almost verbatim, he said the same set of words in 2023. And when they came out with whoever they said they were backing, they told us that it was Atiku Abubakar. They had this grand gala event in Kaduna where they declared him as their candidate. And we also saw what happened after that. So I don't think quite it carries the weight that he imagines that it carries. Appearing alongside Professor Usman Yusuf, former executive secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, Baba Ahmed highlighted the impact of insecurity, particularly the devastation caused by Boko Haram, and stressed that Northerners will no longer support leadership that ignores their plight. He said the North is tired of being marginalized and warned of serious consequences if such neglect continues. If they plan to rig the election, they should be careful. It won't be good for Nigeria, Baba Ahmed warned, as he urged Northerners to reject divisive and deceptive politicians. He also declared that within the next 6 months, the North will make its political position known, and the rest of the country would have to either align with it or go their own way. Baba Ahmed, who previously served as spokesperson for Arewa Elders Forum before joining the presidency and later resigning, stated his commitment to rejoining the movement for Northern emancipation. He stressed the importance of unity amongst all groups in the region: Muslims, Christians, Fulanis, Baju, and Mangu, and warned against internal betrayal. So look at that. Also, you mean they should coalesce under Fulani rulership? That's what it really means. Reflecting on past challenges, including the era of Boko Haram attacks during former President Muhammadu Buhari's campaigns, he recalled how both churches and mosques were targeted to destabilize the region. He said the North, having endured hardship under past and present administrations, have become more politically conscious and will demand leadership that genuinely understands its needs. Well, we had a thank you note from the Kaduna State Governor recently, and we've had thank you notes from our Plateau State Governor until this recent spate. So certainly, if they want somebody that secures them, I think they are enjoying yet their best period of security, and leaving aside this present spate that we're under now. They've enjoyed their best period of security for the last 2 decades, over the last 2 years. The injustice and sidelining must stop. So we had a list of appointees under Tinubu recently. A good 65% of them were from the North. So I'm not quite sure. The injustice and sidelining must stop. He said, the North is watching, and soon our elders, our masses, and our interest groups will say enough is enough. This is somebody that was a spokesperson for the government barely 4 weeks ago. Baba Ahmed issued a stern warning ahead of the 2027 elections, cautioning that any attempt to manipulate the process could have severe consequences. Conducting a bad election in 2027 may lead to the end of Nigeria, I swear to God, he said. So it should be picked up for that, actually, by the SSS or the DSS. He concluded by affirming that Northern elders and stakeholders were preparing to take a stand, and the time to act is fast approaching. There will be a time we will come out and say it's okay and it's soon. This injustice is over. We know who we are. Well, we know who you are as well. You're a Mauritanian, you're a foreigner in our country, and only Nigeria will suffer it to have somebody like him ruling the rules, calling the shots. Okay, from that to this, still, like I said, it's all elections all the way to February. So just set your minds then, because this election now is for the heart and soul of that country, and it's for the country that we're going to be in perpetuity. So if we're going to be the country that Tinubu is branding in perpetuity, the Nigerians will decide. If we're going to go back to the Northerners, that sort of oligarchical, hierarchical system that they have, Nigerians will decide. But this, it have no equivocation. The 2027 election is a seminal moment in the Nigerian history. It's a defining moment. It will determine everything. There is nothing that will be left on the table in 2027. Not a single thing. Not one thing will be left on the table. The Southeastern question will be answered in 2027. The Northern question will be answered in 2027. The Southwestern question will be answered in 2027. The South question will be answered in 2027. And ultimately, the Nigerian question will be answered in 2028. Every single thing is on the table. So onwards we go. Our 2027 election, 4 key PDP governors are allegedly set to defect to APC, report list names. So we've already seen the declaration of one governor who came out publicly then to say, Atiku, go F yourself in 2027. So who else is asking Atiku to roll it up in a cylindrical shape and shove it up his behind? Uyo Akwa Ibom. As Nigerians look forward to the 2027 election, at least 4 governors of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, are reportedly set to defect to the ruling party, to the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC. As reported on Sunday, April the 20th, by correspondent, the governors are considering supporting officially. So that is not to say a surreptitious support like we saw with the G5 in 2027, where they in all but vocalization that they in all but public pronouncement supported Tinubu. So in this particular 2027 cycle, they're saying they're going to come out officially to declare that they are going against their own party. So that will be a moment in time, wouldn't it? 2027 elections, 4 key PDP governors are allegedly set to defect to APC, report lists names. As Nigerians look forward to the 2027 election, at least 4 governors of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, are reportedly set to defect to the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC. As reported on Sunday, April the 20th, by correspondent, the governors are considering supporting officially the alleged second-term push of President Bola Tinubu. Our correspondent said the defection talks with several PDP governors have reached advanced stages. So if they defect, we're still unclear about the narrative of these defections actually. If they defect, does that then nullify their election because they are of course ruling under a different party? You know, we always hear that if you defect, then you have to give up your post and then a by-election takes place. But we carry on. Correspondents said the defection talks which several PDP governors have reached advanced stages. If this happens, it will be considered a major realignment of political forces ahead of the 2027 general elections. Alongside Governor Umo Basi Eno of Akwa Ibom, who recently declared his support for Tinubu, Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State, Governor Sharif Oboriawori of Delta, and the suspended governor of Rivers State, Similaya Fubara, are allegedly weighing allegedly weighing options to support Tinubu's second term, whilst not changing or decamping from the opposition PDP. So yes, so it's a tried and tested template, isn't it? Because we saw it play out in 2023. Correspondent quoted a source as saying Governor Eno has agreed to join the APC because he also feared his re-election might be truncated and wanted to secure it ahead of the 2027 elections. In the same vein, it was gathered that Governor Oborewori is also weighing options on whether to remain in the PDP and back Tinubu's re-election or quit the opposition party. He is said to be waiting for the other party to sign his part of the deal for him to make a commitment. So I'm not quite sure if this is rumor has it, or this is something that is actually that has any real traction. The suspended Governor Fubara is actually already coming out to make sort of commentaries towards the re-elections of Tinubu, that he supports Tinubu and is whatever it is it renew change agenda or whatever silly nonsense is doing. The suspended Governor Fubara is also weighing the options on whether to back Tinubu whilst retaining his membership of the PDP or defect to the APC. In his Easter message, 2025 message, he called on residents of the state to rally behind Tinubu and the president's, yes, like I said, and the president's renewed hope agenda. So always bear in mind that Fubara is a PDP governor. You know, it's a PDP governor. As is the governor of Akwa Ibom State, he's a PDP governor too, and they are all beating the drum beats of Tinubu's re-election. Fubara added that the transformation desired by all is achievable when people act together as one, committed to peace, unity, and progress. In a tweet on Sunday night, April the 19th, lawyer and all right. In a tweet on Sunday, in a tweet on Sunday night, April the 19th, lawyer and activist Deji Adeyanju described it as a smart political move. Fubara's Easter statement aligning with Tinubu is a smart political move because opposition is dead. Even serving PDP governors who have not been suspended with full immunity are tactically support. It should say tacitly, not tactically, but I'm not quite sure that his English expands to that. Fubara's sister statement aligning with Tinubu is a smart political move because opposition is dead. Even serving PDP governors who have not been suspended with full immunity are tactically supporting Tinubu's second term. So why should Fubara fight? So there it is right there. So the four governors who could reportedly join the APC, Umo Eno, Akwa Ibom. So he more or less, he doesn't even have to join the PDP, but he's already declared his support for Tinubu. Simi Fubara, he almost certainly will back Tinubu for reasons of self-preservation. Peter Mba, I see no reason why he would back Tinubu. But Sharif Oborewori something that just the Delta guy, Sheriff, whatever his last name is, he might back Tinubu for reasons of the Lagos Calabar Super Highway. So like I said, alignment and realignment will be seen a lot of this. And still on 2027, PDP chieftain predicts Obi's winning zones if he returns to the party. So this is this big outing that Segun Showunmi had, I think, with Seun Okinbaloye. Let's have a whiz through. I think a lot of you would have seen clips of it anyway, but let's see what some of the outtakes are. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Segun Showunmi, has said that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in 2023, Peter Obi, stands a better chance of winning the presidency within the main opposition party. So this is a comeback home call, essentially. Speaking on Mike On podcast, Showunmi noted that the former Anambra state governor has all it takes to become Nigeria's president, but he must belong to a more established political party. According to him, apart from Peter Obi's Southeast zone, the Anambra-born politician has the numbers to win in the South-South, the Christian North, and North Central. Peter Obi was declared winner of declared winner of Lagos State in the 2023 presidential election, defeating former Governor Bola Tinubu. Showunmi said, if his numbers and the animated energy that is following him were to follow him into the PDP and is the presidential candidate, I can guarantee you Peter Obi will take the Southeast. Well, it doesn't even, it will take the Southeast irrespective. Peter Obi would take the South-South. So now taking the South-South is subjective because the Lagos Calabar Super Highway will factor into that election. And that's all, we're already hearing about drum beats of excitement around that. And the people will want continuity on that. It will be one of the seminal campaign rhetorics that the APC would use as they try to prosecute that election. Showunmi said, if his numbers and the animated energy that is following him were to follow him into the PDP and he is the presidential candidate, I can guarantee you Peter would take the Southeast, Peter would take the South-South, Peter would take the Christian North, and Peter would take the North Central. Peter Obi left the PDP and joined the Labour Party before the 2023 general elections. He contested against major contenders, Tinubu of the APC, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, winning 12 states, including the FCT. However, Bola Tinubu was declared winner. Well, all right. So, Showunmi wants Peter Obi to consider rejoining the PDP. So that's somewhat romanticizing, massaging its ego, trying to toast him back to the PDP. I think that's what that is all about. Where else are we going? Let's go. Where else are we going? Let's go here. Where is Tinubu? Tinubu to meet ex-president, Kano opposition leader in London as 4 PDP governors plot to defect to APC. So I think we only see who is meeting. A major political shift is underway. Ahead of Nigeria's 2027 general elections, with no fewer than 3 to 4 governors of the opposition People's Democratic Party reportedly in advanced talks to defect to the ruling All Progressive Congress and support President Bola Tinubu's second-term bid. This development comes amidst growing discontent in northern Nigeria, where some political blocs have threatened to withdraw support for Tinubu's re-election. So have we not just done this? Our Governor Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom has openly declared support for Tinubu. Speaking at a public event last Friday, Enos stated that partisan divisions no longer exist in his state, describing the new political landscape as a unity party of PDP and APC. With his endorsement, sources told correspondents that the full structure of the PDP in Akwa Ibom may be deployed to support Tinubu and also secure the re-election of Senate President Godswill Akpabio. So whether the guy is PDP or not, it doesn't really. Akpabio comes from there. Tinubu is building infrastructure for him, so there's every reason for him to lean towards Tinubu. With his endorsement, sources told correspondents that the full structure of the PDP in Akwa Ibom will be deployed to support Tinubu and also secure the re-election of Senate President Godswill Akpabio in 2027. Akpabio is reportedly coordinating Enos' planned defection and has pledged to support the governor's second term ambition in return. Speaking through Saviour Enyekere, chairman of the National Assembly Service Commission, at a recent event in Uyo, Akpabio's representative said, "We are also going to support you for a second term. You broke a record by being the first opposition governor to declare support for a second term bid for President Tinubu." Our Governor Sharif of our Delta State, so we've done all that, but who is Tinubu meeting in London is the question. All right. I'm just trying to see. Okay, let me pick it up from this paragraph. PDP in crisis mode. The unfolding scenario has triggered alarm. So the unfolding scenario is the defection, of course. The defections. The unfolding scenario has triggered alarm within the PDP circles. PDP leaders are now under pressure to take urgent action to prevent a full-blown defection crisis that could severely weaken the opposition's chances in 2027. Some stakeholders warn that failure to act could amount to handing Tinubu a walkover in the next presidential race. However, some insiders argue that the defections are not yet sealed. They believe the governors are playing a strategic game and could abandon the plan if a strong opposition coalition emerges with a viable South-South candidate, especially given the region's historical resistance to the APC. In a related development, President Tinubu is reportedly intensifying efforts to regain the North's political support. Correspondents learned that a high-level meeting is scheduled for this weekend between Tinubu and a major opposition figure in Kano. I wonder who that major opposition. There is only one opposition figure in Kano, isn't it? And he wears a red hat. So there it is right there. If Tinubu gets Kwakwanso, then that nullifies anything that the North has to offer. The meeting, brokered by Senate President Akpabio, is expected to include a prominent traditional ruler from the region. I wonder who that will be. There are only three rulers of significance in the north: the Shehu of Borno, the Sultan of Sokoto, and of course Lamido Sanusi. A second meeting with a former Nigerian president, also expected to be in London, is reportedly being planned to further boost Tinubu's standing in the north. So that former president then has to be Buhari, because Buhari spent a lot of his time in London. He likes the English way of life, Buhari. He would rather that than anything else. APC leaders believe the former president still wields significant influence in the region and could play a pivotal role in shaping voter sentiment in 2027. So that former president then will start into Buhari. So he's meeting Kwakwanso. If he gets Kwakwanso and if he gets the assurances of Kwakwanso and Buhari, Tinubu just gets returned easily. I think that's if he gets that, then maybe we'll be hearing this again. If he gets that, maybe we'll be hearing this again.
Last man standing.
It's still standing.
It's still standing. Last man standing. Jay, how come you are wearing this? Is that a uniform? Last man standing.
How come you so
This man there, 10 lives. Shey, your dad, your father. He was proud of him, as he's proud of you too. You're a good man. Last man standing. You will come and greet.
There it is. I wonder who the last man standing will be in 2027. Almost started to be Tinubu yet again. I don't think anybody is seeing beyond him at the moment. So now to the headline piece. Mass killings. Defend yourselves. Danjuma tells Nigerians, and don't feel a sense of deja vu. He's repeated those words yet again. Former Minister of Defense, Lieutenant General Theophilus Danjuma, retired, has urged Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits and criminals. Speaking on Saturday, April the 19th, 2025, at a public event in Takum, Taraba State, Danjuma said the recent killings in Benue Plateau and other parts of Nigeria have further demonstrated that the government cannot be solely relied upon to protect the citizens. He said his warnings from 5 years ago remains relevant amidst the growing wave of insecurity across the country. The warning I gave some years ago is still as valid today as it was then. Nigerians must rise and defend themselves. We cannot continue to sit and watch whilst these bandits, terrorists, and criminal gangs massacre our people unchecked, he said. Danjuma, who hails from Takum, lamented what he described as the government's inability to provide adequate security, stressing that the time had come for communities to take proactive steps in protecting their lives and properties. It is now very clear that the government alone cannot protect us. We must stand up and defend ourselves, our families, and our lands before these criminals overrun the entire country. I think that may well be too late. I think those criminals have already overrun the country. Just a couple more. Why I resigned as Tinubu's political advisor. This is Baba Ahmed. So let's see what he has to say. You resigned it because the arrogance of your bookiness, not wanting to be subservient to a Yoruba man. The immediate past special advisor on political affairs to President Bola Tinubu, Dr. Akim Baba Ahmed, has described that the North will soon determine its political direction ahead of 2027 general election, emphasizing that no presidential candidate can succeed without the region's backing. In a video interview that gained traction on social media, Baba Ahmed appeared alongside, so we know all that. So why did he say resigned? I think this is this a repeat? No, this is just exactly what we just read. So we're already clear on that. Let's go on from that to this one. So this one nothing to do with politics. This is on a lighter. No, it's not even a lighter note. It's a human interest sort of a storyline. I saw it and it just piqued my interest. I make over $300,000 a year, and I still cannot afford Lagos lifestyle. US-based Nigerian woman says as she expresses amazement at the level of wealth in Lagos. So Lagos is very rich. It's one of the richest states. Is one of the richest places on the planet. But somebody on 300K a month, not a month or even a year, how much is that actually? Multiply that by 1,500. Then if you cannot live on that, you can live on $300,000 anywhere, even in Monaco. You can just about. So I'm not quite sure. It says, I genuinely suspect there is no clean money in Lagos. I make over $300,000 a year, which is considered high income in America, and I still cannot afford the Lagos lifestyle. Something is wrong somewhere. So It's not that she cannot afford the Lagos lifestyle, it's that she cannot afford the lifestyle that she aspires to. You know, she can be making a 10 billion and she will still not be able to afford it. If she has if she wants more than they say champagne. Have you heard the phrase champagne taste beer budget? So if your budget is beer, buy beer. You know, so don't be anchoring after champagne when your budget is beer. But her budget is not even beer. She has a champagne budget. So if somebody on 300K cannot afford Lagos, then that person needs to reflect on their lives. A US-based Nigerian finance and data expert, Omotoyosi Ogunbanwo, has said she cannot afford the Lagos lifestyle despite earning $300,000 a year. She discussed this on a Facebook post on Sunday, whilst expressing amazement at the level of wealth in Lagos. I think she's been looking at all these Kobe Kobana sort of parties, which is Sakama J, is abracadabra, isn't it? All that nonsense. It's a combination of voodoo money and abracadabra. I genuinely suspect there is no clean money in Lagos. I make over $300,000 a year, which is considered high income in America, and I still cannot afford the Lagos lifestyle. Something is wrong somewhere, she said. I am not saying this as a shade to anyone, though. I am truly amazed at the level of wealth in Lagos. It is wild. Brand new 2026 luxury vehicles that have barely hit dealerships in America are being shipped to Nigeria on a constant. I cannot even buy those cars cash down despite my income level. I am amazed, truly. So well, you know, you just have to bracket within where you are in life. That's just the answer to all that. So that's all that. Let me play you the clips that we do have, and then we see if anybody turns up for the conversation. Let me send the link. See if that it's like casting a net, isn't it? It's a bit like fishing when you send the link. It's like casting a net to see what it brings in. So let's cast the net then, see who wants to come in for the conversation. We'll play the clips that we do have, and then we see what happens after that. So let's be still on a lighter note. This note is not so light, actually. You know, the abroad is not for everybody. Do you understand? I think you know this as well. The abroad is not for everybody, and not every abroad is abroad. Just take that as the preamble to what you're about to say. So take those two notes and then have them set to watch this. Have them at the back of your mind to watch this. The abroad, Japa is not for everybody. And not every country is a Japa. Do you understand? And not every experience is a Japa experience. So hold all of that as you watch this.
I'm not going to put the shakot. I can't think. Now, coaching. I got. Yes. Ate. Yeah, how are you now? Yes. You see foreigner now, you happy now? You don't travel. You don't go USA, Canada? No money? Yeah, Filipino, no money. Yeah, I go to river. Yeah. Yeah, the river. Yeah, I swim. Yeah. Ate. How are you now? Yeah, now?
No. Hey. No.
No, why? You shy. You see foreigner. You don't see foreigner before. Ate don't see foreigner. Tatama don't see foreigner. Mama. Yes. Pia, how are you? You do your own swim pool here? Swim pool? It's nice. You made your own swim pool at home. I want you nature. Yeah, I go to river, I look around. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah, small little queer. How are you now? Yeah. Nabia. I'm an Dutch animation. Ate, how are you? Yeah, puppy. Yeah, puppy now? Yeah, okay. Bye-bye. Queer. Yeah, you carry yummy now? Okay, for Poppy. Okay, nice. I see you, River. Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah. Yeah, go on, Wula. Unu nwere n'ihe niile na Galili. N'ime Eshia ekwula okwu. Eze Kingdom kpọ na-aga. Ndị Eshia, ndị nke rasis na ndị nke na-awụ rasis. Obodo Eshia, obodo ịhụnanya. Echefule. Oh, si kpọgaga Eze Kingdom. Yes, na mụ kpọgaga na echefule. Ọ na Galili na Abraham ibiri. Onye na-aghọta. Boys, gwe ha, zi ha something. Yes. Wetara ha something ka ha dị happy. Bethlehem, gaa. Onwe ha gwara gị.
So there it is right there. So I wonder what experience that guy was japping from in order to, I wonder where he was coming from for that we're seeing now to constitute Japa. Look at that. What could it possibly be escaping to escape to that? So not every Japa is Japa, and Japa is not for everyone. So there's the guy. Now he got on a plane to go to that experience, which he is claiming is better from the experience that is that he was escaping from. Can you imagine that? So there it is right there. Not Japa is not for everyone, and not everywhere is Japa. So we go on from that to this. So this now the narrative of the Lagos Calabar superhighway with all of the excitement that wraps around that particular project is nothing new. Watch this.
The cost may appear prohibitive. I must also drop something here. I've seen a master plan of this country that has this concept of this superhighway from Lagos to Calabar, Calabar to Meduguri, Meduguri to Sokoto, Sokoto to Badagry. I saw this 21 years ago.
So it's nothing new.
It's nothing new. So for me, therefore, as an analyst, my interpretation is that we've had successive presidents who didn't have courage enough to start it. Because I got that document 21 years ago that had that kind of concept. The same thing with super grids. Not the grid we have now that is collapsing at every little disruption here. Super grids were on that same map of Nigeria. And then, of course, apart from the road, railway. All these things were conceived many, many years back. But having the courage to do it is a matter of look. If we are going to do this and borrow money, why not? Because for every axis you open up by building a road to it, all the economic activities they sprout along that route. That's my interpretation, the economic value of it. So if you borrow money to do a road, to do railway, to do, airports and terminal buildings, the rest of them, for me, you are creating value that will drive economic activities. I mean, if there's a particular route, let's say in Nigeria, I can fly to easily, that will encourage other people to fly to that route as well. So things will become.
So there it is. There it is like there. The Lagos Calabar Superhighway was long in the works, and anybody that doesn't understand the economic benefit of that road, that person is just a retard. You have to be retarded. Whether you agree with how the contractors are awarded or not, whether it's your suspicion that the amount is excessive, and I don't consider the amount to be excessive for 700 and something kilometers of road, cutting through one of these most swampy, water-dense areas on the planet, to cut through all that with all the fillings and all the shoring ups and whatnot, is about reasonably priced. But if you don't understand the economic benefits of something that opens up the economy of 10 states in one stroke, if you don't understand that, then you're a retard. So I apologize, but you have to be retarded not to understand the economic benefit of the Lagos Calabar. How can you not? It's a special kind of stupid for you not to understand that. But going back to the PDP, if you read the body language of the PDP, there is an unmistakable language of fed upness regarding the antics of Atiku Abubakar. And there's almost with a degree of certainty that he's not going to be their presidential candidate. He may well be on the ballot, but not on the ticket of that party. Watch this.
Would you in some way defer to Atiku Abubakar if he's going to be on the ballot?
Unless he's on the ballot in the PDP. If he's not on the ballot in the PDP, I'm not interested. I don't believe that any leader should not see that there is a limit to ambition. You cannot run a nation on an assumption that the things you've been trying to do, or that Abraham Lincoln story is all crap. In America, they have basically one language. This is a country of multi-ethnic, multicultural languages. You cannot. There must be stability somewhere. And I expect that for Atiku Abubakar, he ought to know his stability is PDP because he was one of the founding fathers. And if he does not think that stability must exist in PDP, then the question you have to ask is that maybe he will not even be able to stabilize.
Well, how does the PDP now reconcile the optics of Atiku Abubakar leading a high-profile delegation to visit a sitting symbol of the APC establishment, which is formed? That is how you regard it.
Period. There's a time for everything. When the number one, if you like, since he's the last candidate, leader of the PDP, begins to throw rhetorics into the space that injures the platform that gave him the ticket 2 times, then you have to look deeper to see where lies the challenge. So like I always tell people, sometimes when you think you are the solution, you must sometimes look and say maybe you are actually the problem.
Oh, all right. So that's that. So that's that. You can hear the unmistakable body language of fed upness. They've had enough of the pot-bellied man from Adamawa, the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. So the Waziri of Abu Dhabi, shall we do a little bit of Peter Obi flogging? It will not be a one-man went to both session without a little bit of Peter Obi's flogging. So let's apply the Koboko.
My people, Peter Obi's village, they don't have light for the past 5 months. Their transformer got burnt. His own village, his village people don't have light. Even old women are contributing 5,000 naira to buy a new transformer. In Peter Obi's village, they don't have light. Now, they don't have water now for up to 5 months. And this is not good. They say that charity begins at home. And 1 Timothy 5:8 says that if you cannot do anything good for your relatives, your immediate family members, your village people, that you are an unbeliever. This is absolutely getting out of hand. And when election time comes, he will come to the same village and be begging them, giving them 1,000 naira to vote, but he cannot buy transformer and install and remove the old one and install the new one. This is absolutely bad. It needs to be condemned. The truth needs to be told. He should go and donate transformer to his people. He's a politician. Yes, he's the former governor. Charity begins at home. He did nothing for us. Transformer. These people are suffering are living in darkness, in blackness. It's so bad. It needs to be condemned and the truth needs to be told. If nothing is done to repair that transformer or to change another one for his village people, they should not vote for him. They should not. His candidate should lose the election so that he will feel the pain the people are feeling. Thank you very much.
And then it is right there. A prophet is without honor in his own backyard, or is that not what the Bible said? I think that is why the prophet would be without honor in his own backyard. So just for balance, a bit of Tinubu flogging as well.
Fellow citizens, at the center of this political banditry is the motor park brand of politics, nurtured by the old brigade politicians, and in recent times by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Mr. President, it is through your influence that the Nigerian National Assembly has become a haven for legislative rascality. Mr. President, it's under your watch that the National Assembly has become an extension of the executive, grossly violating the principles of separation of powers and rubber stamping the whims and caprices of your office, all while singing the international anthem of psychoviolence on your mandate, we shall stand. Mr. President, thanks to your political machinations, Nigeria is now bedeviled by a captured National Assembly, the most ineffective in its checks and balances role since the start of the Fourth Republic. In 2006, the Fourth National Assembly had the audacity to reject the tenure extension bid of a sitting president. In 2010, the Sixth National Assembly summoned the courage to stand against the power hijacking cabal and restore Nigeria to the path of constitutionality by invoking the doctrine of necessity. In 2011, the House of Representatives of the Seventh National Assembly had the courage to elect its leaders, as did the Senate of the Eighth National Assembly in 2015, defying executive interference. This National Assembly, the 10th, has by its unconstitutional endorsement of the president's abuse of powers proven to be the most spineless in our recent history. Through its actions and inactions, the National Assembly has in effect become the 48th member of the president's cabinet. Why?
So there it is right there. That's Pastor Bakare, or is it a politician Bakare, full-time politician, part-time pastor, talking his nasal nonsense with his affected manner of speech. So that's Tunde Bakare putting on the affectations right there. Let me play you this. That this is really a more extended version of an earlier readout. This speaks to the plot by the Northerners to unseat Tinubu.
Group, the former Minister of Justice says Al-Makura and his co-travelers like Aminu Masari, former Katsina governor, can't speak for the CBC bloc. Well, to help us understand the conflict of interest in the CPC bloc of the All Progressives Congress, which is aligned to former President Muhammadu Buhari, who had been the leader of that party before it went defunct, is a former member of the defunct political party and former presidential advisor, Chief Okoye Obono Abla. Thank you so much. I always call you Chief because you are indeed a chief in the Cross River State, a traditional ruler. Thank you so much. Thank you. So talk to us, what exactly is going on? Is there a pie that's been thrown at the CPC by President Tinubu's government that's making the CPC to be divided into factions and all of that? And we hear some people are opposing President Tinubu's 2027 re-election ambition and others for it.
Well, there's no party like CPC again. CPC was dissolved in 2013. That was one of the requirements to merge, with the defunct ACN, AMPP, ABGA, and a faction of DPP. So
you are existing as a faction.
It's a bloc. It's a tendency. I would call it a tendency. Yeah. Like in all political parties in America, in India, in UK, you have tendencies. So we have about 3 or 4, 5 tendencies within APC. APC is a big national party. So we have an ACA tendency, we have CPC.
Who are in charge of the government.
Exactly, AMPP and ABGA and DPP. Yes, the ACA tendency, they worked with CPC tendency when President Buhari was in power. As a matter of fact, you cannot dismiss the role President Bola Ahmed Tinubu played in President Buhari becoming the president. One gentleman from Bauchi State, the former Minister for Education, Adamu Adamu, is a man of conscience. He told me as far back as 2021 or 22 that anybody who has conscience from the North should support President Tinubu because of the role he played to ensure that President Buhari becomes the president of Nigeria after 3 attempts. So what has gone wrong? Why are some people trying to destabilize the government of Bola Tinubu? You just 2 years. It will be 2 years next month on the 29th of May. But let me confess to you that this thing do not start because Bola Tinubu is not doing well, or President Bola Tinubu is not doing well. Last year, 28th of April, Emeka Nwajuba, who was Minister of State
for Education.
He was also a member of the CPC Media Committee. He's from Imo State. He invited me for a meeting. He said, look, Obla, come, we want to have dinner in an hotel in Maitama, Abuja, to celebrate Salah. So I went innocently. I didn't know what was, what they were going to do. I just went to have dinner. So I met Malami. I met a lot of former CPC state chairmen, and even those who were expelled. Because I was a national officer, we expelled some people in 2013, 11. After Jonathan was elected.
Yes, because some of them endorsed President Jonathan after the election.
We were very angry, so we expelled them. All those people were there, and that's something told me that, look, this thing is political. So the meeting started, the maker spoke, denounced the government of President Bola Tinubu. That government was not yet up to 1 year in office. It was on the 28th of April 2024. The Malami spoke. Then the people they invited, some of them were very unhappy, they were angry. They said, look, what you people were in government ministers for 8 years. You were very powerful. Like somebody like Abubakar Malami, he was very powerful. What did you do to help CPC as a party? What did you do to ensure that CPC is not marginalized? Why are you now coming to us?
Well, the government was being run by CPC itself.
Exactly.
The CPC wing of the APC.
Yes, they were. So what did you do? If you are complaining now, even the masses who supported CPC had no money, but because of the love for President Buhari, everybody supported him. I said, what did you do? And they couldn't say. And so they started planning this thing since last year. It's not today. Yeah, that is what I'm saying. So it's planned. It's not because the current president is not doing well.
All right. If there's one thing that I would disagree with in that is that the Buhari's administration was not being run by the CPC. Aregbesola was the Minister of State, the Minister of Interior. Fashola was the Minister of Everything. And Emefiele was the CBN governor. So I'm not quite sure that fully applies. Although the inner caucus, the kitchen cabinet, as we call it in Nigeria, was entirely CPC. It wasn't even entirely CPC. It was a Katsina CPC. Somebody was actually running through a list of Buhari's administration vis-a-vis Tinubu's administration. The bias of Buhari's administration was obvious. And that bias even narrowed to his own home state. It was essentially a Katsina administration that he ran all the way through Buhari. Do you remember his cousin was even the DSS, Maman Daura, the one that got sacked by Oshibanjo, that then put him in the courthouse forever? So I mean, anyway, so that's that. Let me just play you the K-Guide music, then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation. We play, is there anything else I wanted to play you before that? Let me play you this Danjuma clip, then the K-Guides, and then we'll see what happens after that.
While the Benue State Governor appeals for calm, a former Chief of Army Staff, retired General Theophilus Danjuma, has once again asked citizens to rise up and defend themselves in the face of the unending security threats. General Danjuma insisted that government alone cannot protect everyone, and if Nigerians do not defend themselves, bandits and other criminal elements will overrun the country for their selfish interests. He was speaking at an event in Takum local government area of Taraba State.
I know we have a lot of problems, including security. As recently as 2 or 3 days ago, we've experienced kidnapping near Kashimila, and the threat of kidnapping will continue until we, every one of us, rise up and defend ourselves. It is quite clear the government alone cannot do it. I have warned very long time ago in a speech in Ukari that our people must be prepared to defend themselves. That warning.
All right, so that's Danjuma making that call that he made 5 years ago. The situation still pretty much the same, if not worse, by some people. The situation is not actually worse, but it's still as bad as it was, at least in this cameo that we're going through. Although the obedience space will tell you that we've never had it so bad. The Kegites, and then we see after that.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends, are joining us, Baba, who always rescues the sessions, and that's Rational Mind right there after a period of absence. So just the three of us. That's not actually what the song says. It says too. But good to have you, gentlemen. Anyone else that wants to hop on, link in the comment section. To all the platforms we're streaming to. So good to be your company, gentlemen. Let's kick it off, start it off. Baba, you're already unmuted. You want to kick it off for us, Baba?
Yes, Woman. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have
Happy
you.
holidays. I think it's only in Africa that tomorrow is Easter Monday, and there is nothing like Easter Monday. I wonder why it is like that.
It is here as well. Tomorrow, Monday is a public holiday here as well.
Oh, in England.
Yes.
Okay. That must be an Anglican culture that the African society have imitates. So no problem. It's also good. So work starts Tuesday. So I'm still correct when I say happy holiday to you. Co-panelist RM, how are you? It's been a while. Welcome. And the commentariat, I salute you. No you're today, no Gab, Ako CAB, Larry, Adiola, and even Tony, all the rest. They are there. I salute you. Happy holidays to you too. And to our esteemed viewers, thank you for coming again. I hope you've clicked the like button, most importantly, and don't forget, whilst at date, to also share and subscribe if you've not done so. And for the eavesdropper, I salute you all the same, but please do repent. Yes, one man, too many things happening at the same time. The security issue is very important, but I just want to point some things out on the economic front before I go to the security issues. And a lot of people actually are not paying attention at all to what is happening in our country. Some of them are blinded by the hatred for the president, and by extension, the Yorubas, or the hatred for the Yorubas, and by extension, also Tinubu. Because either way, I'm still confused. Which one made them to hate the Yorubas? Is it because of Tinubu, or they just hate Yorubas because of Tinubu? Or because of Tinubu, they hate the Yorubas? I don't know, but the hate actually is out there, and they are not hiding it. The best they can do, if you want to push back, oh, you're a bigot, it has become the buzzword, their sing-song and things like that. Very disgusting attitude, habit. And that's why they are not paying attention. Things are happening. And this president, yes, it's a difficult economy. Everybody is acknowledging that. I don't know why. They just don't want to see it. Maybe it's just the spirit of disagreeability that makes them just don't want to see anything. And most of them have not lived enough. Most of them have not even lived enough to know the Nigeria they are in today. All the experience is Nigeria of the internet, the cyber highway. That's all they know. They don't know we are coming from somewhere. And our journey has been tedious and very, very long, very brutish journey. We're 46 years out of about 40 years or thereabout of or 35. I've not done the math of our 65 years of existence. We're under the jackboots of the military. We're ruled under the jackboots of the military. It was brutal. It was brutal. And we experience all of that to the extent now that some of them even are even wishing for a military government. What a wish! At times I think they can. I wish them to wake up and find a military junta in place in Nigeria. We have survived it before. I will blend, whether Daiki, whether military outright rule or democracy, I will blend. I will blend. And those of my generation who were not born in this century or towards the last 10 years of last century, who will still blend. We've been through it before. So I wish them good luck. To the extent that the president is sick, that is silly comment. They don't even learn from their stupid postulations from the time of Buhari, when they said the guy is dead. There is one, what's the name? Jubril, that is the one we are seeing is a what they call it, is an, I don't know that science what they use for it.
It's a clone. Just on that space you were, Baba, that was the introduction of Pansat to this platform. That it was under that space of Jubril Sudani. And when he came here, I'll never forget. That's why, if people feel I treat him with disregard, that was when I made up my mind about him when he first came in here. He came in under the Jubril Sudani Buhari is a clone. And then I showed him images of Buhari shaking hands with somebody. Do you know what this guy said? He said it's a hologram. And that was the guy joining the... I just thought...
But he told us there was no Dangote refinery, remember?
You know, so I just thought...
So why are you surprised? If you can tell me a whole Dangote refinery.
This is not
the
a lesson
whole
of
world is acclaiming. You say it doesn't
He
exist.
said
Right?
it's a hologram. I just thought this guy is an idiot, you know. And that was his first time here. So if people wonder why I treat him with disregard, that's why. But carry on, Baba.
Yeah, because look, this president is a businessman. I support him, but there are some things he's doing that I do not like. I cannot say it out. But those who have eyes can see it, and those who are enjoying from it. When he goes overseas, yes, he's sick, but it's not about his organs. Not about his organs. It's about his bone. So that is just structural thing. The knees and the shoulder. And of course, we've had in this country where the people, they say, oh, this person has died and they didn't die. And those who proclaimed him dead died long before those people died. Buhari is still living. Those who wished him dead, they've been long buried, haven't they? But still, they will wake up tomorrow. It's like, that's that big rat. When a snake managed to bite it, in his bid to eat up a snake, will just dust his body up and then attack. That's how I look at them. They just wake up and then they shake their body. It's like me, Onigba, irony. They just go on one tandem. I was talking a couple of days back, we were talking here, and I remembered it was even Kulata that caught on to it.
Sorry, Baba. Do you know who said this phrase? Rumors of my death is grossly exaggerated. Do you remember that phrase?
I forgot it now, but
that was Mark Twain. Rumors of my demise are grossly exaggerated.
Thanks for reminding for the name.
Yes,
it's so funny. You anytime he goes out, he does his thing for his team. And I was talking to that. It was Kulata that actually responded to me and said, "Okay, that's the time that deal was done. That deal actually benefited Nigeria." And of course, I stop it there. They don't know what's going on. This man has been traversing between all over Europe. Even while since France, he went for Jumat service in Mecca. And here we're talking about him 6. Didn't he meet with Chief Bulos? He hosted Chief Bulos and some people from Mar-a-Lago, didn't he, whilst in France? We should jointly, hold this president's leg feet to fire.
Hosted people from Mar-a-Lago, is that what you said?
You say what?
You said he hosted people from Mar-a-Lago, or what you said?
I say he hosted Chief Bulos, his Trump's African advisor, and some Mar-a-Lago people. Okay. I repeat,
okay.
Yes.
All right then. All right.
Yeah. So, look.
Baba, sorry, long about that question, because you said before last week, he hosted this Chief Bullocks and Mar-a-Lago. Don't you see the coincidence after the judge? I don't know why the judge is saying they want to release the FBI classified document. It's not needed anymore. But as soon as they make that statement, they are meeting with Tinubu. It's not a coincidence.
What is my man? Make me not divert. But
are we still on the Tinubu FBI files?
Make me not divert.
One man, we are not the news. We are not the news that broke it out now. They were saying the judge had ordered them to release. But I don't know why they are doing that. That has passed. We moved past that. But suddenly the Trump administration said they want to release it. And suddenly we are seeing
No, Trump
Chibulog meeting.
administration didn't say they will release it to.
It was a freedom of information request.
Okay, but now I told people I can bet $1,000 nothing will come out from that thing. It's all politics.
Nothing will.
Even the judgment told us
One
that
man we will divert. I knew it with this.
Let's
Listen, let's just.
But anyway,
maybe another when it gets.
Is there something underneath? Because they are trying to bust Nigeria to a corner to get some deals out. Probably they have gotten it anyway. But anyway, go ahead.
What does that even mean? What's the meaning of it?
It's international politics now, one man now. You use anything to get what you want now. Everybody has a niche. Yeah, because he is making Trump is probably making a strong ties with the French. Probably America needs a slice of it. Don't forget, during Buhari regime, Elon Musk was wanting our what's it called for these batteries?
Uranium.
When
sorry, Baba, the floor is still yours. But if they were going to, if they had debt on Tinubu and they want to leverage that debt to try and get something out of him, are they going to release it into the public, or are they going to get a court judgment to release it, or would they threaten it? Is it not? It doesn't make sense. One
man. Look, people are not there. Look, Bulos, as far as I'm concerned, is somewhere cool. Apart from holding that political office, he's a Lebanese also, and he's an American. He's Trump's in-law. The son married Tiffany. You see, at times you are forced to say a lot of things, and it's not too good. I hate, and I will never be flippant in my life. But I'll just put it and stop there. Those that are discerning can see through. This is not about that meeting was not about anything that's got to do with one FOI thing or the other. America will not release that, and I don't want to really even go there. So let me just say what is happening at the moment. The cornerstone, until such a time, the gas pipelines will be ready, which is down the road, another 5 years project. The two lines, one going to Algeria and the other one through Morocco, all to Europe. It takes time, but in the interim, there is an aggressive bid to drill oil. Drill, baby, drill. That's what is at the heart of this government, to raise more money and get more improved OPEC quota. That's why the Ogono people are being placated, and that's why I cry on this platform every time, so that the Niger Delta can rise to the occasion and kind of hold this president's balls, so they can squeeze a lot of juice out of him for their people, because he needs the oil, and you people have it. Rather than these cat fights, scratching of their faces all the time, they should go there. Because he struck a deal whilst in Paris. There is a Turkish refiner with about 6 refineries scattered all over Turkey, with which they signed an agreement to start lifting Nigeria's crude oil. That's new. And there is the Guyana refinery already leased to O&O, what you call Oando. And who will be feeding that refinery in Guyana? I leave that to your imagination. The president is not idle. He's doing stuff apart from political meeting. And some things also are happening on this side.
Don't forget, the biggest modern refinery is just being flagged off in Benin. Hope you know that.
It takes time. All this,
you don't have to bring Benin into everything now. Nobody cares about.
Nobody cares about what you're talking about. We are talking about the nation. We're not talking about Ogun. The biggest model refinery just been flagged up. So you
Yeah.
give kudos to
So,
Tinubu for that. That will bring a lot of jobs. And the gas you're talking about, Baba, is being taken from Benin Urban. Or you don't know? It's not from Imo. The gas you're dealing with, like giving to Algeria and whatever, is from Benin, the biggest gas
I
reserve.
will tie all together. Don't worry. I'm
So
just
what am I saying?
only just trying to say, look, a lot of things are happening. When they say 1 trillion, look, do you know on the side also, why is away the that thing also, ACFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Zone. After that C they put in small letter makes it difficult for me to pronounce. Nigeria, that's going to be the new fulcrum, economic fulcrum for Africa. Nigeria is the biggest, whether we like it or not. We may be number 4 today, but by the end of this year, we will take back the number 1 position because Africa contains 54 African countries, 54, with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion. That's the African trade, the 54 countries combined GDP. Out of this, Nigeria has a chunk of it, big chunk of it. So what has Nigeria done now? That, okay, all trade activities, import, export, Nigeria is permitting the 54 membership members to engage in. And this is going to be, there is no common currency. So it's going to be Nigeria Naira for Tanzanian shillings, Tanzanian shilling for African, South African currency. So it's intertrade. And it says, look, from the present nomenclature tariff we are organizing, we're not going to do that again. But for every trade under AFTA, Nigeria will charge us only 10% of the previous tariff. What does that tell you? Nigeria now should try to go into manufacturing. Manufacturing, because the export duty is so low, and if you are importing raw materials to do this thing, the import duty is also very low. And Nigeria also postulated and tied the whole thing down that, look, it's not a cunning way of production. These are only products that are truly made in each of the 54 membership countries. You don't now import a battery apart, then you import a radio apart, then you put the two together from China, put the two together and say made in Sierra Leone. No, that's not manufacturing. It has to be everything about your country sourced at least up to 80% without just with minimal foreign components or parts that will be allowed under the AFTA. So I don't know how the supervision or the enforcement of this rule will be done. But Nigeria, of course, we already have a manufacturing hub here, there, and yonder. Even Lagos, we talk about as a manufacturing hub, which a lot of people don't know.
Baba.
Yes, sir. I know that's what you guys do. You will boil, but these are facts you cannot dispute.
Oh no, there's nothing to. I mean, there's a lot to dispute. I mean, not
okay. This stats.
You see. I mean, sometimes it's so baffling when I hear you say certain things, and I sit down here, I just wonder. I mean, where is?
No, it's not about me. Tell me AFTA is not correct. The Turkish trade is not correct. The gas pipeline is not correct. No. That's what you do, not me. It's not about me. I'll put down what is happening.
I'm saying what you said. Some of it. I mean, things you said here. Not even some of them. Not all the things you said here. You're talking about manufacturing. What are you talking about? I mean, like you said, manufacturing. No disrespect, sir. I mean, I'm just saying what I mean. What are you talking about? I'm saying. I mean, I'm trying to understand, wrap my head around what you've been saying about manufacturing. It's easy for us to come here and use all these buzzwords AFTA, WHO, and this and that, IMF, and all those crap that APC and the remaining parties like to throw around. You know,
Sorry.
we know this APC crap they do.
I'm not APC. I've repeatedly told you I'm not APC. I'm Tinubu's supporter. 101% died in the wool.
APC and Tinubu is the one.
I separate. I vote for people, not party.
It's okay. It's okay, sir.
I'm not a card-carrying APC man.
Talk of manufacturing. Where is electricity you're using to manufacture?
That's the simplest answer. Nigeria's you ask a question. Okay. Farabale. Every Nigerian industrialist has put in the component cost of generator or generating their own power. No factory in Nigeria today that do not generate their own power. So that is
not manufacturing.
That is
that how the engineers of the world, like China and India?
That is for now. That is the Nigerian model. For now, that is Nigerian model. It is manufacturing because that factory will still manufacture butter, will still manufacture needle, will still manufacture kokoro. So it has power has nothing to do with that. That's the Nigerian model as it stands today.
Okay, let me just let you go through what you want to say, because like I said, there's so many things I want to tackle you on, but I don't want to interrupt you.
No, let me just finish. Then when it's your turn, then you can go through the gamut of whatever you want to go through. You let me lost my track. This is what you guys do here. Because
you were talking about after.
All right, because the room is populating, 5 more minutes, and then we whiz it round and then come back to you.
Okay, let me quickly go to the security issue. I mean, we have the misfortune. I call it a misfortune of the coming together of North, West, and East. But these are the 3 component parts that went into the Nigerian enterprise. And it is that enterprise is being, the bedrock of it, you understand, is being pulled apart by the northern side of it. It is very unfortunate. Unfortunate in the sense that 6 of the states in the north share border with Niger. 6 of them, Kebbi, Zamfara, Yobe, Jigawa, Sokoto, I think Niger, yeah. And then with Chad, Borno shares border. So we are already enveloped in the north. So I calculate in my head that if we have 36 states, Niger already is our 37th state. Because as we speak today, their lingua franca officially is a Hausa language. 60% of Nigerians are Hausas. And our
56 to be precise.
56. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 6 of these states, you understand, they've accepted, they share common border. Some people even go to school in Niger and come back to their village on the Nigerian side by 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, vice versa. So the danger here is we have a hostile regime in Niger ruled by a military junta. And in trying, as a democratic country, in trying to question the political credential of that country, our northern brothers have made it known to us that it's a no-go area. We shouldn't even go there at all. That these are their people. And by their attitude, they will even choose me, a southerner or a southwesterner. They will choose a Nigerian before me by their attitude, by their pronouncement. I'm inconsequential to them. Now, most of these terrorists that comes down straight and attack our people, our people, Nigerians, come from these places.
Right, very
as
true.
As an incursion force.
Well said.
And they run back there for cover. Our military cannot cross border into another person. And it's not just today, because we had this problem with Shad before in Borno, when Maitasini was using Shad as a base. And there was a problem during the period of Gukoni Wadai and what's the other one's name? Two of them were fighting for power in Shad. It took Buhari as a military commander to go there and drove them out of the Nigerian space. Yes, Buhari was a commander then, I think a colonel or a captain, I can't remember.
I think that's where he became general. Actually, it was a very, very dangerous war.
Yeah, I thank you. I thank that speaker that remembers that story. So these are the danger we are facing at the moment. So I can see why Danjuma became exasperated and asking everybody. I said that about 3 days ago when last I was on the platform, that we have to arm ourselves, that what is Mufwan doing? What is Alia doing? That the president has given you a dog whistle. And I said also, now Danjuma has even given them dog whistle. Defend yourself. Don't cow at these people. We are under siege. These people that have been allowed to...
May I interject? May I interject?
Sorry, my brother, hold on, please. Baba, how do we defend ourselves?
The way the Southwest is defending themselves.
Actually, nobody in Nigeria is defending themselves. You don't have the right to go.
I think that sounds like a failed state to me. I mean, any state that actually, where people come down to actually defending themselves is a recipe for a disaster. It's the last thing you want. And most of if you look at most of these countries in the Sahel, the reason why they haven't still got into grip, with their security issue is because they actually descended to, vigilantes. They're giving everyone guns and, like, go and defend, go and take this, go and do that. You will be able to control it. If the Southwest is allowed to have guns, the North is allowed to have guns, the East is allowed to have guns, who's going to control it?
Yeah, but what's the answer then? Nigeria is under securitized.
Yeah, one man.
We have sorry,
yes.
we have less than 600,000 in totality of all of the military structures. So we have a vast terrain. We have the largest black population. So it's under securitized in terms of the apparatus of state. Sorry, Baba, let me just run this through. And
then let one man.
So there's that, and then these bandits, they're heavily armed. All those arms that came out of Libya via the Tuareg route are ended up in the Sahel and the hands of these people. They are all 19-year-old Nigerians that have no purpose in life, armed, and they are being bossed heavily into several regions actually. So now, what do the people do? The state is not equipped to secure them. These people are intent on ravaging the whole country. So what do people do?
Look,
for me, I will hold it over governors.
Just hold on, please. Let me answer your question.
No problem. Go on.
Look, when you arm yourself, it is called deterrent. That is deterrent in English. The Russians call it deterrent. That was even a policy during the Cold War era. Once you are armed, your enemies who has been coming to slap you around will approach you with caution. I've said a story here about 2 years ago when I was fresh on this platform, when my home was attacked. Seriously. They've come before, I shot at them. And when they came again, whether with still till today, we don't know whether they're assassins or armed robbers, but they approached me with caution. because they know that household they are going to, the houses, they are armed. So this is it. Once you are armed, you will be approached with caution.
Papa,
You don't.
Papa, what you're saying, that's on individual level. Please, brother, hold on, please. What you're saying, that is on individual level. First
At
of
a
all,
community, at a community level, it applies because
that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. Papa, do you know how much for one pump passion today, even locally made? Do you know how much? But
like
you don't need to
Ola
answer.
told you, like I told you 4 days ago or thereabout, 3,000 rifle, brand new, in Ogun State Governor's house.
Hold on, please, hold on. Now, this is Nigeria that people live less than $10 a day of how they say it. To buy a locally made pump action now is about ₦1 million. Now, if the community wants to buy, at most, maybe they come together, they raise money. That we want to buy transformer, you buy like 3 or 4.
You are missing it. It is the governor's
hold on now. Let me land now, please. Now, hold on.
Land it quickly.
Yeah, I want to land quickly. Yeah. I know people are waiting. Yeah, you buy like 3 or 4 and give to local vigilante. But the herdsmen that is coming to meet you are coming with the new generational weapon, AK, and all that. How are you defending yourself? Now, we have a failed security system. It's not based on Tinubu. This is based on the Nigerian government. If the two governments are invested so much on military hardware, boosting our military, put billions in our military, by now we'll start seeing the impact. We are short of men. We are short of equipment. It's a simple thing. We cannot dance around it to say policy about it. We don't have the men, we don't have the equipment, we don't have the capabilities. Our Air Force is like just dead. We hear on Mount or drone bombing. Did you actually see the drone? They'll use one as an avatar to us to see, and that's it. We need to really fund our military.
How can you say that? We have an Air Force.
I'm not saying we do not have. I'm not saying, but we are.
Just hold on. You don't have to overrun all the things. We have an Air Force. We know that they have a decent fleet of jets. Even the Tucanos have been coming in from America, and those Tucanos is only ready to complement the fleets that they have. So if they are telling you they are going on bombing raids, why would that be avatars as opposed to?
How many bombing raids have we actually witnessed? To boosting our courage. Wait now, hold on. To really boosting our courage with the citizen. We only hear news, this bomb. One time they mistakenly bombed a community where peaceful gathering. Yes, like I said, one of few equipment they have. They don't really have much to really take care of the country. We don't have 24-hour surveillance. We don't have surface surveillance. Before they brought the Kano, we have some jets, some helicopters, fighter helicopters that patrol around there. There's this one girl that was very good, that was paying in their ass, and I still keep saying it. They took the girl out. One Yoruba girl, they bombed the best pilot that was flying into the danger zone, bombing the hell out of these people. What they do? They took him out during Buhari regime, but they swept that case under the.
I thought you said they were not bombing them.
No, I said very few. Look at I said very few. It's not enough. We are overstretched. We need to invest in it. Nigeria, we are almost 300 million population, and our military is 600,000. We have less equipment. Now, you said something, Baba. Sorry, I'll hang up now.
No. Sorry, no. Hold on. Just hold on. Let Africa come in, and then Baba takes the floor back. We need to be a bit organized. Africa, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, well, man, thank you very much, and greetings to everyone. Great conversation. I'm gonna skip the Nigerian politics because I'm not really part of it.
Sorry, Africa. You are not taking the floor. You are interjecting. So Baba still has the floor. So,
okay. So in my opinion, I think the last speaker have actually he did said something. I think what is missing in West Africa in general, that's not just limited to Nigeria. We don't have enough personnel per numbers. In fact, if you look at the statistic, the only country that actually have enough personnel per numbers in West Africa is Guinea Republic, Guinea-Conakry. And they, in fact, have borders with so many countries. And they always manage to deal with, in fact, they don't even have any outside threats trying to invade their borders or trying to get into the country. I think the government need to invest in a lot of basically recruiting a lot of the young ones. Bring the young kids in the army and actually recruit them, to be there proactive. You need to be proactive. And also all the northern states in Nigeria that actually have borders with the Sahel, the government needs to put pressure on their governors and actually saying to them, listen, you are actually solely responsible, for that whole region and your territory. And that's where they need to boost the military in those regions. Because obviously, as some people say, because I'm not really 100%, I don't know what's happening there, and I'm just looking at what's going on every time. And one man, my people get mentioned all the time, and it just raised an eyebrow because, for a fact we know, these people are actually involved.
People, if I may ask, please.
Well, I'm my one man know, by the way. So yeah, I'm a Fuller guy. We're known as Fuller. Basically I had, when people say harders, it's funny because in the entire West African area, we have harders everywhere, but we don't hear, Fullers killing people because they carry cattle. It never happened. The only place that ever happened is in Nigeria. That shows there's something behind it. It kind of shows there are people.
Very well, Africa. You've just hit it on the head. I was going there. It doesn't happen anywhere. Why is it Nigeria? I will answer you. Because the people, my own northern people with whom I went into the enterprise called Nigeria embraces them and use them for their evil purposes.
Right.
This is the reason why.
It's funny because I don't understand because most of the West African region, like from, for example, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, all the way to the northern Ivory Coast border, come back to Senegambian coast. There are so many rivers and fertile land. In fact, I don't know if you know this, the Niger River that you actually enjoy in Nigeria, you actually start off the homeland of the Fuller people in Futa Jalon. Futa Jalon is a water table of West Africa. So if they want to divert the Niger River from you guys, from Guinea, where the homeland of the Fulani is in Guinea, they could actually divert.
Africa. Sorry, let me round up so that one man can
But you know what I'm trying to say. Yes, but you know what I'm trying to say is actually it's a bit surprising to me when I listen to it. I'm thinking, where is this coming from? How is this possible? Because why are the only people that actually carry cattle that are the ones in Nigeria killing, but the others are very peaceful? They interact with other people very well, and they get on with their life really well. And in fact, most people in this part of the region, they don't go around too far. They actually got what they call wura. Wura means ranching. They actually have a limited area with their cattle where they stay. They don't tend to go too far out of their way. So why are they allowed in Nigeria to actually go from one county to another and go back? And I think, to be honest with you, I think it's a political thing and it's a political solution. I think each governor in their state need to bring a law and actually manage it from in a local level instead of having to leave it to the federal government. Because as a government, you've got so many things to focus on. Not having to focus on minute little issues like that because it can be solved. Just let the governors deal with it. So the governor says, right, this is your territory. You can bring the cattle there. We're going to manage that area. You stay there. Leave the farmers alone. That's their area. This is your area. Don't violate. If you violate, we ban it from coming. Simple as that, because people have to live lives. And this is actually getting to the point where, someone need to stop it. You need to stop, basically. But I'll wait for my one man. Don't hold me too long, because it's getting late. Yeah.
Okay, that's how to round up. You are holding us up, rather.
Yeah.
Okay. No worries.
Yes, women. Like he said, you get my point. People, Danjuma, few years ago, armed his own people single-handedly when there was that was even intertribal dispute in Taraba State. This General Danjuma, in the same vein, I remember a couple of years back, General Paul Omu in, I think, Iri. Anybody who is a Delta Light will remember the Isoko area. What were the two communities fighting for? Stream, water resource. He armed his own people. Another general from the other side armed their own people. People have to protect themselves if the government cannot protect themselves. And the government is trying their best. But when people form a gang up, form a cartel to disturb the other part of the country, then it is high time we stop them by fighting back. Bullies will only succeed if you allow them to slap you and you don't give them double slap on their face, right and left. I yield, woman.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us still, Baba. I would still like your thoughts, especially on this girl that was saying $300,000 is not enough to live in Lagos. But I'll move the conversation round. Gentlemen, we start to do 5-7 minutes monologue just to get through to people quickly. We go rational mind, then Africa, war, peace, Prince Daddy. Rational mind. Otojo Meta.
What man? I mean,
Okay,
the time when it's my own turn, that's when you realize that we have to do 5-7 minutes, right? I understand, but Baba been talking for like almost like 1 hour here, you know.
Now, Lisa will tell you, you know, intervene. Africa, world peace. Everybody intervened.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. Yeah. So, anyways,
Baba has a silky voice now. People like to hear it. Yeah. But as do you.
Yeah. So, woman, first of all, I want to ask, what happened to Ajale Kokoshia?
No. I have to have him come on just to come and explain himself. I'm tired of explaining on his behalf.
Well, when last did you get in touch with him? Actually,
it's been a while, actually. You know, but we spoke at length. Actually, it's always we anytime I call him, we rehash the shows. You say, and then this one said XYZ in this one. I didn't agree. I wanted to come in, but I was busy. And then this one said this, that. So it follows. He's probably even listening as we're speaking now. So
do it often so that he can be forced to come. We miss him. Thank you.
Maybe I'll send you his number, Baba, and you can phone him too.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, if you're hearing, I mean, what's going on? I mean, like, we miss you here. I mean, you need to come here, I mean, because your voice is also...
no more father of the bride, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, Ajale Koko is missed. I mean, I think all these excuses that he's giving is just flimsy excuses. We all work. I work. I mean, I'm sure everybody works here. Besides Baba that is retired, that is collecting. Let me know, best speaker. Anyway, so yeah, Ajale Koko, please come. I mean, we all have what we do too, but just find time and come and let's hear your view. You're very missed, I would say. Anyway, I'm going to quickly go to some of the things. I know 5 minutes is not enough to to just go through all I want to say. A lot ever since the last time I was here. A lot has happened. We're sitting down, we're watching Nigeria under Tinubu on a plasma, on a huge plasma screen TV. We're watching all the crap he's doing, and we said it that we've prophesied. Not really it's not really a prophecy. It's just even a foolish person could see into the folly of what he did from the beginning. That Oshidoma backroom there. So it seems that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of his own. So having said that, I just want to talk about, I know this issue of the security has been something we've tackled here so many times. And sometimes I just wonder, I think all these Ronukus them and all the Agbado idiots them, people like Polata them, and also Agbado Einstein, all of them, they should come here and listen. When we speak, they should be listening to us. One man, you see, you need to start paying me as one of your talk heads here, because you know some of the things I've been saying here is been coming to pass. So you need to be paying me. If you want me to be coming exclusively to be talking on your platform, you know, like other news network, they pay people to come and talk. So you have to be paying me. So anyway, so that's just by the side. My point is just on this. There's a lot to unpack from that insecurity in that country. For me, a lot have been said with, we have 600,000 law enforcement agents in form of the military, the army, the navy, and everything, and the police. Even the ones you have, how have you managed them? That's the question. How have you managed them? A chunk of the Nigerian police, they are carrying back for Mrs. and Miss daughters. Even what's his name? This Olueron, the Agbero, #1 of Lagos. besides Tinubu. He has his son has his own personal aide de camp. What are we talking about? And we're all here sitting down and talk. You see, when people they failed, they will start looking for stupid and nonsensical excuses. Hey, yeah, go and meet your governor. He has been sharing money now. He has been giving them more money than what they've been raising. Come on. Why didn't you say that when Jonathan was there? Why did people suddenly say, "Oh, it is the governor's responsibility"? But not say governor, the idiot that is in what's it called in Aso Rock there, the number 2 man. When he was the governor, why were they all on Jonathan's neck? If really Jonathan was the person that is that's responsible for everything, but suddenly now under APC now, it is your governor, it is this. But during when they were campaigning in 2015, they make it look like it's only the president. Why won't we hold Tinubu responsible? Why would Tinubu always be shifting the goalposts every time? Go and meet your governor. It is the governor, and you wonder what bunch of hypocrisy is this? Am I surprised? I'm not surprised, because these are the same people that will come here and they will talk, and then you start wondering, what planet are these people from? You don't scrutinize. You don't look at critically critique situation. You just want to like throw things out there. That's what they do, because that's what some people just want to do here on this platform. Make us believe that yes, it is our fault, or it's a people's fault. It's not Tinubu's fault. When we know that it's not. Why were APC criticizing Jonathan then? Why did they criticize Shetima for those Chibok girls that were missing? Why did they criticize Shetima? Shetima was supposed to have defended the kids. Suddenly now we now realize that it's the governors. You see, this is when we say people have failed. They start looking for scapegoats. So for me, you wonder why some section of Nigerians don't want to join the Nigerian military. Even the ones you have, how have you treated them? I have a son that is serving the military here. He's stationed in Japan. So we're talking about. He has a girlfriend. He's married. He has his own kids now. They are both met in the military. The military is taking care of them. So what are we talking about? So also many other people.
Sorry, speaking about that, I heard from you remember Des?
Yeah, Des. Oh yeah, our friend. Yeah, Des.
Yeah, he's serving in the military, as you know, as well.
Yeah. So
and he contacted me just a couple of weeks ago. Told me he was getting married.
There you go.
There you go. From girl he met in the military.
There you go.
Yeah.
You see, how have you treated people that are your own personnel? Look at our police. Some of them patch. You go see their trouser. You don't get hole here. You don't get River Niger, River Benue, and when we used to sing in some rivers in Africa. You go see Niger, Benue, Congo, River Ipopo. You can see it all drawn on their uniform. These are people that should represent the states. That the first thing you see about them is the states. They wear the sword of the government of Nigeria. Now just look at their representation. Who's going to fear them? People just look with them. They take them with contempt. They treat them with contempt. Scorn at them. Even the ones you have. You see how we're seeing videos of bag, and a police relegated to carrying a bag for a miss or for a mistress or whatever crap. And they will come here. We say, yes, it's the governors, and they need to employ more. He that was talking about employ 50,000 youths to join the army. Where how many are here? You see, when people have failed, they do not have a clear-cut plan. They just want to come there and make money for themselves, make name for them. That's all they care about. The ones you have, how have you treated them? Why don't you tell the IG of police, take out all the police attached to any VIP, take them out, take them off, call them back, post them to where they're supposed to be. Let them go and do their work. It is only in Nigeria that you see the police is just there for the elites. They're not there to protect the people. If you call police, they are robbing our street. Okay, we are coming. Okay, what place? I mean, we don't have we don't have petrol in our. You see all these kind of things, and you start wondering. But when it's to protect Tinubu now, to protect Tinubu's son, you will see a procession of military guys with fully armed to the teeth. Some days ago, I was listening to DSS, what's his name? DSS chief, the head of DSS, is an Ogun State guy, Omo Jebuni. The guy said, I mean, he was preferring some solution, which makes sense. Harm the people. But the way he said he went about it was that he said he had to like look for some people within his own area, his own village area there. He harmed them. What happened to that? But then you start wondering, some people will say, oh, you cannot give the people the gun. You cannot give. You see what they call it doctrine of necessity. If they in political science, it's what they call doctrine of necessities. We can also invoke that when it comes to social. So I mean, how do I? What's that word I'm looking for now? I mean, when we talk about the society, we have to invoke that doctrine of necessity. Harm the people. If we want to go the way of that the DSS chief, give some select people, harm them, trade them. You see, woman, I tell you, I have a friend that comes to my area here. He has a security outfit in Nigeria. I met him recently. We became friends. This guy, he can train. So I mean, I know some Nigerians. I mean, I see some celebrities. They have bodyguards. Some of them they even have guns. I mean, some of them carry guns. What happened?
So there's somebody else out there with my tolerance level.
Say that again.
I said, so there's somebody else out there with my tolerance level.
Your tolerance level, what do you mean by that?
You said you made a new friend.
Yeah, I mean, I met him like a year ago.
Oh,
okay. Oh, is that what you're saying? I didn't really get what you're saying. I was just lost. Yeah. So my point is that this guy can train guys that would be guarding this VIPs. I mean, Ned Nwoko sometime back was talking about establishing. I mean, here in my area here, we have so many shooting ranges. You can go and learn how to shoot. You will be licensed to own a gun. I can enter into Walmart here and obtain a shotgun or to obtain a revolver or whatever, or I mean, an assault weapon. So these are people. People have brought a lot of ideas, but what are they doing? The DSS boss was saying that he harmed some people in his own community. So when you harm your own people, your own community, what happened to other communities? Like my own state, in those states, where it's in the whole of Yoruba land, besides your states, that's another killing field in Yoruba. And this is the same people that were crying. I was saying, no more one. The former governor was calling this the one in Aso Rock there. He called him our Akapon. And like those states has been a killing field for this marauders from the Sahel.
Sorry, is that the states that where you have a lot of vigilante also? Yeah.
They do have vigilantes. Every southwest state has vigilantes, but
okay, all right, exactly.
They're no longer effective like they used to be. But let's
exactly my point.
Woman, I want to try and articulate this this whole security thing. I'm not an expert, but my little experience, having worked in that area, I would say. Well, let me not go into details. So, but my point is that it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. If you listen to people like this Commander, what's his name? He has told us what is behind it. Before Buhari left, they gave him a list of people who are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. They gave him the bureau de changes that were also involved in all of these transactions for them. But where is that list today? See, from the very, very day I disliked Tinubu, I disliked him with all his politics, was that Baba Fashoranti's daughters. When he was saying, where are the cows? So this guy, he would throw anything and anybody on that bus just for his own stupid and his own nonsensical ambition of wanting to become president. So am I surprised that he's just playing politics with me? You see, when the government, like this idiot that was there before him, when they start politicizing security of the people, because the whole essence of a governance is to protect the people. But these people, APC, when we say they're all string bedfellows, they're not just a real party that really have an ideology. They just want to grab power. That's what it's just a vehicle for them to just grab power. They are not organized. They don't even have a policy. They don't even have a clear-cut idea of how do we run a society. No, that's not what it's all about for them. So are you surprised that they can't even deliver anything? When you politicize security of the people, under Buhari, we saw the killing, how Nigeria became a killing field for this marauders from the Sahel. his own people, his own clansmen. And how he stopped so many state governors from even harming their own outfit, not even like they're giving gun to anybody. We want to create our own security outfit and harm them. They say, no, we cannot give them anything. They can't give them assault weapons. And you expect, you see, and then Tinubu is also, am I surprised? He said, I'll continue from where to Buhari stops from. And are we surprised? When he said that, where are the cows? That is the very first day I started hating that guy. I mean, hate him and his politics. If you don't have anything to say, just shut up. But you have to politicize it, make it look like, where are the cows? But you knew. You've had so many people talk about these Marondas coming from the Sahel, and they were like, unleashing mayhem to the people in Southern Kaduna, in Taraba, in Benue, and it's just feign ignorance. You've had, what's his name, in Oyo State, how they've run amok there in Oyo State. But when somebody, a very important personality daughter was killed, you said, where are the cows? Not because you have an ambition. You don't want them to see you like, oh, I hate Fulani people. I don't want them to work against me in my.
Sorry, Aaron, can you let our listeners know that statement was around 2020, 2 years before the elections of 2023?
Okay, yeah. So what about this, sir?
No, because the way you are saying it as if he said it as a sitting president.
No,
he asked that question as a sitting president.
That's
the understanding a lot of people have of it.
I said, if you ask me what I said, I said, because it's of his ambition, he'd rather just go that route by saying, where are the cows? When all intelligence reports from both maybe official and non-officials were telling us that there are some group of people from a particular ethnic group, they just believe that. I mean, this my former governor. He said he has his own intelligence report that in Ondo State there we have what they call government reserve forests. They've occupied all of those places, and he was saying that he wants to get them to all register themselves so that they can know where each of them is staying in that government reserve forest. But then you hear his clans people, his Meyeti Allah, they kick against it. And I'm sure that maybe they killed that guy. The part of people that killed that guy, they must have poisoned him or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying, just my own. So my point is this: when the state politicize security, politicize like all I've just said, it's all politics. They're playing around it. You get this kind of results. Number one, the ones you have you taken care of them? Have you managed them? That is one thing. Number two, you're playing politics. You're seeing the clear cut. Something is there that there's a problem here. But you rather say no. I mean, downplay it, water it down like there's nothing to it. Why did it? This one so that is there also did it, and you expect to see anything better. Now you have to shift the blame on the governors. What does the governor do? Does the governor control the police? Even the state commissioner in their state. If that one does not take order from IG or police,
3 more minutes, Rational Mind. 3 more minutes.
If it does not take order from the IG, how do you think it's going to fight any insurgency or whatever in the states? Ordinarily in the southwest, there, the governors were trying to harm their own security outfits. They said they cannot give them assault weapons like AK-47 or AR-14 or whatever they want to give to them. They cannot give them. Not even short pistol that could load several times. And you see, these people, they're not just there for the people. I mean, when I say these people, these criminals, starting with Tinubu himself and all of them, they're not there for the people. They're just there to enrich themselves, make a name. Now we're hearing that, Baba was telling me, we said it here, one man. When I say you need to start paying me one man. No, I'm just saying, what I'm saying is, I've said it here before that watch out. I've been from people, leaders from this DC area there. I've been hearing stories. They've been citing of people who are
Rational Mind, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Look, since Tinubu came in up to about 4 weeks ago,
okay, we
have been seeing remarkable gains in security.
Okay.
And then this is not me speaking, or this is the governor of Plateau speaking. We played the clip, I think 2 days ago, thereabout. So you've been seeing the remarkable gain. So now we're seeing a real spike, a real spike in insecurity, which has been over the last 4 to 6 weeks. So so contrast that with the gains of the last 18 months. So what is clearly going on, rational mind, is that the Ulamis and the Serikis in the north, yes, Ulamas and the Serikis in the north, they are igniting insecurity to try and truncate the government as they did with Goodluck Jonathan. I think that is patently obvious. I'm not sure if you have a reading of that.
Same thing as so. If we're to say this now, can the same be said of what happened during Buhari? Was Buhari it was not a northerner, and yet we saw
exactly.
So
this is where we need to stay away from.
You see, one man. When people they fail, they will start throwing out narratives.
Yeah.
But this insecurity was anticipated, or even we talked about it here, that at some point they will start to launch insurgency at his administration.
You're not far from
what we said that. Yeah.
Woman. I agree with you, but I won't agree with you at the same time. When you see, I've said it, my mom, I said it some years back here when we started with you here on your platform. I said, what goes around comes around. Tinubu should watch out. What goes around comes around. What they did to Jonathan, it will boomerang on him too. The same treatment they gave to you see, we know what the Northerners do. We know some of those are elites, some of those are fanatics among those who are power grabbers who wants to be relevant. We know what they do when it's come but the point is this: what are you doing as a president who has the power to do and undo? But rather you want to control the National Assembly so that you can pass your stupid bill, your criminal bill, so that you can enrich yourself and your cronies. That's all you do. But when it comes to the people, you're not working for the people. That's what I'm saying, one man. You're not getting it. But rather you want to tell us, of course, and we know that these people are, Colonel Lawumi or the Commodore Lawumi, and even other people, they've said it in the past. Even this guy you talk about, Theophilus Danjuma, has said it too. Not just even this clip. There was some clip from years ago where he said it. So, woman, I know there's not much time. I want to say so many things, but my own beef here is the protection of the people. And you're talking about. Baba was talking. I'll conclude this way quickly, woman. Baba was talking a while ago. The Oloshi from what's it called, from Oyo State, we generated 5,000 megawatts. 5,000. Is it not a shame you're talking about? And then you're saying is the greatest, highest during Jonathan, Nigeria was generating over 8,000, even not close to 9,000. Even I think during Jonathan and what's it called? Towards the end of this guy's former president that died in the office, they were generating over 7,000 megawatts. And when they are jubilating because they generated 5,000, which I'm not even sure if it's true. Every day is collapsing every day. And then Baba is telling us that after NAFDAC, this and that, AFGB, and one invest in Nigeria. Just you see, these are the speaking point of the APC.
You are not following invest in Nigeria, or we are talking about trade agreements.
Trade agreements
for Africa.
So how is that trade agreement going to? Did you see what IMF said some few days ago about Nigeria? The policy of Tinubu. This is the same idiots that were speaking from the both side of the mouth.
You are impossible to discuss with anyway. Just round up and then let other people want to correct whatever they say.
So my point
is this. Aizon said, nobody's interjecting you. So that's why I'm interjecting.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'm okay. If you want to interject, but it's just because Omar said I have less than maybe 1 or 2 minutes. So my point is this: is that we can bring it up later, sir. But my point is this: is that when we want to say certain things, let us look at the whole indices. Not just go by this buzzword and NAFDAC. This after IMF, they're bringing this. He's meeting with Shagori and his Bulus, and they want to bring.
That's how government works. That's how government works.
The government does not work that way. If the government here in America,
where you are staying, for which you are always very proud of, what is happening there? Do you even know?
Yeah, I know. Because
when you talk about security, what about shooters every day?
You see, here we go with this.
No, because you also always say this thing as if you are staying in an utopia.
It's not. You do not have the insurgency, the level of the scale of insurgency you have in Nigeria. You don't have it like that in America.
It's even worse.
No.
If we calculate how many people have been killed this year in the US and put it side by side, let's talk. Anyway, your time is up anyway, so maybe we should, if it's your turn again, we can make it what do you say?
Let me land, sir. Let me land. So my point is this, in conclusion, everybody beware of this, not you, Baba. I'm not talking to you.
No, I'm not APC, so you can blast APC people as much as you want. I don't
beware
care.
of these people that comes here, that come and spin narrative, all because they just want to promote this their silly Tinubu criminal in Aso Rock there. Because look at indices, look at what is on ground for you to go by, run with this narrative of after whatever crap they always talk about. I mean, how can you generate or produce on generator? Is that how Vietnam? Is that how India? Is that how China? Is that how they do their production? Run on a generator. You see, Nigeria is a joke. And some of us come here who have lived abroad, who come here and want to cancel. One man, I just leave it at that. Let me leave it at that. Thank you, one man.
Yeah, one man, before you go to Africa, let me just do some correction. The policemen mostly guiding private people, not politicians. I can admit that preponderance or a high number of policemen out of the about 300,000, they go for guide duties. But those for private people like me, like you, they are supernumerary policemen. They are not active service policemen. Those you see with social lights and things like that, they are a special arm. You buy the uniform, you pay a special money, you start by making application, they give you the uniform, they give them special numbers. They are mostly either people fit to be security men or ex-policemen. That's just to put some light into that.
All right, brilliant. We must always stay on the side of facts. So up next, Africa. Floor is yours. 5-7 minutes monologue from you. Good to have you.
Okay, good to have you always, my man. You know that from the day one. In fact, the last time I was here on the show, it was what was his name? Some guy that wanted to join, the government. Was it Daniel Bwala, right? He was here on the last time, and I thought it was a great idea.
He has joined the government since,
Did
he? He did. He's now the spokesperson for the government.
Oh, yeah. Well, to be honest, I've seen some brave, because I did follow a little bit. So, in West Africa, we do follow a lot of to be honest, most of my friends, they follow the Sahelian politics in West Africa, but I follow the Sahel and Nigeria because of the hardest farmers issue, because that's quite concerning. But I don't, to be honest with you, I don't think he's doing great so far since he's been there, because it's quite chaotic since he's been there. So maybe something needs to be done. If he's not doing the president any favor, maybe he should be replaced. But because since he's been there, it's been chaotic since then, to be honest with you. But however, I was one of the people that actually was defending Tinubu in most platforms, because I had a lot of people saying a lot of negative things about someone that was just elected not long ago. Wasn't given a chance to actually show their, what they can do for the nation. And I don't think it's fair, because I'm quite a fair-minded person. And I don't believe in also defending a president or a politician just because they belong to my region, tribe, or religion, because I think that's how we led Africa to where it is today. These are the sort of things we should stay away from. It's a very dangerous politics. I'm warning you guys, stay away from it. Buhari, it was an embarrassment, I think, for Nigeria. He should have never been elected. In fact, when you look at some of the research that was done, this is the guy that's still suffering from the post-traumatic war. You remember you mentioned the war in Chad. The guy suffered from that war. He haven't mentally recovered, and then he was given the presidency. And I think that's where things start going wrong for Nigeria since then. And also, like the current guy that you got there, Tinubu, I think he's a clever guy in a lot of ways, but I think he's not using that in a good, the strategies that he got, he should use it in a good way, not to burn bridges. Because at the moment, the way I'm seeing things, he seems to be burning bridges with the constituents that actually help him being there. And obviously, if you do that, you can get away with it for so long. You can basically, if someone help you to get somewhere in life, you burn the bridge behind you. You can only walk so long. You can only, walk so you're gonna meet a deadlock. And when you're trying to go back, you ain't gonna find no way to cross that bridge because you already burned the bridge. So he needs to stop doing that. I think, to me, what he should do now, it's a little bit advice. He should start rebuild, strategize with the North again. These are the people that he built trust with, that got him there with the people in the Southwest. He should, whatever he got left, he need to get it up together and start new like he just started from now on to the election, and stop doing this strategy and actually show the people that he's actually mean well, in terms of security, infrastructure, and so on, because even in West Africa, people look up to Nigeria, whether you like it or not, But at the moment, Nigeria has been muted. It's all about the Sahelian, Ibrahim Traore, this. But we've been in different shows. We're trying to show people, listen, look at Ibrahim Traore, look at the literacy rate in Burkina Faso is very low. What is he doing? He's still being another puppet from the West to Russia. So, we always analyze things fairly. But at the moment, I'm not impressed of what he's doing. And it seems like he's surrounding himself with people that are actually misleading him, just for their own personal gain. And, he's a clever strategist. And also, I think he's probably a good politician, but he'd have lost direction a little bit. I think he should re-strategize and reconnect with the North. And because at the end of the day, you need that base to win election, just like you need the South, you need the other regions. So you can't just, rely on, you can't gamble it. If you gamble it, it's going to lose it, because a one man cannot win it. You need the people around you, right? If you're going to, for example, do rigging, you need the people to rig for you. We have had politicians around in my region where they was given money, around the election. They took the money and they vote who they wanted to vote for. So things are changing very, very fast. Trust me, people are getting wiser. So the strategy I used in the past to get you in power might not guarantee you to get in power again with that same strategy. In terms of the security in Nigeria, it's very concerning, because I am, if these people are doing the killings in Nigeria are actually Fulani people or Fula or mixture of other tribes in the Sahel, it's really concerning, because they actually, and not only I don't know how to word this, they are destroying the reputation of a great tribe like mine, because we came from great people. The Fulani. Nigeria is not. In fact, if we put Nigeria aside, we are actually the administrator for a lot of the countries in West Africa. If we're not the president, we're the VP. If we're not the VP, you find we actually hold a lot of the authorities in place, right? And
wait, Africa. Are you talking about the Fula people?
Yeah, the Fula. I am a Fula. Yes.
That's not true.
Okay.
When you say you guys hold the power along West African coast.
No, I'm saying if we don't hold the power, we're not far from it. And I can prove it.
In most countries, you are far from it. If we can count, one man has time. I think it's world peace. If we start from Senegal down to Nigeria, up Mali, Niger, and all the rest, we can count. No,
the only country that at the moment where Fula people are not probably in a stronghold is probably Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. They are the only two countries. Funny enough, the guy that's actually you see the Fula people are not a group that you think we are. Fula people are not a race. We're a language. We're a language family. The current guy that's trying to replace the president in Cote d'Ivoire is a Fula guy. I don't know if you know that, Cham. The opposition guy. You know that?
The president, the one contesting now.
Is it Fula or Jula? Is it Fula or Jula?
Is it Fula?
Fula.
There's Jula. I don't know.
The Jolas of the Fulas in Senegal.
Yeah, Senegal.
The Senegal is the Jolas.
Somebody is saying the Fulas are different from the Fulanis. Is that true?
No, it's not true. It's the same thing.
No, it's the same thing.
It's Nigeria call us Fulani, but really, truly, our real name is Fula or Pula. But anyway, in Sierra Leone, the vice president is a Fula. Okay, in Guinea, the prime minister in Guinea, which is a Fula. In
Liberia,
in Liberia, we don't have that much influence at all. In
Burkina Faso,
In Burkina Faso, is some of the military guys are Fula.
In Gambia?
In Gambia, the president is half Fula.
No.
His mother is Fula. His dad is Mandinka.
He's Afula. I think it's Fulani. Yeah.
But his mother is Fula. Adama Barrow. Yeah, Adama Barrow. His mother is Fulani. His dad is Mandinka. And in Guinea-Bissau,
okay, don't let me derail you. That's just an exercise. Carry on.
Honestly,
sorry about that.
No, that's fine. It's in fact,
Nicholas will not allow anything that's not.
No, I'm just in fact, one man knows me very well. He knows me a long time. For me not to speak, I never mislead you. If I say something, it's always been factual. If you correct me, I'm very happy to come back to it and say.
It sound like they are very very powerful. In
fact, at this time, it's in least time. It's in history. It's one of the least times we don't have that much of a president in the region. Like not long ago, Macky Sall in Senegal, he's a Fula. The guy that left Senegal, he's a Fula. But the party that is actually contesting, the party that's opposite, the opposition party in Senegal, is controlled by the Fulas. And even the guy that's currently there, they were very close to them because Senegal is a land of the Fulani. That's most of the Fulani that you see in Nigeria today are actually from Senegal. That's where they came from. Any Fulani you see in the world came from Senegal. Their homeland is Toro.
But they're not. You see, you talk about. I don't know what I'm sorry.
Go on. I'm very happy to. I'm waiting. Yeah, go on.
I don't want us to make this Senegal, West Africa.
No, I'm just trying to narrate this thing to you, right?
You see. One thing about me, these Fulani people. I mean, Fulani people is that you people try to blow your. I mean, when I say you people, not disrespect. I'm saying. You try to blow yourself. I mean, to promote yourself more than what you are as a people.
No, I hate to do that.
I must give it to you guys that you guys are very coordinated in how you sub and you hijack states.
No, we don't hijack states.
You are very. No. I mean, I've studied the Fulani as I won't call them not race, just an ethnic or tribe within the West African region. So but I know you people are very skilled at statecraft and how to hijack states and.
You mean working? You mean by working in administrations, being part of our administrations, not hijacking it.
But maybe we'll make this topic another topic some other day. But
to understand the Fullers in West Africa, you have to understand
more than what it is because it's not about just hijacking states' power. It's what do you do with that power? How do you transform the lives of the people?
Well, if you look at Senegal today, which is one of the most developed country in West Africa, I would say Senegal and Ivory Coast are the two most developed countries when it comes to lights, like energy and clean water and roads. If you look at most of the work that's been done in Senegal, was done by the most of the guys that ruled Senegal were Fula. They were done by them. So you can see the difference from Senegal to the other countries that surround it. Then
and in Cote d'Ivoire, do you want to attribute that?
Ivory Coast is not. Ivory Coast actually was built by Ofubuanye. Ivory Coast was built by Ofubuanye, which is
I'm glad you didn't fall into that trap.
No, we're not. We're definitely not. We don't have that much influence in Ivory Coast, other than we do have business people there who actually done well in terms of business. But in terms of politics, not that great. Maybe a few politicians around, but not that great. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to say in some administration in West Africa, we are very involved. Nigeria, we are not limited to Nigeria. So when people talk about Fulani in Nigeria, by point I was trying to make before we got lost in all these. Nigeria is not our bread and butter when it comes to us. For me, I think the Fulani in Nigeria are not doing the Fulani race any good in a whole, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, it does.
You get me?
It does make sense. Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So it's not making it because when we like a Fulani guy from the far west hearing about Fulani, because I never even heard about the word Fulani until I met Nigerian people.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you one question? I mean, one man, please, I beg your indulgence. Now,
yes, you're taking my time, but go on there.
Yeah, please. I need to take that time. I'm not taking time. Just need to ask you this question. Now, some years ago, at the throes of this whole, at the height of this whole killing, this whole madness in Nigeria. Let me not use the word killing because I don't want to trigger anything. Madness under the idiot of your tribe that was from your tribe that allowed us. So now there was a state governor who said, take note of what I'm saying, who said that any Fulani from any part of the world is welcome to come to Nigeria. Now,
to be honest with you,
hold on. My question to you is this: can a Fula, say from Mauritania, just stroll into Senegal and claim to be Senegalese, or from Senegal stroll into Guinea, and say he wants to belong?
the best example you can draw, it would be like between Sierra Leone and Guinea, because Sierra Leone used to be part of Guinea before the British bought the land, and basically it got divided from Guinea, right? I am from Sierra Leone, and during the war, when I went to Guinea, which is, because most Sierra Leoneans, 90% of Sierra Leoneans are from Guinea originally. There's only one tribe in Sierra Leone that's not from Guinea. It's a Limba tribe, right? And in fact, they've got different language dialect to the rest of the Sierra Leonean group, right? When we went to Guinea, we got treated like foreigners. Just because I'm a Fulani from Sierra Leone doesn't make me a Guinean. You understand? Because I did not even, we speak Creole in Sierra Leone. I didn't even know how to speak Fula. It's in Guinea I learned how to speak Fula. So they did not see me as one of theirs. This is by the native Fulani. They see me as a Fulani, but they don't see me as a Guinean. They see me as a Fula guy from Sierra Leone. So it doesn't automatically, I'm not automatically qualified to be a Guinean because I'm a Fula. Just because, in fact, you are speaking as a Yoruba guy, right? One knows. If you know Sierra Leone very well, we have a significant amount of Yorubas who we settle in Sierra Leone. They're not native to Sierra Leone, but we rescue them during slavery, and we offer them land and a place to stay, and we still have them there. We don't look at them as outsiders. We don't treat them any different to our own local population. And we don't exclude them.
3 more minutes, Africa, so that we can go to
and also we don't exclude them from any political participation. And I think, to be honest with you, if I'm honest, I think that Nigeria at the moment is looking like the most tribalistic society in the whole sub-region. And when people are seeing things on social media, because I do speak to friends from different countries across West Africa, they understand. Obviously, Fulanis are not really that native to Nigeria. They went there. But to be honest with you, Fulanis been in Nigeria before Danfodio. They've been there in the Lake Chad region around the 14th century. The way you guys sound and the way what people are making of you in West Africa is not good. Even though there's a lot of Fulani killings or so-called Fulani killing in Nigeria, but the tempo and the stuff that they hear coming out of your social media and you guys, they're looking at you like, wow, are they for real? These are the Nigerians that we listen to Afrobeat, they're cool guys and da-da-da-da. And is this what coming out of their mouth? It's like, for real? The tribalism, you need to calm it down, bro. It's making you look really small in the eyes of West Africa right now. Because people are trying to build something. We're trying to get somewhere in the region. But you guys are very, and also when you talk about religion, you feel like the only Christians and Muslims in the whole Africa are Nigerians. We need to stay away from it. All these religions that we're fighting over are foreign to us. They brought these things to us. Christianity killed so many people. We never managed to build a single Christian empire. Islam, during the Ghana Empire, they managed to extract so many slaves from the Ghana to the Arabian. We never gained anything from it. Also our African religion, we lost our ways from it by ending up doing a lot of human sacrifice, and we lost our mind. Honestly, we have lost our mind. We need to find it back. And also, I don't blame you guys because our politicians are not helping us. And this is not just limited to Nigeria. I think is a general African problem, but you do not know how to handle differences. This is well noticed around the sub-region. You need to learn how to handle the differences between you guys in your country. Fulanis are already there. You can't get rid of them. Like they've been mixed with the Hausas for like how many decades? You can't differentiate them anymore. It's too late for that. And it's not because of Danfodio. the River Niger, people been moving along the River Niger from Guinea to the Lake Chad region since times began. So for you to actually trying to differentiate those people that have been interacting for that long is absolutely diabolical. It's not possible. And at the same time, it's well noticed.
Woman, please. After our friend is done talking, can you just give me 1 minute just so I can just respond to it?
Russian, I want to go to work. I'm behind time.
Yeah. So I think the problem that you're having is a political crisis, and you need to fix that. Then you can look at the tribal and the religious problems that you have next. Then I think Nigeria got the potential. You guys got the potential, but you need to actually find it. I think at the moment you have lost it. Okay, and we're all West Africans, right? We're all brothers and sisters. We're all related. All these tribes that we're calling ourselves is the Europeans that named us after those tribes. Before that, we spoke similar dialect. My language is Niger Congo dialect. You probably speak Niger Benue language, and the other person probably speak different similar dialects. We're all similar one way to another. No one should pretend to be better than the other tribe because you probably live more further south in the forest or north to the Sahel. It doesn't make no sense because people are looking at us from the outside. This is why I think you have an insecurity in your country, because when the outside is looking at this, spewing out the internet, if they don't have Nigeria's interests at heart, they can come in and destroy Nigeria and take all the mineral resources away, and they leave us still fighting like we haven't learned from the history of Africa.
All right, brilliant. So excellent. So that's Africa, of course. A voice that adds an international dimension to our conversation. So thank you for that. Stay with us. Rational Mind, just take about a minute or two. You can see that War Peace is
let him talk. He said he wants to go to work. So
all right.
After he's done, I will just
thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the fuller issue is just in Nigeria, the secondary issue. We can solve it if we really want to solve it. The fuller is not; they're not invisible. They're not invisible. Just that the past 3 years, the past 3 presidents we have has been a very weak president, including this one that is here right now. They're all playing politics. None of them is ready to stand and take the hard decision. Now, you cannot tell me some ragtag militias, some few mullahs and sheikhs is powerful than a nation. It's impossible. You have all the tools to talk to international bodies.
Sorry, War Peace. Do you think do you give thought to the wider dimension of you see my reading of what's going on, all these attacks that we're seeing, I see it as baiting, BATING. It's some form of baiting. So they are trying to bait the Nigerian state into a reaction. And then if the Nigerian state reacts against these people aggressively, then they will turn it into an ethno-religious thing, and then they will weigh in all the way from the Sahel.
Thank you very much. Well done. Now you start to understand the psyche. You need to understand Northern Nigeria. Northern Nigeria is the Sahel. People need to understand this. Northern Nigeria is the Sahel. It's not Northern Nigeria. It don't just belong to the houses. Listen, the first person that invaded Northern Nigeria was. Have you heard about Mansa Musa? His great uncle Sunjata Keita. Niger Republic was part of the Mali Empire. Niger Republic was part of the Songhai Empire. These are areas where Fulanis been living since times. Therefore, the great-great-great-great-grandparent wasn't even born them times. People need to get their mind. People need to stop come out of their little bubbles. Niger Republic that's living. I had someone mention Niger should be one of the states in Nigeria, right? Niger was part of the Mali Empire. Now the Mali Empire belonged to the Mandinka and the Fulani people.
Bro, I need to go, man. Sorry, thanks. I need to go. I just have a couple of minutes. Sorry to cut you short there.
No problem.
Yeah. But what you said, I heard what you said is true. But we're not doing anything. Actually, we are falling for the bait. Now, every crime is local. When you treat every crime as local, you can deal with the crime 90% head on. People sponsor these things. We have intelligence, we have police, we have DSS. Pick people responsible for these things. It's a local crime. But by the time you do nothing and communities start reacting, raising arms against other communities, it becomes an ethnic problem going to Sahel. Now, you cannot tell me people coming from Sahel to cause menace in our country. That is the art of war. You must defend your borders. But like I said, the past three presidents we have, they have been very weak. The one we have now is playing politics, in the sense that let me wait for the second term, my second coming, then I will take actions. Do you think these people are stupid? They know too that you are waiting for your second tenure to take action. So they will sabotage every piece of it. If you give them an inch, they'll take a yard. You cannot tell me a rat-tack people is one calling the shot. If they're so powerful, why then build their own kingdom in the sky?
Well, the Fulani got the footage along, which is, as I said to you, the water table of West Africa is actually belong to the Fulani in Guinea.
Yeah,
I don't think you know that.
I understand. We're not talking. Okay. Sorry, we're not talking about the water. We don't need the water.
I'm talking about the fertile land. The fertile land.
I know it's okay. It's okay. I'm talking about the insecurity in my country. I don't care about whether fertile or not fertile. I'm talking about the laziness or the nonchalant attitude of our politicians that is playing politics with human lives. There are Fulanis in every other country. There are Fulanis in Ghana. There are Fulanis in every other country.
Fulanis went to Ghana. They're not part of Ghana. They're not related.
Okay, yeah, bro, understand. I'm not talking on a national scale. I'm talking on a local scale right now. Please, sorry. Yeah, so we can take off this issue in Nigeria if every crime is treated as a local crime. If the police are proactive, I don't think attacks will be coming up often. We can actually stop this thing. Simple fact, we are short of manpower. The government have refused to invest in security. Military hardware. Look at every country. Every year, their military budget is high. If you are taking military security and development as your first two priorities of your first tenure, then we will understand. Every other thing we can, okay, infrastructure, we are lacking infrastructure because we are dealing with some insurgency and some economic stability. We have to take it one by one. But anyway, that is geopolitics. Let me respond to one thing Baba just said. Like, he doesn't know why people just hate Tinubu or they hate Yoruba people. Now, it's two things. Nobody's politicking in this country. That's first thing first. Nobody's criticizing this country. Those that criticize don't know how to criticize. And those that are defending is going about it the wrong way. First of all, those that is criticizing this Tinubu government, they're not politicking at all. They are just spreading propaganda, which is stupid. And those that are defending, those who are calling for tribal division, like giving a dog a bad name to kill it. If you say anything about Tinubu now, they'll say, oh, because you hate Yoruba people. Who is bringing it up? Is the APC people that are defending Tinubu? Now, the opposition, if they see nothing good about the government, anything they say is everything is propaganda. Too much of propaganda will not make you have headway. That is the dilemma we are facing in this country. Are you going to tell me that if you go by the last election voters numbers we have in the last election, which is about 20 million. 20 million people is now making all the sort of nonsense noise we are hearing in Nigeria. We have about 250 million people. What about the rest 230 million that play politics? Propaganda everywhere. If you are talking about Tinubu, they'll say you all disobedient. If people want to talk against Tinubu, they'll come with one fictitious lie that's not even existing, that won't derail the topic. So we are in for a ride. So Baba, please, the APC is one drawing the hate crime to themselves. If for once, if you see what is not right, you say it. And if you see what is right, you say it. That is for those two people that would settle themselves. If they don't settle themselves, they would want.
Are you not willing to concede that there's some ethnic hatred that underpins this sort of reaction? There's what Baba said, by the way, a lot of people feel that.
I feel like that.
One man
for the Yorubas, which is
yes, one man.
I agree with you in one point. Sorry, I agree with you. I noticed that it's one region. I don't want to call names. I don't want to name names. I noticed that one region in Nigeria that want to be free from Nigeria. But I notice they think by spewing propaganda about other ethnic group and make this ethnic group look below them and less than them would enable them to achieve their goal. Now, I've never seen anybody that managed to achieve this in their lifetime, as, for example, people like, we know the Scottish wanted to get out of Scotland, out of England, right? We know the North Sudan and South Sudan. You either fight it out or do something about it. But I'd never seen or heard of anyone that aware managed to actually get this thing achieved by actually spreading propaganda on the internet. The reason why I came online is because of the same people around that same region who've been spewing nonsense about my tribe over the years. One man knows that because that's how me and one man met, right? And I said to him, I can't believe this is happening. If you want the reality, we are from Sierra Leone, right?
Bro, please let me round up.
Go on.
I know you have a lot to say. One man said, I'm not far from it. I'm not disputing it. Like I said, both parties has problem. One party is propagating lies, while the other one is throwing tribal hate. But at least, if we call out the president, if people call out the president for the right thing and calling out for the wrong thing, that will counter the opposition. But if both parties do the same, we go nowhere. For me, both of them are not different.
No.
Hold on, Baba, please. Hold on, please.
I just want to. I'm letting you go because you had time or whatever. You don't have time, but maybe we'll continue tomorrow because it's a very touchy topic.
No, it's not touchy. I'll use the example on this platform.
No, but you want to go. That's the reason why.
Hold on. I want to go. I don't have much time. I'm even beyond my train now. But I'll use the example of this platform. I'll use other platform like Rudolph. And you see the same thing. When you talk about Tinubu on this platform, the first conclusion that will draw you, you are obedient. When you go to the Rudolph platform to talk about Tinubu, the first conclusion that will draw is hate. You go nowhere. The country goes nowhere. Funny enough, we have 230 million undecided voters. Does that mean you must pitch a tent to be a Nigerian? It's killing us. It's taking us nowhere. But that is
not helping you guys because someone like me, if someone is being tribalistic,
please, I'm losing my train of thought. Please, hold on, please.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I actually lost my train of thought. Anyway, what am I eat? You guys should continue. My time is gone.
For someone like me, who with the region I came from, like the average Nigerian from the south, to be tribalistic or to be horrible to me, for example, someone from an Igbo tribe or a Yoruba tribe, it's going to be a suicide because we got your people in our countries as settlers, right? We are actually the majority. We are the majority. Yeah, I'm just saying we are the majority there. We look after your people. So people need to be careful what they do and say because it's very not good. It's not productive.
You're taking this like I don't know how you're taking it. You're taking it to you're going too extreme when it comes to this.
No, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not.
Let me just say this. There's something I wanted to say before. When you were talking, when I asked you that question and you gave your response, and I just want to give my. You see, I'm so I'm looking for that English word. But what I'll just say is this: that the future of that country is so bleak.
We still have Prince Daddy to take the floor.
Okay,
anyway,
so real quick,
conversation.
Yeah, real quick. So the future of that country it looks very bleak. One of those moments where I lost it for Nigeria is when people like Bala Mohammed, who is also an ethnic Fulani himself, when he made that statement. And this is a potential president or probably a vice president in the future in that country. So which means if this idiot becomes a president or maybe a vice president, he could influence. Can you please allow me just speak, please? So there's a possibility that it might influence some kind of bill that would make it possible for any Fulanis from any part of the world, like he said, to come to Nigeria. We live in an age ever since September 11. Every nation on earth, there's this sudden awareness of terrorism. I'm not trying to trigger anything on your platform. The word T, and they've heightened border control. There are Canadians. Let me not even go too far. Even within the EU, a Frenchman from Belgium will not be considered a Frenchman from France itself. Same thing, and a German in Germany will not be considered a German from Austria. So everybody knows they are citizens. But when you have a governor, somebody, a potential president of Nigeria in the future, or somebody, a leader, saying that anybody from any country, what is that notion of nationhood, that citizenship? Because when you allow any kind of people to come into your border, into your country, you're making yourself susceptible to acts of criminalities. So you see, when we have people like this at the end of our affairs in Nigeria, I just lost it for Nigeria. Nigeria has no hope, because you cannot allow people, because they have a cultural affiliation to people from a certain nation, and then no, you don't do that. Because among them, you can't just move from Nigeria and say you want to come to the United States or Canada. You have to go through the process. They will process you in. So you see, when you come here and you say some tribe, they have reason to be. Have you seen how their people have been overrun in their own community? And then you come here and you're making it sound like maybe before now we don't have all this problem. But when we have some criminals within the Nigerian elites from the northern part, they invited these people in for some selfish political reasons. And they allow these people come in and overrun the place. And then here we are talking about insecurity in Nigeria.
Right.
And then
I understand where you're coming from.
Very important, something we should discuss.
No, absolutely. Do you know what? I admire your honesty. I understand where you're coming from, and I basically, number one, let me just answer your point. What you just said, address your concern. The Fulanis that live, Balam, whatever his name, right? If he invite all the Fulanis to come to Nigeria, the Fulanis in my region, those that live in Senegambia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, in fact, all the way near the Ivory Coast border, they would never want to go to Nigeria, bro. Do you know why? Because they have no interest going there. The only Fulani that might want to go there is those probably that live in Niger Republic that already goes to Nigeria anyway. Maybe these are the Fulanis that you talk about, because we don't even, us Fulani, we're a language family that's actually becoming, in fact, so distant. We don't even understand each other's languages anymore. So I belong to, like, the Fulanis in Sierra Leone. I don't know, like the two tribes in Sierra Leone, the two large tribes in Sierra Leone, the Mende and the Timini, yeah, we're mixed with both of those tribes, right? We're bang on in the middle. Like the Mende, they got the Kai Mende, they are Fullers. The Timini, they got the Sanda Timini, they half Fullers, half Timini. And then you got the Fullers who are Fullers on their own that identify themselves as Fullers, right? So we don't have even that much affiliation with our neighbors, which is Guinea, as I explained to you earlier. And we are and also Fulanis are not all Fulanis are the same. Sierra Leone, where Fulanis are the third largest population, and as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of political influence, throughout the history of the country. Sierra Leone is the second most religious tolerant country in the world by index. That means, in fact, most of our Sierra Leone, 70% of Sierra Leoneans were Muslims, but 30% are Christians. If you look at the history of Sierra Leone, we only had one Muslim president. All the rest of them were Christians, including the one now. The last election that we had, the president now is a Christian. The opposition was a Christian. We vote them and we don't look at religion. So the Fulanis are not like this. Not all Fulanis are the same. Not all Fulani think the same. So when we hear you guys, you don't help yourself. When people from the far west hear you guys speak about Fulani in such manner, if all Fulanis were the same, then you would have won this argument. But because we're so different in nature and in everything, depending on where we live, the Fulanis in Guinea,
I
a bit more.
I think the particular strand of the Fulanis that we have a problem with are the Bororos. But
Thank you very much.
all right, but
yeah.
you made that point, then I want to move the
Yeah,
conversation in a different direction.
the cow fullers that you mentioned, the Bororo, because I had the guy, someone was saying Bororo doesn't exist, but Bororo exists. Bororo is a cow fuller, and the majorities that came from the Senegambian region, and they the one that wear that hat. The Bororo, they are cow fullers. They're a very tiny minority. Most fuller people are settled fullers today, right? And the Bororos are the one that might be causing some of this problem. I cannot guarantee, because I want to actually see one of these killers being captured by the military and been interviewed that admit that he's a fuller or she's a fuller. Because we still don't believe our people who do such a crime to another Africans. Because we're very peaceful people.
No, they are not though. You keep saying you keep saying they are very peaceful. They are not peaceful by any definition of the word.
So these Bororos are the ones in Nigeria.
The Fulanis as an entity are not a peaceful people, and the
Name me one country.
To temper and they're very quick to violence. That's even before this spate of or this epidemic, even because we've been having it for going on 2 decades now.
TikTok.
They're very violent.
Name me one country other than Nigeria, one man.
Have you seen TikTok? Have you seen them on TikTok?
No, name other than Nigeria and Fulani. Name me one country where Fulanis are like that.
Everywhere they are.
Name me. You can't be just everywhere. Name me one country.
Every
no, but you can't just you. No, but you can't be everywhere.
They're inimical to civilized living. Look, let me tell you this. If they are not in charge,
that's a broad statement.
But if you are saying name one country, if they have the levers of that country, then they can be benign. But if they don't have the levers of that country, then they're extremely violent. They're extremely Machiavellian in their mannerism. They're very simple-minded about wanting to have dominance. So if they have dominance over a space, then they can be benign.
I saw someone. Dominance, Mali, the Fulanis in Mali. Most people mistaken Tuaregs and Fulani. In Mali, the Fulani in Mali are actually the region is where most of the problem happened, where the Aswad trying to gain independence, because we in the middle belt of Mali. The Tuaregs in the north that want to free themselves from the south, they end up having engagement with the southern tribe people. So we actually bang on the middle. The problem in Mali is not between the Fulani and the Malian government. People need to get this right. It's between the Aswad, which is the northern Mali people, to the south. And also, there's tiny minority of Fulani in Central Africa, but the people, when you look at the research, the people actually engaged in violence in Central Africa are not Fulani. These are a Chadic branch who actually look like Fulani and speak like Fulani. You need to understand who are really Fulani before you say that. Oh my God. People need to understand Fulanis are not that far. Basically, Fulanis that went to Nigeria, Fulani are people of the West. In Niger, the nickname of the Fulani are people of the West. So if you go further to the other side of the East, these are probably people that mix with the Afro-Arabs or the Kanuris or the Hausas and so on. In fact, you mentioned, someone mentioned Adamawa.
You have the problem right there. The Fulanis consider themselves to be Afro-Arabs.
No, they're not.
Because they carry a minuscule phenotype of Arabs, then they consider themselves then to be better and they are tools of the Middle East.
I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Fulani doesn't look like a particular way. You see a Fulani that look like you see a Fulani that look like an Afro-Arab. And if you don't look like Afro-Arab,
abundance of them look like Afro-Arabs with the nose and the hair.
You're very naive then. If you
are not naive, but
No,
we know
you're naive.
enough to know enough.
Yeah, my God. Before
We
the
know
for
enough
the
to
East.
know
They are
enough.
very
The,
dark, negroid-looking Fulanis.
thank you very much. The further
No,
east you
there
go
are,
towards
but they
Nigeria,
are.
the Fulanis towards
What's the typical Fulani look? Yeah.
the Fulani that live in Niger and Nigeria. These are the one that you're describing because they mix with the Kanuris and the Afro-Arabs. Those that live in the Sahel, they mix with those people and they end up looking like them. And these people have a different culture and different ways of life to the Fulani that live in Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Senegal, or the Senegambian coast, where the Fulani actually originate from. So you need to get the Fulanis in Niger Republic, and for example, someone
Why
like
do they
me.
find it so burdensome to adapt to civilized living? What is it?
The Fulani currently build one of the most civilized states in West Africa, which is Senegal. What the heck?
Senegal is civilized. What are you even
So,
talking about?
name
Senegal.
Senegal is better than Nigeria in all form. They got 24-hour electricity, they got tap water, they got better roads. What are you talking about, one man? Come on, man. Don't wind me up, bro.
Don't do this Senegal thing here. I mean, like,
but it's just a fact. Nigeria, everybody know Nigeria. You don't have electricity, you don't have roads. You know, you're still struggling to live in daily life. So
hold on.
Mandinka migrated to Senegal from Kankang in Mali. Mandinka are not from Senegal.
Either they migrated,
and they don't have powers in Senegal. Mandinka are not. My mother is a Mandinka, by the way.
They built Senegal, not the Fulanis. So
oh my God,
the very black Senegalese.
No, you been the all off. You been the all off, yeah.
And then you see, that's what I'm saying to you. You see, you people are just. I mean, that's when I say you.
No, but Mandinka don't build in Senegal. There's only tiny amount of Mandinka.
Hold on.
I know. I want to move on, one man. Let me just quickly say this. You see,
my mother is Mandinka, by the way.
Hold on, Africa.
The Fulani tribe, they're just about wanting to grab power, and when they have that power, they do nothing with it.
They don't know how to administer a state. So, all they do is they loot the resources dry. And they go on to, they don't know how to build anything from my experience in Nigeria.
Macky Sall that you talked about, the Macky Sall that guy that you talked about, that was the president of. Look at what he did in Senegal. Look at what was it Macky Sall, the guy who was the president of.
Macky Sall actually built a lot of the railway that you see in Senegal today, a lot of the infrastructure. Abdoulaye Wade, which he was the main guy, Abdoulaye Wade, who was the main guy. He's the one that built Senegal after independence. And also, you know, the guy in Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, who actually, engineered this Pan-Africanism in the West African region.
You say he's a Fulani, right?
He was a Fulani.
Thomas Sankara is a Fulani, right?
He was a Fulani. Right? Yes.
You want to say that because of his look. I hear you.
No, but he's a Fulani.
The point is this. You
see, one man. Can you prove it to him that Thomas Sankara was a Fulani?
No, forget it. I know you people want to claim what is not. Sometimes you like to claim all these things.
If we're gonna be going,
I'm not saying this because I know you want to say because of his look, right? Because he looks.
No, it's not because of the look. He looks.
Okay, my point is this. You see,
just be realistic, bro. If we're talking, let's be honest to one another, yeah.
Yeah, that what?
Okay, thank you.
All right. I mean, one more, you can move on, please, because I wanted to.
All right. Let's see if Prince Daddy is here. It's been unusually quiet. I wonder if he is here. Prince Daddy. Ovalola, Prince.
No, 1 minute. Yeah, I've been.
You have been. No. I've just checked, by the way. Sankara is not a Fulani man. It's of Silmi Mosi heritage.
His mother is Mosi, his father is Fulani. I will put my life on a railway. His father is a Mosi. His father is Fulani. His mother is a Mosi. We all know that. It's not secret.
All right, but it doesn't say Fulani on his bio. It says Silmi Mosi. Good to have you, Prince.
One man. I'll put the link for you. It's
all right.
Thomas.
All right, put the link. But let's take a moment to hear from Prince. He's one of the favorite voices of the audience on the platform. So, Prince, it wasn't exactly a Fulani thing. It was really Danjuma coming in again, exasperated, saying, look, even if it's sticks and stones, just fight back against these people And that is what Danjuma is recommending yet again, 5 years after he made the first recommendation. So we're talking about that. And then we're talking about the CPC arm of the APC. And having now been out of government, they want now to move from the APC to try and wrestle power back from Tinubu. So that's Abubakar Malami leading that space. But they'll find it a struggle because apparently, allegedly, there are about 4 PDP governors setting to either outrightly defect to the APC or declare publicly, officially, that they'll be backing Tinubu. Your friend and mine, Chekun Showomi, he was on the media space today, trying to court Peter Obi to come back to the APC. And then this headline, this one right here, had nothing to do with politics, but it just struck me. There's some lady in America who says she makes $300,000 a year and she cannot afford to live in Lagos. So you wonder what sort of lifestyle she aspires to live. So any of those are Prince.
Yeah, hello everyone. Like, share, and subscribe to the show. Yeah, one man. Maybe actually your headline for Danjuma. Maybe I didn't understand what the headline. I thought it was against going against the Fulanis, but it actually would be the other way around. But the gentleman talking earlier, trying to dissuade you from your perception or understanding of the Fulani people, as we know them in Nigeria, that they are actually peaceful, loving people. It's quite possible, one man. I think our strain of the Fulanis, or as we know them in Nigeria, may be quite different from other places. Who knows? I think that guy may be in a good position to know that, if he knows a lot about the Fulanis in Nigeria. I think our Fulani, they may be not even entitled, maybe super entitled, actually. You know, when the people go to a place and they subjugate the inhabitants, the Hausa people, they are much larger in population and area, and they're able to subject those people to their own will. Why wouldn't they have that sense of arrogancy in the country? So the guy may be right, and you know, maybe in other places the Fulanis are more peace-loving and nice people. Who knows? In regards to the lady that makes $300,000 in America and she can't live in Lagos, okay. Maybe that's one of the internet, maybe TikTok sensational videos. It doesn't make any sense at all. So stuff like that.
She will almost want to be living like $10, not to be able to live like live well on. If you convert that, I'm not even sure how much that is in naira. That could be close to $1 billion or hundreds of millions. You know, what exactly? How much is rent in Lagos? If you want to rent in Lekki, I don't think 10 million would get to a shabby place, even in Lekki. You know, so what lifestyle is she living that she cannot live on 300K?
What man? The question is it saying that it cannot live because of the cost of living there in Lagos, or because Lagos is not to our taste?
No, she's saying the level of wealth. Let me just bring it to you. It's just a short little vignette, so it's not anything heavy going. It says that a US-based Nigerian finance and data expert, Omotoyosi Ogunbanwo, has said she cannot afford to live the Lagos lifestyle despite earning $300,000 a year. She disclosed this in a Facebook post on Sunday whilst expressing amazement at the level of wealth in Lagos. I genuinely suspect there is no clean money in Lagos. I make over $300,000 a year, which is considered high income in America, and I still cannot afford the Lagos lifestyle. There is something wrong somewhere. Laughing my ass off, she wrote. I am not saying this as a shade to anyone, though. I am truly amazed at the level of wealth in Lagos. It is wild, brand new 2026 luxury vehicles that have barely hit dealerships in the United States are being shipped to Nigeria on a constant. I can't even buy those cars cash down despite my income level. I am amazed, truly. So I think it's the level of entry point that he wants to enter into rather than
it's a silly argument. Whatever she's trying to make. It's actually maybe condescending. Is she assuming that everyone that lives in Lagos is somewhat poor or what? I mean, why does she think with her $300,000 she can live the life of Dangote or Tedela and all those people? Well, why does she think so? Is she joking? Of course she can't. She can have, of course, a super decent life in Lagos, but she wants to be buying, $100,000 car or more after tariffs and taxes in Lagos. She can't afford that on that amount of money. That's not real. She's not being realistic. She's a joke. I mean, she's up to that. She's not even up to their level of standard. I mean, what kind of people is she talking about? Them individuals or what? Those guys that she's above, just like she said, she's above average, way above average here in America.
I'm sort of halfway. Not that I agree with that, but I see mildly watching. Sometimes when you look at the lifestyle that they are presenting, at least on social media, never to believe anything on social media. It can be intimidating sometimes. Like, look at that Kubi Kubana's birthday, which this better part of 5 billion naira was spent on a birthday. I was even querying where these people get their money from. So, and yet you see all these people, Porsches and Ferraris all over Lagos, and you wonder, it can be intimidating. Because you consider yourself $300,000 a year will make her a big girl. Adama, good to see you. Good to have you there. We consider her a big by any matrix of measure. But if you go to Lagos sometimes, anyway, do you not see halfway what she means?
Well, yeah,
No.
I mean, woman. Prince Daddy Joma, let me just say this. I know it's your flaw. You see, for me, I don't think I don't know why we're overflowed. I mean, I understand why you brought it up, but for me, I just believe I don't like dignifying people like this with, you make $350,000 annually. That's you know that here in America, not everybody makes that. You must be among the very top 10% of people to be making that kind of money.
Right.
10-20% category.
Yeah.
You
say what?
No, I say you're right. You're right. That's a high income owner. Yeah, that's a
high income earner. So what the heck is she talking about? You see, some people just want to like I think Prince Daddy said, they just want to TikTok sensationalists. They just want to put themselves out. They just want to make people notice me now. In like we say in Nigeria, notice me, so that people can understand that people know that this guy is making. I mean, I don't know what the hell she's talking about when we talk about. I mean, you can live decently here in America without that kind of money. I mean, you're among the 10%. Everybody makes that kind of money in America. So,
in fact, you can live a high-end life anywhere in the world. Maybe with the exception of Dubai, or you can live a high-end life with 300,000. If it's not encumbered by debt.
Right. Very true.
Yeah, back to your print.
No, she's telling us she's a big girl. Woman, she's a big girl in America. That's what she's telling us. I mean, come on. I'm walk around
that lady is a liar. She doesn't make that money. She's just cruising. She just want to
even as an academic exercise.
She doesn't make that money. She's just cruising. She just want to attract followers. That's all. Woman, don't fall for such things.
Yeah, I wouldn't waste my time on that.
Even in Dubai, that would be like almost 700 dinar or whatever. So how many Dubai even indigenous make such money? So forget about it.
But in America, not that many people. You gotta be working on Wall Street. You gotta be working on. I mean, there's certain kind of job that give that kind of money. So she's making.
She's a finance and data expert, apparently.
Even though that title sounds kind of dubious, actually. What damn finance guy?
The two are not in tandem, is it? Finance and data expert.
It's possible. Yeah, she makes that money. Yeah, it's possible.
Let Anybody that's making that money will not come online to be spilling such rubbish. Rational mind. If you are at that level making such a money, you won't come online and be saying such things.
Yeah, but you got to realize some people are not humble with their money, so everybody got different personality or
for
character.
you to develop in fintech or in computer whatever to that level, you are making such a money, and then you come online and you will be educated enough to know that that's
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I say it's for TikTok. It's for TikTok, video.
Anyway, what do you guys think about what happened? What's going on with Nigeria? Nigeria, you have power. It's because I had someone talking about power supply. Do you have 24-hour electricity in Nigeria, or
sorry, Prince Daddy has the floor and he's been waiting for so long. But let me just speak to that space. They talk about Ghana has 24-hour electricity. Senegal has electricity everywhere. Look, you can't draw parallels of like for like. Ghana, the size of Ghana is no more than the size of Lagos. So electrifying Ghana is not a feat. Even in land mass.
What are you talking about?
Okay, if we talk about population-wise, the population concentrates in one density or a couple of densities. So they don't have more than 5 densities in Ghana.
Population is just about 30 million now. So
yes. So what's the? It's not an achievement to. If we had 30 million people in Nigeria, we would have forgotten about electricity a long time ago.
Yeah, it's a big country with high population.
And what we're generating electricity wise, I want to know what they are generating.
The size of Ghana is not more than your state. So what are you? What
and they're saying some tiny little back.
Where are you getting that from? Why are you getting that from?
Go and check
the land mass.
No, I think it's bigger. I think it's bigger.
Go and sit down there. I mean, why are you saying that?
It's a misnomer. It's a misrepresentation.
Ghana is bigger than the whole of Southwest and South and Southeast combined. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Ghana is quite big though.
Do you study geography, rational mind? How can you say that Ghana is the whole of Southwest?
I mean, it's something that we need to fix. It's something that we need to fix. This is an African problem, to be honest, not just limited to Nigeria. I mean, we got hot burning sun in the Sahel and West Africa, and we're still struggling with power supply. I mean, it's only, to be honest, even in the entire West Africa, it's only Senegal, Ivory Coast, and Ghana might, have got this thing right so far.
All right. Let Prince carry on because, like I said,
all right. Sorry, Prince.
All right, but as we're doing that, the landmass of Ghana is that's the landmass of Ghana right there, and that's the landmass of Nigeria right there, which is about 4 times as much. So,
where is that? Where is that? Are you doing that comparison?
This is Ghana. That's just it, isn't it?
Okay.
That's Ghana.
Okay.
And this is Nigeria.
One man, do you know Ivory Coast supply most West African countries electricity?
Yeah. All right. Sorry. Let Prince carry on. Prince, back to you.
All right.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. What else did you read?
We were talking about Danjuma as well, and his call to arms to the Nigerian people. We were also talking about the PDP governors pledging freedom to Tinubu, who is from a different party. And we're talking about Abubakar Malami threatening to pull out the Northerners out of the APC. Or anything else that may interest you. You could talk about Trump and his fight with the Chinese, which is losing quite
You know what? I'd rather talk about that, to be honest, but yeah.
Before we go there, no, Trump is not losing the war. It's actually going very well. But
have you been seeing the memes that the Chinese are putting out with Trump in a potato farm and all of these things? They're really going after you. I'm really enjoying it. I never knew they had that level of wit, the Chinese,
Well, thanks to the courtesy of Colata, I've been inundated with all those memes, so I'm quite aware of them. But anyways, is it possible for just like Malami said, to pull the Northerners out of our APC? Is that a possibility? Can that be done?
It is a possibility because you know the APC is a conglomerate of factions. You have the ACN, which was the Tinubu arm that brought in the Southwest. You have the CPC, which was the Buhari arm that brought in their Bokis, and then you have a faction of APGA, which was brought in by that governor that was that they busted through his ceiling.
Rochas.
So Rochas. So
okay, well,
so it's the CPC arm that is looking to pull out.
Okay, that maybe can answer my question somewhat. So it's quite clear the conglomeration of these parties that came together to form APC, they don't really exist anymore. For example, ABGA. What is the impact of ABGA for Tinubu's winning the last election? It was non-existent. It's zero. Okay, so the other side, the PCP part of it. How many of those governors still exist and their affiliation with that party? I don't think it's no. I don't think that you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's a real sub party in APC. I don't think it exists. I mean, you can identify people by what part of the country they come from or what region supports the party. We know the southeast region of the country don't support APC, plain and simple. Okay. The Northerners, they have a role to play, and they have a big role to play in APC, right? And the Southwest, of course. So it's more of a region by region. I don't think Malami can say, it's going to take the Northerners out of the APC based on the faction that made up APC from the onset. To me, it doesn't sound logical. It doesn't make any sense. Now, if the Northerners choose to abandon Tinubu, and that's another thing, if they all come together, but they have to come together for under a different reason or something to coalition that work for them. But there's no CPC faction of the APC that's of any viability. I don't think it exists. And by the way, people like, I don't know if Kwankwaso was part of it before, or Ganduje, for sure. People like Ganduje would not be part of it. I don't think so. And I think Tinubu has been careful in trying to map out or, trying to really define the Northerners that support him. And it's no magic that, is kind of Northeast leaning nowadays, since he brought Shetima to the fore. So it's still a game in play. They're just trying to threaten Tinubu, but I think he has a good grasp of what is going on, and he won't be bullied to just surrender.
There are so many moving parts in the politics, Prince. As we speak now, Tinubu has left Paris for London, but what has he going to do in London? So he's having meetings with a former president that has a huge influence over the north, which i.e. Buhari, is also having meetings with a key opposition figure from Kano State, with i.e. Kwakwanso. So if he's able to onboard Kwakwanso and continue to retain the loyalty of Buhari, it's game over.
Kwakwanso for sure. I think is an honorable person. Buhari became an enigma actually in this past election. If you ask me, I don't know where Buhari really lies. I don't know. I won't trust him. But the game that Buhari is playing, I don't really know. At the end of the day, it may be a master.
They call it tequila in their culture. The game is playing, they call it tequila in their culture.
It's called what?
They call it
takia.
Tequila or takia. It's a form of obfuscation, a sleight of hand. Conniman, die, Conniman, Beriam. Yeah.
But so that's the thing, though. I don't know the Northerners being those kind of people. If you talk about the Southeasterners, I would agree. But the Northerners, they're straight shooters. If you ask me, they'll tell you what they want to do, and they're more likely to. And that's why, actually, if you look at Tinubu's antecedents, and that's why he's been successful in Nigeria as a politician. Because when he makes deal with the Northerners, they tend to, they tend to abide by the contract and do likewise. And I said it before, the Northerners don't trust Tinubu, but they do respect Tinubu a whole lot because he himself is a man of his word, is loyal, he always delivers.
Yeah, I think they will stay with him. I think majority of the North will stay with him. I think they will just bear the brunt just the second time so they can get their turn back. That's what they would do. I think that's my opinion based on what I have.
Also, that's been one man's position that they wouldn't want to be be out of it for another 8 years or whatever. So so that's Flight of Hand you're talking about is, to me, is not akin to the Northerners. So Buhari's politics is just, I think it's just vacillating. It obviously was quite clear he didn't support Tinubu this last election. For him to have come around, what made him come around this time around? So I don't know about Buhari, but if he's able to meet with Buhari and conquer, so that's solid. That's a solid base right there. It'd be nice for him to, of course, do very well in Kano.
So how many votes did he pull in Kano? 1 million with 7 million that he had. So can that equate to the 6 millions that both what's his name, former vice president and Obi they had, if they come together? Can that
if Atiku and Obi come together,
if Atiku leaves the PDP, he leaves those votes behind because those votes were not for him; they were for the party.
Did you listen to Showumi? Showumi.
Yes, I played a snippet of him just now.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, about Prince Daddy, please let me just quickly say something. You see,
what did he say? Go ahead. What did he say?
Let me play to you.
Can I ask you a question? I just want to know while I take over. Is this has everybody done their summation? Are we just having an open forum so I know that nobody will say?
Yes, we have Simba and Izon next after Prince Daddy, and then you can free flow it. Yeah, and then I think Danjuma has been trying to come in. If Danjuma does come in, his system keeps kicking him out. So if he comes in, then let him speak as well. So let me play you this little snippet from Segun Show Me, which I think is what Rational Mind is about to reference.
Would you in some way defer to Atiku Abubakar if he's going to be on the ballot?
Unless he's on the ballot in the PDP. If he's not on the ballot in the PDP, I'm not interested. I don't believe that any leader should not see that there is a limit to ambition. You cannot run a nation on an assumption that the things you've been trying to do, or that Abraham Lincoln story is all crap. In America, they have basically one language. This is a country of multi-ethnic, multicultural languages. You cannot. There must be stability somewhere. And I expect that for Atiku Abubakar, he ought to know his stability is PDP because he was one of the founding fathers. And if he does not think that stability must exist in PDP, then the question you'll have to ask is that maybe he will not even be able to stabilize.
But how does the PDP now reconcile the optics of Atiku Abubakar leading a high-profile delegation to visit a sitting symbol of the APC establishment, which is formed? That is how you regard it.
Period. There's a time for everything. When the number one, if you like, since he's the last candidate, leader of the PDP, begins to throw rhetorics into the space that injures the platform that gave him the ticket 2 times, then you have to look deeper to see where lies the challenge. So like I always tell people.
So as I was saying in the opening phase, I was saying the body language of the PDP towards Atiku Abubakar is a language of fed-upness. They've had enough of him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they have. I mean, Prince Daddy, please, if I beg your indulgence in this. Yeah, you see, the permutation is just, I think it's too early for now to say exactly what might, how it might all play out. But it's not that too hard to see from what we can see from what is going on right now, that the only way out of this is those two giants, the other two candidates that have much, because already I think Tinubu is a damaged good for me. Tinubu is a damaged good. I don't know what you want to sell about him to Nigerians, except if he wants to.
But that's not a universal opinion, though.
Well, it's not a universal, but that's my own opinion. So let me just say that, woman.
It's not a majority opinion either.
No, it's the majority because the Nigerians are angry with APC.
No, it's the Vuvuzela opinion.
No, you can see all this. You can see all these. Repeat all these things that all these Agbado people come and talk on your platform, woman. I'm not buying that. Tinubu is a damaged goods. Everybody. Baba Ahmed just left, just resigned, and the next thing, the next interview granted, will just say all kinds of crap about Tinubu and what is going on in Aso Rock. You might say it does. He does.
Can I say one thing? He's not popular in the Francophone West Africa.
Let me land.
Yeah.
So my point is this: is that you might say all this thing you want to say, but the point is that Tinubu, there's a gang up against him. Maybe either it's manufactured by him. Maybe he was just sending all these people out, which I still want to. I'm taking all this thing with a pinch of salt. I'm not going all in believing that all these people that are just resigning and talking crap about what's going on in Aso Rock and all these stories we've been hearing about. They're relegating this guy, the vice president, which I know that's what I've said it before here on this platform. That Tinubu is just like that. All his deputies, it doesn't go well. It doesn't. Let's just throw that aside. But my point is this: is that it's very early for us to say. But for me, Tinubu is a damaged goods, or damaged good rather, or goods. Yeah. But my point is, if those two other people that had first and second can come together. But I know, like you said, PDP, they're fed up of Atiku. I think Atiku needs to go and sit down. So like Showumi said, maybe if you continue playing that interaction they had with Sheung, you will see where he said that except Obi moved back to what's it called, PDP. I don't think Obi can, because if Obi brings the 6 million that he had, which I want to believe that he had that 6 million, and maybe some chunk of what's it called, because PDP has about 11 governors, right? 11 or 10 governors, and all these other governors can work for him, which I doubt might play out. But Obi to know what is going on, that there's a grand plot here. There are some Tinubu people.
12 governors. 12 governors.
So what? Is that
12 governors? 12.
12 governors. So yeah, 12. Thanks. So my point is that Obi is treading with caution too, because I think that would be his best bet. But I think there are some people within PDP, among those governors, that will sabotage Obi, even though if he clinched that ticket for PDP.
He might not be able to clinch that ticket, even.
Yeah, he might not be able, because they have so many cards on the table that they're playing. If those pro-Tinubu governors within the like of Makinde, and I know Makinde is not going anywhere.
It's not even them. It's the northern governors that will truncate him for reasons of expediency.
Well, a lot of them are not doing second term. Like Bala Mohammed is not doing second term.
No. But they are in play in 2031, so they are not going to jeopardize that for some guy from the southeast.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. Yeah. So that's why Obi is treading with caution. He doesn't want to he's taking whatever they're saying to him or whatever wooing they're trying to woo him back.
If he leaves Labour Party, he can only go to the SDP. There's no other window anywhere for him.
Well, like I said, it's too early. But I want to believe that there's something that this guy, Atiku, is cooking. Him and El-Rufai, they are cooking something. I don't know what it is. But if this guy still want to be the presidential candidate, I think Tinubu is going to coast to victory. It's going to coast to victory because they need to.
Atiku will not cook anything for anybody else. He can only cook a dish for himself.
I'll be surprised.
And if he's on that,
it's a bad cook. It's a bad cook. There's nothing good he's been cooking for all these years.
What was the cook here? As in, if he steps down and say he wants to throw his weight behind somebody, I think that's when Tinubu should be ready.
He's unlikely to do that, though.
Well, he's unlikely.
Exactly. He's unlikely to do that. Is that his character?
The only chasm between Atiku and Tinubu is the Atiku's ambition. If you remove Atiku's ambition, Atiku is a Tinubu man. Is more Tinubu than Peter Obi now.
Well, I don't know what you mean by Tinubu man. Maybe you're saying it's a spoiler, right? It's a spoiler.
No. Atiku has been a long-standing ally of Tinubu for 3-4 decades.
So are you saying
they all came out of the show? Yeah, do as talk.
So are you saying? Let's forget that rhetoric that people will.
I think you guys. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna step out. I apologize. I mean, this is out my topic now because I leave that to you Nigerians to discuss your internal issues, right? It was nice speaking to you guys. You know,
don't leave yet.
much.
Don't leave yet.
I think he's talking for you. So stay there. He's talking for you. I think he wants to apply.
Don't leave yet.
There's a delicacy in Nigeria, Africa. There's a delicacy in Nigeria hold on.
Right, the Nigerian jollof.
No, it's called koboko, and I think he wants to give you a portion of that nice dish. We call it koboko. He wants to give you a portion of that Nigerian delicacy. So don't go to So back to you, Prince.
Yeah. In the video, the video you showed earlier is no. Who else is it? Kwankwaso, and who else is going to see? I think we're going to see Tinubu also in London.
No. The site is meeting with a former president with big influence in the north, and there's only one, which is Buhari, and a leading opposition figure from Kano State, which there's only one, which is Kwankwaso. So essentially, you'll be meeting with Kwankwaso and Buhari in London.
Okay, let me just
one man. You
can go on.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Prince Adi, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I was going to say, so far, there's nothing Atiku is cooking. Atiku is not cooking anything that's going to be of any worth. This guy, El-Rufai, has nothing to offer. And by the way, Peter B's 6 million votes, they're not like linear. He's not going to like magically, control the same number of votes come next election. Even if the number increases, it doesn't mean that. Of course, it's going to increase on the other side also. It doesn't mean that it is doing well. And Peter B is showed himself to be not a good politician, at least when it comes to managing a political party.
And a good chunk of those 6 million votes are Prince. They will not follow him to the PDP because a good percentage of those votes, they are votes that want to break the paradigm. They want a quantum leap from those sort of people to a new space. So if it goes back to the PDP, then they won't follow him there.
Yeah, some people, some would be reluctant, and some people die hard like Ekene and Joa. They've said it, openly that they would follow him to a different party. And the only viable party he can go to really is PDP. Now, if he goes to SDP and he loses, that's an easy, outcome for Tinubu. What does SDP have? I mean, what kind of juggernaut are they? They're not. The only juggernaut that you can compare to APC is the PDP, right? So if he remains the LP, it goes to SDP and all these mushroom parties, it just, free reign for Tinubu. If it goes to PDP, well, now they can truly contain him there because they have Wike, and trust me, just like Rashomon it thinks Tinubu is the devil. There won't be doubt about it. Tinubu is by now infiltrated the PDP to a certain degree to undermine whoever becomes the candidate. So at this point in time, unless something magical happens, Peter B is like it's almost in a lose situation. If you ask me, he has no future. Next election will not pretend for him in good light. Anyways, thanks, my man.
Excellent. Always eloquently put by Prince Daddy. That's our
sorry, one man. Is that Jan Zola? Is that Jan Zola one?
Yeah, that's Jan Zola.
Oh my word!
This is how people should come in. People should come in. It's not British again. Zola always comes in with a present. So
I'm glad to know as well. All right. Okay.
All right. So we go on from there to Izon, who I think wants to address you frontally, Africa, and as we go on to Izon, I'll ease myself out, acknowledging
Oh man, no go now. Now where you go?
It don't mean
Now where you go now? It's a public holiday in London tomorrow. Now you have bank holiday.
It's
Where you
Easter.
going?
You want to do couple fights now, okay? You want to what is revised Mills and Bones version of let's influence your season. I think I know why you're here. So.
Yeah, I'm here because
why
it's all this for Bula Mouse.
Yeah, I'm here because
all this. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he came in here to paint a different picture of his criminal brothers in our country that are mass murdering our people. At the end of the day, look, this thing is not about the Fube, Fula, or Fulani, whatever you want to call them. It's about criminality. It's about people randomly going around mass murdering women and children in our space. Whether they are Fulani or they are Hausa or they are Nupe or they are Kanuri, it doesn't matter. What matters is not just now, for over the last decade or even longer, they have these marauders, these nomads, going from community to community, mass murdering people, right? And like Walpy said, they're playing politics with it, and that is the problem. They need to put the politics aside. They need to put a special structure and task force together, and they need to crush them. It's that simple. They need to crush them, unmitigated, take the gloves off, and freaking bring them to heel. Nobody cares about whether or not the environment is changing in the Sahel and they don't have access to water anymore. There is no justification or explanation for it. None. You're coming into our space and you're attacking our innocent citizens. You have to be brought to heel. Whether you come from Senegambia or you come from Mali or you come from Niger, all that is irrelevant. Whether the Fulbe or Fula, whether the Fulbe or Fula are peaceful in Senegal and they've been able to contribute to Senegal. We're not talking about Senegal, bro. We're talking about Nigeria. And in Nigeria, the people committing the mass murders are Fulani. And if you can't identify the perpetrators of the crime, then you cannot solve the crime because the perpetrators of the crime are nomads. All right? Yorubas are not nomads. They're not moving around from community to community and attacking people. And then you are saying, at the same time, you are saying, oh, if they go ahead and bring them to justice, then it becomes a tribal issue. And then our citizens that live in Senegal or live in these places will not be safe. For God's sakes, our people living in those countries are not going in communities and killing people. If they were, then they will be brought to heel. As a matter of fact, if they were, Nigerian government will even help you bring them to justice. So, so for you to come here and start talking about how peaceful they are, and by the way, that's not entirely true. In Mali, the Fulani in Mali had major conflicts with the Dogon. And the Dogon were massacring them, and that's why the conflict stopped. In Central African Republic, the same issue happened. In Sudan, the RSF that's fighting the government forces today are made up majority of Fulani people. And they are funded, according to some, they're funded by some intelligence agencies to cause conflict in that country. Ask the people that know about it in Sudan. They are fighting the government forces. So, for you to come in and talk about, oh, this doesn't happen in any other country, it's only in Nigeria. No, it is happening because you have these nomads who, by the way, are just pure criminals. They are criminals that happen to be Fulani. If they were criminals that happen to be Kanuri, then guess what? We'll treat them as criminals and deal with them accordingly. Boko Haram is mainly Kanuri. They're not Fulani, right? So we should put on gloves.
Do you think the Fulanis are instinctually criminal? Do you think they're instinctually?
I won't say that. Now I don't like stereotyping a whole ethnicity of people. You know, I won't say that, but what I will say is this. And by the way, they think that by doing this, they're somehow going to cause insecurity that will damage the potential of Asiwaju getting office. Let me tell you what it will have the opposite effect. Because me as a Nigerian, and I know a lot of other Nigerians right now, they are loath to see another Fulani man rise to the prominence of president in our country. They are loath to see it. I personally, I can tell you this, because if another person like Buhari comes into power, then that person will have sympathy towards them, and this same thing will continue. Nobody wants to see our citizens get murdered anymore. So if it was up to me, if it came down to Atiku and Asiwaju, let's say Obi didn't run, if it came down to both of them, I will not pick Atiku Abubakar because he will have sympathy towards them.
I am not Nigerian, so you think Atiku is a Fulani? So do you think Atiku is a Fulani?
Oh, he's not? He said he's Fulani. Was he making that up?
You guys are, don't you, but the guy that was speaking earlier, you sound like a real comedian. Atiku is not Fulani. Atiku is Hausa.
No, Atiku is Fulani.
He's Hausa. His father is Hausa. You guys are so silly, bro. As long as he's maternally Fulani,
he's Fulani.
His father is Hausa.
Atiku himself said he's Fulani. So listen, Bala Mohammed and Kulata just pointed it out that his father is from another ethnicity, his mother is Fulani, but he is the one that said any Fulani is welcome to come and settle in Nigeria. Now, what kind of statement is that to be made by an executive?
Who is breathing heavily? You sound as unfit as I am.
It's Africa.
It was me, because I'm getting bored with the other guy that's just ranting about.
Yeah, you can be bored about it all you want, bro, but it is fact.
No, it
doesn't matter whether you're bored. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to point out the facts that, look, your kinsmen, right? Whether or not you choose to label them as Bororo or whatever, it doesn't matter.
Kingsmen,
your kinsmen,
you're saying my kingsmen,
your
but you
kinsmen are committing atrocities of mass murder.
Can I just have a little word in there, please?
Has been labeled as the Fulani militia has been labeled as one of the highest terrorist groups in Africa. True or false?
Honestly, the way you speak right now, you honestly, the way you speak, you sound like a criminal. You sound like everything that you're describing.
Don't attack me, bro. Don't attack me. I'm not the one killing children. I'm not the one killing children in their beds. I'm not killing children in their beds. Your brethren are killing women and children in Plateau and Benue. Your brethren are responsible for over 200,000 people living in IDPs in my country. So excuse me if I don't show you sympathy or try to whitewash them, because they are pure criminals. This has nothing to do with me.
I'm a man.
I'm not here to entertain you. You might find it funny. But I don't find it funny that my citizens are getting killed by people that are Fulani. I don't find it funny.
Listen, I'm not someone.
If I was the one that was president, I promise you, the level of justice that will be brought down on them, they won't see a second part of it.
Listen, I can tell. Listen, I can tell. If you had the upper hand, you wipe out the entire Fulani race. Kudos to you. That's fine.
I'll wipe out the criminals. I will make sure that they don't touch another Nigerian citizen. I can promise you that.
Okay. What you need to do. It
doesn't matter where they came from. I don't care where they came from.
Listen, what you need to do, you need to get off your ass. Can I finish? You need to get off your ass, get off the mic, buy a plane ticket, go to Nigeria, get a gun, or join the military, or join the police, go and do something. Stop wasting your time online every night.
Trust me, if I could, I would. In a heartbeat. As a matter of fact, I think they're speaking too much English, because listen, what they need to be talking about is how they're going to create armed forces that will go ahead, and as soon as these guys come in, they need to just go ahead and wipe every single one of them out. Wipe them out. So you come in here trying to whitewash and talk about how Fulanis are. Listen, nobody cares what Fulanis are. What we do care about is the fact that the people committing these atrocities in our country are Fulani. They've killed over 150 people in the Plateau over the last 2 weeks. You do understand that, right? So you might find it funny.
Izan, can
You
you allow
understand?
him to give a pushback?
You might find it funny
exactly.
that Nigerians are being mass murdered, right?
He's on. Could you please allow him to give a pushback?
Thank you.
Africa, but this is what I want to say, Africa, please. If he asks you a question, please answer. No insult. No, I just want to say something. We don't insult people in this panelist, please. I just want us to be respectful. We agree to disagree. So
Yeah.
please, Izan, with your permission, can he ask the question?
Adama. Biko, let me say this to him. Let me just ask him a question. Let me ask him a question. The Fulani militia, are they labeled as one of the most dangerous terrorist groups in Africa? True or false?
I never heard of that ever in my life.
Well,
never.
That's true.
Okay, there you have it.
Yeah, by the Americans mainly. But let's do this.
Can I just, Roman, before you carry on, can I just interject? Thank you.
No, you will.
I'll respond to him.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just do this. Adama, allow about 10-15 minutes for that conversation, no more, because others are, because it could spiral and just go on endlessly. But just manage it tight. Then Simba, Remy, and then just open it up. Super Chatter, that's Jan Zola right there. So thank you, Ja. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Adama.
Africa, if you're not talking, why don't you just mute? Because this you're breathing heavily, it's just distracting. Can you please? If you're not talking.
Yeah,
thank you.
I thought it was my turn to respond to the boy that was speaking.
You can go ahead.
I'm not a boy, my friend. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not a boy. But go ahead.
Okay, grown-ass man. So basically, you made, in a short space of time, I couldn't even listen to you, bro. To be honest, there was a point where I just shut it down because you just spewing so much nonsense. I couldn't believe it. Number one, he went to Mali, our ancestral home in Masina. We had a little problem with the Dogon over there. It didn't even last 2 minutes, right? That was solved because you know why? The Fulani and the Dogon and the Bambara people, they lived together for centuries. They never had issue. It was only a minor issue that was sorted out not long. It's done. The big problem in Mali is not our people. It's actually between the Malian government and the Aswad, which is the Tuaregs in the north who want to divide the country into two. These are the problem. Most of the guys that are fighting against Aswad, these are joint people from my tribe, the Bambara, the Mandinka, fighting against Aswad to keep Mali under Mali, because Mali is actually our land. It was part of the Mali Empire. We all tribe had little internal issues. Like in Nigeria, you probably had you got tribal issues in Nigeria more than any country in West Africa. Yeah, but I will not use that as a point. Even though in West Africa, at the moment, as I said to you, I am telling you, in West Africa, people see you Nigerians as a backward tribal bigot who live in a country, full-grown ass men who live in a country cannot find a way to live between your differences, whether it's to do tribe, religion, or region. That's not my problem, bro. The Fulani in Nigeria, have nothing to do with me. For the fact that you're coming here venting like a little girl, saying, oh, your people. We have Yorubas in Sierra Leone that we actually gave home. We gave them life. You're Yoruba, you're great Yoruba.
Please, can you hold on? Could you take that comment back that you said he came here venting like a little girl? Could you please take that back?
My sister, so much respect. I take it back, right?
Thank you.
During slavery, you're selling your people to the English people during slavery. We, the savage, bad Fulani people, rescued so many Yorubas that we still settle in Freetown, Sierra Leone, right? We gave them home. They're still part of our political system.
You did not resettle them.
Okay. Pause right there.
Sierra Leone was in Guinea. Sierra Leone was part of Guinea.
Bro.
Sierra Leone was part of Guinea.
You can't be spewing historical things that are not factual. You said that we were selling our people. Do you know? Wait.
Speaking?
You're not talking to an ignorant person.
When you were speaking,
do you know that Fulani raids
were on
different communities in West Africa, and they were selling Africans to Arabs during the Arab slave. Fulani slave raids were one of the major factors in kidnapping people. What's his name? Archbishop from Southwest that was trafficked and ended up in the UK. His village in Southwest Nigeria was raided by Fulani slave raiders. So first of all, before you start making it out to seem like Fulanis were taking people in and giving them safe haven, that is not true. Okay, so let's stop there. By the way, I ignored your little girl comment because I know you want to deflect into insult, so that way you don't have to have a conversation.
Afri, can I say something? Izon is the one that has the floor.
Okay.
And when you hold on, let me explain to you how this works. When you wanted to interject him or give him a pushback, he allowed it to happen and he responded. So can you allow him to finish his points, whatever he wants to say, so that he doesn't lose his train of thought? Then you can give him a pushback.
I thought I had the floor.
No, it's not the floor is not yours, it's Izon.
Okay, my bad. Go on.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I listened to you when you had the floor, my friend, and that's part of the reason why I called in, because you were spewing some historical fallacies. And again, you just did it again in stating that Fulanis were given safe haven. Go and look through history books, right? Ajayi Crowther, that was his name. Go and look at the history of Ajayi Crowther and how he ended up in the UK, right? His village in the southwest was raided by Fulani slave raids. Fulani slave raids were a critical part, right, of capturing, kidnapping young Africans and selling them into slavery. This is a fact. Apart from that, there's the history of Danfodio. Are we forgetting that? And the Islamic Jihad and what they did to the Hausa emirs and the leaders in northern Nigeria? What did they do to them? Did they convert them peacefully into Islam? Right? And they were stopped in the middle belt of Nigeria. You said earlier that northern Nigeria is part of the Sahel. First of all, in what geographical world does that exist that northern Nigeria is part of the Sahel? They are not. Maybe you can talk about northwestern or the highest uppermost part of Nigeria. But when you say northern Nigeria, in our world, we're talking about 19 states. And those states, a lot of them fall into the middle belt. And those middle belt states, which are the states right now being assaulted and their people getting killed, are not part of the Sahel, right? They're part of Nigeria middle belt. Okay? And by the way, we have a country named Nigeria. Geographical boundaries exist for a reason. And those geographical boundaries fall under the Constitution of Nigeria. That Constitution says our citizens are to be protected by Nigeria. They're not part of the Sahel. Right? So whatever is going on in the Sahel, they can keep it in the Sahel. And that mentality of you saying that northern Nigeria is part of the Sahel is the same mentality that these mass murderers are using to come into our place to try to take land from people. This is a fact. And prominent leaders in northern Nigeria, radical leaders that happen to be Fulani, have also made comments that they want to dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. Bala Mohammed, who is a sitting governor right now, mentioned that any Fulani has Nigeria as his or her home.
I
This is not me saying it.
No Fulani.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, Jansola.
This is not me. Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'll let you talk.
I think you haven't.
I'm democratic. I'm democratic like that. I'll let you talk. Wait. I will give you some time. Bala Mohammed is a prominent Nigerian leader, right? He's a governor. Let me give you some background of who he is. He actually tried to run for presidency. That's how important he is. He came out open forum and made that comment, right? That any Fulani can come and settle in Nigeria. So when a prominent leader makes that kind of comment, and the next thing you see is that these nomads are going into peaceful communities and are killing women and children, it kind of makes sense that they're trying to land grab and kick people out. And by the way, some of the people they've evacuated from their land, they're going in and settling and changing the names of the towns, right? These are people that live in the community that are giving their narrative witnesses, right? So you can't come here, right, and then start to say how, oh, by the way, this is only you Nigerians are bigoted, and therefore that is the reason why we have conflict. No, the reason why we have conflict.
No, you see, you're just making up stuff, bro.
My brother, you just said that. My brother, you just said Nigerians are bigoted because we can't get along with our neighbors. Therefore,
I said
we're looking primitive. Yes. Okay, I'm quoting you correctly. I am quoting you
I'm not
correctly.
saying
Yes,
that's the
you said
reason why
that.
you got the conflict.
Okay,
I'm not saying that's
but
the reason why you got
you can
conflict.
call us. Listen, that is your opinion.
Anyway,
Listen, that is
finish.
your
I'll come after
opinion.
you.
Everybody
Can I ask him a
opinions.
question though? Can I ask him a question?
Everybody has opinions. Opinions
Someone want
are
to ask
like,
you a question.
excuse my language, but opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, right? It doesn't matter to me. Your opinion is non-factual. What is factual is the fact that your guys, your brethren, right, that happen to also be criminals. And by the way, I'm not saying all Fulanis are criminals, but the ones that happen to be criminals are committing mass acts of murder in my country. You understand what I'm saying? And for you to say that, oh, Yorubas live in Senegambia, therefore they might not be safe. What kind of comment is that? Are the Yorubas in
Did I
Senegambia?
said
Are they
that?
going to communities?
I did not say that. I
Are the
did not say
Yoruba?
that.
Wait.
The last time,
Hold on. Can I
Wait,
say
my brother.
something,
Wait, my brother.
please?
Wait.
You're not,
No,
bro. You
Aizon, you're
can't.
not saying anything. Like Africa, you can't say anything. Please, both of you, listen. I want to say it, and I'm going to say this again. Please, let's speak with one voice. Allow Aizon to say what he wants to say. Then you can push back. If it's not your turn to speak or give a pushback, please mute yourself, or I'll mute you where I am from. Just
Yes.
Aizon, finish up your round, please. And
Okay,
Africa, you
I
can.
will land.
Thank you, sister.
And I'll let him. I will land and let him talk. The Yorubas you're referring to that you're saying they may not be safe if we start clamping down on these criminals. Are they killing people in Senegambia? No, they're not. I don't know this for a fact, but I can bet you they're probably opening businesses. They're probably working hard. They're probably contributing to the communities over there. They're not going to communities and killing people. What we are facing are people who are going into our communities, whether it's in Plateau, it's in Benue, it's in Enugu, it's in Edo State, it's in Ondo State. This is happening. We are forming vigilante groups to try to protect ourselves because our government is walking around with its hand behind its back. You're coming here talking all this stuff about Nigerians are bigoted. We're not bigoted. If we were bigoted, there will be no Fulani in Nigeria. They settled in our country. We allowed them to settle. You understand what I'm saying? We allowed them to get into government. But now there are more people that don't even speak any English language are coming into our society and are mass murdering people. And you're coming to try to spin and change the narrative and talk about how this doesn't happen in other countries. In Sudan, you have the RSF, made up by Fulanis, fighting the government there. In Central African Republic, what happened? You said, oh, in Mali, it was an isolated incident and it was a non-factor, it was just a small communal clash. But earlier, you said that they didn't have any issue in any other country. So which is it? So, don't come here and talk about things about a whole group. Oh, they're peaceful in Senegambia and this. Okay, fine, they're peaceful. I'm not talking about Senegambia.
Even in
I'm
Ghana,
talking about Nigeria.
Aizon, even in Ghana, some years back, they had issues in Ghana until they had to give it to them before they realized.
Yeah, and by the way, by the way, this guy is trying to make it seem like, oh, we want to say bigoted statements about Fulanis and want to label them as something.
You have 1 minute. Aizon, you have 1 minute to round up.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes. So you're trying to say that, no, nobody's doing that. The victims, right? The victims are saying the people that attacked us, and this isn't just victims in Plateau or Benue, these are victims in a lot of other communities, right? Are saying these are the people that came and attacked us. You understand? So when we are saying what we're saying, and again, just to make it clear, because your narrative is going to be, oh, you're bigoted about Fulanis. No, the narrative is this: regardless of the ethnicity that they come from, anyone that was doing this should be brought to heel. It doesn't matter who they are. But in this case here, we have to speak facts. And the fact is, the people committing this crime are Fulani people. I digress.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Adama. Good evening.
Yeah, sorry. I think it was my turn.
Hold on, Afrik. Could you hold on? Yes, Princess. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Hello, Adama. Good to hear your voice, and thank you for all you're doing. Greetings to everybody in the platform. Please, I just want to say something. Just give me a minute to say it. I would prefer to, continue to listen, but I just want to say this.
No, go ahead.
Africa.
You can say it, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Africa.
I'm gonna leave.
No,
I'm
I
sorry,
think
but I'm gonna
Africans
leave.
Hey, Howard,
don't leave.
don't
Yeah.
Don't
leave,
leave.
man.
I'm
You
saying
got
because
to
of
highlight
wait,
with you here, man.
wait,
Don't
wait,
leave. Don't leave.
please.
Okay.
I'm
I'm here
referring
too.
to
Al,
you.
don't forget I'm here too.
Africa, please. I
Yes,
don't want you
welcome.
to leave.
You
Please, I
got
want you
Mike
to
here,
stay.
man.
Hang on.
You know.
Oh,
Okay.
fucking LG. Well done.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let's allow me. Go ahead, Miss Princess.
I
Go
wish
ahead.
he hadn't gone because I wanted to address him because he has no right to come to our platform and be insulting
He's still here.
Nigerians.
He's still here. He can hear
Okay,
everything
he
you're
has
saying.
no right
So they can insult his own ethnic group, or
whatsoever.
he can insult us back.
You have no right whatsoever to come to our platform and be insulting Nigerians. You have no right calling us primitive, calling us bigots, calling us saying we don't have light, we don't have this. Senegal is the best. You have no right whatsoever. Okay? If you don't know what to contribute to, then you don't need to come here and be insulting Nigerians. You have no right whatsoever.
I
That's
think
what
he
I
has
have
the
to
right,
say.
and I think he
Oh,
does.
Al, come on.
No,
I
but
hope that's
the
not true,
insult is
Al.
too much.
Well,
How can he
we
be
are
calling
insulting
us
his own ethnic
bigoted?
group. We are
I did.
appreciating
Yes, I
No,
did.
but
bigotry
we
we
are
speak
talking
about
about
Fulani people.
the manners the Fulanis have been doing in our country. Look at the IPD camp in Benue. Look at the killings they have been doing all this while. So he has the right to
Well,
come in and insult us
no,
with
he has
what
come
these
to ask you
Fulanis are
for proofs
doing.
and evidence. You can't give him proofs and evidence, and
He
you keep
shouldn't
on.
be insulting us. That's my say.
But we've been
Thank
But
insulting
you.
his own ethnic group
Mike,
now.
can you
So,
wait?
I'll wait. Yeah.
I want the whole
I also
panelists
want
to
to say
hear
something. I
what
just got
Princess is saying. Please, can we let her talk without any interjection? She said she came in specifically to air her point of view. So go ahead, Madam Princess. We're listening.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think he can contribute to the discussion. He can talk about it, but he has no right whatsoever to be insulting us. I'm a
Right, you
Nigerian.
finished?
I'm proud to be a Nigerian. I will
Right,
not
have
go
you
to your
finished?
Senegalese
let her finish, Al.
platform and be insulting your people that way. We are talking
Okay.
about the problems these Bororo Fulanis are the problems they are causing in our country. They are
I
killing
am not.
helpless women, helpless children. They are taking homes, taking properties, resettling and staying there, and you don't want us to talk. And you now have the guts to start insulting Nigerians, saying we are bigot, we are primitive, we are this and that. Please, you have no right to do that. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you.
Adama, for the opportunity you've given me.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so
You're
much.
welcome. You're
Okay,
welcome.
I heard you. So
Hold on, Africa,
oh my God,
please.
I don't think you want me to speak. I'm gonna leave,
No.
man, because
You're
you're
going to
annoying me now.
speak, but no, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I said, if it's not your turn to speak, do not unmute yourself. You were interjecting when Princess was speaking, and I was going to come to you. All I want us to know is let's have respect for whoever panelist that is in the studio. You don't have to like their views, but allow them to express it. But now I'm going to come to you to say that thing you want to say, and let's move on. Go ahead, Africa. You can still you can unmute yourself, sir. Go ahead.
Oh dear, Lord have mercy on people, man. But anyway, greetings to you, Mike, Jazzola. Nice to see you guys. I haven't had you guys for quite a while now. But nice that you actually met me in this in this this drama. First of all, let me just make one thing clear. You can go back to the thing. I never said other people of certain community are not safe in my community. I just said to you guys, imagine if you guys started targeting people of my community and you got your people in my community, what will happen? Can you imagine it? So you basically try and twist it in your own little twisted ways, right? Saying that I said your people are not going to be safe in my community. So this is a problem that we have with people. Is the people are not honest. You want to come to a panel like this and have a conversation, pretending to be smarter, trying to outsmart other people by having a very basically it's the conversation you guys trying to have is absolutely diabolical. It's actually ridiculous.
Can I ask you a
You're talking
question,
to people.
Al?
Yeah. 1 second, Jazola. They trying to make me sound like I am uneducated. I got short memory, and I cannot hear what they're saying. And the reality of people, they mix the truth and the lies to make them sound credible. That's what they've been doing throughout, and trying to pretend as if they're smarter. And the average guy that came here, I came here to talk, basically to oppose what's going on in Nigeria, even though I have nothing to do with it. I never have I don't own a single cow. None of my family in our entire life own a single cow. We're actually a settled Fulani. In fact, if anything, I came from a farmer's family. And I'm trying to explain to these people that the Fulanis in Nigeria, yeah, these cow fullers, I don't know what they're doing down there because in the far
Let me ask you a
west.
question. Let me ask you a question, Al. Do you
Make
think
it quick,
that
yeah, because I don't know if
real quick. Do you think because I know that you're a Fulani from, I think, Senegambia region, right?
Yeah,
and I
you
also
can
have
say
on
that.
my platform, I have Fulanis who are from Guinea, from different parts that's not from Nigeria specifically, right?
Yeah,
But I've noticed most of the time the Fulanis outside of Nigeria get almost like collateral damage, or they get generalized through the lenses of the Fulanis there in
Thank you
Nigeria.
very much.
The dynamics that's happening in Nigeria, all of you guys are being
Are the
blamed for it. I
same.
don't think it's fair.
It's disgusting. It's
All the
disgusting. It's
accusations
not
that
just
people are saying
unfair.
about you, all the accusations that people are saying about you, I think is coming from. I think maybe you're responding to maybe some attacks that's being done onto you or your people in general that's being generalized, and I think it's not fair. We have to, when we talk about these certain issues, we have to assess it fairly and look at the specifics. All right, the dynamics that's happening in Nigeria does not reflect the Fulanis outside of Nigeria.
This is what the entire West Africa is saying.
It's more complex than what you're saying.
No, hang on. You already spoke, bro. This is Jazola. This is exactly what the entire West Africa is saying about Nigeria. What they're doing is almost like a propaganda. It's basically, I know what's going on in Nigeria is disgustingly wrong. Whoever is doing these killings
That's the definition of tribalism, bro.
It's 100%, bro.
If you have an issue with the specific people, you have to fairly assess the situation, and you can't blame the whole tribe.
The whole entire tribe.
Of Fulani heritage.
It's disgusting.
There's a lot of Fulanis that are from Guinea, that are from other places that have nothing to do with the dynamics and politics of Nigeria. So it's unfair to blame.
We don't even know it.
The crime Fulani community in Nigeria is Buhari becoming president because it's Fulani. That's the crime.
So it's all politics.
It's kind of like the crime Yorubas have committed now because they're not shifting into the Yoruba. If not that Yorubas have high presence on the internet, who have been in next Fulanis because the president now is Yoruba. They wanted to start a whole propaganda against Yoruba people, but because warriors like me are come online to give it back to them. That's why they, so Nigerians are, the way they play their politics so dirty, like, and it's unfortunately, it's kind of affecting those people like Hal, and that's why I feel so sad, because when they play that, because they feel like they are the only one listening to each other, they don't understand that internet is a place where the whole world is watching. You understand? They do the same propaganda against each other, other ethnic group, Yorubas. I would have Americans or people foreign ask me, "Oh, I heard this bad thing about Yoruba people," and I ask them, "Where did you hear it?" "Oh, I heard it online by this other Nigerian." So we do that kind of stupid things. I don't know why. I know we have historical events that created this ethnic issue. We had a civil war in the past. Some people haven't healed from it, and then we have people trying to break the country. So they believe propaganda is the way to do it. This whole thing plan is just they want to create an ethnic cleansing.
That propaganda could potentially be a threat to national security in Nigeria.
Absolutely, and people like this, are what you call.
Thank you.
Adama, I haven't finished. I haven't finished, Adama. No, but honestly, bro, you spoke all this time. Let me speak, please. Have some respect.
All this time, I've been quiet. What are you talking about?
Well, I did interjected. Yeah, he didn't finish his statement. I interjected.
I did not finish. Someone interjected, right? So what I'm trying to say is, when I have nothing to do with...
Afrik, can you wait, please? I just want you to...
I don't think you have been fair. I don't think you have been fair on me, though, because you let other people speak. When I start speaking, you cut me off.
What do you mean I let any other... can I make something clear? And I don't think you're being fair here. As a moderator, I came in and someone said, can they ask you a question? And you said yes. And Mike said you allow them to interject. They have you acknowledge you wanted the pushback or whatever they were saying to support what you're saying.
But I did not finish. I got interrupted.
Okay, hold on. Rational Mind wants to ask you a question.
Okay,
if
go on,
you know
Rational
you are
Mind.
not finished with your statement, don't allow the interjection. Don't.
Okay,
because
no
once you
problem.
allow it, other panelists will come in to ask you
No problem. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, go on, Rational Mind.
My question is not to you, it's to Nzola. Just go on, move on. I will ask him when it has his turn.
Okay. So basically, I don't have any problem with tribalism. I'd never been tribalist. I wasn't brought up to be tribalist. My mother is Mandinka. My father is a Fulani. I don't belong to one tribe. I don't like it. And for us, where I come from, in the region where I come from, when people talk about people tribes, it's very serious. We don't do tribal politics like that. So when we hear it from you guys, generalizing the entire Fulani race, saying, all Fulanis are like this, are like that, and it's just crazy. When someone was talking about the RSF in Sudan, they're actually Fulani. It disgusts me because I know very well most of these people that you see in Sudan, this RSF, they're not Fulani, they're Afro-Arabs. People that look certain way like Fulani, they are classed as Fulani. If someone they will say a Kanuri, they will think it's a Fulani. They will say, it's just ridiculous. If you don't know what a Fulani look like, that person doesn't say they're Fulani, you cannot claim that person is a Fulani. Fulani is a language family that spread out through the Sahel. As I said earlier, a Fulani could look like the average man, like one man, to a man that looked like an average mixed race guy. You understand? So you cannot look at somebody by how they look and you say they're Fulani. And this is a problem that you're going through in Nigeria. I'm not saying some of these people are doing this killing in Nigeria, the Fulani are not among them. There's a possibility because I'm not Nigerian. I have nothing to do with Nigeria. And if you ask me, I'm not interested in going that part of the world ever. I have traveled to other African countries, but Nigeria is not my cup of tea. It's a beautiful place with different beautiful cultures and amazing people. I grew up within the Yoruba. My best friend is actually a Yoruba. If I ring him now, if I want to know how my mom is doing, it's my best friend that I ring, Ayo. He's the guy that will tell me how my mom is doing right now because all my mom's kids are living abroad. They're my neighbors. I don't know what tribalism is. We went together to school. Our house is open for him to come and sit down and eat. My house is open for him. In fact, during the certain time when some of my families used to work in certain department, if a Yoruba, average Sierra Leonean Yoruba get discriminated or got problem with certain issue like paperwork, it's my family that always stand up for them and said, no. I used to live in a village outside Freetown in Sierra Leone. You don't find outsiders who are not part of the Sierra Leoneans. And most Nigerians, like the Yorubas or the settlers there, we used to look after them because my dad told me that we have Nigerians in Fulani in Nigeria. So because of that reason, because of those interactions, we always had some kind of soft heart for the people. But we don't generalize on tribes. We don't look at tribes like that. We actually don't. When someone does that to our own tribal group from the far west, I would say from the Senegambian, Guinea coast, we take it really personal because we know our people are not what they're making out to be. And a majority of people in West Africa, this is exactly what they're saying about Nigeria. They say Nigeria.
You are repeating yourself. You are repeating yourself. Africa. You are repeating.
That's fine. Let me just repeat myself. Yes, that's fine, sister.
You don't have a monopoly. I've been here I've been listening to you for more than 2 hours.
Okay. Majority of people in West Africa think Nigeria is backward. They don't. They haven't learned to live within one another's. You haven't grasped. You haven't grasped. You haven't grasped the differences between you guys. Yeah, you haven't grasped the differences between you guys. Yeah, you haven't grasped the differences between the religion, the tribe, and the region. And you actually generalize people based on how you see them.
How much of history of Nigeria do you know, this guy, Africa?
All I know is Nigeria have insecurity problem, and so most of the time they blame it.
If you have no grasp of the Nigerian situation, why come here and just talk the way you're talking?
Because you always talk about my tribe and generalize my tribe.
Rational mind is an ingrate. This same Sierra Leone, when they're having civil war, is Nigeria that built them out. We know how much we spend to liberate that country.
Hominems. This is ad
hominem. He has the guts to come here now.
Okay.
And
yeah, that's fine.
Mike is here. Mike is here.
Simba,
he's encouraging a foreigner to be insulting us in our country.
Not a
You don't
foreigner.
understand the problem.
Oh my God.
Simba, if you insult the foreigner, we allow the foreigner to
I beg
insult
nobody.
back.
We didn't invited him here.
We don't have to invite him.
We didn't insult him. We are talking about a tribe in our
Ma-
country. We are
that I
not
belong to.
into his own country. So Mike, stop that rubbish that you are doing.
You can't tell me to stop the rubbish. It's not rubbish. Anyone is welcome.
Hold on. Mike, please wait.
It's only for a particular group or Nigerians or Yoruba or whatever. It's anyone can come in. I mean,
Okay,
come on.
please. Mike, wait. Is Simba time to talk? Then after he's finished speaking, you can give that pushback. Let him talk. It's his turn, please. Simba, the floor is yours.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: you can't. We have a problem in our country. We are talking about our country. You cannot be talking about Sierra Leone and we putting our mouth there. It's our problem. Leave us with our problem. So why are you coming here to come and be talking rubbish about us? We are bigots, we are tribalists, we are this, we are this. Leave us with our own problem. When you had problem in your country, we knew how much of our soldiers we sent to your country. We knew how many billions of dollars we spent to liberate your country. Is that the way to pay us back by saying that Nigeria is a backward country? Is this, is that? When you're having your problem, we will solve your problem for you. So stop is our problem. Leave all with our problem. Don't put your mouth in our problem.
Simba, what did he say about Nigeria as a lie? Tell me, name one.
I beg, Mike, I'm the one talking now. Whatever you want to say, wait for your time.
No, you're angry at the guy was speaking the truth. Are we not bigots? Come on, man. That's why we comment. We do every day online.
Let us be bigots among ourselves. We don't know what is happening in Sierra Leone. What do you know about Sierra Leone? So why should somebody come here and be pretending as if
if I know the truth about Sierra Leone, I would say it.
I beg, Mike, let me talk. This Fulani thing that you carry on your head, I don't know where you got it from.
So because I don't hate Fulanis now.
Simba, could you please continue with your submission?
But let us speak to the problem. Let us speak to the problem. If you have never been a victim or a member of your family has never been a victim, that's why you can be talking the way you are talking.
A victim of what?
Just keep quiet, please. So what I'm saying, you know, what actually generated this is what Danjuma is saying about that everybody should, because you cannot say that you know more than millions of Nigerians that are complaining. But what I want to say is that if you go back in history, I think we are not ready to even solve the problem, because even we are not actually bringing ourselves together and face this problem head on. Because this same Danjuma that was talking, they were the one that even this Fulani hegemony in the northern part of Nigeria were using against every other person that time. So how did he now wake up today at his age now saying that?
Can you imagine this Fulani, that Fulani, and you saying you're not bigot? Are you deluded? Honestly, are you guys actually delusional? That's the problem with you guys. You can't see it.
Keep quiet, please. You've been here, and if you want to go, you can go. We can excuse you.
No, it's not going on.
So if when you are talking, you never see me talking, and I didn't interject you. So I'm talking now. So give me my time. Let me talk.
Talk.
So what I'm saying in essence is that Nigerians, we have to come together and tackle this problem. Our political leaders, they are playing politics with this problem, and I know why they are doing that. They are just doing it for their own selfish purpose. I've never seen any political leader from anywhere in the country that is condemning this act the way they're supposed to do it. So I think when we are ready, we are still not ready. We are just scratching the issues. We knew the people that we are not generalizing, but if you see constantly that a group of people are perpetrating certain evil, we have to nail it on the head. Nobody is generalizing and criminalizing all the Fulani. But if certain people, a group of people are constantly being seen committing a crime, it's all over the world. People generalize. So what are you people now saying? Is it a crime to say, okay, these are the group of people that are causing problem in our country?
Because it's
not making it to look as if we are being tribalizing the issue. So Danjuma to me, for him to wake up now, we knew what he did when he was there as a military man in 1966. What he did even during Obasanjo, when they were using it to police Obasanjo, him and Yaradua, to do the northern bidding in Nigeria. So for him to now wake up now and say the people should now carry arms and defend themselves, I don't know where that one is coming from. It's too late for him. And that's what all of them are doing now. So that's what I want to say about that.
Thank you, Simba. Please hold on. Thank you, Simba. Mike, is your turn. Could you please unmute?
No, it's not my turn. It's my turn.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Remy, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It has been an interesting topic, and I think what is transpiring in Nigeria for the last going to more than probably since United Era since 2015. Let's say since 2010, Boko Haram, and now we have the Fulani insurgent in terms of banditry, kidnapping, and the rest. To call a spade, these people have done more harm than good to that nation called Nigeria. If majority of the people are pointing to you guys that what you are doing is not good, it's not out of tribalism or hatred. We are in 2025. You cannot continue the business you have been doing, and your people have been infiltrated by some Fulani herdsmen that they have no good at heart. You cannot continue to be taking your cows from the north to the south, telling us that there's a particular path, according to Buhari during that time, that there's a particular route that they always take. No, there's modernity.
My friend, I don't know any of this. I'm not concerned.
Please, I beg you. Can you be quiet sometime? After I finish, you can come in.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a particular route they used to take, and I think these Fulani people, I think what they have done, I'm not generalizing it, but unfortunately, we cannot see the good from the bad or from the worst. We don't know their mindset. If some people are accusing you, how can you continue to graze cow in this generation? You use your cow to step on people's farm. The farm is other people's business. You are protecting your own business and destroying other people's business. This is unfair. Apart from destroying their business, you are also finding them. For what reason? Because of expansionists. I think this is unfair. This is not good. It's totally condemnable. And I think it's high time all Nigerian leaders, whether political or non-political, or maybe our local chief and the rest, we must take security in our hand. Like he said, Danjuma said the government alone cannot do it. People should protect themselves. So people should protect themselves. It's a must. Nobody can just come from up in the north in the guise of grace taking your cow and then you destroy my farm and buy my people. It's totally unfair. How would you feel like you are Fulani and then people from the Yoruba stock, they said, did not conquer your people up there in the north and start killing them from village to village, from some small town to another town? How would you feel? You can turn the table around.
It is wrong. Killing in all form is disgusting. It's wrong. No African should be doing that to another African. No, it's wrong. I will call it out.
So that is exactly what has been happening in Nigeria for more than 15 to 20 years now. That's what has been happening. Do you think it's just like a unit? If some part of a unit is not feeling well, it's not good. Don't you think it affect the whole unit? If you
if they're proven to be Fulanis, I understand, but it doesn't give you the right to generalize the entire Fulani race.
Look, I don't want you to interject. We are not stupid people, too. We are not stupid people, and we know the Fulani we are talking about. An average Nigerian, if you ask him or her, he knows an average Fulani. He might not be able to distinguish sometimes between an Hausa and a Fulani, but majority of us, when we are growing up, we know them to be a little bit light-skinned, and they always with their cows and with a long stick. They never foment any trouble at that time. But since almost 2011 or 2010, especially
when Buhari became president.
Yeah, especially 2015. From 2015,
Fulani things, the so-called Fulani accusation began when Buhari became president.
No, it's not about. It's not about Fulani. Let me finish.
That's because Buhari Fulani. That's why.
I will quickly finish so that you can talk.
It's not about Fulanization or whatever.
And Buhari is half Fulani, half
Can you
Kanuri.
just keep quiet, for God's sake, man? Let other people. You have been here for more than 2 or 3 hours. Can't you just keep quiet?
Go on, man. Go on.
Okay, fine. So what I'm trying to say is that during Buhari regime, this thing Rare is ugly, and at the end of the day, Buhari did not do nothing to stem them into board. He didn't do the right thing. That is why that insecurity first started today. And this man that has been the president, he has tried. There was a time that we did not hear this, but as we are going towards another election, the politicians are using them. It's quite glaring that there are some people behind them. Or how can you say you come from the way from KB, Sokoto, or maybe from Borno or wherever, and then you are fomenting trouble in the south? Do you know the kilometers you are going to trek? Or how are they going to transport you to that place? Nigeria is a very big country. So these people are fomented, let's call it, some of these guys are Fulani. Some of them maybe they are from Nigeria. Some of them can come from Niger or from other tribe or from other Fulani all over West African side. I don't know. But what they are doing is totally wrong. It's condemnable. So don't come here and gaslight people. Don't come here and be telling us that you people are good. We know, we are not saying all Fulani are bad people. But we are telling you that some of you guys are doing terrible stuff and it's not good only because of power. And if this thing continues to fester, then we are seeing it can lead to total disintegration of that country into several regions. And when you talk about the North, most time, you people always think that you can control all the North and you remember the North is divided into 3. And the politics of those 3 are different. If you talk about you always put them together like the North is one entire region, and whatever somebody say, everybody listen. That is not. The election are proven to be that the people are totally different in terms of culture, in terms of dialect.
You're sounding too ignorant now. It's like you've been so brainwashed, man. Like the way you're talking, it's so obvious. So brainwashed.
So Mike, I will.
I'm just trying to save you because you're
Mike, listen. As a gentleman, I will ask you to retrieve your statement. The last statement you said now. I will
like
ask
what? You can brainwashed?
Is there a time?
Brainwash, and you said I'm sounding delusional. I want you to withdraw it ASAP.
It's true. You want me to retrieve?
You are a stupid mygot. You are hypocritical, and you are good for nothing.
Fine. That's what you think. But the fact of the matter is, you've been so brainwashed. And let me ask you: have you ever been to Northern Nigeria?
I've been brainwashed.
Everything you are saying is
no,
brainwashed,
man. Time. Don't interject. Keep quiet, for God's sake.
Okay, finish.
Don't interject. And when you are making your submission, be honorable enough not to call people stupid name or use something.
I thought you've been brainwashed, man.
Don't say people are brainwashed. Don't say that. You are not the father of the. You are not the leader, or you are not the host.
If you don't know that you are brainwashed, you need to go and do fact finding and everything else.
Mike is calling a spade a spade.
You said brainwashed and said delusional. That's what you said.
I didn't use the word delusional.
Who are you? You said it, and you are
I said you've been brainwashed.
Keep that. Just keep.
Can he finish? Because we're waiting for you to finish.
Both of you should keep quiet.
Yeah, but just finish, man. Taking too long.
Yoruba people always say that there are some people that they are sellout. Mike, I will stop here. You are a sellout. Thank you.
No, he's not.
Okay, thank you so much. Mike, could you please unmute your nest?
Yeah. It's very unfortunate. I never thought we'd get to this point. Like when this whole thing started, this whole propaganda thing online, I thought Nigerians would be so intelligent enough to be able to understand that it's just mere propaganda, and but I never thought we'd get to a point where some people would just be so brainwashed by it. There's a saying, if you want to brainwash somebody, all you have to do is just repeat information over and over and over and over and over and over again, and it just becomes reality. So what has happened has led to people like Remy reasoning the way they reason. They just consume information that's been repeated over and over and over and over and over again, and he never took his time to go question an intelligent person, someone that has a critical mind, does critical thinking. When you consume information, the first thing you want to do is ask questions of what you're consuming and do some fact finding, and know that okay, what I'm consuming, what is real, what is just misinformation. But most of these people didn't do that, and that's why they got to where they are today, where they've just believed some things that are just completely untrue. Like, look what, oh my God, look what. Now let me get to the issue of Nigeria. Like I said earlier, nobody was talking about Fulani in Nigeria. When people talk about Nigerians, ethnic group, we only mention 3 ethnic groups, which are the majority: Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. That's whenever Nigerians are talking about Nigeria, that's what we normally talk about before 2015. Somehow, from 2015, when Buhari became president, some people were not happy with him, they hated him, and somehow Fulani became the word in everybody's mouth. Fulani, Fulani. He started Fulani, Fulani. I'm like, today now it's just Fulani have become almost like they only try to exist in Nigeria. Like that's the only thing we hear now. Now let me talk about the problem in Nigeria. As far as the insecurity, what we have in Nigeria, the 4 main issues we have as far as the insecurity goes. One, I will mention it, and I will go to the history of it and actually tell you the facts that I know about these things. One, we have kidnapping issue. We have herdsmen, farmers clashes. We have communal clashes, and then we have the issue of the terrorism, which we can say Boko Haram.
Mike, please, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Please, sir, those people that are going around with their cattle, the herdsmen, what tribe are they?
Okay.
Thank you.
Stereotypically, we call elders Fulanis because they're predominantly known for herding, right? But now, what we need to understand is northern Nigeria, people have been so there is small is what the difference between northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria. People they have been so ethnic mixed and living kind of like almost like what a shared way of life together. Now, a lot of elders you're gonna meet now, many of them are not Fulani, they're just northerners and different.
So
Thank you very much.
you are telling us that the people that are taking cows around, they are not Fulani, they are Yoruba.
It's not only
all
Fulani.
of them. Not all of them.
They are not the
Not
only
all of them.
We stereotype herding business as a Fulani business.
Thank you, Mike.
Not the only people herding.
Thank you, sir.
Ethnic.
Mikey,
even you yourself said it. That you yourself came here to tell me you know Yoruba person that own the herding cow.
Hey, if you
told me that last week.
Wait, Mike, let me educate you on this. If you see a Yoruba man having cows, he's not the one chasing them around.
Okay, so
he's not the one herding them. The Fulanis are known for that. Not Hausa don't do such a business.
So he's not the one.
So
he hire who? Who did they hire to herd them?
He's a Fulani. So
okay, he hire Fulani to herd them.
Them in the bush, the people that you see with cows in the bush, there's no doubt about it. They are Fulani.
Okay, so Yoruba man. Okay, I get your point. So you say Yoruba man own a cow business. He employ Fulani man to push the cow around, and then the Fulani man that's pushing the cow around is the one you're accusing of doing the crimes. So the Yoruba man hire a criminal to do his heading for him. That's what you're telling me, right? So he didn't know the person is carrying on.
Hold on, everybody. Please.
I'm trying to.
Mike, wait, please. I just want to understand what you're saying because, Mike, don't you think you're being hypocrite? You're being a hypocrite with everything you've been saying. As much as you come in here and you talk about the Southeast this, Southeast that, I can't believe the way you are embracing another ethnicity as much as you badmouth the Southeast, who are the Igbo people.
Mike is speaking the fact.
No, don't unmute yourself, Africa, please. Mike, what I'm trying to say is let us be consistent.
I am consistent with the way I do my. I like to be fair.
Why can't you present that same energy?
Yes, Adama, when he's badmouthing the Igbo people, he's not a bigot.
Do you know why?
When you are saying all this now,
I'm a bigot. I'm a bigot, so I can be a bigot when it's time for it. It's the same way, like someone would tell me Mike is not a violent guy, but I can tell you that Mike can be violent. The moment you slap me, you find out that I can be very violent. Now, when Igbo people want to do bigotry against my people, I can give it back to them. That's what it is. So I can be a bigot. If you want to practice bigotry with me, I'll practice it back with you. So don't come in. If you say I'm a bigot, yes, I can be a proud bigot. If you say Mike is a very like I have people that say Mike is a very violent guy because there's someone violent thing I did to somebody. Other people say Mike is not violent because Mike doesn't believe in violence. He's a very peaceful guy, like to talk. I said, no, yeah, I can be violent, I can be peaceful. I can either way show me. I can you see the feast. What we learn from me, I'm not a Christian. I'm a real 100% nature man that believe in law of nature. You understand? And that's what we learn in the religion and practice. You show me peace, I give you peace. Show me war, I give you war. That's the way it goes. Fulanis never don't. Fulanis are not online or doing bigotry against my tribe. Why should I be bigot? Why should I be bigoted against them?
They're just killing them.
You understand?
They're not bigoted against your tribe. They're just killing them.
I'm gonna give
you cannot prove they're Fulani.
That's just the way it was. You extend it. If you extend your fist to me as for a handshake, I will shake your hand. If you extend a fist to me for a punch, I will respond with a punch. That's me.
Okay,
that's
Mike, 1
just the way
second.
me. I don't see him trying to tell me I'm this way or that way.
The victims are telling you who's attacking them, and you guys are over here talking total bubuyeme.
Adama, can I continue?
The victims are saying that the people attacking them are Fulani, and you want to take the victim's narrative and create your own narrative.
I will get to that. I will get to all that.
The attacking them, but you want to create your own narrative.
I will get to all of that. Now, I started to say the four main security problems we have. One is kidnapping. Two is insurgency, which is terrorism, and we call it Boko Haram. 3, herdsmen farmers clashes, and the third one is communal clashes. Now let's go to the history of all these 4 I just mentioned, right? Let's start with kidnapping. When kidnapping started in Nigeria, kidnapping for ransom, we all know where it started from. It started way before Buhari became president. In fact, it started during probably towards the end of Obasanjo's regime, and it became kind of during end of the Obasanjo's regime, and it became rampant during Yar'Adua's regime, where Yar'Adua had to make an intervention. And where was it going on? It started in the Niger Delta, where they kidnapped oil workers for ransom. They will kidnap foreign oil workers for ransom. And when that became kind of a profitable thing, other Nigerian criminals saw it as, wow, this thing, it looks like it's a profitable kind of crime to get into. Then other Nigerians got into it, predominantly Southerners. In fact, the most notorious kidnapper in Yoruba land history was a guy named Evans the Kidnapper. He's an Igbo guy. So other Nigerians got into that base. That's how kidnapping started in Nigeria. Now it's become something where even Northerners do now. So criminals in Nigerians have seen kidnapping for ransom as a way of business, way of something. Somehow today, when someone is kidnapped, before we know who kidnapped who, we say it's Fulani. Are Fulanis involved? Are Yoruba? Every criminals among all ethnic groups are involved. Now, the second one, in fact, when I did my personal research investigation on this who's kidnapping, arrest, and everything like that, when I found out that when they arrested the gang of kidnappers, what I found out was there's never been a gang where all the kidnappers came from one single ethnic group. They're just group of criminals that team up together from various ethnic groups. One thing about criminals is when they want to form a clique, they don't go looking for just what ethnic group you belong to. All I want to know is, are you down to be a member of my criminal organization? Are you good at it? Join. If I want to anywhere in the world, criminals don't ethnicize their endeavor, whatever they do. They just look for members that are down to do it. So gang of criminals, they all come from various ethnic groups. Like typically, the research I did about the gang of kidnappers that happened to be Northerners, they were caught. When they found out that which ethnicity they belong, they came from various ethnic groups from the north. It's not just Fulani. In fact, there was a group that were kidnapped where none of single one of them was even a Fulani. It was just different tribes from different parts. And in the south too, even the Evans the Kidnapper, his criminal ring gang, they have some non-Igbo among them. He just recruit people that are willing to join him. So that's on the kidnapping part. Now, the Boko Haram, which is the terrorism, which is where they just enter communities, decimate, disappear, set up bomb. We all know Boko Haram, where it started. It started in the northeastern part of Nigeria. Who was the head of it? Who was the people that created Mohammed Yusuf, Abubakar Shekau? They are not Fulani. They are Kanuris. They are Kanuris. And this started, Boko Haram started what? During Jonathan's regime. Nobody was talking about Fulanis. When bomb goes off in Nigeria or killing goes on, People say, oh, Boko Haram. And we all know Boko Haram. Nobody was talking about Fulanis. We call it Boko Haram. We're going to ethnicize it. In fact, we're not even ethnizing any of these things before. And if we were to ethnicize the Boko Haram attack, we can say it's Canary attack. But nobody was doing that because there was no Canaries in the government, or the president was not Canary. Canaries were not powerful in politics. So we didn't target that.
Because they are not moving about. The Canaries are not moving
down.
about.
I'm going down the list of it.
Stays in their place to perpetrate whatever they are doing. So stop that.
No, Boko Haram was.
Adama,
can you control this, please?
I'm going
on the train of thought, man.
And it's unnecessary.
Can I finish? Calm down.
Can you not interject him, please?
Let me go through it. Boko Haram, in fact, they took their attack all the way from that far northeast to Abuja. It was even going on Abuja, where they detonate bombs in the middle of Abuja. They took their attack far in. It wasn't investment that the Nigerian government put into the military that was able to push Boko Haram kind of like that. In fact, Boko Haram wasn't taking over territory in my degree. Like, if it wasn't investment, the billions of dollars that the Nigerian government had to invest in the military that was able to push them. Now, Boko Haram, what they do now is pockets of attacks, which now we don't even call it Boko Haram anymore. Now we just call it Fulani. I don't know how it became that. Before, when we hear the attack, we just say Boko Haram, the terrorist attack. We call it now today we don't call it Boko Haram anymore. We call it Fulani. I'm like, holy God! How did Boko Haram now metamorphose into Fulani? I don't get it.
Mike,
hold on.
Sorry, can you let Jazola in? My friend is at the backstage, please.
Boko Haram is metamorphosed to Fulani. I don't understand how Boko Haram is called Fulani.
You will not understand.
That's not true. They still identify it as Boko Haram. Zulum identified it as Boko Haram recently. That's not true. Okay, Zulum identified it as Boko Haram.
Just allow me
to say governors in Nigeria. Two governors in Nigeria have identified Fulani militia as the perpetrators of acts. Intelligence agencies globally have identified Fulani militia. Unless you know better than
let him speak.
Which I doubt.
The fact of the matter is, whenever they identify,
you're not the moderator, man. Go sit down somewhere.
Here's the deal. Adama, can you moderate, please, so I can go through my?
What do you mean? Can you moderate?
The fact of the matter is this: whenever they put a face behind a militia, or whatever,
spilling fallacies.
Whenever, hold on, let me debunk what you said. First of all, whenever
Mike, there's
an organization. Wait.
Did they come to the south or to the west?
Let me say, whenever an organization or a group is created or identified, first thing first, they identify the name, leadership, right? To be able to conclude which ethnic group or region they come from. Now, the reason we're able to tie Boko Haram to Kanuri is because we know Abubakar Shekau and Mohammed Yusuf, they are Kanuris. They are the Boko Haram. Now, if somebody is coming here telling me about Fulani militia, if somebody is telling me that a militia is the Fulani militia,
Mike, answer my question now.
What's the name of the militia that happen to be Fulani?
They call Fulani militia. That's what they're called.
What is the name of?
Go and look it up. Look, if you don't know something, it's okay to say you don't know. They are called Fulani militia. That's what they are called.
Through propaganda.
Yes. And intelligence agencies have identified them as the second most dangerous terrorist group in Africa.
Okay.
Go and look it up.
There's no name behind it.
They are called Fulani militia. That is what they are called. Fulani militia. Boko Haram is the name of a terrorist group. ISWAP is the name of a terrorist group. These are names of terrorist groups. You can't say because the name happens to deal with their ethnicity, therefore it doesn't exist.
Adama, do you know the difference between all the other ones you mentioned and the ISWAP?
What is the difference?
What's the ethnic group of ISWAP?
ISWAP is the name of an organization. Fulani militia is the name of an organization.
ISWAP is an organization.
Yes.
Fulani is the name of organization or the name of a tribe.
Fulani militia. Fulani militia is the name of an organization.
But anyway, let me
grab your computer and look it up.
What I'm going. Can I go through the list?
Grab your computer and look it up. If you don't know, you don't know.
Okay, I don't know. Thank you.
But grab your computer and look it up.
Let me continue.
Everybody needs to be quiet right now, please.
Let me continue.
Hold on, Mike, before you continue. I believe everyone
has had enough time. Please stop.
No. I mentioned four security issues we have.
No. Read this, please. It says 7 out of every 10 kidnappings arrest are Fulani. What are you talking about?
Arrest. Show me the arrest. Show me. You're reading from some propaganda, something someone typed. That's what we do, and that's how we got brainwashed. Because some people.
Mike, I think why we're all confused.
I've gone to.
Hold on, Mike.
I'm gonna look at the official record myself.
No, hold on. Why we are all surprised with the way you're speaking is, why don't you bring the same energy when you hear people talking about the Igbo people? Why don't you bring the same energy?
Who's speaking propaganda about the Igbo people? Everybody. You mean the Igbo people are the ones doing propaganda about everybody? Who created this Fulani phenomenon? Was it not Igbo people? Was it not Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB?
What you're claiming that everybody on the panel
is it not Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB that started this propaganda about Fulani people?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned.
You know what? They created thousands of social media accounts and started preaching propaganda about Fulanis.
Mike, can you listen to yourself?
I'm listening to you.
No, but listen, you're here saying that the Fulani, anything they are doing, we blame Fulani and everything. Look at the statements you just made now. You said Igbo people, the IPOB were the ones who started this Fulani thing. Can you make it make sense? Because it's not making sense.
They started the propaganda. Who started Fulani propaganda was Nnamdi Kanu on Radio Biafra, and he has his social media followers. They created thousands of accounts on social media. They started the propaganda about Fulani. And then
Sunday Igboho call them Fulanis. Sunday Igboho call them Fulanis. The people that attack Olufalaye's farm, didn't they identify them as Fulanis? The people attacking Edo State, didn't they identify them as Fulanis? Governor Tom identified them as Fulanis when they were putting Benue people in IDPs. The current governor of Plateau State, politics. He has over half a million people in IDPs in his state. And he said, as a governor, he said Fulani did it. And you are coming here to say that he's lying. This is someone that has intelligence, right? This is someone that has intelligence.
Hold on.
Everything is propaganda.
Okay, can I continue?
Yeah, go on, Michael.
The guy that attacked Sunday Jackson on his farm, who is facing the death penalty now, he's making it up as well, Abi.
Sorry, hold on. Can you hear me?
Could you please? Yes, I can hear you. One moment.
Hello. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Sorry, I didn't want to come in, but I just want to bring this. Sorry, Rational Man, I'll bring you back in a moment. So this is actually from the Sultan of Sokoto. So there's no need to be saying it's propaganda. It is widely reported. Even the full
What's the source? What's the source of this?
What do you mean? What's the source?
It's probably somebody type it on the.
What's the source?
What do you mean? It's probably. What do you mean? It's
because
probably.
That's what Nigerians do. They put
what's the source of it?
Newspaper. They put a bunch of rubbish. They just type it on the head. They will misquote what someone says. Just like they say, this guy, what's his that politician that say Fulanis are welcome to Nigeria. What that man is saying is any foreigner is welcome to visit the country. Just like Black Americans are welcome, Ghanaians are welcome, everyone is welcome to come to Nigeria.
Sorry,
and he said Fulanis are welcome to come to Nigeria. Some people misquote him and say,
can you just hold on 1 second? Can you even hear me?
Go ahead. I didn't hear you. I hear you now.
Yeah, just hold on. So if you don't know something, then you don't know it. So you can't insist that you know what you do not know. So just stay muted.
Okay, go ahead.
Including you. Please don't do that. It could annoy me. So if you don't know something, then just admit you don't know it. That guy, the Bauchi guy, Bala Mohammed, he said it on video. He said it in an interview. I can get the tape. So why are you saying to the contrary when you don't know?
I didn't say. I'm saying
you said it probably just.
I'm saying in context.
Forget context. It was an interview. Now, if you want me to go and bring it, I can go and bring it. You are not aware of it, so you can't speak on it. So don't be.
No, he said
I'm not aware of it.
He said it was misquoted.
Have you seen the interview?
After the context of which he was speaking, he's not saying Fulani criminals should come to Nigeria. I didn't say that.
No.
If you say Fulanis are welcome in Nigeria, what's wrong with that? It's like me saying Black Americans are welcome in Nigeria.
Then you have no concept of what you're saying. Nigeria is a sovereign country, and Nigeria. Do you know the numbers of the Fulanis? They cascade all the way through the Sahel, Chad, Niger, Senegal. And what this guy said, and he said it on Channels Television. Everybody saw the video. He said every Fulani man is a Nigerian. That's what he said. and he said the borders between Nigeria and other neighboring countries don't matter because Fulanis are nomadic by nature, and every Fulani man is a Nigerian. He said it. We all saw the video. If you've not seen it, then you don't know the context of it. And this is the Sultan of Sokoto. You see, this article you are seeing here is a reportage of an event that the guy was presenting, which was also captured audio-visually. So if you don't know, you don't know.
Assume,
let's not assume anything. Let's go with what we do know. And it is patently obvious that you do not know the backdrop.
Let me go by what you are saying.
And you are being categorical on things that you do not know.
Let me tell you what I know then. Let me tell you what I know. Let me tell you what I know. First of all, so if I want to know statistic of something, I don't go to a non-law enforcement individual or whatever someone's opinion. Let's assume he said it. I personally am going to dig the facts from actual law. If I want to know what if I want to know statistics, hold on, can you talk?
Hold on, don't take us on a long and winding journey.
If I want to know statistics of crime, I'll go to.
So where are you getting your?
I'll go to the law enforcement.
Hold on, forget. Okay, where are they getting the data from? Is it not from? Is it not? Where are they getting the information? It's not
where am I getting my data from?
No, where are the people telling you the Fulanis themselves?
I don't know where who's getting who's from. I don't know where Remy.
You don't know where the slaughter.
I don't take someone's opinion. I do my own fact digging.
Yes, that's not how thinking works. Can you hold on? I
know you're upset with me, or
I'm not upset with you. I'm
debunking the propaganda here.
No, you are not debunking anything. You're acting a bit silly, actually, because you are talking from a position of unknowing, and you are trying to strong arm your way into something that you do not know. So it's not a.
Don't tell me what I don't know.
Well, patently we can see.
Maybe you don't know. Don't tell me what I don't know. You don't know what.
No, it's patent. It's patently obvious what you do not know.
No, it's obviously you don't know.
The conversation highlights your ignorance to the topic.
No, you don't know.
It's heavily highlighted. Your ignorance to the topic.
You can't pinpoint what you can't pinpoint what based from ignorance.
Your ignorance to the topic.
You telling me I'm ignorant because I don't know what one individual said?
No, you are.
That's not ignorant
to the topic. Not just what.
I'm ignorant to the topic.
The totality of
which part of my statement is ignorant? Which part of my statement?
The totality of everything you have said. It oozes ignorance.
Okay, can you allow me to finish what I'm saying? You allow.
I didn't hear anything ignorant in there. Nothing.
Man, you allow other people to have their flow and speak, but what you're trying to do right now is so I don't get to where I'm going.
You have your flow, but
allow me to finish.
You are displaying an arrogance of ignorance and the combination.
Okay, thank you. I will accept that, but can I at least finish my flow? I gave a list of what do you call it? Security issues we have in Nigeria. I've only covered 2.5. They just trying to cut me off, so I don't get to.
That started this propaganda now.
Yes, he started it. If you don't accept it, that's your problem. I know that. I know you started it.
Mike, you need to go make your
please let me. Can I just get through what I'm going through? Can I? Thank you. I'm ignorant. Allow me. Thank you. Now, I just covered kidnapping. We all know where kidnapping started. It started in Niger Delta, and the other Southern criminals took it. Now the Northern criminals are also joined. So now everybody we know, kidnappers are all across. Now with the Boko Haram, the terrorism, it started in the Kanuri region. Till today, packets of attacks. Now we call it Fulanis. So the third one is the herders farmers clashes, where the guys that are herding cow, many of them, due to their inexperience, they take that cow into someone's farm, and then the cows destroy the farmers' crops, and then the farmers get angry and they clash, and sometimes it becomes deadly. Now, there are about millions of herders in Nigeria, herdsmen in Nigeria, or maybe tens of thousands. I don't know their number. I just know I need tens of, because all the meat, virtually all the cows we consume in Nigeria, in the restaurants, businesses, everybody, majority of it are supplied by this herders business. So that means we consume millions of tons of meat on a daily basis. So that means that we must have at least tens of thousands of herdsmen in Nigeria. Now, if we count the amount of elder and farmers clashes, it's probably not up to 100, or maybe I don't know. But if if we put the number of herdsmen that exist in Nigeria and the number of clashes that happen between farmers and herders, it means that it's probably just tiny percentage of herders that are clashing with farmers. I go to Nigeria all the time, spend most of my time in the rural part. I see herders every day. None of them are criminals. None of them are attacking me. None of them are attacking any village. But somehow, the herdsmen, all of them are all killers, criminals, killing farmers every day. It's propaganda. Now, the third security issue we have in Nigeria is communal clashes. Communal clashes. We have, in fact, most of the killing that happened where people attack villages and we don't know who did it. It's a rival communal issue that's been existing between communities.
So the one
going
in
on for so
Benue
long.
State
And we know
Plateau
when
State is
hold on.
clashes.
The
The
communal
one in
clash.
Benue State that sent people to IDP, that they've
I'm
taken
down.
over their land.
No,
is
let me
communal
talk about
clashes.
the communal clashes. Let's stop cutting me off, man. If you go back to when communal
You're
clashes
talking so much
were
with
really
ignorance, Mike.
when communal clashes, everybody go back during Obasanjo's regime, there was a time where Obasanjo had to invite foreign people to come and pray for Nigeria because there was so much communal killing going on in Nigeria during Obasanjo's regime. Nobody was talking about Fulani back then. In fact, during that time, even Daddy Shoki made a song. Nigerian people, this killing on too much. Say we should stop. This killing is too much. He started naming places.
We are talking of what happened in Benue State. We are talking of what happened in Benue State. How people are sent to IDP camp. How
Madam
people,
Rosie, I'll give you one example of
communities have
communal
been
clashes.
taken over.
Can you stop
That's what we're
cutting me off,
talking
please?
about.
I will give you another example of communal clashes I just happened recently in Osun State, like 2 weeks ago. They are both Yoruba group, but different clan of Yoruba, different village. They just massacre each other in the marketplace. Now, the first killing that took place, the other killing happened in the market was almost like a reprisal. But the first killing was more like in one thing we have to know about rural people is when they want to kill each other, they usually go to the farm to find whoever they want to kill and keep that person there in the bush. In the cities where we ambush somebody in the alley or something like that, or in the hallway or things. But in the rural places, when people calm down, dude, stop cutting me off, man.
In Osun State,
In villages,
stop confusing people. The communal class in Osun, nobody target Fulani. Nobody target Fulani.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
Don't moderate everything together. We can
Did I say that? Did I say anybody?
Stop that.
The one that happened, the reason why people, the one that happened 2 weeks ago, the reason people didn't target Fulani is because it happened in the middle of the market. So everybody saw that, hey.
How can you are the one giving reason for it?
Hold on. If that killing would have happened in the bush,
it actually, that is why
guy, calm down now.
It started in the farm. The problem started in the farm. They start killing themselves.
And that's what I'm saying.
So if you don't know, and they didn't target Fulani, but they know themselves. Forget people don't. Nobody will commit a crime and then you go and name it another something.
Every time somebody, calm down now. Every time somebody gets killed in the farm and they don't know who did it, you people come here and call it Fulani automatically.
It's not true. The one that is
on this show,
in the East,
are you kidding me?
Are they calling it Fulani?
I can guarantee you.
The ECN guys and the one happening in the East, are they calling it Fulani?
90% of killings that's happened in Nigeria were never.
No,
in fact, don't confuse
can you allow me?
Most of the killings that's happened in Nigeria.
Can we limit this whole thing and just move on?
Most of the killings that's happened in Nigeria were not investigated and no one knows who did it. But online, everybody call it Fulani automatically. Majority of the killings that they don't know who did it, they haven't found the killers. We automatically come on internet and call it Fulanis. We accuse the Fulani tribe. Every killing that happens, there are no.
Mike, it's funny how people are so discomfort with the honesty, isn't it? They don't like being honest.
If I sneak into Nigeria today, if I sneak into Nigeria today, let me say
yes, Mike, I'm listening.
If I sneak into Nigeria today and go somewhere and kill somebody, hold on. Let me say this now. Why are you doing this?
No, you have 2 minutes. Please round up.
If I sneak into Nigeria today and go to somewhere and kill somebody and sneak back out, I guarantee you on this show by tomorrow they're going to say Fulani people have.
That's not true, Mike.
That's true. That's true. Majority of the killings that's happened, they don't know who did it. Some of the police don't even investigate because it costs a lot of money to investigate. The Nigerian police have so much few resources that they usually don't want to spend too much money doing investigation of most of these things. And at the end of the day, we don't know who did it. So why are we saying it's Fulani if we don't know who did it? And another
Mike,
one,
let me ask you a question.
if you don't know who did something, why would you tag it? Why would you tag the Fulani tribe
please,
if you don't know?
Why don't you stop asking questions and let this guy just round up so we can move on?
No, let me ask him a question. Mike,
I am going to leave. I am going to leave.
Janzola.
No, hang on. Mike, hang on, sister. Sorry, I apologize. Mike and Janzola, thank you very much, bro. I will link you up soon. Yeah, my love to the family, yeah? And Mike, thank you very much. Love to everyone. Take care, guys. Bye.
Mike, please, those ones that is happening in communities, that they are taking over these communities, renaming them.
And you believe that? Sister Rosie, you believe that?
So it's just propaganda.
So you believe something like that?
I'm asking a question.
You guys are not listening. Please.
If Adama allowed me, I will answer it.
Please, you're going to answer the question, please. Miss Rose, Princess, could you please ask your question? And Madam AI, could you please ask your question? Mike, then you can answer it, then we'll move on. Go ahead, Princess. What's your question?
Thank you, ma'am. My question to Mike is this. Those ones that they say happen in those communities, that they're taking over their communities, they've displaced them, they are in IDP camp, they can't go back to their communities. Is that propaganda? Or is that Nnamdi Kanu that is calling that is Fulani or what? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give you a straight answer.
Let me say something before you continue. When it comes to my turn, I will speak.
But let me answer a question because that might take us to a different. I will end up answering a question. But let me just answer a question.
I'm not asking you a question. Mike,
no, I don't want you to. I don't want to end up answering a question because we know when you say something, it's going to take us to a different angle.
I'm not asking you a question.
No, okay. Madam AI, since you're not asking a question, let him land. Let him finish, then I'll come to you. Is that fair enough? Please hold on. Okay. Mike, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. As we all know, Nigeria is a state where we all have. It's a country where we all have 36 states, and we all have governors. We have law, constitution. We have each state have their constitution and everything. And we all know for a fact that the only people allowed to name community streets or communities or whatever name they want to name anywhere are the state governments. Now, someone to come here and tell me that somehow a group of people can come to Nigeria and occupy a land and be staying there, kick someone else off the land, and be living there and name it, give it their own name, and everybody's just looking. In Nigerian state, where the Nigerian army exists, and Nigerian army, the state governor, will not come and tell us that, look, okay, this sovereign space in Nigeria has been captured. It's no longer the only time I can say that happened was during Boko Haram in the northeast when they say Baga has been occupied by Boko Haram, and we all know what happened. That place became a war theater because Nigerian army immediately sent the 10 battalion there to go bombard that place. We all know that happened. Now you telling me that in your state, somebody told me before that your Fulani has come there and kicked Yoruba people off there. Yorubas are refugees in Benin Republic. Fulani are not living there.
No, I'm talking about in the middle belt.
Exactly. You're telling me in the middle belt, somehow Fulani people came with their cows and their family and their children and their husbands and wife and kick one ethnic group out of the land, and they are not living there. And they are living there, farming, living their life normally. And the state governor is keeping quiet. He's not telling us that, this particular space within my state where I govern, the people living there, I'm not governing them. You believe that? So if you think you don't need to ask whether it's propaganda or not, just reason a little bit, you know it's a propaganda.
Thank you. Let's go to Izola. Jack, will you please unmute, please?
Hello, good evening, everyone. Well, now I don't really have anything to really say. I think I was listening to Michael Alawale, and then you had Al here. So I initially came on because I heard, I think Izon, he's not even here anymore. He said something that kind of sparked my interest, and he was talking about like the North and how they don't really have any cultural affinity towards like the Sahelians. And I was gonna disagree with that, but I guess he's not here to defend his position. But I
have a question for you, Nzola.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You want me to ask the question?
Ask the question, yeah.
All right. So the question is this: How much of the Nigerian history do you know?
I just a decent amount. Like I talk to like Nigerians on a daily basis, and people from just throughout West Central Africa. So people from Guinea and different Fulani groups from outside of Nigeria as well. So just a basic understanding, I would say.
So yeah, so if you have a basic, so sometimes there's certain things that are complex that you might not
Yeah, so there's
understand.
some nuances, there's some historical
Okay,
facts
so
that I might not be aware of. Yeah, that's why I'm
okay,
here to learn and listen. Yeah.
okay, I just wanted to go. I mean, just go on and flesh out whatever you have to say. But my point is just that when you were just concurring with, you were just agreeing with our friend, African, and you were saying certain things. I was
Al,
just
you're
like,
talking about Al, right? Yeah.
yeah. So I was just wondering in my head. I was like, I mean, do you even understand what you're talking about? You know how complex
Okay,
this
so
is?
the reason why it's not that I'm have any inclination towards one group or the other, like Fulani or Yoruba. Like I don't have any affinity towards either group. It's just I'm pro Pan Africanness, in that way, right? So it's not like I'm choosing sides or picking sides or anything like that. So I'm just coming as an objective from an objective standpoint from the information that was given to me from other people. But so it tends to, so the brother Al is from Senegambia region. He's not from Nigeria, but he's Fulani. And I've noticed that, and I've talked to brothers that Fulani brothers that's from Guinea, from other places as well. They tend to get painted with the same brush as the Fulani in Nigeria, and I think it's unfair. That was my position, that you can't generalize a whole ethnic group based on your limited interaction with the ones that's within your country. When you look at this Fulani group, they're spread out throughout West and Central Africa. It's not just in Nigeria, but they have history all over, in the neighboring countries as well. So, but most of the time, I've noticed that some Nigerians will place the blame. What's happening on with the Fulanis in Nigeria? They will place the blame on all Fulanis throughout West Central Africa, and I think that's not fair. So I was coming to defend that sort of position because I've heard it multiple times. Yeah. So just to make that clear right there.
Yeah. So if I may ask you, Adama, can I ask? Can I engage?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So now you see the point I'm trying to make here is this, because when you said he was talking about we're stereotyping a particular clan or tribe. That's not what we're doing here. We're not trying to stereotype a particular clan. Well, I just don't want to go. I
will hope not. Yeah.
So that's not what we're doing here. But my point
That's
is
precisely what we are doing. We are stereotyping.
Can I make my point? Can I make my point? So that's not what we're doing here. We're calling out because if you, I think Aizon was making reference to a U.S. report where you're talking about the 5 deadliest terrorists on Earth. I mean, on our planet. I think the Fulani comes number 3. They said Fulani militias.
So the 5 deadliest militias on Earth?
I think deadliest terrorist group or militia or whatever, but the Fulanis were mentioned, that name, Fulani militia. So you would say, you would
sure about that? To me, the Fulani situation seems a little bit more localized in West Africa than, it's not like an international terrorism organization or network.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I didn't make up that name. I mean, I didn't make it up.
And who's designating this? Like
they were
the 5 groups?
Yeah.
By who? By whom? By the UN? By the United States?
By the US, the United States. I mean, where is our friend here? What's his name? If he's here, maybe he brings it up. I've seen it before. I'm not saying that because he said it. I've seen it before.
That's not true.
So, yeah, it is. If you can you Google where you sitting
That's
down
not
there?
true. It's probably one Western journalist. We all know Western journalists. When they want to write about Africa, they don't share any respect. They just say whatever the Africans are saying. They just write it because they don't know when we owe them account.
So whatever the American government deems as terrorists, that automatically Nigerians or Africans should just accept that. I don't think.
Say that again.
I'm just saying, like, whenever like a Western journalist or just the United States or any
exactly, it's probably one racist white guy.
If they designate any group as a terrorist, we as African people should accept that.
It's like we're being picked. I mean, we're picking and choosing what we.
Whenever a white man speaks, Africa believe God has spoken.
So
yeah, I don't believe that, man. I'm African American, bro. I don't believe that, bro.
No, well, it's up to you. But I'm saying that it's more nuanced than what you're saying, because in the Nigerian context, we're talking about a particular ethnic tribe that goes around because they say, oh, it's our culture. We have to move cows from one place to another place. In Ghana, they tried that. The Ghanaian put some kind of law in place that you cannot do that. You cannot move
I've seen that
from one
recently.
place.
Yes, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. So now those are common sense law that that's going to result to clashing. Somebody here was talking about farmer elders clashing. That's how it began, and now it began into. I mean, have you seen on TikTok some of those kidnappers flaunting money? They were straight in the air. We just got this bag from a payment we just got from somebody we kidnapped, and then this is the bag, this is the money.
Wait, so you're saying that the Fulani terrorists are on TikTok flashing their gains from?
Yeah, they're Fulanis. So we're not just making.
How did you know they are Fulanis? You saw them online.
Okay, please, can I say something? Jaizola, could you please land your point? Madam AI has not spoken. I want to go to her next, please.
So I threw that question to you. Go on. I mean, if you can answer it,
it's cool. We can engage in a back and forth, and then I guess for a good 2 or 3 minutes, and then we can let somebody else talk. But if you want to ask me more questions, go ahead.
So my point is that if you take all of this together, it tells you something. We're not trying to. Listen, I'm not here to vilify a particular ethnic group, but what I'm trying to say is that there's been this reoccurrence of these people wanting to. Like I said, if you don't understand the whole history about how the Fulani came into Nigeria, how they usurped the authority in the northern part of Nigeria, they made themselves the authority in that northern Nigeria through the killings of the Hausa state's kings and the kings that the Hausa state had at some point. If you don't know the story and what has been said, how they've made incursion down south until their Uthman Dan Fodio was killed in that war. If you don't understand all these things, all this story, it's very hard for you to understand.
Well, that's what it is. We have historical beef. That's what it is.
Some of the basic stories about, Umar Tal, these different Fulani, military generals and caliphate and all that stuff. Sokoto Caliphate. I know basic stories about it, but again, these are historical, things that happen, and I think it's just not fair to just judge or just indict people today, just anyone, just to say, oh, this person is Fulani, so he must be this way, or just have this sort of just a misconception about a specific person just by his ethnicity. Like I don't agree with that. I think people should judge people based on their characters on an individual basis, not generalize a whole group. But I understand what you're saying. Obviously, you from Nigeria, you probably have a different historical experience with the Fulani people from me, so I get that part. But yeah, I'm just speaking about the interactions that I had, the conversations that I had with people that were from Nigeria, from outside of Nigeria, people who are Fulani, who are Hausa, who are Yoruba, who are Igbo, and it seems to be the same sort of conversations. But I think people should just, when we have these conversations, we have to remove the emotional part from it and just deal with it in a sensible way. And I mean, it's pretty hard because there's a lot of propaganda out there. You have a lot of social media platforms, and these TikTokers and bloggers who have ulterior motives, and they want to denigrate a specific people for their own interests and their own gains, and it's just unfair for a lot of people, So just judge things, be
The whole thing is so embarrassing. So embarrassing. I have a lot of foreigners, a lot of Americans. They come to me to talk about these things, and I just feel so embarrassed. Like, God.
I hope when you're having that conversation with them, you're telling them that you're doing this thing you're condemning today. You have been doing it for the longest. I have been in this platform.
Yeah, I do it against those that are the
no, Mike. It shouldn't happen. That's
the architects.
It shouldn't, because I've seen you bash Igbo people.
But they are the architect of all this propaganda now.
Exactly what I'm trying to remind you you're doing. You're doing it now.
So here's the deal. Here's the difference between me and you, Adama. You see Yorubas that are coming here doing this propaganda against Fulani. I stand against them. Right? You see Yorubas that will correct other Yorubas that are doing something bad. But with the Igbo culture, you guys will defend the propagandists. All Igbos are celebrating Namdekanu. He's the architect of all this propaganda, this devilish, evil thing as we are all dealing with now. Him and his hype organization. But you guys worship him even your leader will say, release him in the countries, and you expect me to respect that kind of people? Are you kidding me? So that's the difference between me and you.
Michael, Mike, it's
If I
wrong
had
to
Igbo people
generalize.
that
It's wrong
correct
to
their
say
own
all
people,
Igbo people. It's not all Igbo people
who
that
gives a
worship
shit, man? If
Nnamdi
your
Kanu.
leadership,
You
if
are
your
using
leadership.
one brush to paint.
That same
Now
thing
you
you're
are saying,
doing,
why are we saying
defending
this about
Fulani,
Fulani?
is
But
what
that's the
you're
same
Oh,
thing
okay,
you are
no, it's
saying
not. Now
about the
it's not
Igbo
all Igbo
people.
because you like Igbo people.
That's
But
the
you
same thing you
Fulani,
are saying.
it's all
Madam
Fulani.
Zita is here. She's Igbo. She does not worship Nnamdi Kanu. So don't use one brush to paint everybody.
Neither do I. But you use
What
the
are you
same
talking
thing
like
to
this?
paint everybody.
Now
Then
you
when
say
you
don't
talk
call
about
us
Fulani,
Fulani
you want
evil.
to stand up for them.
Mike,
Why
you say
you?
don't call us Fulani
I am
bad, but you are
practicing that
calling
thing,
us
but
Igbo
telling me
bad.
not to
What's
do
wrong
it.
with you?
Mike, I agree with Mike. I agree with him because even though my own personal
For
experiences with
goodness sake,
Igbos,
Mike,
I've
you
met
say all
Igbos who
Igbos
support
are worshiping
IPOB
Nnamdi
and
Kanu, but
Kanu,
now
and I
don't
met
send it
other
to a
ones
Bible
that
study.
My own is more like
You're
a fight
talking
back.
from the both side of your
Hold
mouth.
on. My own is not both sides. My own is a fight back because Igbo
It's
people are
not
doing it to
fight
my
back.
ethnic group.
When you want to paint, you
Who
paint all Igbo people
delegated you
with
to
one
fight
brush.
back?
Because
Who
But now when you want to
delegated you
talk
to
about
fight back?
Fulani,
hold
no,
The
on,
don't
hold
talk
Yoruba
on.
about
people say you
Fulani.
should
It's
go and
propaganda.
represent them and start
Come on,
fighting
when
back
Igbo
for
people are
them.
launching propaganda war against my ethnic group and other ethnic group,
What ethnic
and
group?
I'll
Now
shoot
you are
back.
painting the Igbos with one brush, but you
That's
say Fulani, don't
understandable
call Fulani evil. Don't call them bad. They are not the one doing it.
because Fulanis are not online doing the same thing to
So
other
many
ethnic groups,
people on this platform,
doing propaganda, all those things.
Adama don't worship Nnamdi Kanu. Madam Zita don't. A lot of enlightened Igbos don't. So don't use one brush to paint all of them.
Who's painting all of them? I didn't say
That's
all of
what
them.
you're saying. You're about Igbos, they worship Nnamdi Kanu. You
I
just said it
mentioned
now.
IPOB, Nnamdi
You
Kanu, and
say
then I
something
said,
and you go back and deny it immediately. What's wrong, Mike? Within
hey,
seconds, you are denying yourself.
the thing is this. In Nigeria, that's what we do. We all see. In my
No
own
other
case, you
person
pick
to
and
talk.
choose. Is who you like,
No,
who you
okay.
don't like. But
Thank
my
you.
own,
Madam
my
AI,
own.
Mike,
Madam,
can I say something?
Now.
Mike,
Adama, please take this
Madam
thing over
Zita,
from
can
Mike,
you
hold up,
come
but
in?
Mike, is that a little bit hypocritical that
No,
you're saying
I
that all
can't call it hypocritical.
Igbos are...
It's not. There's a different. There's
Because
a difference
even my
between
own
you.
personal
Hold on.
experience with Igbos here in America, I've met some that support Nnamdi Kanu, and I met some that don't, that just empirically deny him and just reject him. So
What's it? Ja
yeah,
on the
yeah.
street or in a offline environment.
In the streets, I'm talking about personal
You're not
interactions.
gonna see me talk at Igbo person the way I'll do it online. Because online is where the war is. They declare online war against other ethnic groups. Like online internet propaganda war against Yorubas and particularly Northerners, and then they kind of single it to Fulanis. So me as a Yoruba person, it's kind of like war is war. I read book about warfare. You understand? If war is declared
Mike,
against you, you have
tonight
to
you are
fight
not
back.
Yoruba, you are Fulani.
No,
Fulani
no.
Boyogo.
Whatever you want to call me. Okay, in fact, let me accept Fulani. I'm an honorary Fulani. I
you're
accept
gonna
the
you're
Fulani.
gonna have to take a shahada now. I think. I don't
Okay,
know,
let's say
Mike.
I'm Fulani. Then you will be more justifiable for me to do what I'm doing there. If I'm
Okay,
Fulani.
thank you, Madam
Exactly.
AI.
But I'm a Yoruba, by the way. So,
Madam AI, could you please
it's a fact.
unmute?
You guys can't be doing propaganda war me crying out somebody shooting back. Are you kidding me?
Respect the
How na
moderator,
dey?
Mike. Respect the moderator is talking.
I beg you.
Actually, I don't know what the topic is, but when I came in, it was Mike that was speaking. What Mike is saying, is it what the topic is all about?
It's
Yes,
one of the
yes,
topics.
ma'am. Yes, it's one of the topic. Yes.
So, what's the topic?
Okay, and you know Theophilus Danjuma.
Yes.
Okay, it was once saying that the Nigerians should defend themselves against the Fulanis. So that was one of the topic.
But I didn't say that here, and they said I should. I'm wicked. Anyway, I listened to Mike. Let me take it from there. Fulanis, because I noticed that he was saying that Fulanis are not the problem or whatever he was saying.
Madam Zita, he's saying that Fulani, that is Nnamdi Kanu that started this Fulani business, that there is not Fulani.
No, see.
Yes, it's true. The record is there.
Can I speak now? Nigeria, over the years, has been having intertribal and communal clashes. That's true. Even the intertribal caused a civil war. That's true. But outside Boko Haram and the ISWAP, which does not operate the whole of Nigeria, because the people that are the foundation of that Boko Haram and ISWAP are not, their antecedents are not to move about. They are the Kanuris. Kanuris don't actually move about. Now, the Fulanis in Nigeria, over the decades, we call them herdsmen. They are not actually herders, although most of them carry cattle. They are actually bandits. When I say this, I don't want to say that the whole of Fulani tribes are bandits. That is a stupid thing for anybody to say. But you can only do, I, for one, can do stereotype when the rest is not condemning what is bringing bad name to them. In Igbo land, most of us don't support Nnamdi Kanu. But our representatives,
Really?
can I speak, please? Our representatives in Igbo land tend to seem to support Nnamdi Kanu. And when you see governors, rich men, and people who have microphone and seat in Igbo land come to speak on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu, one can stereotype us. Same with the Fulanis. This Fulani that somebody is trying to defend is because the person does not know the antecedent of the Fulanis. When you go to the north, the Hausans are more in number, but the Hausans live a sedentary life. Why do they call Fulani Fulani? Because they have interwoven in marriage and in politics. The same as if Fulanis are more. No, they are not. But the antecedent of the Fulanis are more of people who go round the world trying to spread Islam. So their antecedent is more of cameling. They camel a lot. A Fulani man has the stamina. He can walk from north to the south, to the end of south, without getting tired. Why? That is the way their nature is. They are groomed to move about, to spread Islam.
Wow.
But, hold on. I'm speaking, Mike, please. I'm speaking, please. So now, they have turned that thing to banditry. I will make bold to say that the deadliest attack in recent time in Nigeria are being done by the Fulanis. That should be the word. The Fulanis. Let the Fulani elders, let them come and defend them that they didn't. They are the ones today in Nigeria perpetuating
Zita,
banditry.
their
Why did I say
leaders have
that?
acknowledged it.
Please, let me
They've
finish.
acknowledged it. So it's not even their leaders have come out and acknowledged it. There are some of their good that are even coming out. We have the video online that they are saying, okay, these are demand. So what are we talking about?
Let me
The video online, the people on the video told you they are Fulanis.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Why are they the deadliest? And why have they committed the deadliest and the mass killings? Why? Because when you go to the eastern part of Nigeria, what you will hear is the secessionists, the IPOD, the EGM, or whatever they call themselves. They concentrate in the east.
When you go to the northeast, you hear about the ISWAP, the Boko Haram, which are being really manned by the Kanuris. They don't move towards south, neither do they even move towards the middle belt. But these Fulanis in the northwest, they are spreading across the whole Nigeria. That's why they came on. They are in Zamfara, they are in Sokoto, they are in Kaduna, they are in Katsina, they are in Kano, they are in the whole of Kebbi, they are in the whole of North Central.
How did you know all this?
Hold on, please, let me speak. Because what you said this night got me talking. These are most
a
of
lot
the
of
things.
fallacies,
Hold
man.
on, please.
You haven't been to any of these states you just mentioned.
Please,
You're telling us that
please.
Fulanis are there.
I have a land in Kano. Please, let me speak. I beg you. And I have lived in Jadi by life here, and I have lived in no man's land. I can speak about the North more than you do.
Really?
Yes. I know them more than you do. So don't come to this platform to speak trash. The Hausans are one of the most aesthetic Northerners you can think of. They are aesthetic in nature. I don't even know why they allow themselves to be mingled with the Fulanis. Because both of them live totally two different lifestyles. A Hausa man can never be your gate man. A Hausa man can never be a boy. Neither will he go around town carrying cattle. They don't walk about. They don't mess about. They are the most aesthetic, I repeat, tribe in the North. Let any of them come here and said otherwise.
So all the gate men are Fulanis. Is that what you're telling us?
Listen to me. Mike, let her talk. Let's listen to what she's saying now. When you were talking, she wasn't interrupting you. Gate men are not Fulanis. A Fulani can never be your gate man. They don't put solo. Most of those gate men actually are from Niger, from Mali, and of course, North. They are not actually Fulanis or Hausans. If you see a gate man who is a Fulani or a Hausan, he's a spy. Because they spy a lot. I don't know about Hausa to be your gate man. I don't think say Hausa man will be a gate man anyway. But if you see a Fulani who is your gate man, he's a spy. Because that's their job. That's what Islam taught them. He has come to gather information. They are actually a tribe in Islam that have the mandate to move around. Go and do your research. They spread. Their job is to spread. Now, that being said, they are the ones in the middle belt and in everywhere. I'm talking about the Fulanis now. I'm not talking about other insecurities. Of course, there are other insecurities. And why is there insecurity in Nigeria? Lack of government control, lack of competition for the resource, and lack of injustice. I will not say poverty. Because Nigeria is not only the country that the poor people are. So some people will say it's because of poverty. No, I'm not going to say that. But I will say it's because of lack of government control, lack of justice, and the competition on who controls the resources. When I mean the resources, I'm not talking about oil and gas. I'm talking about rare earth. I'm talking about emerald. I'm talking about sapphire. Because we have a lot of it in Nigeria, which these Fulanis has been mining over the years.
Wow.
Now, they have to get farmers out of the land so that they can mine. Yes, that is what is causing this farm problem. They are bandits. used by people who trade in rare earth. I know that most Nigerians don't know this, but that's the simple truth. And they're listening and they're hearing me. So for someone to come here and say that the chaos in Nigeria is being caused by one man who has control over one place, I will say, and his oppression is in one place, is actually ridiculous. Because you seem not to understand that some group of humans who are called the Fulanis have the mandate to spread. That is their job.
By Islam?
And can I speak, please? You yelled at everybody here and you screwed your trash. Can I screw my trash, please? I beg you. You can speak about Fulani the way you are speaking about Fulani because you don't know the antecedent of a Fulani. If you know the antecedent of a Fulani, you won't be speaking the way you are speaking. Their antecedent is to spread. Go and check. They don't stay one place. They call them
sound like you're
camels.
projecting your own ways on.
They are camels.
The
they
people
camel
that
around.
are listening to spread are Igbo people. They are the ones that like to spread all over everyone's community. So it's
And the Yorubans are very teacherous.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now look at them here. That's what they're doing here.
They are teacherous.
And that's why I have to correct them, you know.
And now it's no longer working for them because the Fulanis too are invading them. They're killing them too. In fact, it's so ridiculous that they even come to their churches and their homes in the Yoruba land now and buy them. And that's quite interesting. If you see, let me say this, if you see in Nigerian a chaos of buying that come across, you don't know the face. You don't know who they are. They are the Fulanis. Let the sky fall. I said it.
Everybody else are in church. They are not killing. It's only Fulani.
Please, Mike, can I speak?
Can you tell me about the Yoruba people that just killed each other 2 weeks ago?
Can I speak?
Okay, go ahead. I'm learning.
If you see
Islam has mandated Fulani
a cross-state, a cross-region attack in Nigeria, it is the Fulanis. They are bandit. They are committing banditry in Nigeria. But in Igbo land, in the northeast, when there is an attack in Igbo land, we know who they are.
What about Evans the kidnapper?
Can I speak, please?
I was doing banditry in Yoruba.
Please, can I speak?
Can you tell me about him too?
Excuse me, can I speak?
Evans Chukuka.
Please, can I speak? If you see people, houses burnt, people died in the southeast, we know who they are.
It's IPOB that killed them, IPOB.
We know the families of the people, we know them doing their recruiting in the southeast. If you go to the northeast and see havoc committed, they know who they are. They are Boko Haram. They are Isawab. But when all of a sudden you see stranger enter a land and commit a crime of that magnitude, it is the Fulani bandits. If you call me 20 years to come, I will still say this thing. Because I don't speak out of my emotion. They are the Fulani bandits. They are the ones that are moving from state to state, from town to town, from city to city, villages to villages. And listen, let me say this. It wasn't a year something. Neither was it 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. It's been in decades. They have done their surveillance as headers. Now they are back as bandits.
What's your source of information, by the way?
You know, don't come back here to call me a witch, please.
I didn't say
Don't
that.
even go there.
I want to go look it up now.
Please don't go there. Can I speak? You screwed your trash. Can I screw my own trash? I beg you.
Oh, so it's trash. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you screwed your own trash. If you think mine is trash, let me speak. I beg you.
So there's no source.
If you like, learn from me.
Mike, please allow
Mike, can you please stop interjecting, please?
If you like, learn from it. If you like, do your research. But what I heard you speak this morning was what I will call bundle of ignorance. Because you don't have a clue of what is happening in Nigeria. If you do, you will know that yes, we have security insecurity in Nigeria because of lack of government control, because people are fighting. When you talk about Zamfara, Benue, Sokoto, Kebbi, what's the other state after Zamfara? Nasarawa. Those places have emerald and sapphire in quantity. So when you hear about those ones, you should sit down and think and ask yourself, why farmland? More especially when the people are not cattle rearers.
I wonder how the Fulani know about those emeralds and all these things.
Because you people are fools.
But they are so educated. They
Yeah,
they
you people are
fools.
fools.
The rest of us didn't know about
You
it.
people are fools. You don't know what is in your land, but they do know what is in their land.
The way you guys elevate Fulanis, man.
Excuse me.
Hold
on, please. Before I lose my thought, I'm making a headway. Can I finish? I beg you. If I'm saying rubbish, go and do your research. And don't come here again with your bundle of ignorance.
I've done my research. That's why I come here to talk confidently.
What you said, if that is a research, you must have digged it up from Dunisville. That's why you did your research. The banditry that is happening in Nigeria from coast to coast, from east to west, from north to south, is Fulani herdsmen. That does not overrule the fact that some group of cities and towns. Hold on! What is wrong with you? Are you trying to shut me up or what?
No, I'm not shutting you up. I just want to.
Can you keep quiet and listen like others? Please.
Is it Fulani?
What is all this Fulani defense? You come here to speak trash about the Igbos and how Nnamdi Kanu is causing the whole Nigeria into chaos, and nobody stopped you. You screwed that ash. Nobody stopped you.
But there's evidence.
Hold on. You have your evidence. Keep it to yourself. Can I speak my evidence? What is all these interjections all about? Are you scared of what I want to say? You shouldn't be scared of what I want to say. Listen to me. Whatsoever I say, I own it. Those are my words, not yours. So don't shut me up. I beg you. Those are my words. Whatsoever I say here are my words. Call me 20 years down the line, I will still repeat myself. Based on the information on ground today, you see this interstate and inter-region chaos is caused by the Fulani bandits. And that was why, when something happened in Edo State, people came here to screw trash that they were innocent. I said they're not. And just like Danjuma said, Nigerians should defend themselves. That's where I stand too. And I said it before Danjuma. They should defend themselves. If you see a stranger who has the effrontery to feed a baby to their dogs, burn them to ashes. If you see a stranger in your land that has the guts to cut to pieces, hold on, please.
What is the extent of defend yourself?
Because you people don't know how passionate I'm with this insecurity. Please, if you see a stranger in your land that saw a farmer with a child
and decide to buy that child and feed that child to their dogs, set them ablaze. Call me 20 years down the line, I will stand on it. Fulanis have been going around Nigeria causing chaos. And I repeat, that does not overrule the fact that Nigeria has been having inter-tribal wars, having insecurity in terms of Boko Haram, Isawar, IPOD, secessionists, or whatever, even the one they call Yoruba Nation. There have been pockets of problems here and there over decades. But you see this interstate, inter-region, that people load themselves in trucks, hide in the bush with ammunitions, attacking people. Those are the Fulani bandits. If you see, I speak to Nigerians now, if you see anybody in your state that come to perpetuate evil, you look at the person, ask the person tell you, I come here, I am going to the north. Please, that person is not a Hausan. Neither is the person a Kanuri.
What about Nupe?
Or from Nupe or TV, they are not. They are actually the Fulanis. Because these are the people who are trained. We call them camels. They can walk several distances. I'm not saying run. They can trek several distances. They have stamina to do so. It's in their gene.
Have you
and let me hold on. What is all this? Adama, when give me minutes to close up. This guy should stop interjecting me. I beg you. Please. He defended the Fulanis. And I am here not to defend the Fulanis. Because even their elders have not defended them. Neither have they distanced themselves from what is happening. The elders are not deaf. They are not deaf. They've been hearing Nigerians shouting the Fulanis. They have not come out to say, please distance us from these people. They are not us. And until they say that, Mike, you are screwing trash. You cannot defend the indefensible. The people that is them, that they come from, are not defending them. Neither are they distancing themselves from them. I even make bold to come here sometimes and say, please, don't equate me with Nnamdi Kanu. I don't have anything to do with Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is on his own. I don't even know why the Igbos are saying. But I'm still waiting for the big wigs in the north to come out and say, why are Nigerians calling bandits Fulanis? Or why are Nigerians calling us bandits? We are the Fulanis. We have nothing to do with these people. I hope I'm making sense to somebody who is defending
Honestly,
Fulanis.
That one, you make sense. You make perfect sense on that one, to be honest. If there's one sense you make that right there, that's a perfect sense.
So Nigerians cannot be crying every day and calling one name. One name. The Igbos know they have iPod. The Igbos know they have intercommunal crisis. The Benues know, they know, of course, there was a time when Obasanjo tried to settle them. They know they have inter-tribal communal. The Yorubas know they have. The Kogis, they know they have. But when the whole Nigeria is shouting, Fulani, 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 and their elders who are at the helm of affairs, ranging from the military to the police to the security, to ex-politician, ex-president, to mention but a few, still stoop too low to align themselves with those bandits, then hell will pay. Because they're not speaking. If they are so proud to equate and come so low to agree that those rickety, ridiculous, blood-sucking demons are theirs, then hell will pay in Nigeria. I stand with, I said it before, Danjuma. Nigerians should rise up, because you cannot be having your intercommunal crisis. You cannot be having your secessionists, and then somebody from somewhere from hell will come and add salt to your injury. Every state, every ethnic group, every land in Nigeria have their own problem. For somebody to import problem and come and add to that one and become more reckless than the one you even have, is a total no-no. On any circumstance shall a Nigerian support this. But I don't care if a Nigerian support those called Fulanis. I don't know where the person is getting the defense. Because if you call me a thief, and I am not a thief, I still have my mouth, I still have my microphone, let alone when I have a seat. People like Buhari, am I to mention them? Millions of them, as Fulanis, have not stood up one day and say, hey, don't insult my person. I'm a Fulani. Even if those boys are Fulanis, I don't know what they're doing. Please distance me from them. If they have never said that before, I don't know
Maybe
why
because
somebody
so that's why
should come and start defending the Fulanis. The Fulanis are not the one perpetuating interregional mayhem in Nigeria, to the extent of seeing a woman in the farm buying the child and feeding it to their 4 dogs. God of mercy, help me. Let me say this. That name Fulani is beginning to irritate me.
Of course, now.
Is beginning to irritate somebody like Zita. And then until they stop this mayhem, they will continue to irritate me. Please, my voice is in record. I repeat.
You know, I can say
the Fulanis are beginning to irritate somebody like me. If you want to cause trouble, concentrate in your area and cause trouble. I don't mind. The Igbos are in the southeast. Hold on, please.
They are the ones selling poison to Yoruba people, killing our people on it.
Please, let me finish.
And they
let
are
me
the ones doing
finish
most
my
of
nonsense.
Balance. So they begin
because
to
you people don't know how that Fulani irritates me these days. The Igbos are in Igbo
people that are
land.
selling poison, bad drugs, and poison to Yoruba people every day. Are they not irritating people? That's worse than Fulani, man. People selling poison to our people every day.
Mike, are you saying the Igbos are more dangerous than the Fulani?
More dangerous than the Fulani, man. Because if I go to Nigeria, I hardly run into Fulani. But I gotta go take drugs and buy drinks every day. And look at it was that Atapia that was calling Igbos to poison all Yorubas.
Can I speak?
I mean, you people are more dangerous to my people than the Fulani.
Excuse me, can I speak?
You guys are more.
Can I speak? Sorry. It is only a fool who buys a bad market once and buy it again.
Okay.
If you identify a group of people or a group, hold on, let me finish, please. I don't talk like an idiot. If you identify a group of people or a set of people that is selling poison to you and you continue buying from them, then you are a fool.
Oh, you are blaming the consumers. You are blaming the babies that are
yes.
The babies that
because
blame the baby for
poisoning
baby food and die.
Listen to me. Let me finish.
We should not blame the people poisoning people.
The Fulanis do not give people a choice. They did not force it down your throat. The Fulanis are not giving you a choice to buy their banditry or not to buy their banditry. You have a choice to buy or not to buy. But the Fulanis don't give us such choice.
So, which tribe would you say is more as infiltrated the southwest?
It's the
Would you
Igbos,
say the Fulanis or the Igbos?
They infiltrated the
they
southwest on
infiltrate
what?
every market,
Excuse me. Is it in trade or in banditry?
everything.
Or in no, just the interaction with the Southwesterners.
I ask you a question. Infuriation, is it in trade or banditry? Because you cannot make a broad
Even
statement.
banditry, the record shows that
Banditry is the
we can identify the
Fulanis.
people that has no banditry in the southwest.
It is the Fulanis. Let me tell you why I keep
Advance the
saying the
kidnapper and all
Fulanis.
these Igbo kidnappers.
Can I speak? He asked me a question.
Hypo, even hypo. They are
Please,
constantly.
can I speak? You asked me a question. Why I keep saying the Fulanis is that over decades, there was something happening in Nigeria that Nigerians were ignorant of. Over decades, the Fulanis has been infiltrating Nigeria with herding. They come as herders. You will sit in your village, call interior village, anywhere in Nigeria, and see them pass with their cattle. You think they're normal herders. They were actually spying. That is why it is easier for them to attack. But let me ask you people a question. Now you've been asking me a question. It's time for me to ask you people a question before I close. 10, 15 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, these herders do pass with their cattle. They pass in farmland even, and none of their cattle eat crops. You will see them shouting, kai, 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 hitting their cattle to maintain a particular terrain, not to destroy things. Then I ask, what changed? Can anybody tell me what changed? The spying is done. Now it's time to attack. That's what changed. I rest my case.
All right. So
something today. Fulanis were mad.
Hold on, Mike. So let me ask a question. So just what Melazita just said, in terms of our interaction with these two tribes, the Igbos and the Fulanis, over time, which one has done more damage, if any, to the Southwesterners?
You know the answer.
I know the answer. I'm asking.
All the victim of crime in Yoruba land, since I've known Yoruba land, outside of Yoruba people, the perpetrators were Southeasterners, man. And nobody ever attacked them to be. I mean, they commit so many crimes, man. Like, literally, I mean, like, to the point where Yoruba people, anywhere that's Igbo populated, we like to stay away from there because you know the crime is going to be rampant there, man. Criminality. But nobody
So
ever.
all the Fulani spying recently and in the past few years, it don't amount to more destruction to the Southwest than
Do you know how many thousands of people have died of poison that came straight from the Southeast? How many people you can even, let's say, all the banditry, the killing, let's say I just assume that it's Fulani that did it. Put the number together, you can't match the number of people that have died of poison, and this is deliberately done. I mean, these are people that are literally average Southeastern person have hatred for Yoruba person. They will tell you straight up, like, you are responsible for them losing Biafran war, how they hate you. One Igbo guy was telling me that if they give a nuclear bomb, the first people will launch this in Yoruba land. I'm like, what kind of hatred do you have here? I've interacted with Nigerians, and
they will drop nuclear bomb on Yoruba land.
Yeah, like these people, I don't know. Like that's why I'm always confused. Like I've interacted with Northerners, Southerners. The people that get most of the hatred from are the Southeasterners, and the Yorubas will come here telling me the Northerners are yeah, maybe politically their politicians are terrible. Northern politicians are probably one of the worst. They have some of the worst leaders. But we are talking about character. Northerners are better human beings than the most Southerners, man. I mean, people come here with convincing me that. I mean, if I go to the south, if I'm going in the southwest, the last people I'm thinking about committing crime against me are northerners. There's no more law abiding. I mean, even in Lagos, that's why being so poor, they're hardly in the armed robbery. They're hardly. I mean, there are so many of them in Lagos now, even all over Southwest. There's nowhere you go in Southwest where you don't find northern community. But hardly you ever hear about them being the perpetrators of crimes.
Can you hold on? Ola, welcome to the show. If you have anything to say, you can unmute yourself. This is an open section. Whatever you want to talk about, please. Welcome.
Okay. They heard the attorney of the Fulanis as he just defend them because it seems to understand more than average Nigerians how these people. So did you guys ever heard about where
Attorney General of the Fulanis?
No, I don't follow crowd. So average Nigeria is a crowd follower.
Let me tell you one thing. How much?
So because I'm not one of them, so it means I'm wrong. Average Nigeria is a low IQ individual, man, and they are very ignorant and so brainwashed. So because I don't follow, I'm a philosopher. I don't follow the crowd. You know,
I will rank you. I will rank you better than other Nigerians. How did you arrive at that?
I'm better than you. I know that for a fact. You know?
That's arrogance.
No,
that's what you call arrogance. You see, when you self-evaluate yourself,
the way you reason, it's so obvious.
Mike, you say rank higher.
Who told you that you are that intelligent? That people allow you just because of your booming voice doesn't mean that you are that intelligent. You understand?
Average Nigerians is low. That's what I know for a fact.
You know, only a fool is wise in his own sight. Otherwise, you allow others to rank you. You don't rank yourself. You allow others to actually.
No, I'm not ranking myself. I'm ranking you.
So what you don't understand is this: they ask you a question now, say who has done damage. You understand? Who has done more damages between the Southerners and the Northerners? And you seriously just came around and you tell us that the Southerners? I don't know. How did you even arrive at that? Where did you get your statistics?
In the Southwest, that's what you ask. In the Southwest, yes.
So to me, if you don't like Igbo people,
is it a lie? Is it a lie? No.
Wait.
Debate that point.
See.
Who has done more damage in the Southwest?
You don't just lay something flat like that. The thing is this: how much of these Hausa Fulani people do you really know? Because you claim to travel far and wide. You understand? That's what you claim to people.
And
what is your point? I wish to use it. How far have you traveled across the breadth and length of that country?
And they've committed more. That means what? They've committed more crime in the Southwest.
So no, where you?
The question is who's committed more crime in the Southwest? That's the question I ask. I give him an answer.
Wait. I see.
Do you dispute? Are you disputing?
Yes. That's the answer. The answer is yes.
Who? So who committed more crime in the Southwest?
Yes.
Ola, what's your answer?
I told you.
Oh,
I'm not. Hey, guy. Like I said, I don't come in a situation whereby you try to dilute criminality in Nigeria. I've said this over and over. When you are focused on criminality, we know the crime that belongs to each ethnic group. You may like to deny. If you talk of Yahoo today, name
the crime that belongs.
You just let me talk. You will just let me talk. If you talk of Yahoo today, we know the ethnic group that are kings of Yahoo.
And they don't kill the mass. They don't kill the mass. Kidnappers don't kill the mass.
So, and if
what about poisoning? What about poisoning? Ola, who's known for that?
Wait, let me don't push water to my mouth. If you talk of the ethnic group that used to carry substance across the country that they used to catch in Malaysia, all those areas, we know them. And we talk about the group that are major terror group in Nigeria that are bandits. We know them. Even their own people are not hiding. See, their own people are not hiding.
Sorry, so see, we're not talking just a terror group. Earlier, Mike mentioned Evans, the kidnapper, okay, and all the selling of fake drugs, fake NSC, and whatnot over the years. So are you concluding that the Fulanis, rather the Fulanis are more dangerous to the existence of the Southwesterners, Yorubas, than the Igbos.
I don't even know the
I
people
said
that are
yes.
more dangerous.
And
The
I
people
said
that are
Madam,
even more dangerous.
say yes.
See,
I
Prince
said
Daddy,
yes. And
Prince
if you
Daddy.
ask me, I
Even
will
the
explain to
people,
you. I
the
said
people that are even
yes.
dangerous to the extent of Southwesterners are the likes of Mike. You understand? The like of Mike's that you will see the truth and you start
Mike,
dancing at it.
Mike is not Fulani. What do you mean? Is Mike Fulani?
And even all those foreigners you are talking about.
Allah,
Because
is
you will
Mike
see
Fulani?
no, it may not even be Fulani. You understand? So the idea is this: as you see, I don't just want to just start looking at those people that are dangerous to Southwest or those stuff. I don't want to
the most dangerous people to the Yoruba land, don't like you, Yoruba.
I hear you, Madam Zita.
Let me reiterate. Ola, let me reiterate. He said.
No, the most dangerous.
Ola, let me reiterate what I said.
Yorubas.
Ola, don't you think it's actually ridiculous for a whole country, wherever mayhem happen, they will call one name Fulanese?
No, because they've been brainwashed by propaganda.
I'm talking to Ola. And then the people who are that tribe, they have a lot of wealthy, rich, and mighty people among them.
Like who?
They have never one day come out to say, stop calling us these ridiculous people. Don't you think it's stupidity, ignorance, and arrogancy for somebody to come and be defending somebody who is really standing on what he's doing? I don't get it.
Because they know the Northerners know you guys are doing propaganda.
I'm surprised too. I'm shocked.
The Northerners,
I don't understand where this defense is coming from.
You see,
because they are not here. First of all,
everybody is complaining about it. They have
Who's
the
everybody?
big wigs, the wealthy, the high and mighty, and they never want to come out to say, what is this ridiculous nonsense you people are talking about my tribe? They have never said it. They own it.
Even they are accepting.
And
they are
and then somebody comes
they are advising their youth to do something. It's on video, and someone else is
what's my business with Nigerian
politicians in my whole life.
Now, Madam Zita, let me tell you something. I said it.
What's my business with Nigerian politicians?
I said
we all know what they're all about. They're all about votes and looting. So because these Nigerian politicians that was not criminals are not talking, so that means
what are you talking about? Even before mass kidnapping started, I said something here that if
who started mass kidnapping in Nigeria? Answer that question.
Forget about
where the kidnapping start in Nigeria. Answer that question.
Let's focus on the main.
No, not focus. It's a simple question. You answer it. Where the kidnapping start in Nigeria?
I'm not engaging you. So let me speak.
You can't engage me now because you know I will decimate you in any debate. Not even a matter of. That's why you not engage me. You just want to talk about propaganda.
I said this. It's only a fool.
You can't engage me when it comes to fight. Let's do fight.
I'm not talking to you. Let me just talk to you.
You not talk to me now because you definitely know for a fact. You can't debate me on any.
You are the wisest man in the world. I know. You are the most intelligent man.
No, I'm not. I just know I'm wise.
And that's why you are not Bill Gates. You are not Warren Buffett. So you are the most intelligent. That's why you are not Dangote. I beg. Parkway.
Answer the question. What the kidnapping start in Nigeria?
The whole Southern of Sokoto, who is a Fulani man, has not even come out to distance himself from these people.
Exactly.
And somebody
doesn't regard you as irrelevant people. Because you know the people talking. Everybody know we all know who you guys are. All you propaganda.
So let me tell you one thing.
Those people don't have time for you guys. They know Satanás are a bunch of cowards that just like running their mouth doing propaganda. They don't waste their energy engaging you. That's why
if you have any relationship with Fulani, the best thing is for you to recuse yourself when we are discussing things like this sometimes. Because if you are talking about my clan,
mute yourself, Mike. Because you are so ignorant.
You guys want to do a quick thing.
I do, and you won't let someone talk. You understand? Will you know more than the elders of Fulani that came out and started advising the people? Will you know more than Danjuma? Will you know more than Obasanjo? All of a sudden, you are ranking yourself.
You are mentioning a bunch of criminal politicians, and you are telling me if I know more than them. I know they are a bunch of criminal.
So Sardauna of Sokoto is a bunch of
will you know more than the chief of army staff? And you are here, and you are.
So Sardauna of Sokoto is a bunch of criminal politicians.
No, you mentioned Obasanjo now. That's why I say.
I don't even know anyway.
Let me leave
you with your ignorance.
I said it in here. I said it in here once that even right in the 90s, whenever we were traveling back from Ado-Ekiti to Lagos, when it was around 7 o'clock, we used to avoid area like F1Re axis because all those headmen then they've been robbing there, not now in the 90s.
Did they kidnap you too?
So in the 90s, they'll be robbing there. So robbery, they were getting robbery. Then when you are going between Ikere-Ekiti and Akure, if you are traveling in the night, in the late 90s to early 2000s, you will find them there. You understand? Because they were the one robbing there. So that's why most drivers, they will take Igbara Odo, Ogotun, all those Ikogosi axis. That is where they used to take. So when they lead it to Igbara, okay, and they will avoid all those areas totally. And so this is what we've known for facts, that this thing happens. But when they now started this mass kidnapping, is another thing entirely. But these Fulani herdsmen, they've been robbing. It's only that they graduated.
So when these herdsmen, when they kidnap, do they put a kidnap? Do they put a video they tie them with a cow?
Robbery is not unique to the Fulani people, right? Hold on. Robbery is not unique to the Fulani people. Even back in the 90s, everybody was robbing. Igbo, Yoruba, everybody was
exactly. We're going to tell us that.
I know for sure. That's not what I'm saying, Prince Danny. We are saying who are more dangerous. You understand?
They're more dangerous armed robbers, right? The Fulanis.
I now look at this. Who was Ogbeni? This Rotimi of the blessed memory? Who was he facing when he created Amotekun? When he said he should not see, he didn't want to see anybody in the reserve forest. Who was he directing to? Igbo people or Sasa people were living in the reserve forest? What are we talking about here? Even when the governors, when
he did it for banditry now, we heard about banditry.
Listen, and let me talk. You see, it's well documented that immediately Akeredolu said nobody should go to the reserve forest. What happened? All of a sudden, Meetiala said it's a persecution against the northern people. Persecution against the northern people in the reserve forest of the government. Can you hear that? And someone is here ignorantly claiming to be the wisest man in the entire
everything you just said sounds so dumb. You sound extremely dumb. First of all,
you're more intelligent than Rotimi Akeredolu.
So because hold on.
I see now.
You were more intelligent than Akeredolu. Akeredolu is a moron now. He's a moron. If you think any of your governors are smart, they that confirm that your IQ is low.
You are more intelligent than Wole Soyinka. What are you talking here?
Go sit down, man.
What are you talking here? You understand?
I don't know what you are talking about.
The thing is this. Go and look at what the like of Wole Soyinka, the like of Olufalaye.
Speak to fact. Stop saying this one said, that one said. That's all you have to do. Oh, the likes of this person said this. The likes of that one said this.
When Lamadeshina was the governor, all these Fulani, they went to Okeogun to destroy farm there, and people now responded. The next thing, these are past president Fulani. The life.
Who's disputing that? If you listen to
Ibadan,
who's disputing that farmers and elders don't clash? Who's disputing that?
My people, and someone that is not even aware of what is happening here, is just sitting there. See, if you have anything to do with them,
you're just talking. You're not making any sense.
Don't come online to ridicule yourself.
No, you are the one ridiculing yourself. You sound so. Your IQ is too low for me to be engaging you, man. So just continue with your rubbish.
You, me, and you and IQ.
You claim to be an engineer. The engineering is about logic, but you have zero logic, man. Anything you say, like
you.
Where did you go to school, sir? Where did you get your degree from?
Me.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me where you got your degree from.
How can you claim to be an engineer? Your IQ is so low like this. God, Lord, man.
My IQ is so low.
Yeah, extremely low, man.
If you attend, okay. I attended University of Illinois.
There's nothing you're saying that's making sense.
Tell me the university you attended.
No, I'm not claiming to be the. You don't want to comment. I'm an engineer.
If low IQ people attend Georgia
But
Tech,
you don't open your
and low
mouth. I'm
IQ
like, dude,
people
where's the logic,
attend
man?
University of Illinois.
How did you
Tell me,
pass? Can you even solve differential equation?
And both of us, we are going to display a certificate online here today.
Can you solve differential equation?
Don't ever try rubbish with me.
Ola, can you solve differential equation?
And you and I, let people put money, and you and I, we are going to display a certificate here. You will say them born to enter military and come there, come be younger. What are you talking about? You are just too arrogant.
Probably can't even solve basic.
You are just too arrogant and full of yourself.
Because if you know how to think, you'll be talking the way you're talking, man. Yeah, it's
what
like
do
you're not
think,
thinking at all. You are talking about the light of this one steady, the light of that one steady.
Ola, you don't need to engage in that kind of talk now. Stop it now.
No, this guy just
no. You cannot win. Don't try. Don't even if you becomes. Don't just be silent. Don't respond to such things. Don't be yourself down to that level now.
Have an emotional conversation instead of logical conversation.
And this guy is telling me, this guy is telling me.
There's no logic. Everything I'm saying is based on emotion.
Mike, can I say something? Can I say something more? Mike, this is one thing I notice about you. You're very insultive. I don't know why you do that. And you are.
Hold
on, let me finish. And you are one person that doesn't you can't take what you're dishing out. Every word you said to Ola now, if Ola was to say that same thing to you, you will blow up. We need to be mindful of what comes out of our mouths.
And he did the same
so what
thing
is he saying all day? It's not.
You did the same thing to me also. Only you, Mike. Only you.
You have low IQ, man. I beg.
Mike, hold on. You are now this thing, nobody is getting anything.
See, when I sit down next to maybe Einstein,
for you
Einstein come with low
to
IQ, I will
push
accept it.
your argument, you don't need to insult people. You can't use that kind of thing to win an argument now. If you don't know what to say again, then keep quiet.
Simba, here everybody is expressing their opinion. If you think your opinion is better than the other, they have a superior argument, but not calling people names and insulting them. First, you are not feeding anybody. We must respect ourselves. Listen, we must respect ourselves.
So the rubbish you're spilling about, I don't know, man. You guys are.
You cannot say rubbish. You can't say that.
Even if you say rubbish, but you cannot be telling an adult.
Do you know how to wake a brainwashed person?
Do you know? Do you know that the people you are talking to?
How do you allow yourself to be brainwashed?
Listen first. The people you are talking to in this platform, some of them are more experienced than you. Some of them might be younger or older than you. In every facet of human endeavor, in every facet of human discipline. If you said you have been abroad or you have been to this, some people have been there before you. Some people have spent many years.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
What I'm trying to tell you is that when you are in this
here we go, this Nigerian thing.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that respect is reciprocal. If you are coming to people in an insultive manner, then people will insult you back. So you must know how to lay your argument without insulting people. I know rational man is known for insulting people. I don't know you two, you are like that. So what is the difference between you and rational mind? Wherever you want to say is insulting people. And you calling people that you think you have superior insight, you have superior argument.
But you guys are very sensitive, man. The guy came from Sierra Leone. Hold on. Somebody came from Sierra Leone to tell you guys that what you're doing is not good.
You have been talking for a long time.
So you guys insulting the Fulani ethnic group? Like the guy came from Sierra Leone. You guys are not even empathetic.
This guy is ridiculous.
You guys are attacking. You guys are very.
What is important? So you see a Sierra Leonean as more superior or more intelligent.
It's not about being superior now. What kind of? You guys are supposed to be
somebody who came from a war-ravaging poor country like that. Country that they have
and the guy is telling you what you guys are saying is not fair.
Keep quiet. So for you that are even calling yourself to be intelligent, you are raising somebody from Sierra Leone to be more intelligent than Nigerians.
I don't want to mention anything about being more intelligent. The guy is telling you what you guys are saying.
Please, Mike made a point here. He said that we are insulting the Fulanis. This guy is crazy.
You're insulting the entire Fulani tribe.
Hold on.
Hold on,
Madam Zita.
Some people have
No,
already.
if there's a Fulani here to face you, then I can understand
No,
that.
they
So,
have
Madam
already
Zita, my problem
insulted
is not
themselves.
my problem is not you guys insulting
They
Fulani.
have
My problem is
already
the cowardice.
insulted themselves.
When you insult people behind their back,
Hold on,
that's to me that's an act of cowardice.
Madam Zita, can you hold on for 1 second? Jai Zola, whenever you want to, if you want to interject, you're free to. So if you don't say something, they will not allow you to talk. So you're free to interject. So I don't know if you wanted to say anything before Madam Zita. After Madam Zita finished, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I just joined back into the conversation, but I guess people are accusing Mike Olawale. This is a person that I have a great deal of respect for. I've known him and been on different panels with him for a few years now, so I have a great deal of respect for him. He treated me with the utmost respect, and it's just about vice versa, reciprocal. But I think, Mike coming on to the panel, I think, I'm listening to the panel, and I'm looking at.
So
Excuse me.
Mike never insult your mother and your father, huh? Okay, go ahead.
Huh? Well, all right. I'm listening to the panel, and I'm looking at the chat, and I'm seeing just people just insulting Mike, and I think that but he says one thing, and then everyone is just.
Are you deaf?
Exactly.
For you not to hear
Now
what
they're insulting me, Mike. What's going on?
calling people names here. Okay, let me say this: the Fulanis has already insulted themselves.
Hold on, Madam Zita, hold on. You said people have been insulting Mike. Is that what you're saying? And that you've known Mike for a long time. This is what I want to say, Jai Zola. Yes. I respect what you just said, but if you've been listening to this conversation, and I appreciate you said you've known Mike, maybe you need to advise him on toning his voice down and have respect for people when he's addressing them or when he comes to a public forum. Is one thing you feel a particular way, keep that opinion to yourself about a particular race, but to come here about a particular tribe, but to come on a public platform and be spewing hate, and tomorrow we say white people are our problem, while we as black can't even get along. I mean, it makes no sense. Make it make sense to me. It doesn't make any sense. Mike wants to address any of this panel. He starts with, "Oh, you're sounding dumb. You don't make any sense. Your IQ is that is very insulting." Everybody on this panel is an intellectual. Nobody is dumb on this platform. So he needs to watch his tone and how he addresses people. Because to whom much is given, much is expected from. That people keep silent does not mean that they are stupid. He needs to watch how he talks to people.
Yeah, I agree. But I think when I listen to Mike Olawale, from my personal opinion, I think he's just being objective, and it's not like he's like defending like the Fulanis against his own people.
John Zola, I don't know how you call yourself. I think
that
we have
part
to
of the argument.
Where were you?
Well, one at a time. I can't hear you.
Exactly. They over here spilling bigotry against a ethnic group. People where no one from that ethnic group is here, and they're demanding respect.
The same way you spill bigotry with you have two Igbo people. Hold on, the same way you spill that trash bigotry coming out of your mouth.
But I do it to their faces. I don't do it behind their back.
Mike, do you know you've disrespected me and Madam Zita? How do you think I feel? Do you know me? Or when it comes to intellectual, can you be on the same level with me? No, you cannot. So for you to speak that way, I am so disappointed in you. And you're here speaking up.
We're all guilty.
You need to stop it. You shouldn't be defending anybody because you're not even qualified in any level to this.
Let's not be
thank you, Adama. But let me say this.
This guy that cannot even get into a PhD class. Get out! You attended Warwick State University. Your profile is on LinkedIn, and you are just making him out as if you don't have your profile. Your profile is on LinkedIn. Your profile is community, and you are just so arrogant. You attended University of Texas Arlington.
School of Mechanics.
I'm making him out. What university? What's the global ranking of your university?
We don't have to go personal.
Can we just calm down?
Going too far. Let me say one thing. I was on my
calm down now. Come on. What you are doing, you are not talking to Mike. You are just raising your own
blood pressure. Just stop it. You don't need to be saying all this. Nobody is proving anything here.
No, Simba. Mike was the first person on this forum.
I know. Don't bring yourself down to his
But I thought I
level.
did because I let it go and you are here. Stop full of
Don't
yourself.
need to bring yourself down.
Okay, guys, let's calm down. Let me tell you. Let me say this.
Can I speak, please?
Guys, let me chime in real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Let me chime in, please.
Can Prince Daddy say something? Because I haven't heard him.
Guys, can I chime in?
Why is he so upset? It's not so bad now. Come on.
Guys,
trash.
let me say this. Allow me to say. Allow 1 second. See, when it comes to Mike is an equal opportunity insulter, if there's a word as such. Mike does not hold back. Mike has insulted me, but one thing about Mike though, it's quick to forget and move on. He doesn't take it too hard on. He doesn't take it too hard on himself. He does insult people. There's no doubt about that. But at the end of the day, he tries to move on. I think some of us, like myself, I'm used to Mike. He's insulted me quite a few times, but it's nothing personal. With me, it's nothing personal. So it is what it is.
Yeah, let me just greet everybody quickly. Greetings to everybody.
Greetings to Nigeria
and all the others. And then see, the thing about this is that I don't know why what Mike is saying objectively is reasonable. That's what we should be examining, not make it about his character. Is it unreasonable to say don't be insulting other ethnic groups in your country, especially when they're not
when
around?
it comes to Fulani.
Yes, it is. It is very reasonable.
It is unreasonable.
So you guys want to insult other people?
To you why it is unreasonable.
His character, and you're here saying we are attacking his character.
Okay.
He has been insulting people. So that you can tolerate it.
Adama, you don't need to be talking to small boy like to Nigerian. He's a small boy now. Just align.
Look at this
to
one.
Niger.
Now you are insulting to Niger, you see?
I'm playing with him.
You are calling somebody small boy. Okay.
Can I speak?
We are all doing the same thing, but they will single out Mike. They all do the same thing.
To Niger, it is unreasonable.
I'm not insulting him.
To Niger, it is very unreasonable to think that Mike is being objective. That's not objectivity. You cannot be objective in something that has been ascertained. When you say sherries, or you say that sherries has a sour taste, and somebody say, how can you categorize all that cherries that they have sour taste? That's not objectivity. Because the topic at hand has been ascertained. Your own viewpoint does not make it objective. Mike is saying that the majority of the mass killing in Nigeria is not perpetuated by the Fulanis. He said we should not stereotype them. That's not being objective.
Really?
Because, hold on now, I'm talking to, please, let me finish. You say he's being objective. I want to prove to you that he's not being objective.
Every data that shows that
let me finish
all the
now.
Convicted killers or all the mass killers are Fulanis. You have the data.
You are just speaking a handful.
You don't have it, so you don't speak of evidence.
Because there is lack of justice in Nigeria, that these Fulanis has not actually been gathered together and set a place, does not necessarily mean that they are not the ones committing
you gather Fulanis.
Hold on, let me finish. I don't
Somebody now says you gather people.
You have to be quiet.
Everybody can say them are
and
that man here will say,
and I repeat myself, you cannot buy me with any form of emotions. These Fulanis, you cannot be objective on them because they have ascertained that they're the ones doing it. So what are you being objective about?
Fulanis it's about being truthful. It's not about being objective. It's about being truthful.
Fulanis has one of the most prominent, loud Nigerians on earth.
Really?
talking about the Saudana of Sokoto. These are the people that can carry the name of Nigeria into the Buhari, who has been a military junta. He has been there in every decade in Nigeria, to mention but a few. And these people has not come out to distance themselves from the mayhem the Fulanis has been ridiculously running like a headless chicken around Nigeria, killing people. They have not come out to distance themselves from it.
So you're telling them,
hold on, let me finish.
Someone that's pretending to be
people like Erufai is one of the most hawkish
You
against them.
cannot be defending the indefensible and what has been ascertained. They have not come out to say, hey, I'm a Fulani. Stop bringing us this low.
How many Igbo leaders have distanced from IPOB?
Yes, no Igbo man.
That's what our leaders all do. They all stand with their people.
Hold on.
Because they are scared
all
that
useless.
they come to their houses and kill their people. That's why they don't do that. You should understand the dynamics of these things.
You are not. Then, if you don't do it,
it won't even make sense for a Fulani leader to come out and be saying they are distancing themselves.
Please.
Many of them, they will go to their houses. They will go to their family member houses. That's why in the
yes,
they don't do that. That's why in the north they don't do that.
But you people are actually ridiculous.
There is
one man. Hold on.
Let me finish. You still support them. You still defend them. You still.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I know that has come out against all these people that are doing all these things.
Can I finish why I say he's not objective? There is one man that did that in Nigeria. He's in Asorok today.
One has done so too.
He quarantines himself from Yoruba nation. And he's in Asorok today. Even where Yorubas did not vote for him. Like, support him. He's in Asorok today. So don't tell me they don't do it. Yes, Mike can come out and say Igbos are supporting Nnamdi Kanu. He might be somehow right, because the people who speak for us in Igbo land have come out to stand for Nnamdi Kanu. So I give him that. What about the Saudana? So are you now going to say, because I said that people in the Fulani who are supposed to come and stand for against what is happening are not supporting it? If you believe that because Igbo people come out to stand for Nnamdi Kanu, that Igbos are supporting Nnamdi Kanu, so you should also believe that the Fulanis are supporting the recklessness happening in Nigeria by their people.
First of all,
which part of it don't you understand?
I don't even know it's accurate what you are saying. See, most Igbo people, I wouldn't say most, but a lot of elites in the southeast don't support Nnamdi Kanu, but they will come out openly and say it like that.
No, you are not getting the point. When I speak, I want people to understand me.
The difference is this: there's a face to IPOB. There's no face to ban this. Okay, you are saying Fulani, but there's no face to it. For example, in the case of Boko Haram, there's a face to it. We can say Abubakar Shekau.
I'm not talking about Boko Haram.
And Kanuri leaders, when they want to speak, they will condemn Abubakar Shekau and his group. But this so-called Fulani, there's no face, there's no name. It's just name. No, you are telling this Fulani leader to condemn someone. There's no name.
I am not speaking about Boko Haram, and I will keep repeating.
I'm not speaking about Boko Haram. Just give you an example. I'm telling you the difference between Boko Haram and IPOB. Boko Haram and IPOB, there's a face.
Listen.
But with this so-called Fulani accusation, there is no Fulani name. We can say
they can condemn the act.
Listen, I am not condemning the act. I will not condemn the act. I will condemn both the act and the tribe. Listen to me.
You can't condemn the tribe as a whole.
Please,
come on.
Can you listen?
She's condemning a tribe when she can't even name one person from the tribe. That's leading or organizing anything. You can't name. You can't name.
Condemn the tribe as a whole. If your tribe will do something, everybody condemns you.
When somebody said something, it is good for you to ask the person, why did you say that?
I don't need to, because I know 1 + 1 is 2.
Tunanja, here's the deal. Here's the difference between Boko Haram, IPOB, and these so-called Fulani things. With the IPOB and Boko Haram, there's a face to say, okay, this face here, this name here, we can say Nnamdi Kanu, we can say Abubakar Shekau, we can name whoever it is. But with this Fulani, we just hear Fulani. We can't pin it to any name or any there's no name. It's just me. And you are telling Fulani leaders just say, okay.
What is your problem with it? If the people who are Fulanis don't give a
you don't know if they are Fulanis. You can't prove to me that they are all Fulanis.
Excuse me. And some
the only thing I can agree with you is that
I ask you a simple question. If Nigerians are shouting Fulanis,
because most Nigerians have low IQ, that's why they are shouting Fulani. And because low IQ people are shouting Fulani, I have to join them.
They are the ones that are coming to kill all of them now. So
they say they have Islamic agenda. They are coming to sing the Quran. Even told me that the Fulani Islam has mandated Fulani to spy. I hear all kinds of ridiculous things, and they want me to buy it because everybody is saying it. I'm not dumb now. Why would I just buy something because everybody is saying it?
I will make it anyway. I will make
I should buy something black.
So that we can
will still make my point
to her point. Let's hear your point because you've been talking for a while now.
Let me say this. Mike has been talking for a while. He's been the one interjecting everybody, cutting their time, their minutes. He is the one has been interjecting everybody here. Anybody who speaks against the Fulani, Mike will jump up and interject the person, and make sure he cuts the person's time. So can I speak? I made a statement. Let me clarify myself. Mike, let me tell you this before I go. Nigerians in recent times, wherever there is massive killing or mayhem is committed, they shout Fulanis. For your information.
Because they are fools. Go ahead.
What kind of nonsense it is? Because they shout Fulanis, they believe it's the Fulanis. Now, Fulani is not an unknown tribe in Nigeria. It's a known tribe in Nigeria. People are Fulanis. And those people have not come out to tell you that it's not them. So until they do, you keep quiet.
Madam Zita, what I want to add is this. You see, I have some video with me, but the only reason is just because if it's a normal platform that is not a platform like this, I will have played because of some word mentioned here. Like, so maybe if off the screen I can play, but I can't play it just because I don't want this thing to be flagged. Okay, there's no way we want to know. Wait to Nigeria because you
was the one that was exchanging with her. You just jumped in.
You didn't know what was happening. I was said before you now.
No
AI has left now. He has left this. She has left the screen. So the thing is this.
I don't know why some people just talk and just leave. It just comes across as a little bit it's one-sided. They just want to have their say and not let anybody.
To Nigeria, we know El-Rufai. El-Rufai is a Fulani person. And El-Rufai cannot be accusing his own people, knowing very well that he is Fulani. Senator Sonny, cannot just come out and be talking and be advising his own people publicly. It's on YouTube and be mentioning that these guys are in their 17 to 19 and they are brutal. They are the mother. They do a lot of the pie. They do a lot of things. It's there publicly. The only thing I won't want you to play. I can post it there in the session for you to watch. Now, when you have at least about 5 to 6 Fulani elites that are coming out to advise people that we know these people are our people, you understand? And up to now, we are saying the elite are well no personality in the country. We don't know they don't know what they are saying. Now, when we are talking of Ondo State the other time, of Akeredolu of blessed memory, when he was making law that okay, you would not like to see anybody in the forest. Who were the people that first of all kick against him? The same people. So what are we talking about? Now, if you want to know more than Danjuma, General Danjuma, retired, if you want to know more than Olufalaye, if you want to know more than
give us the name of the Fulani that they told you that is doing whatever.
So,
so
when you came here to Nigeria, the first thing I expected you to do is to actually look at where the point of that argument. You understand? Because I didn't even know what triggered that question that between Fulani and Igbo people who has done damages to the Southwest. And that's the thing I said, for me, I didn't want to go to that. I didn't want to go that route. I would prefer to talk of what I know perfectly. You understand? You may be talking of other things, just like, okay, I know that Yorubas, they are involved in Yahoo Yahoo. I know that Igbo people, they are involved in fake drug dealing. I know that. So that's the crime. Each ethnicity, they have crime that are peculiar to them. We know that terrorism and banditry, we know that's the specialization of the Fulanis.
Really?
Militancy, we know is the South. When it comes to militancy, you blow up pipeline. You
can't even name one. You can't name one. He says a specialization of Fulani, but you can't name one single Fulani.
No.
Give us the name of. Give us the name of the Fulanis. Just name them.
Oil pipeline today.
Ola, name the Fulanis.
I'm talking to Tunaija.
No name. Okay, they are specialized, but you don't know any single one.
Will you come and say Ekitiman blow pipeline?
Not likely.
You understand?
I get. Hold on. Let me just say something. I get that certain crimes in certain regions are associated with certain groups of people. That is true. What I find a little bit confusing is when Mike says, don't just be lambasting the entire tribe as a whole. You can say, okay, yeah, people from that region, but it's not the other entire people from that region. So when we talk about these things, it's not
say the entire people. See, Tunaija, you've never
no, because when people say Ijaw people,
Tunaija,
you are not talking about you're not talking about the militants. You said the militants in that region.
Calm down. You don't know how people try to water down some kind of serious argument. Okay, I was talking here about 4 days ago. Now, when we were saying, okay, more than 80% of the people in banditry, you understand, are Fulani people.
How did you come up with that number?
Tunaija. So
tell us now. Tell us.
Tunaija, when you say something like that,
no, you just say things and
it's not telling you that, oh, didn't want a reverend in Ekiti arrange for his own kidnapping.
Ola, tell us how you came up with that statistic.
We are talking about 200 cases of incidents, and you are mentioning one outlier. Just to make sure that you divert the attention away.
Ola, in terms of kidnapping, you'll be shocked to know that there are so many kidnapping going on in other parts of the country other than the ones associated to
kidnapping even in Lagos, everywhere.
There are so many. The numbers,
it's a big business.
The numbers is so high that there's no way Fulanis can do all that.
That's why I asked you when kidnapping started.
Tunaija, you are losing the argument. You are losing the argument.
In the South.
Okay,
criminals all over Nigeria think kidnapping as a way of
Tunaija, you are statistics.
And this guy is telling me that Fulani are 80% of the.
You like statistics.
Fulani are the only one I know how to kidnap.
Randomly, you have in 1,000 cases, you have a region now responsible for like about 85%.
Based on what? Based on what?
Out of 1,000.
Based on
now,
what? Which statistic are you going?
When you want to,
you answer me now.
You that you call yourself. You that you call yourself a statistician.
Which statistic are you going by?
You will say,
answer the question.
Mike, I'm not talking to you.
So you're not making sense. That's why. If you're making sense, you quickly give me a response. The one you have response for, you want to give me a response.
So you say out of 1,000, you say 850 is very significant.
Really? Where did you get? Where are you basing this on? What statistic?
When you say none. People are now saying now. When you see when you want to solve a problem, you first of all look for the area of the deepest or highest concentration to deal with. When you tackle that, then you can now say, okay, we can now fish out others, right? Now we know today where terrorism enter into the country. Look at the latest terror incident in Kwara
State. That started terrorism.
Look at the latest terror incident in Kwara State. You understand? So now you link this thing to some people. People like you, Badu, they are not coming out to tell us.
How do you
will know more than chief of army staff of the country. You will know more than the retired one too. You will know more than Shehu Sonny. You will know more than El-Rufai.
Forget all these things you're talking about. Give us statistics. Give us facts. Stop telling me you don't know more than. Stop giving me all these names.
So Tunaija,
do you know more than this? Do you know more than that? I don't care who you are.
When we are talking of something serious, don't come and you 5%, 10% to nullify 90%. That is not how to do things.
I think what Mike was trying to get to is for you to be speaking with a more informed basis. You can't to just be making statements like, okay, Fulani's percentage is Fulani. You don't have any basis for saying that. It's just a feeling.
It's just a feeling, and them say, hearsay from here and there. That's all it is.
Two-faced Niger. I think you are talking like a two-faced Niger.
Oh, look at
what
that.
Mike is saying, everybody understood. But what Allah is trying to tell you is that we have some information from the security apparatus. And who are the security chiefs?
What's that
I did not
information?
Nigeria. Listen, let me finish. I did not Nigeria chief of staff. I did not the presidency. If they are giving you, you cannot have more information more than them.
Oh no, the information I got from them. Let me give you my own information.
Let me finish first.
The official information.
Let me finish. I will finish quickly and then you can come. From what we can be deduced over the years, it can be deduced over the years that when we talk about militancy, the South was well known for it. When we talk about 419, the Yoruba people are more in 419 Yahoo Yahoo. When we talk about kidnapping, armed robbery, let me finish first. Kidnapping, armed robbery, and recently the IPOB Wahala in the Southeast. We can say the Easterners are in, and drug, they are into it.
Because we have evidence now.
So when we talk about others clashes, killing, buying people in the farmland and the rest, the Fulani are well known. So my last question to all of you guys is this. Those S-men, who gave them AK-47? If you can answer that question, then we move ahead from there.
All the S-men have AK-47?
No,
I'm asking you a simple question.
At least, why did they get that numbers of guns in their hand? Because they are.
What's the Nigerian soldier that testified in the north that there were so many guns in Niger Republic that people were just sleeping with it and having guns all over the place. So getting the guns is not something that is difficult.
So you are not quoting Nigerian army now. You are quoting Nigerian soldier
she was testifying to what she saw.
So Allah is saying the same thing. So why are you arguing about it with him? I don't understand you guys.
So what is generalization by associating everything to all Fulani?
That's the problem. When some people want to, let me give you one fact. When they want to say, oh, this thing, when they want to make it, oh, this is not a big deal. That is why we get some. See, look, you know what is noise now.
Let me give you one fact.
Don't disappoint me tonight, too, because I don't know. I don't know what you're
allow me to say something too now.
You and I, we discussed about it. When
his name is Two-Faced Niger, not Two-Niger.
When the Nigerian military, Nigerian police, the people they captured, as far as bandits and kidnappers, whatever, when they analyze their ethnicity, they're all diverse. The ones from the north, they are all different part of northern ethnic groups. You understand? So the criminals, when they recruit each other, they are not looking for particular ethnicity. They just look for who can speak the same language as them or whatever, grow up around them, and they recruit each other and they get together and they commit these crimes together. But now my argument is, if group of criminals are just recruiting each other, they are northerners, why are we calling all of them Fulanis? If you want to say this group of bandits that did this, they are northerners, I can agree with you. But to say it's just Fulani, and it's an agenda of Fulanis. How can criminality be an agenda of an ethnic group? Does that make sense? It's like saying those boys are making fake drugs in the Southeast. It's an agenda of the Igbos. It's not agenda of the Igbos. It's just agenda of criminals. That's it. That's why I'm arguing here. And when people want to commit crime, they don't commit on behalf of their ethnic group. They just commit it for their own personal whatever to make money. People kidnapping for ransom, they are not doing on behalf of their. It's not like they'll collect that ransom and go and give it to their tribal king or to go and use it to fix their tribe. They are collecting money because they need money. They are criminals. So what is this in Fulani agenda? Banditry and kidnapping for ransom is Fulani agenda. How's that ethnic agenda?
But Mike, though, that is
you get what I'm saying, Tunanja?
I get what you're saying. I think the part I support was this generalization about Fulanis. I think there is also this other streak of tendency that is informing why they are saying what they are saying. That's why sometimes I understand where they are coming from. Like if you look at Rwanda now, where Tutsis moved into DRC, and suddenly they've taken over quite a significant amount of land. And those Tutsis are specific in Rwanda itself because they make up 10% of the population of Rwanda. and their appearance and their culture in terms of pastoralist culture, which is cattle herding and all that kind of stuff, is similar to what you see in
no. Let me tell you the difference about. Let me tell you the difference about.
The point I'm making is that there is a bigger trend going on where people from the Sahel region are moving further south, and that thing is what led to what we saw with Usman and Fodio. The trend still carries on in many countries today, and that's what people are trying to touch on when they complain about Fulanis.
When you say people from Sahel region moving south due to what? Is it climate issue or what?
Climate issue is one of them.
Okay, fine. So if people from Sahel are moving south, so that means people of different ethnic groups in Sahel are moving south. So if there's a climate issue in the Sahel, so it's only the Fulani that have brain to know that, okay, I'm moving south. Everyone is moving south. All the ethnic group there, whether it's Kanuri, whether it's Fulani, whether it's whatever. So my issue is you're making something an ethnic agenda when it's not. You understand? With the Tutsi, let me answer that Tutsi question. Let me answer that Tutsi question. One of the Tutsi in Eastern Congo, the eastern part of Congo that borders Rwanda, that ethnic group there are indigenous. It's a case of it's a case of the Yoruba in Benin Republic kind of situation. So now it's kind of like they discover like each word of.
No, it's not like that actually.
That's what it is, and it's also sponsored by the propaganda.
They arrived there barely.
No. They were already there. They were already there. Hold on, they were already there. So during that genocide,
check their history, you find out.
The Tutsi are already in Congo. Now, what happened is during the Rwanda genocide, a lot of those ones that were in Rwanda now flee to join those ones. It's kind of like let's say genocide happening to Yorubas in Nigeria. They now flee to go and join the Yorubas in Benin Republic kind of situation to boost the number. So that's what happened in Eastern Congo.
I think the Yorubas in Benin Republic they are very, very substantial compared to the number of Tutsis in Congo before the Rwandan genocide. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish because this is also critical because it also helps us understand the migration that is going on. Just like Fulanis came into Nigeria in significant numbers, I think just about 200-300 years ago. But look at them now; they're quite a lot of population, isn't it? The same thing in Rwanda. 200-300 years ago, because of the colonialists that came in, they started coming into Rwanda. Relatively small number, and a lot of them came in with the Rwandan genocide again. So, and after that period, there was a period of instability in that eastern region, and they used it to expand their control of many areas of that region. So, this trend that you are seeing in Nigeria is similar to what is going on in other countries.
What
and
is
you can see that even in Kenya. Pardon?
What's this trend in Nigeria?
The trend where you hear people complaining that Fulanis are displacing them from their land. This is what is happening. Because if you look at what happened in Rwanda,
well, have you investigated any of this so-called displacement thing?
Okay, now let me explain it. So, because if you look at what went on in Rwanda, this in DRC, Eastern DRC, there was a period after the Rwandan genocide that they expanded in that region. Where I've forgotten his name.
Eastern Congo is a mineral-rich area, and we know that the multinationals
and so is Northern Nigeria. Northern Nigeria.
Yeah. The multinational companies, the CIA, all these people, they all want the full control of those mineral resources there.
Yeah, so but they could have used the native. Why use the Tutsis? They could have used the native.
It's not really okay. Wait. So. They use whoever they gotta use now
because these people also have an agenda to expand.
They benefit from the stability of Nigeria.
Wait. Eastern Congo is a mineral-rich region, right? And what this foreign multinational, these CIA people do is look in Africa, and they will look for one political reason to create a destabilization to get access to whatever they want. So what they see in Congo is that this Eastern Congo, you have this ethnic group in that place called the Tutsis, and these Tutsis also, their mainland where they really run is Rwanda. So now, what the multinational corporations want, how do you say what they want is like, we can easily tell these Rwandans, these Tutsis, like, hey, don't let the Congolese states, bigger Congo, which is kind of like how the John always say Nigeria is controlling our oil, no, it should belong to us, that kind of thing. So they want to give them that political point to say that, look, you should have full ownership of your mineral resources. Now, they now use the Rwandan state, which is the land of the mainland of the Tutsis. I mean, yeah, the Tutsis, to back those ethnic Tutsis in Eastern Congo to have full control of their resources. So the people that are really sharing the wealth of that Eastern Congo is the Rwandan state and the multinationals. So the multinational benefit them.
All the
Hold on. The multinationals, the multinational know they can get it. Hold on. Let me just make this last statement. Let me make this last statement. Let me wait now. Let me land. Let me make this last statement. The multinational know that it will be way cheaper to get that to get a deal of that resources from the Rwandan state than from the actual Congolese state, because the Congolese state we want to give them, we want to negotiate a full better deal on behalf, because it's their resources, the national resources. But Rwanda will be willing to give the multinationals whatever they want as long as they get their own little cut, because it doesn't belong to the Rwandan state. So that's the game they're playing there.
That part of it.
To Niger, I want to quickly pass one information to you. Look at your screen if you can read very well.
Yeah, he says the bandits. Bandits are not.
Wait, just hold on. Read this now. Katsina Governor Aminu Masari say most bandits are of the Fulani ethnic stock as intel.
Yes.
Most
Niger Delta militants are from Niger Delta. Nobody is disputing that. We are saying
wait, to Niger. Someone is saying we should give evidence, right?
There's no evidence.
That is not evidence.
That's not evidence. That's opinion.
As someone says,
what is this guy talking about?
Someone says he knows. Wait, as someone says he knows more than the governor of a state. He knows more than
I don't care about this group you are mentioning.
El-Rufai said the same thing.
Who cares what one dummy says somewhere? Who cares?
El-Rufai said, okay.
So that's how you consume information.
El-Rufai is a dummy.
So your fact is based on other people's opinion.
And was a governor.
So your fact is based on someone else's opinion.
Ola, let's ask Mike a good question.
So someone's opinion is what you are presenting to me.
No, Mike, please. Provide your own source where you get your information.
Exactly.
Go and look at the official record of the investigation.
No. You say you don't give a hook. You don't give a hoot about this thing.
Okay.
Then provide yours. Provide yours.
I'm telling you that my information is based. Bros. My information is based on information. Investigation done by the police, the law enforcement, and their findings. That's what mine is based on.
Which law enforcement?
None of the state doesn't have. No, let me just wait.
My
does not have report of the police, right?
Hold on.
Someone that is a member
hold on. If I'm looking for facts of a crime, I'll go to the law enforcement to give me their facts. I don't go to the opinion of one moron, one propagandist somewhere, or one politician. I just want to say something for vote.
A governor that is part of Police Service Commission. Maybe you don't know that governors are part of the police.
Forget what governor is a politician. He give opinions just to vote and all that crap. No, forget what they say. No. Go and look at the official record of the police.
I've never heard of that.
No, Ola, I'm telling you that the fact is the official record of the police. They are investigating.
Okay, how can we get that official record?
Look, that's your problem. Maybe so you don't know how to go and get a record.
We don't know.
Okay,
you know.
Exactly. That's your problem. Maybe that's where you should start. That's where you should start from.
So you can see you are lying with both of your mouth. It's all lying.
No, you are a moron. How about that?
You cannot provide
any moron. At all. You don't know how to go and check official record.
Let's take it easy. Let's not start installing.
Hey, Ja is there. Ja has higher IQ, man. Let me ask that question. Ja, if you want to know statistics, let me ask that question real quick. Let's bring other people in. Ja, if you want to know statistics of criminal crime, where do you go to get your is it from some morons talking online, or do you go to the law enforcement?
You know,
the people that are
actually the law enforcement sites.
Exactly. The law enforcement.
For example, in my city, Boston.
Who does the law enforcement people report to? Are they not reporting to the governors and the president? Why are you talking this way, Mike?
I don't understand.
So when has the Nigerian president come out to confirm this dumb thing?
What do you mean? Law enforcement don't report to who?
Let me look at the law enforcement record.
Uzola, I want to ask you a question. Now, the question is this. I don't know whether you're in Nigeria or whatever. So sorry to say that. Who is the chief security officer of a state in Nigeria? Who is the chief security officer? Unzola, I'm asking you a
Governor.
question.
He's talking to me?
Governors.
Yeah, who is the chief security officer of a state in Nigeria?
I have no idea.
He's the governor now.
Okay. So who are the members of the Police Service Commission in Nigeria? Who are the members? All the governors.
John, basically, this is what hold on, let me respond to you. Let me respond to you.
Just listen to me. Now the question is this: are you saying the state governors they don't know more about the security of the state than you and myself?
Oh my God! So let me respond to you real quick. John, check this out.
The security officer of state, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. We've had about 5 governors.
Can I give you a quick response?
Mazari, we are talking about not only that he was a governor, he was even the Speaker of the House.
Ola,
Here's my thing. I think.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick.
If you're talking about a governor, right? This is a politician.
He's a politician, exactly. Oh, John, that's what I'm about to go.
Some politicians are not going to have the necessary statistical data readily available. We could look at someone like Trump, for example.
Trump, exactly. That's where I was going. This is
a politician, but he's
a politician. Trump will tell you all Mexicans are doing this. They are the only ones. When we all know that El Salvadorians, he's playing politics.
I think people have to do their own due diligence, and then
exactly.
There's websites that you can look up statistical data. Yeah.
Politicians will play politics, even though they know the facts, they know the truth, but they will play politics. Trump will tell you that the Mexicans are the Mexican. He will stereotype the Mexican. He will ignore the fact that it's not only the Salvadorians and everybody's mixed, but he's just playing politics. But stereotyping, but he's in charge. He's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He's in charge of all the police force, everything.
I
Trump
think
is the number one.
Can I just say something? Let's be reasonable here. If there are like the Niger Delta issue when it was occurring, one can associate the people doing those things to the Niger Delta people. If there are certain actions that have been taken in the south, one can associate it to IPOB or what do they call it, autopilot and whatever you want to call them. The same thing goes when Boko Haram was operating in northeast. So if some groups, like a governor says, okay, these bandits that have been coming to my state, these herders are Fulanis, people should not be surprised they say that. But what the governor didn't say is that all Fulanis are bandits, and let's label all Fulanis bandits. That is the only area for me. I feel like the conversation is going too far. Like what AI was saying, Madam AI was saying, she was generalizing too much. And I don't think that is necessarily accurate. And if you start doing that, that's the kind of stuff that leads to problems. If you want to criticize something, criticize the criminals. It doesn't take a lot to criticize the people that are doing those things. You call the bandits out for what they are doing. And Erufai does it. Erufai is, I think, in terms of not missing his word about security, he is the most hawkish Nigerian in terms of condemning these people. I wanted to look after them.
We are virtually saying the same thing. Nobody is generalizing that all Fulani are perpetrating criminality. We said some of them. But if you talk about who are those people that are going to people's farmlands and destroying their farmland with their roaring their cattle all around, who are the people buying some local villagers? They are the one, most of them. And we have also said that when you talk about 419, Yahoo, you will see my prize men there. We are not lying, but that does not mean that all Yoruba people are 419. And that does not mean that all Tata people.
I agree with you. Some other people don't say it like that. Some other people just exaggerate it and just blanket the entire tribe.
To Niger, I'm shocked the way you are saying this thing. See, no reasonable person. We just wake up and said, oh, every Fulani, maybe there are 9 million, 10 million in Nigeria. Every Fulani in Nigeria, you understand that they are bandits. Come on. Some of us are Fulani friends. Don't let us be.
Some actually put it like that. That's the correction. You shouldn't put it like that. That's the point. I am trying to make that.
Wait. You have to
admit, you two, you are playing politics with this thing because now is where you want to put your argument. Now, if someone just say, okay, Fulani are bandits. Now, saying that statement does not mean that he is saying, you understand that every Fulani, from one to the last Fulani, is a bandit. It's just statistics. You here, when it's convenient for you, you start putting distribution. You start putting this, you start putting that. If they say Fulani is a bandit, You are saying, okay, you are saying that just because you say at least 66% to 8% of them are involved in banditry. It doesn't mean everybody is involved.
Is a bandit. You don't say Fulani is a bandit.
Wait,
that's the point.
No. I'm accusing you that you are trying to water down this argument, this important security discussion, just because you want to be politically correct. You understand?
It's not about being politically correct. It's about actually being correct, not politically correct. You have to be accurate to what you are saying.
Guy.
You have to admit there is some truth behind certain stereotypes.
Let me address this guy.
I admit the stereotypes, but it still doesn't mean it's the entire group. So don't name the entire
me
group
as African American. Me as an African American, right? If I'm listening to Nigerian news and I hear a jihadist attack, automatically I'm gonna think of people from the north. I'm gonna think of a specific region. Katsina or something like that, you know. So
yes, but it would be wrong for you to say it's the entire people of that region that is doing it.
Yeah,
that is the difference.
Nobody said between that. All these are your kind of narrative to derail the argument. All these are your narratives.
You are saying it yourself. You pretend as if you are not doing it. You just said Fulanis are bandits.
Mention the person now.
You just said the Fulani is bandits, that we should accept.
Just stop being jokes. I told you, I said, even if someone said Fulani are bandits, it doesn't mean that the person is saying every Fulani is a bandit.
Yeah, but they shouldn't put it like that because, see, hold on. If you put it like that, if Fulani hears that, if Fulani would think you are accusing all of them of being bandits. Don't you see that? If I say Yoruba people are Yahoo, if I say Yoruba people are Yahoo, how would you read it?
If you say Yoruba people are Yahoo,
all Yoruba people are Yahoo people.
Let me tell you one thing. That's the importance of education. We all know. If you say Yoruba are Yahoo people, you understand? I will never say you are talking to me. I will never say that. I was
because
the one
you know
that
me, but if you don't know me, you would think the other way around.
This person
is accusing you.
The
entire tribe.
True Niger, let me ask you a question. Those headsmen that are going around with their cattle, going to farms, eating the crops, and destroying the farmers, who are they? Are they Igbos? Are they Yorubas?
They are Fulani. Likely.
Okay, that's what we are saying. He's not saying that all Fulanis are bandits. He said majority of these people committing this banditry and this crime are Fulanis. He did not say that every Fulani in the world is a bandit.
I've used the word majority here today.
For goodness sake.
That you got to be
if you want to refer to it, if let's say he said, let me give you an example. If he said there are some Fulani bandits did so and so and so, nobody would dispute that. It's like saying Niger Delta militants did blew up a pipeline. Nobody disputes that. That is when you start saying Fulanis are bandits.
But that's what they are saying. That most of these cattle headers that are going around, majority of them are Fulanis. They are not saying that all Fulanis in the world are bandits.
I agree with that. I don't have any problem
with that. That's what we are saying.
But that is that is not exactly. There's a slight nuance difference when they say Fulanis are bandits.
I want to ask you a question because
why do you have to dwell on this? People are corrected you that nobody is saying.
Those distinctions make a big difference to somebody that doesn't know you.
Guy, at least about 4 people here they have corrected you on this. Even when we put paper here today, even Masari said most Fulani they are people, they are bandits. Or you still just want to bring that.
If somebody doesn't know you, I just asked you just now. If I say Yorubas, hold on now. If I tell you that Yorubas are 419 people, would you accept it? Hold on now, calm down. How many Yoruba people would accept it when I say Yoruba people are 419 people?
What Princess Rosie just said now. Nobody here now came here categorically, and so bold and said Fulani are bandits. You who are mad brought out, get out.
You just said it. You don't hear yourself. That's the problem. When you say it, then you change it around again. You don't know that you are doing it.
He said nobody.
This is what I said.
You are not understanding it. He said nobody is saying all Fulanis are bandits. He said nobody is making that statement. What he is saying are those headsmen that are moving around with their cattle, destroying farms, that most of them are Fulanis. He's not saying that all Fulanis in the world are bandits.
Yes. Okay, so now let me ask you now, Ola, how would you describe
what I told you, Tunaja, what I told you? I said, when it's convenient for you, you call yourself a statistician. And I say, in a normal thing, if someone say Fulani are bandits, you start quoting percentage. That is what you will do. I was accusing you. I was saying, if someone say it before, you say, okay, Fulani are bandits, you to Niger, if you said it, you started here because I know you should have known that I'm talking of statistics. That's what I said there. And just because you want to behave like
are you saying that? Okay, are you saying that Fulanis are bandits is wrong?
Guy,
it's a simple question. Are you saying if people say Fulanis are bandits,
the qualifier here has always been that most bandits in Nigeria are from Fulani.
Okay, now that's a different point. But I just asked you.
You are the one creating your own point. That's
now.
what people have been saying.
It. Why are you dribbling around? Are you?
Not because you want to be politically correct.
No, let me ask you now. Do you disagree with this statement when you say
to be politically correct?
It's about actually being correct or accurate.
It's not saying all
being politically correct.
Why can't you understand him?
But I asked him a simple question. Why can't he answer it?
He said those headsmen that are committing this crime are Fulanis. Those headsmen going around with the cattle.
That's what he means.
He's not saying that every Fulani in Nigeria all over the world are bandits. This is simple English.
But I asked him a simple question now. Are you now?
There is no need asking that question. There is no need.
Why there is no need? If it's a simple question, why does he not answer it?
I say you want to be politically correct. That's why you don't know that. When
I don't want to be politically correct. I just want to be correct and accurate about description. No, you can't just say stuff like that. Because if I say Yorubas are Yahoo people, you are not going to like
it. To Niger, hear me very well.
You just want permission to be insulting other groups. That's why you don't want to answer
it. You are well read. I know you have a very high intellectual capacity, and I'm not a dollar as well.
I don't. It's a simple question I'm asking.
Listen, wait. There's no answer you want to get from this that you don't get. That most bandits in Nigeria are Fulani. It's an explicit statement. It's not implicit.
I agree with that statement you made just now.
That's your own statement. You are now reframing. No, I'm not
answer that one.
I'm not answering you because it is political correctness that is allowing you to be.
You just want to be insulting people. That's the problem. And that's where Mike came from. You just want to be insulting people. That's why you don't want to answer that question. You can't just be saying blanket statement like that.
Masai said most Fulani, most the bandits are from his own people. And himself is a Fulani. I'm not dribbling. Most Fulani are bandits. Right now. And you now want to be telling me that, okay, are you saying not all Fulani are bandits? Are you listening to yourself? Okay, I'm not American. I'm not an English person. Okay? I'm not American. I've made myself explicit to you. Most Fulani, most bandits in Nigeria are Fulanis. Most bandits, not even most Fulani are bandits. Most bandits in Nigeria are Fulani. Simple.
You can make that comment. I don't have any issue with that.
So where are you asking me?
The question I asked you was that is it okay to say Fulanis are bandits?
Ask another person.
That's not even a question.
Don't say that.
It's like
that is exactly the statement I'm saying. You should not be making.
You want to be politically correct.
There is no reason to ask that question. He has specifically told you that most bandits are Fulanis. Not all Fulanis are bandits. Simple.
Yes.
Why are you twisting the question? Why are you twisting it?
Princess, see, the area I have an issue with him is that he wants the freedom to be able to go and say Fulanis.
He's not calling all Fulanis. He said
even
bandits.
if it doesn't mean that, but he wants to be able to say that.
There are many responsible, reasonable, good Fulanis, but those bandits, most of the bandits are Fulanis.
Then
not all Fulanis are bandits.
Say it that way. Fulanis are bandits. Say it that way, the way you just said it, instead of saying Fulanis are bandits. That's the one I'm saying.
Are we in the court? Which kind of all these things? What simple statement and you are turning it as if we are in the
He said most bandits.
There's a big difference. There's a big difference between saying
he did not say all Fulanis
and saying Fulanis
he didn't say all Fulanis are bandits. He said most of the bandits. Those ones carrying the cattle.
You don't understand this two-faced man.
You simple.
He always brings unnecessary.
Hold on. The question is this, Sister Rosie. Where did you get the statistics?
That's why he doesn't want to answer the question.
Tonight, give me 1 second. Sister Rosie, where did you get the statistics?
So those
most bandits are Fulani.
Those headsmen that is going around with their cattle, going to farms, destroying the farms, and clashing with people, they are Igbos or
No,
they are
the
Ijaw.
herdsmen. Hold on, you're saying two different things. There's difference between herdsmen and bandits. Yeah, we have to separate the two. There's difference between herdsmen is the occupation, it's a job. There's difference
Me,
between
I'm
herdsmen
very
and bandits.
specific
Now,
about the
if you are talking
herdsmen.
about
I'm
herdsmen and
specific
farmers
about the
clash, it's different
herdsmen
from.
carrying. No, I am specific
But
about
you are
the
saying something
herdsmen
different now. We are talking about
carry
banditry.
their
Leave
cattle. Those
herdsmen alone for
herdsmen,
now.
most of them too, they are bandits.
Most
They
herdsmen are
carry
bandits. Do
cattle.
you know how many
It's
herdsmen
just
is in Nigeria?
camouflage.
Really? Well, okay.
Why
Where
are
did you
they
get your
carrying?
facts from?
Okay, why are they taking AK-47 with
How
their
many of them?
with their?
You guys keep using the same talking point. Why they also all herdsmen are carrying AK-47? Which this
It's
talking
not
point?
all of
Okay, when's the
them.
last time they saw a herdsman with
It's not
AK-47 in
all of
Nigeria?
them.
When was
They
the
are.
last time they saw herdsmen with AK-47 in Nigeria? When?
But what I am saying is that those herdsmen that are going to farms, that are destroying crops and clashing with the farmers and tying them, most of them are Fulanis. They are not Igbo men. They are not Ijaw men. They are not Yoruba men. They are the Fulanis.
Oh, wait. Oh, you say most band. Hold on, let's focus on the band. Let's not even shift it. No.
Let's
Let's not shift it to who's clashing
I
in the
am
farm.
talking about what Ola was saying.
Wait now. No. You made a statement. You say most bandits are Fulanis, and I'm asking you what statistic?
I think we need to distinguish between bandits and herders.
Exactly. They're trying to mix it all just to
No. I'm not talking about bandits. I was
You made a statement. You say most bandits are Fulanis, and I'm
I
asking.
didn't make that statement. I'm
You
explaining
said it
to
now.
him. Listen, I said this is what Ola is trying to pass across. That most of the bandits are Fulanis. It doesn't mean that
And I'm
all
asking
Fulanis are
where
bandits.
is the statistic that shows that most of the bandits are Fulanis?
I'm just saying what
But
Ola said.
the
But for
arrest
me,
record, the investigation arrest record, those
I
that
am
were
talking
captured, when
about.
they look
I'm
at the
not talking
ethnicity,
about bandits.
hold on. What
My
I can
own
agree with you.
stand.
Wait. What I can agree with you is that those bandits maybe are northerners. I can agree with you on that. But to say
I'm not even
they are
talking about bandits
Fulanis,
because I don't know much about bandits. What I know more is about the herdsmen that are carrying their cattle, going to farms,
we all
and
know that.
destroying crops.
That's a
That's
different
what I am
topic.
talking about. I don't know much about bandits. I've not had any encounter with
Okay,
bandits.
fine. But then I'm
But
just
I've seen
correcting.
cattlemen, these cattle herders, carrying their cattle to farms, destroying the crops, and when the farmers complain, they are using their dagger and doing what they want to do with them. That's what I'm saying.
That issue of elders farmers clashing, that one was something that happened like even in the beginning when that happened, when the
So it doesn't
government
happen
got
anymore.
involved. Hold on, government got involved, state government got involved, and that the cattle association, whatever, they kind of got between them. It's an issue that they resolved for the most part. But yeah, it's still happening. Yeah, it's up to a degree, but not as much. But the way people emphasize on it as if every day, the tens of thousands. You know how many meats we consume? Do you know how many elders are in Nigeria?
Mike,
There are tens of thousands, if not even near millions.
Mike, one thing I hear is that some farmers are scared of going to their farms because they don't want to be attacked.
We hear it from Nigerian diaspora online every day that farmers are scared.
Not true.
But in Nigeria, I go to Nigeria all the time. I travel to the rural. I spend most of my time in the rural side. Everybody are going to their farming.
Do you go to Boko Haram areas?
Boko Haram in Maiduguri.
You go to
but that's Boko Haram. That's not banditry. That's terrorism.
In all the nightclub in Lekki and you come back, you're back from Lagos.
It's like you're mixing everything together now. We are focusing on the Fulanis.
Is that you go to Nigeria all the time. You don't go to those areas that is being affected. Do you go to the Benue State? Do you go to the IDP camp? Do you go to those Plateau State? Do you go
First
to those
of all,
areas? You don't.
Benue is like the only. Hold on, Benue and Plateau, they are like less than what percentage of the whole Nigeria. Where this thing is happening.
I'm saying, the areas you go to in Nigeria, they are safe areas.
Okay, most part of Nigeria is not where it's happening. It's happening in Benue. Most of the time, it's Benue that we hear about. Benue, and that Benue is more of communal clashes. There's been age-long war between the thieves and the Jukun.
Okay, so it's the communal
all this ethnic group there.
People to the IDP camp.
Which IDP camp? The only people in IDP camp I know is people from Maiduguri were displaced by Boko Haram. Those are the people I know.
No, okay, when the governor Autumn was saying that these people were attacking them, was he lying?
Autumn was attacking Buhari. He's doing propaganda against Buhari. We all know that. He hated Autumn is a PDP, Buhari is APC. So he joined the whole hyper propaganda thing. Even the new governor, they all said it. They say, hey, this guy he was just doing propaganda. Politics. It's just like politicians do politics, just like Trump do his own politics against the Mexicans and those kind of things. They do that. They just make all these statements, just It's political statement. Wants to win election. Wants his party to be in charge.
So to you, they are just castigating.
But what I will tell you is this:
you
should go and look at, if you want to base your belief on something.
Mike,
go and look at record of arrest. I'm telling you, if you go and look at the record of the arrest,
so to
the
you,
investigation.
The Fulanis, these bandits, they are innocent. They are not Fulanis. They are.
What I'm telling you, bandits is a group of criminals. Majority, the ones that are happening in those middle belt area, they are northerners, and they are of different.
They are
wait. Just listen. When they arrest them, when they analyze, trying to figure which ethnic group they all belong to, they come from various ethnic groups. In fact, there were groups where they all arrested. In fact, not a single one was even Fulani. They were either Gwari, some Hausa, some. They just northern criminals that came together to form gang and doing their banditry and stuff. But we call all of them Fulanis. That's why I correct you when you made that statement saying most bandits are Fulanis. I'm like, where did you get that number from? You have to go based on some kind of data
I don't
or
know
records.
about bandits, but I know of the headsmen that are clashing with the farmers.
Yeah, we all know that headsmen clash sometimes with farmers. When that's normal
and
thing.
Those headsmen, they are Fulanis, Abi.
Citizens clash with citizens every day.
Mike, I wanted to ask you a question. Is when we talk about herdsmen, are the Fulanis are they the only sort of nomadic pastoralist group in Nigeria?
There are other ethnic groups that participate in.
So like Kanuri. So would you say Kanuri also engage in like herdsmen activities?
Virtually almost all northern ethnic groups engage in.
I know,
but the Fulanis are historically they are more prominent in that business.
The Fulanis are the nomadic that move around with their cattle. I don't know if the Hausas do that or the Kanuri do that. At least that's what I learned in school in those days in social studies. I don't know if that's changed.
Yeah, most people, a lot of Northerners have engaged in the same herding business. Pastoralists, exactly. Yeah. But stereotypically, historically, Fulani are known for that. There's kind of like this.
Those people that have cattle, they don't carry them around now. A lot of people have cattle farms. Even Yorubas have farms where they have cows. But the ones that are carrying their cattle from place to place, are they not the nomadic
Madam, Sister Rosie, you have to understand that the meat business, like everybody consume meat all over the country, right?
Yes.
So the meat people, they are the one that supply everyone that meat. You understand? They supply the market. All the restaurants, everybody, we all eat meat. Everybody eats beef.
But they have farms where they have the way they do it now.
You said
they don't carry them from one rural area to another rural area. They don't move around.
Maybe they need to modernize the way they do it. But one thing I know is the way they supply. They have the market. They are very organized. They have markets that they have to supply by a certain time of the month, whatever day. So they have to move the cow towards that market. You understand? So on the way, they feed the cow on the way, and then they get to the market and they just sell them. So it's what it is. So the clashes between farmers and elder is simple. Yeah. So the cow, there's no way the cow end up in someone's farm. Some farmers, and the thing about Nigeria is this.
Madam I asked you one question. These Fulanis, right from time before, we have known them to be taking their cattle from place to place. They don't go to people's farms.
It's always happened, man. It's always happened.
Before it was never happening before.
That farmer clashes. The difference between now and then.
From time immemorial, we know the Fulanis are the one carrying cattle from place to place. But why all of a sudden they start going into farms and causing problems?
Okay, let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you what changed with time. Okay. Back in the days, Nigerians, they have location where they call the farm, right? Where everybody go, right? In the farm. But today, people farm anywhere now. Today, people just, so farm settlement is no longer like, oh, that settlement is a farm settlement or this. The ethnic, back in the day, ethnic groups are very organized. Villages are very organized. They have where they stay and where they call the farm, where the entire farm, in the village, they all go to farm together. You understand? They go to farm during the day and they know where farm is. They all go there and they all have their demarcation and everything. So they farm there. So now, people that are herders already know that, that village, that's where their farm location is. So they know that, that's the farm right there. That's the residential right there. And this is where is bush. But today, because a lot of people now, that we are not tribal organized people anymore. We are just individuals. Even me, I can move to another state in Nigeria and begin to start farming business. I just find a land. I just say, that land is free. Just go there, clear the bush and start farming, growing food and start selling. So now we are not so organized anymore in the way we do things in Africa, in Nigeria.
As we are talking
so now what's going on is it's kind of like me now. Wait, it's kind of like me now. I moved to maybe another state in Nigeria, like Delta State or somewhere. And then I say, let me get into farming business. And I see a bush or somewhere, I'm going to clear it and then start growing something.
No,
and then
Mike,
maybe a Fulani guy that's, hold on. Maybe a Fulani guy that's always been going through that bush. And all of a sudden, he went through it and hit all the crops that I just planted. I will be upset. I will challenge him like, guy, I just work for months
but they
to
should
grow
know
this.
the difference between a farm and an untamed forest. A farm where there is maize, there's yam that's been planted, is different from a wild forest.
Like
so
I said,
people these days, they don't know the difference.
Hold on. People, like I said, people these days, they create a family in the middle of just whatever now. So somebody, by the time, okay, a Fulani that's pushing 50 cows, sometimes the cows are ahead of them.
Mike is
but anyway, let me not even get into this. The fact of the matter is, hold on, let me not go.
Start planting. It's not that way. You are wrong. It's not that way.
Okay, whatever it is.
Especially in Yoruba land. Most of the land belong to family. Maybe it can be generational land. So you cannot just say, I want to go farming. Yeah, okay, I just boot out and I start planting. No, it's not done that way. And let me tell you something you don't know. Nowadays, most of the herdsmen, when they go to people's farmland, they uproot their cassava, giving their cows. They make sure they eat all their corns, not destroying
that's crime. That's criminality.
That's what we are saying.
Okay, so that's crime. That's crime. So someone that mess up
so
your...
what do you expect them to do? They cannot fight them because they are not...
No, you call the police. How about you call the police?
No, you know why the farm people cannot farm them? Because most of these herdsmen, they carry AK-47. Can you fight
Come on, man, that's a lie. Most of herdsmen don't carry AK-47.
That is not a lie.
It's a lie. Bro, you need hold on, calm down.
No, let me tell you something. I knew one person that is in Ido local government.
Even if they don't carry AK-47, they have daggers.
I see elders every day.
They have daggers.
Let me tell you somebody that
you know what my problem is? The Nigerians that go online to say this thing, Nigerians live in Finland, live in America, live in London. They don't live in Nigeria, but they'll be the one online to tell everybody.
Listen, Mike,
who's carrying AK-47.
One man is a
Remy,
farmer.
when was the last time you been to Nigeria?
I went to Nigeria in
10 years.
2023. I always go
That's
to Nigeria
twice. Come on, man. You've been on this show the whole last year. You were on this show the whole last year. You didn't tell us you were in Nigeria. Stop it, man. Come on.
I said I went home in 2023.
2023. You've been on this show almost every day from 2023.
I said I went home
when did you go?
Nigeria in 2023. You said it's a lie. I can bet you with $10,000. Put it on the table, and I win your money today.
Remy, but you didn't tell us you were on this show in 2023. You didn't tell us you were... Okay, let's accept it. But what about me? You know me, I'm all...
Let me finish. You don't let...
I've been to Nigeria twice this year alone.
Go and drink water. Somebody told me his own personal experience. He's a
farmer. They say.
Yeah, not them say. This is personal experience. He's a big-time farmer in your state. He supplies ShopRite in Ibadan. He supplies them tomatoes and the rest. In his farm, these people... They destroy his farmland. And nothing he can do.
Remy, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you another thing Nigerians do these days.
What you are saying
Remy.
Like you don't pity these people. This is their business too.
Remy,
unfair to them.
Guys, we also have to be careful with Nigerians. But there was this one Nigerian guy, Igbo guy, last year. The guy told me that his mom was kidnapped. His mom was kidnapped. He had to pay ransom. He told me. And then a month later, I forgot what he told me. He was not telling me that, my mom has been living in the UK. Now she's sick, this and that and that and that. He forgot. He told me that his mom was just kidnapped in Nigeria. It was like, he forgot. You know, the thing about lies, when you lie to somebody, you forget that you lied to that person. This guy was like,
now. But most of the people on this
I'm
platform,
like, yo,
they are responsible.
you told me your mom was kidnapped by Fulani and you have to pay ransom. So your mom has been living in the UK for 10 years. I'm like, God, Nigerians, man, they will do anything to push their propaganda. That's one thing. So you got to be careful. Almost everyone here will tell you, I know my friend, the Fulani went to his farm and killed his. They will just lie. Most of it is just to... most of these things I hear is just they just painting, giving Fulani bad name, giving a dog bad name to kill the dog. That's all it is. Most Nigerian things they're saying is a bunch of made up stories. The guy caught him red-handed. I'm like, I'll let him talk. I'm like, this guy now. I'm like, dude, you told me last month you were there telling me and this group of people that your mom was kidnapped by Fulani. So your mom has been living in now. You're telling me your mom is sick. She's been in the UK for 10 years. So you gotta be careful with these things. Yeah, all these. That's why I come here furious because I already know. I know Nigerians very well, man. That's why I come here a lot to argue with you guys. Like, let's try to dig facts, because a lot of things that goes on is propaganda. People just make up things.
Think most of the people in this platform, I don't think they'll come and be lying here now. Like,
because most of them don't live in Nigeria now.
Nigeria recently, you said it's lying. I can be in Nigeria, be in this platform. I don't disclose my location. I don't have to tell you where I am.
But I'm just saying, what I know for a fact is most Nigerians that are online complaining about problem in Nigeria are Nigerians in diaspora, not the Nigerians in Nigeria. Because when I'm online, when I'm in the US, I'm always scared to go to Nigeria just because I hear so many. Once I get to Nigeria, no one on ground is saying all these things. Nobody. I spend my time in rural area because that's where I spend most of my time. I try to go through Lagos, Ogun, or Oshun. Sometimes spend a lot of time in most of my time spend Oshun. And I go to the rural side. People, I go to the villages.
Areas.
People are living their life. No one is thinking about Fulani. And I see Fulani with Northerners, elders with their car moving. Sometimes I talk to them. I even ask them questions. Some of them don't even know about all this noise that's going on online. They don't know about it. And I ask people if I have someone in the house with me right now, I just came from Nigeria. When the person was in Nigeria, where he was living in Rapper, I saw car. I was asking, what are those people car? Oh, the Northerners, the cows, just like to stop. So I'm like, people are just living their life. None of this chaos that we go online to push. I'm like,
Mike,
come on, man.
Mike, you are partly right. Because majority of Nigeria that live in the city, they might not know. We are talking about people that live in hinterland, in small village and town.
And that's why I tell you they are go.
The majority of their occupation, they are farmers. You cannot talk to people that live in Ibadan, in the center of the city, or Lagos, telling you about.
What did I just say? Didn't I tell you that I spend my time in the rural area? I'm in the rural area, guy. You think I don't even spend time in Lagos that much anymore? I go to the rural. I'm there.
And one thing I want you to know is that you going to Nigeria maybe once or twice in a year does not mean that. No, listen. Does not mean that people that go to Nigeria maybe once every year or once every 2 years, they don't have knowledge. They don't know what is going on in the country too. You can't say that. Because at the end of the day, this thing is happening.
Why is it that the people that are online always complaining about problem in Nigeria and Nigerians that live in abroad, they don't live in Nigeria?
Because those ones that are online, some of them are just gaslighting.
For example, on this show today, almost everybody on this show today live in US and Europe.
You can't say that. You can't like when I make my submission, I let people realize that when we talk about
Ola live in Canada. You live in Finland.
Let me just add to this. I think
you live in Finland. Ola lives in Canada. Tunaja live in UK. I live in US. Simba live in Saudi Arabia. None of us here live in Nigeria.
I agree with you, Mike. Because I talk to UFC every day, and he says the same thing.
Part of the reason why people
is the Nigerian and the diaspora that do all this stuff.
But most of the time we have this discussion, you have Caesar, you have everybody that's from the diaspora. They're the ones who are pushing the tribalism, and obviously they're in the social media platforms where it's like an echo chamber.
It's an echo chamber,
yeah. And then they dispute on social media. Calm down, Janzola. Hold on. I think it's not necessarily like that. If you hear a situation whereby a village, before they woke up in the morning, 50 people, 100 people have been slaughtered, and the people that did it disappear. If you hear repeatedly,
it's communal clashes, man.
Then, you see, whatever it is, the point is that people react to these things, and that is why people say, "Well, if in any country."
What of the one that happened like last week in one of these places in I think Plateau or Benue? Is that propaganda too?
Here's the deal, Sister Rosie. The people, we Nigerian diaspora, like especially in the US, Europe, we are bored. We spend more time on the internet. Right?
No,
where we hold on, I'm coming.
No.
Hold on, we spend more time on the internet trying to mostly like to continue badness. Like all these communal ethnic clashes and crime, that's always been happening in Nigeria. The thing is, when I go to Nigeria, right, like this thing that happened in so-called Benue, if I go to another or your Oshun, this and that, the people they don't know about they don't care about what's going on in other states. They're just busy focusing on what's going on within their own state. They're not consuming those things. They don't care. No, Nigeria don't even care what's going on. And even when Boko Haram was happening, people in southern Nigeria are not even paying attention to it. It's those of us that live abroad that pay attention to it because we are the one that usually spend more. We have money we get free internet, all those things. So we are the one that pay attention to all those news, and then we blow it. We blow it up and expand it like it's some serious, like all over the country, just burning. But the people on the ground, They're just living their life. They wake up every day looking for hustle, money, they don't pay attention to it. Even when I go to Nigeria, when I'm scared to like drive with like thinking about people that the other Nigerians like, oh man, I'm going to it's in Lagos. You say, oh, tomorrow I have to go to to attend wedding in those stages and that. They're not thinking about these things. But it's those of us online in diaspora. We spend so much time online that we consume all the bad news. Every community clash or anything happen anywhere in Nigeria, we consume it.
I think there's element of both sides. Like when I go to Nigeria now, this thing that you are saying, I don't go about acting paranoid like some people who will go and hire police and all the rest as if that's going to save them. They will hire mobile police to protect their life. I don't worry about that. And there's an element of truth in that from the point of view that people in the West tend to be a little bit over paranoid about the state of affairs. They forget that 200 and something million people live in Nigeria just fine. However, you have to also acknowledge that there is something else going on that they are also responding to. Because you can't have a country where there is a Russian roulette where you go there,
that will agree with me. In the United States, right? Like there was a time I used to watch like American local news all the time. And every night they would tell you the shooting happened in the northwest of this and that. The shooting happened. Jam my line like in America.
Fear-mongering,
right? If you watch the local news, you'll be scared to go out because they give you all the shootings, the news, and each year about 25,000 Americans get shot, get killed. Like,
but what are you saying? Are you saying that we should not mind?
But what I'm trying to say is this. Hold on, calm down. But the moment
Mike, hold on, Mike.
When I made money, I was no longer watching local news. I was watching cable. I was watching just ESPN.
You just mentioned 25,000 people
in America. Yes,
in America.
Every year, go look it up.
That is not even up to. Although I'm not trying to be condescending here, that is not even up to the number of people killed in Nigeria in 1 year. Into all this insurgency and the rest. I'm talking about.
You telling me 25,000 Nigeria get killed by insurgency every year in Nigeria? You kidding me?
It's not up to that. It's not up to that.
Nigeria is not up to that amount.
No, Nigeria is nowhere near that number.
Oh my God! What kind of country is this? Sir?
Nigeria is not up to 25,000.
I mean, do you think that more than 25,000 dies every year from this in Boko Haram or bandits?
That's what he's telling us now.
Boko Haram is just so many years. I mean, we're talking about 1 year.
But we don't get up to that in Nigeria. Your years like maybe every other month you have about 50 people or 10 people.
At most in Nigeria recently is around 1,000.
Exactly. At most, exactly. But in the US, it's every night, almost every night city, someone is shot, someone is killed, someone is gunshot.
That is not a safe
but hold on, but tonight, the moment that was when I was broke. I just came to America. All I watch is local news. But the moment I bought cable, all I watch now is ESPN. And then, I didn't even know something is going on. Like people's getting shot. Like I no longer think about getting shot or anything like that because I don't consume that local news anymore. I just watch like sports.
But how come the CNN and the rest, they are not pushing that kind of news to international media?
Well, they don't want to market their country now. America will never demarket their country.
So that's the problem of Nigerian media. Every available thing, they will quickly put it there. Some people, oh my.
Do you know even that clash? Do you know the one Nigerians
in the US, even in the UK, people get stabbed all the time. That one is nice.
So why are they not calling Nigeria? Why are they always?
I live in the US and I still don't. I move around. I'm not scared of being shot because it doesn't mean because people are being shot I should be living in fear. So, but if you are not here, you'll be like, oh, it's not safe. It's not safe. But America is the safest place to be in the world.
It depends where you go.
It depends on the city you are staying.
I don't know. In Japan, there's barely one gun violence.
America is not the safest place in the world.
It's the safest place in the world.
America is nowhere the safest place in the world.
3 a.m. You can move around any time of the night.
Where? Maybe where you
America is the safest place. Are you
kidding yourself? It depends on the area.
Do you know what? Hey, it's anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world depends on where you go. Everywhere in the world.
But America is still the safest place in the world.
I don't think so. America is not safer than European countries, Scandinavian countries.
I live in Finland. One of the safest countries in the world. It's in top 3. You can no gunshot, never. You can never.
Sweden.
I used to live in some of the most dangerous neighborhoods in America. I'm telling you, man. Whenever I go to Nigeria, I feel relief. I feel like, oh my God. I'm telling you, I used to live in some dangerous neighborhood here in America.
Baltimore, you got places.
Yeah,
man, I'm telling you.
like you literally when you step in, you got to. Sometimes you got to.
Mike,
Let me tell you what
here,
I used to.
here in
Brother,
Houston,
you know, I used to carry
there's an
gun with me.
area called
I used
Fifth Ward.
to carry gun in my car all the time.
Mike,
When I was
there's
living
some
in this
area
community.
in Houston here, Third Ward, Fifth Ward. If you have
sorry,
a nice
Madam Rosie.
tennis shoe, they can kill you
Madam
for
Rosie,
that.
but sorry, I want
Exactly.
to ask Nigeria something. To Nigeria, I used to here, so I will leave the forum so you can shut down when you are done. Okay.
All right then.
To Nigeria. Okay,
I am
all right.
here.
Thank you. Okay. See you later.
All right.
Good night, Ola.
Go ahead. You want me to talk? All right.
No, let me talk. I was shocked. I'm still shocked or surprised that 25,000 people can be shot in one country in 1 year. For what reason? That means split of
Do you know how big America
this
is?
is not a joke.
Do you know how
It
big
still
America
surprised me.
is?
It's not 25,000. It's
This
40
is
something
not
thousand
about
from
big or
gun
no big.
violence.
Sometimes the number is higher, but it's
do you
always
know how big
at least
America
minimum
is?
25,000, 20, 25.
Even
Minimum.
China is even safer than America.
40,000 at least is dying every year. 40,000 every year from gun violence in the US every year.
And everybody want to come to America. Everybody.
With all these killings.
It tells you that it depends on what people perceive about the killing that is taking place. I think, like in America now, if there was a terrorist attack, the way they treat it is different from the way they treat this same gun violence that's even killing more people, isn't it? Yeah.
True Niger, I now know why the West, they ignore Nigeria about that terrorism something. They have to ignore. When their country, 40,000 people have been shot dead, and you are thinking about many people dying in a year.
Last week alone, there's I think 2 mass
So they will ignore you now. They will go. It's a small issue. Go
I
and
think
settle your problem by yourself.
mass shooting is treated like family problem, but when terrorism occurs, it appears to be an external problem. And
no, if it ties to foreign,
but they are not helping us now. They are not helping us. They are not sending. They are not selling weapons to us. They are not giving us information to decimate these people. They are just using it as a cash cow. I mean, the Western world.
Do you know what America will not do is even take picture of a dead body and put it on the news to show us how the person injured. But Nigeria will show you the blood, the everything. That communal clash that happened in Osun State 2 weeks ago. Nigeria were posting the guts of this guy that was chopped on the floor. They post everything all over social media. Like anyone has known Nigeria.
But here they will quarantine the place, call it a crime scene. Nobody can go there.
If you dare show the picture, the family will sue you now. The family of that victim will sue you for showing the picture of their dead relative.
The West, they simply
sanitize. So that means we have to regulate the social media in Nigeria too.
And most of these gunshots, Remy, in America, are head new. They blow brains. People's brains are blown off. Like, but they'll never show you anything like that. Like someone's head was blown off.
No. But this is really serious. All the country I've lived in my life, even in China, at 1.4 billion population, they no gunshot. Nobody carry gun there. Only the police, and they never shoot. So I don't know why America, you say, is different.
My mom said that was wrong.
China is a communist country now. You can't compare China to America.
No, you are wrong. That is what they tell to do.
America, you carry your gun, I carry my gun. You mess with me, I blow you up.
America is America is an unusual country in that sense.
America, when it comes to gun,
you don't mess up. Like, even at work, they will tell you that when we finish, let's meet outside the gate. Because you come with your gun, I come with my. So you don't mess up with anybody.
So how can you? That means people will be. I know that's why most Americans are crazy, mind you, because.
They are crazy. They are crazy. Killing themselves all over the place. It's not a very, very smart country from that point.
It doesn't matter. It's some people's culture. Here in America, those people that live in the rural areas, from 6, they start teaching their kids how to shoot. Those that live in the ranch, they start shooting. So it's part of some cultures, their culture. I have so many friends. If you go to their house,
in Europe, why don't they do it in Europe?
If you go to their houses, you will see their display of guns. They have display of guns. It's different types of guns displayed. It's their culture.
They call it gun collection. Some people just like guns. They buy guns like just for fun.
So
they say, you know where they sell bullets, Tunaja, in grocery store. Where the same place in Walmart. They sell
Walmart
bullets.
Now. You go there and you buy your bullets.
The same place you buy your grocery,
your apple and
your food item. You buy bullets too from there, and you can buy as many bullets as you want.
Once you have your license.
Yeah. It's only them that use it in such a cavalier way. In many European countries, they have guns. Even Canada has guns, but they regulate it in such a way that it doesn't lead to this type of
So
violence.
Mike and Madam Rosa, I want to ask you a question. When your kids, I don't know whether you have teenage kids now or your kids are still like under the age of 16.
Yeah.
Does your kids go to school by themselves? Maybe ride a bicycle
Most
or
of the
walk down to school?
No,
yeah,
school
they
bus
do
pick
now.
them.
Like, of course, now they ride their bicycle to school. They walk down to school. But it depends on the area. Some if you have if it's a high crime area, the schools will have a metal detector. So when you are coming in, if you can't come in with guns or knives.
So are you saying that majority of American students below the age of 16, they walk to school by themselves?
If your house is if you are like
No,
five
no, they
minutes,
have a school
No, no,
bus.
no.
School
My question is
buses,
very
yeah.
simple.
they have
Like
school zone. If you
here,
live close to your school, you don't ride the school bus. You walk to school.
No, it
I
depends on
understand
the
that aspect.
so.
I
It's not.
understand. My question, the reason why I asked you that question is very simple. Here, as little as 7-year-old boy, 7, I'm talking, can walk down to school by himself.
Here
In
in
America,
America
8
too
years
that
old.
now.
parent go to
So
jail.
it's more, and people will wait
No,
for him
even here
to
in
cross the road
America,
to do.
primary school, kindergarten, if you live like a block away, your school is not fine.
No,
You can
no,
walk.
no,
I'm not
no, no,
even
no, no.
talking
In
about a
America, there's
block
a law.
away.
If your child is under the age of 12, he can't be left alone at any time at all.
Uh-huh. So it's
No, you
different from
can't
here.
leave
It's
them home
different.
alone,
It's
but they
different.
can walk to school. You can
No,
stand
no, they can't be
outside.
left alone. They can't even walk by themselves.
See, if they cannot be left alone, it's different from here. I'm telling you, some
They can
kids
No,
walk
are
they
to the
like,
walk
where
to
the bus
they,
will pick them up. The
no,
bus,
if it's if
they
it's
have
not
they
far,
have a school
if
bus
you
that picks
live
them up.
close to school, your bus will not pick you.
Yeah,
we are
but
not
you
even
can't.
talking about, we are not talking about school bus here. Your school can be as maybe 10 to 15 minutes walk, especially those
No,
ones
no,
that
it cannot be
teenagers
that
are,
far. Cannot
they
be that
walk.
far.
No, I'm trying to give you example of here. I'm
Okay.
talking about 7-year-old boy or girl that can walk to school like 10 minutes, 15 minutes walk by himself or herself, walk to school and walk back home.
No, that's too
Everybody
far.
respect. We will wait for him or her to cross the road,
That's too far.
and
You don't
the
want your child
system
to
is
be
so.
kidnapped. All these child molesters, you don't want them to
That's what we
kidnap
are
your
saying.
child.
That means all those things that we usually watch in some movie, a lot of studies, psychopaths, so many people, crazy heads, kidnapping children, child abuse, and so we don't have that kind of crime here. In most European countries, we don't have it.
And where
But
are you
there
at?
are
You in
plenty,
You say you're in
plenty in
Finland?
America.
Is he in Finland?
Yeah, in Finland.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Finland, Sweden, those countries are like some of the safest countries in the world, actually, in terms of crime statistics and
Here is
stuff.
very safe. To be frank, you'll love it. And sometimes the kids also like they can fight in a group. They also have like when they have their lunch, they can also walk out in the street with their teachers. Everybody wait for them. They can be 20 on the road. You have to wait for them to cross the road. It's so safe. And what that shocked me tonight is what just Mike said. I can't wrap my head around it at all. 25,000 people gunshot,
Are you
and you said it's
surprised?
safe.
That's not.
So I'm still surprised because you said it's
That's
a
the
safest country. How can
norm.
be
That's the
25,000?
norm.
That
You
means
go
people
to
are
the
just
mall.
dying.
You go
That
to the
means people
mall.
are just
You go to the
dropping dead
mall.
like
You be
anyhow.
careful. Some people can just come in with guns and start shooting. You go to movie theater. You be careful. Even when, like me, when I go to the restaurant, I make sure I'm facing the door. I don't back the door, so that if somebody
So
come
that
in
Because
means
you are
shooting,
driving. When you are
you are
driving,
living in a
argument with
constant
another
fear.
driver, he'll start shooting you. They'll shoot your car.
yeah. If I'm driving,
That
if I
means you are
drive
living
back
with
to you,
constant fear. It's not to
yeah,
live in country
I
though.
don't back the door. I always face the door so that if anybody comes in with a gun, I'll dodge, go under the table and hide.
Is that where is Prince Daddy? Oh no, I thought that should be Trump room.
I mean, any mass gathering it's a potential for something to
And
go down. You
Madam
have to be
Rose,
careful.
why are so crazy that some kid will take gun to school and start shooting all these young kids? Why are they
Because
doing like
those
that?
kids they have mental problem now.
Yeah.
They have mental
If they have
problem.
mental
A school shooting just happened recently too in I think Florida a few days
Yeah,
ago. Yeah.
yeah, they have
so
mental problem.
so how do you feel every day that you send your kids to school and you don't know what might happen? Somebody with crazy hair will just come with a gun and shoot a lot of people like that. It always
Mm,
happens in America. I don't know why. The
yeah, we've been
society, wow,
yeah.
man.
That's part of living. It's part of living. So
Part
you
of
just,
life, exactly.
yeah, you just accept it and you move on. But even in UK, in London, they are stabbing all these knives. They stab people in the bars, on the streets, everywhere now. People are still
Yeah,
living there.
yeah, it's true. You're right.
Yeah.
All right. You're right.
So everywhere.
I
But I
think if
think
you
in
want to
Finland,
really,
maybe
if
the
you want
cold
to
has
enjoy,
freezed you people up, so you don't have time for crime anymore.
no, it's not like that. The people here, like in Finland, an average Finnish is a very, how to say, a very easygoing, shy man. They live this kind of individualistic kind of lifestyle. They don't want trouble, and they don't want you to bring trouble to them. So everybody is well behaved. So maybe because
they are relatively a small population and relatively large landmass, and they
But you cannot
also
compare. America is a large country. You know that, right? All these countries
But
you
what
are
about
calling.
China? China is as large as America,
But it's a
and they have
communist
over 1 point.
country. It's a
No, I
communist
live there.
country.
Oh, you know what? All this social media you listen to, it does not mean that they stifle your freedom. You still
what
walk
does she
around the
mean by
street.
communist
You still go
country?
to the
Maybe you
park.
should
You
ask
still
what
go
she is
around. Nobody
meaning by
harass
when she says
you.
communist country. What does that mean?
It's
Does it mean
just
that people don't have freedom? Is that what you are saying?
Well,
as
I don't
much
think
they
those
don't
people have
have.
the right to
I
bear
mean,
arms
they
there.
don't
In
have as
America,
much
you have the
freedom
Second
as here
Amendment.
now. You
Right?
can't go to the store and buy a gun now.
Yes, because that
That's
is
what
not
I'm
about freedom.
saying.
That's
See,
about
that's what
Here
I'm
in
saying. You
America, we
cannot
have the Second
You
Amendment.
can't
You have the
compare
right to
China
bear
to
arms.
America. China is a communist country. The government controls most of the things they do.
Everything.
America is the land of the free.
I think China is just a little bit like, because it's one country.
If you say
We look at it
Japan,
like
I can
everything
understand
government
because
controls
if you
it.
say Japan, I
Or
can understand.
see,
But
madam,
China
see,
is a communist country. You
when
can't
I look at
compare.
hold on now, let me just say
Totalitarian
something. When I look at
countries.
China and I see those roads, if you see the highways, sometimes you will see the highway and then you will see one house in the middle of the highway, and they will build the highway around the house. And what I see there is a country where individuals do have power. They will refuse to give up
But
their
that's how
land.
America is now. You
And
see some
no,
people
America
they
is not like
live.
that. America, they will take the land from you and build the highway past your house.
No. You see in America.
How many places do you see that in America? You
So
can just
I'm telling you,
point to
there
one
are some
house.
people that live in the rural area. You will
Tonight,
see
you're
a
watching too
house
much
in the middle of
too much
nowhere. You will
online
see a
video.
house
No,
in
it's
the
not too
middle of
much. I
nowhere.
see it. I see what I see in America.
Yeah,
Even in
oh, no, no, no.
you can't
Tonight,
hold
you're
Tonight,
watching
hold
too
on.
much
Even their
communist
rural
build
areas
propaganda.
in America, look
Hold
at
on,
how they
tonight, yeah.
spend.
See, watch the video you saw. I've seen it before also, but let me tell you, okay, and Remy can testify to this also. In China, if they want to build a new city or do something, they don't ask no damn permission. They bulldoze every damn thing and do whatever they want to do. So don't mess around with the
So
Communist Party.
you see what he just did. You just see what he just did. He said, "I saw the video, but he didn't address it at all."
Well, no. You see,
Zero
unlike,
addressing of that point.
hold on. Let's see, unlike you, I'm not
So
making that video. Hold on now.
you don't believe it, but your propaganda in your head is the one you believe.
No. See, that's a logical argument. So the video that you saw, you make it sound like that's the norm in China, and that is not.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
disputing the video. Hold on. I'm not disputing the video that it's wrong or incorrect. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying though, if the communists, if the CCP wants to bulldoze your house or your property and do whatever they want to do, you can't stop them. So don't think you have some damn right in China like that. It don't work like that.
Yo,
That is
Prince
the
Daddy, Prince
case,
Daddy.
if
Here's
that is the
another.
case, why don't you see such structures in America versus China? Why don't you see it? Riddle
In
me that.
America, you will see some people they live along the highway. The government will not come and bulldoze your house and take
No,
your
no.
property.
They live
What are you
along the
talking about? You
highway,
want to
not in
compare
the
communist
middle of
China
the
to
highway
America?
where the government will build around your property. They have to build around it. What that tells you something is that the people in China that we like to think that they don't have any rights, some do.
So it's in America that
It's
we
not
don't
Compared to
have
true
America,
that they
rights.
don't have any rights.
compared to America, they don't. Let's be like
That's
it's
what
not
we
even
are
I don't know.
saying.
not even a
Personally,
comparison.
I don't know why we say that.
China
It's
that they
because
control, you can't have so many
America
kids,
right
and you're
now.
saying they have freedom.
I don't see. I think
Sister
in
Rosie,
America they give
let's
you
be
the
Yes.
fair, man.
impression they
I
give you
think
the impression that you
America
have freedom.
America likes to kind of deceive the whole world that they are the free, they are the only
Have
free
you seen
country.
what is going on in Gaza? Do you see them
Everybody else is not
reporting it?
free. But that's not necessarily true, though.
Freedom of
I
speech, freedom
know
of
Compare,
that's
with a
not
sense of
true.
how
But,
about
but
comparting
Sister
their
Rosie,
own.
there are some
Mike?
things
We're
you
talking
do in
about in
Nigeria.
comparison to
There are some things
China.
you do in Nigeria. We try it here. You go to prison for it. Like
Of course
America
now.
is
Okay,
very,
like
they're
here in
very
America now.
regulated.
If let two chicken be fighting, if the police come, they round up now. You are going to jail now.
In America,
you can't
somebody,
let
your for animal
in
cruelty.
Nigeria, you see these people.
Exactly.
They
If you kill animal, you go. Your freedom is. America is not that free. I'm sorry. You have to be careful. They can charge you for anything, anytime.
I think the area China really stamps down on criticism is when you are talking about the nation. That's where maybe China is a little bit more draconian compared to America. Americans can say something about their nation more negatively, but in other areas,
it's not. Hold on. Anything has to do with national security.
Don't have a
freedom
of speech.
No,
China, are you permitted to have as many kids as possible?
If you go and if you accidentally run into American government classified document and you go and speak about it, you will find out whether you have freedom or not.
Oh yeah, no, that
exactly. So what is this freedom? Freedom is not different from maybe the Chinese are scared like, oh, you want to create.
But in America, in China, can you have as many kids as you want?
Exactly. In America, can you try that?
In many but you can't have as many kids as you want.
Even the house you bought, your house.
At a point in time, you could. It was a one-child policy in China. What happened to that?
Yeah, they had the one-child policy.
In China, you can't have too many kids. In America, you can have as many kids.
You can't blame them for that. It's because
in America they make you pay for it. If you have the kids, you have to pay.
Control them more. There's more government control in China than in America.
Yeah, even when it comes to individuals, even when it comes to
it's not everything.
Sister Rosie, sorry, in America, government control every aspect of your life. Everything.
But even in China,
they regulate every aspect of your life.
But real quick, in China, the people don't even have body autonomy.
You see, let me say something about to Princess. You see, in a way, the way the West controls their people is not the same as the way the Chinese come out openly and tell you what they want to do. But in the West, they will use policies to enforce it. It's systems that they use. If they don't want you to have many children, they will make it very expensive for you to have children.
They will put regulation in place.
To have children.
And that's what they are doing in the West. Why do you think you must have health care for your child? They will put policy in place to control you. They regulate even how you rate your children. You can't even treat your children the way you can't beat your child. You can't. There's so many. They restrict
one thing.
They use law to control you.
In China, when you sign a contract, the contract stipulates that you cannot say anything against the Chinese government. It's well written, and you cannot preach religion. Like you go around talking about.
Yeah, look what happened. Look what happened
to the Uyghurs. They don't like.
These are the thoughts. These are the thoughts. Call something in Chinese contract. It's always written there.
But everything else is free.
Yes, those things. Everything else is free. And when it comes to the state, when it comes to religious stuff, things that they perceive that creates instability,
exactly.
Against that.
That's what they did. And when you compare and contrast with the American system, who came on top? The society is well filing. People are well behaved. Everybody has opportunity to grow. Some of the Chinese, they never think their life can change like that. Their life changed within one or 2 decades. A family that only have one house, and when they build the construction, they gave them 3 more houses. And before you know it, the property appreciated. And they became an instant millionaire. And that's why
even in America, once you are convicted or you have some kind of conviction, they take your freedom away. They can tell you, they will tell you, you can never become this, you can never become that.
One thing I like that country about is that they never joke with their education. You will see a boy of 10-year-old boy. He has knowledge in everything. They put more emphasis on STEM system, which is on mathematics, technology, and sciences. Not like we in Nigeria. We just continue to push ourselves into whatever, maybe management or whatever. And by the time you are in the junior secondary school, because they do it like Nigeria, they have junior secondary and high school. There's an almighty examination you have to do to go to high school. Those ones that cannot go to high school, they could push them into vocational college. And that's where you see a lot of technical people, that the technical staff, they can handle a lot of things about machines and machinery. So nobody is left out. So you'll be useful to the society. And they continue to, because of they use their community to make you perpetuate patriotism. Everything is about supporting your country. So, and it works out well for them. You need to go to that country and see the wonders of the world. You won't believe that. You will never believe until you step out of America and visit that country, and then you cannot compare and contrast. Because I have
one thing I can't really stand with America is you can never find that freedom where you are no longer in financial trouble. Even when you buy your house cash, you buy everything cash, you still have to be paying tax or some kind of form of something. It's like you never own it. You can never find that complete financial freedom. Like that's what I'm like, dude, I'm not in Nigeria, for example. Once you buy your house, That's it. You don't have to be. Government is not sending bills to your mail or coming. Not. I mean, like you just alone. You don't have ties with government. But in America, everything is connected with government. Once you buy a car, you must have.
Mike, you don't think
If you
Nigeria
buy
needs
a
more
house,
taxes? You don't think Nigeria needs more taxes? I feel like people in Nigeria
yeah, I
don't
think
really
we
pay
probably
taxes like
do.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's for the good. I'm not saying it's bad. What America does for the good for the
But in
society.
Nigeria, you still pay
But what I'm saying
tenement
is that
rates now.
freedom, like we
In
claim, is
Nigeria,
not really
even
there.
after building a house, the local government will still make you pay tenement rate. I don't know if they don't do that anymore.
How many Nigerians are paying tenement rate? When last did you went to Madam Lucy? How many Nigerians are paying that tenement rate?
That's if you are renting.
Now.
I know in
Tenement
my
is for like
father's house
when you
in
rent to
Lagos,
your
the
tenants.
council will come after if you don't pay your tenement rate.
Nah, in Nigeria, my family house has been
before.
there for decades. No one is even. It's like we abandoned itself. No one. One of
I
my
think,
uncles is
I think
also
I was
collecting
involved
rent.
in a conversation like this before. I think Nigerians pay tax. The problem is that just like everything else we do, we don't use it efficiently. Like if it doesn't go to the center, because if you look at Lagos, they take a lot of tax from the area boys, and in other states, the same thing. You see them drivers. Any profession in
in
Nigeria,
those
they pay
days
money.
in Lagos, you have to pay like radio tax, some little
Yeah,
the local government will come.
But what about in Nigeria? What about like property tax? You guys don't do
No,
that, right?
They call it tenement rate. They used to pay those days in Lagos.
See, I'm a homeowner, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I don't like property tax, but I see the meaning of it, and I think it keeps the people productive. Like it keeps you working and stuff like
The
that, so
system,
you maintain it.
I mean, the system is good, but it's not stressful, man. That's all.
Property tax affects the richest the most because the property doesn't run. Secondly, they will use that to claw out some wealth that is concentrating at the top. That is one of the advantages of property tax. But in Nigeria, I'm sure they circumvent that. They don't even pay much of that at all in Nigeria. However, it doesn't mean they don't collect tax in Nigeria. It's just efficiently managed. They are not getting it to the center so that the center can actually leverage it to get even more money, because most countries live on loans, and that is based on the fact that they can generate income that they can put on their this ledger and say, okay, this is how much I'm making. But in the Nigerian state, that's not how it is. Everybody makes money and eats it. Everybody just eating on their own, just like they have generators for themselves, borehole for themselves. Everything is for themselves. Individualistic approach system that is very, very inefficient way of doing things. That is what you see in Nigeria. It doesn't mean that they don't pay tax, because when I look at all the tradespeople in Nigeria, even Mama Buka doesn't rest. You will see Agbros who will come and collect money from her. Driver, they will take money from driver. Okada, they don't let them rest. They take money from all of them. But yet, why is it that the center is not reflecting that amount? Because they are not we are not very efficient at managing things collectively.
But you choose what you want to pay people now. You can give them just 100 naira, just less than $1. You know, you can get around that. But in America, hold on. But in the US,
they come every day to take money.
Your taxes
every day.
No, if you don't have, they can't force you, all those kind of things. But in America, it's fixed. You know what you have to pay. If you don't pay, you go. Your tax evasion, you go to prison. They kind of
come for you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They shut down your business. You know, like they did it to me last year, man. When I didn't pay my my sales tax on time, the Secretary of State already shut down. They won't even tell you. And then I noticed my clients. I mean, someone's trying to do contract. I was like, yo, I can't do contract because your business is not registered as Secretary. I'm like, really? I have to call them. They say, well, whenever I finish paying the state comptroller, when I pay them what I owe, I should have I have to take a receipt from them and give the Secretary of State for them to restate my business. I'm like, oh my God. America, man, I'm telling you, man, they don't play. They will shut your business now if you don't pay that tax or whatever.
Yeah, but you know, America's biggest income is through tax. If even if a quarter of Americans stop paying taxes, this country will collapse.
For the country, at least.
So Mike, are you trying to say
America
the tax
uses
system,
their tax quite well.
They are
the tax
using
system
it to
is
construct
not
roads
centrally
to...
controlled? Mike and Madam Rosa, sorry to ask both of you this question. Are you saying that your tax system is not centrally controlled? That means you have various tax you are paying.
Yeah, you have the local government tax, the state tax, the federal tax, you know.
No.
Do you know that the
America,
American government?
every state is run like a
let me
country.
share this one. Do you know that American government takes a share of the income from all the states put together? Like I think about 56% or so of all the income made by all the states to the center, compared to Nigeria. Nigeria's is 47%. The American state, they are very, very efficient. The way they work is that
No. America,
your
each
own
state
thing, but
is
they collect everything in tax.
Each state is run like a republic, like it's like a country on its own.
Yeah.
Like me, Texas, I pay to the Texas state now, not to the federal government now.
Yeah,
no,
but
the federal government tax you. You get taxed twice. The federal government tax you, state also tax you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
So
that
they all
each
both
state
of them
is
come for
run.
their money.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. And they are very efficient at collecting it. And that's why I think that when people say America is federalist, yeah, it's federalist in words, but in reality, most of the resources is still going to the center. And that's what people don't realize within the
No, but they
underlying
are still
system.
trying
No,
to
more
tell you
goes
that
to the
the
state than the
state
central.
also
No.
collect
You
their
see,
own
that's
tax.
not true, madam. You see, I used to think
So
that
the
too.
federal collect
When
more
I
because
looked into
the
it,
federal tax
I was
all the
shocked
states.
to
The
find
state
out
only
that
tax
most
their
goes to
own
the
states.
center. Yeah, most of the
Individual
resources in
state
America
tax
goes
his
to the
own
center.
states, but the federal government tax every state, everybody.
Where do you think they get all those trillions over trillions that they
The
use?
whole country pay the federal government tax.
So are you trying to say that every month they also do kind of federal allocation to the state? They share the money.
No, I don't. They don't do that. I don't think they do that in America.
I think
They do
each state
some,
generates
but
its
not
income.
at that level. I don't think they do it like the way they do in Nigeria, though.
No,
I don't think
each
they
Because when I do my
every
little
federal
research,
program. That's all.
when I do my little research, I discovered that most states in the west and east coast they are quite buoyant, and in the south of America. But most of the states in the central plain they are predominantly poor. They don't have a lot of stuff.
It depends. If you
So
have oil in your state, then that state would have some, then
that's why states like Texas is very rich, right?
Texas is rich, California, some states like that, they have oil. And then some is like New York, they have all these, big
Services.
companies, corporations here.
if only
But states like,
let's say
but
if
what thing I
Nigeria,
don't understand, Mike, I don't know if you know that, like Louisiana now, they have all there, but that state is kind of poor. Why?
Black
maybe
people
it's not enough
plenty.
oil now.
Black people plenty there.
Look at this one.
Louisiana, because
Black
they
people
have
plenty
oil
there.
there, but
Is it not true?
Yeah, there are
them
many
now.
there. So it's because black people plenty there. That's why they are poor.
So I don't know why
They
they
don't
are
have
saying
oil
black
there
men
in
mentality.
Louisiana too.
No, they only have what we city there, Baton Rouge and New Orleans. Those are the only two cities, and those cities can't
Yeah,
generate that.
that's what I'm saying. But why are they poor? Well, they have all the most of these offshore companies, they have their offshore there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Louisiana having oil. Actually, they are like
Because those states has been run by Republicans since time immemorial, and they don't change.
Don't say Republican. I mean Republican. Texas is a Republican state,
You
and
started
we have
now.
So
money.
you are Republican.
Don't start this
Of course,
yesterday.
I'm Republican. No, I'm
You
from
can
Yeah,
say
Topo.
but if you look at the
your
US,
eyes.
the state that is been run by Democrats, when it comes to wealth, they have more wealth, they create more
Please
wealth.
don't even talk about
It's quite
Democrats
true.
at
That's
all.
quite true.
Democrats are worse than
It is the
Republicans.
truth. Not these things. Not about wars. We are looking at who creates wealth here. We are not going to argue this.
Republicans
We all
create
know it is
wealth. They create more wealth
But
than
that's not all the time.
Democrats
Yeah,
carry the wealth
Texas
out
do
of the
use.
country.
Princess, that's actually inaccurate. I think they said New York, California, and many of the coastal states generate by far the most wealth in Nigeria, in America. I think maybe
Yeah, they
third
do.
even.
Yeah, I'm not
Generate
saying
most
they
of the wealth.
don't, but what I'm saying is that don't say Republican or Democrats. I beg.
Okay.
Republicans,
It has to do with what the state is.
Republican, Democrats are the ones running those states now. So
they are the one carrying our money out to
Yeah, I think it's the corporations that really decide they make the wealth, not the government. Because corporations
it's
are the
not
one
the
running
government now.
yeah.
Don't say
American government
Democrats
really
or
don't run anything.
Republicans.
They don't make money. They don't do
Yeah, right.
anything.
creates the environment for the corporations to operate. It's the government that creates the environment now. Without the government creating the environment, forget corporations.
What's this environment you guys always talk about?
I don't even
The
know.
environment
I
is
don't even
regulation.
know.
The environment is security. The environment is skills. The environment is healthcare. All kinds of system, insurance, name it, that gives businesses the guarantee to be able to operate freely. Those things are
you
very, very
kidding
important.
me?
Yes.
Where in the world they don't give business freedom to operate?
Like in Nigeria, if you want to,
you have more freedom to operate. You have more freedom to operate to do business in Nigeria than here. I just give the example. First of all, in America, how much I pay for insurance alone a month? Insurance.
Hold on, now calm
They
down.
give you so much rules.
Calm down.
In Africa, you can just open a store in front of your house and start
Mike,
selling
let
something.
me give you an example. If you have $100 million to invest in Nigeria, and you know full well that anything can happen anytime, you need insurance to be there for you, and you need that insurance to be reliable. But if the governments are not there, the people around that system.
So government are not running insurance companies.
Government is not the one that ensures all this thing now.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
What are you talking about? Government.
Calm down. You are not listening. The governments actually are behind it. The government is there's a connection to the government telling them that
government don't do anything for you. They tax you, man. They create regulations for you. They create
them to do this.
Before you make any profit, government don't collect their own.
Hold on. What do you think happens when people declare bankruptcy? What do you think happens? It goes back to the government again. The idea that you don't understand that, it just shows that you don't understand.
Why government bankrupt? So bankruptcy, how's that helping your business?
No, because somebody has to still carry that debt that has just occurred. Somebody still has to carry the bag for that debt. And
most of these small businesses are closed down. So who is carrying
the taxes you've been paying?
See, the point I'm making is that if you have insurance, you are more likely to take risks in an environment because you know that you are protected. That if something happens to your business, you are still going to be viable. You can still carry on functioning. Secondly, if you have loans, you have mortgages, you have ways of accessing finance more easily. You can do that. The Nigerian business can access finance because even the Nigerian government cannot even access finance.
So it's not the US government that's giving you the finance now. It's a bank.
It comes from the central bank. Now, if you're in a country, you can't just go overseas in a this thing, go and get the
central bank. Who told you central bank? Are you kidding me? Central bank not giving you
central bank. Most of the resources, finance that goes through any country goes through the central bank. So you have
well, it's the same with Nigeria. I mean, well, you can't say the central bank has given you loan for your business and things like that. No.
If Dangote now wants to borrow $500 billion, where is he going to get it? Nobody's going to give him that.
Who?
Dangote. If you want
Who
to borrow
told you can borrow 500 billion here in America? Who's giving $500 billion loan?
There are people that could get that. People like Lockheed Martin can get that because they have the capacity to get that. They have trillions of dollars worth of.
Yeah, but it's still loan. But the argument you're presenting, you're saying like government's one that creates things. I mean, like environment.
Yes.
Come on, man.
The skill set, the education, the staff that you have to for your company is the government that educates them.
Who told you the government educate them?
See, it's the government. See,
it's not government, man. It's people that
calm down. Even the workers now, what is happening now is that the employers cannot even pay them. So the government have to be supporting the workers' salaries now. Many of the workers in Western countries,
in the United States, government will pay your workers.
I don't know about America. I'm not sure about.
We're talking about America now.
Hold on. I'm
talking about UK here.
Calm down. I'm almost certain it's also happening in the UK because all Western countries are going through this.
No, they don't do the same thing, man.
Let me finish now. I will confirm it right now. I'm suggesting that it's happening in America, and if you say I'm wrong, sooner or later I'll provide you.
If you don't pay your workers, you go to jail.
You lay them off. Your workers can go fight for unemployment.
The government
will not help you pay your workers
with any cost when they are working for an employer. The government does not support the employee with any cost when they are working for
in America. Is
that what you are telling me in America?
Government pay who in America? You mean the government are taking money? The government are taxing your employee. That's what they do. They tax your employee. They don't give your employee money.
Okay, are you saying the government never supports the employer? No. I mean the employees, the staff.
In what? Financially,
maybe with the housing, maybe with childcare, maybe one thing or the other. While they are working, are you telling me that
in America, government does not pay you anything?
Now let me confirm that they are actually doing that. I think
what you are talking about is maybe some people that want to sign up for
no Western countries can escape that force. And
government does not pay your employee or give your employee any benefit because they are working for you. No. They don't have business with you and your employee. That's UK, that's socialist country. America is a socialist country.
They are not earning enough. Okay, let me confirm it now. Let me just confirm it.
Government does not give you paycheck now because what are you talking
about? You find out that
unless you're on welfare or something.
If you lose your job, you can go fight for unemployment, but government will not help you pay your staff.
And it's the unemployment tax, unemployment insurance. That's what it pays you. Because when you get a job, you paying the employer is paying unemployment insurance on your behalf. So when you get unemployed, you can go and fight for unemployment benefit insurance, but it's not government paying you.
Okay, support. And now I'm pulling information out because it's impossible. Based on how employees are being, the income employees have now, especially the low income ones, they can't survive in Western countries because the cost of housing, the cost of healthcare, the cost of all those things is so high
Don't say Western
that
country.
they cannot sustain it.
Western country are not all the same. Like European country, for example, you guys are socialist, you price socialist system. America is capitalism, man.
Okay, now I asked the question. He said the U.S. government provides various forms of support to low-income employees through federal and state programs. Here are an overview of this. Food assistance is one of them. They give to low-income
welfare.
Health coverage, they give to low-income parents. Housing and utility support, they give to low-income parents.
It's
Financial
not
assistance
employment,
and tax
though.
credit. Do you know what tax credit is?
That's not tied to your employer. It's not tied to employment. It's just tied to you being a
no.
Hold on. That's
that
has nothing to do with where you work. It just has to do with your income level.
It has to do with your income. That's my point. It has to do with your income. And when it has
but
to do
you are
with
saying
your
employment, like government. If you are employed, government will giving you checks.
Yeah, but that's the employer. What do you think you go for a job for?
First of all, even if you are earning low income, even if you are earning low income,
I don't know why it's arguing. This is a fact.
Hold on now. Stop arguing. No one is treating what
Mike, can I
you still have to go apply for welfare for you to even get any of this benefit. If you don't apply for welfare, forget it. It's not like automatically are giving you something because
Mike, let me have a quick chat with Tunaja about this stuff. Okay?
Enabling the employers to get staff. Without the government, the employers cannot get those cheap staffs.
Tunaja, can I ask you why did you go through the 2008 economic crash?
Yes.
You experienced this, yes?
Yes.
You were living in the US at the time.
The UK.
You are living in the UK. Okay. What happens when a government comes in to bail out a major business that they don't want to go under for whatever reasons? What happens?
Repeat that again.
When a government, okay, let's say a government, okay, in place, sees a big business that they do not want to go under, and they come and they offer bailout. So yes. Governments, so banks, so you understand what happened with the banks and whatnot. What happens usually?
They take money and they give it to the businesses to help them stay afloat.
Okay, under what clauses? What are the clauses that they put there?
In terms of, it depends on the term. Okay. Sometimes they
usually put. I think they usually they usually put some restructuring. So usually it's done under restructuring because businesses usually tend to go under. Major businesses go under because of poor management and inefficiencies. Okay, one of the several things they try to do is to manage efficiency, and one of the several things they'll ask is for them to cut costs. And you know what the highest in terms of overheads and whatnot, what contributes to the cost, especially when it comes to big businesses? Labor. Okay, yes. Labor is some of the most expensive aspects. And what happens? They just cut it. They have to right size, or they have to do early redundancies. So they do early redundancies. They do, and the individuals go onto the labor market and go and find a new job, or they go and apply for unemployment benefits. It's as simple as that. Even in the most socialist of countries, okay, that is the reality of it. Okay. Yep. The reality of it is this.
The point is that the government do create the environment for business to be able to flourish.
To thrive, yes. However, for whatever reasons, if things get bad, there is something called austerity. And that is one thing that Nigerians do not want to really actually face. Nigerians have been dancing around the circle of having to go through austerity measures and doing it properly.
Yeah. So, but Mike, the point I was making was that you are correct. See, the point I was making was that the government literally subsidizes businesses to function in the West. They literally subsidize them. Most of the tax credits. There was a time the government didn't used to pay tax credits. There was a time those things didn't exist. Employers showed out all the costs of their employees. But now the government have to step in to ensure that their businesses remain afloat. That is what I mean by governments creating enabling environment. When people say that, that's what they mean. There are so many areas government support businesses to flourish. It's just the fact of life.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, I do business in America. I don't know how government is helping me flourish. If I don't do, I don't do nothing.
If you got a staff, if that staff is low income, government is enabling you to have that staff. Otherwise, you can't pay that staff.
Government is what?
It's enabling you to get that staff. If that staff is low income, because if that staff puts all their cost on you, You won't be able to pay it. You can't pay their health care. You can't pay their housing. You can't pay for all their children. You can't pay for their disability and everything. You can't pay for it all.
Why would I be paying for their health care and their for their children?
That's what human beings need.
First of all, hold on. In America, hold on. Maybe you are mistaken. That's the thing. America is not UK. Here in America, you pay people hourly. You negotiate your pay. Someone come and apply for a job. You tell them, okay, it's how much I'm offering, whatever amount every hour, right? Now, out of that person's paycheck is where they draw all these healthcare, all these things. It goes out of that person's paycheck. I'm not the one paying it. Now, what I pay is even the cost of what do you call it, payroll, all those things like payroll tax. I'm responsible for those kind of things. You understand? No, actually, what's it called? Cost of accounting, all those kind of things. Yeah, I'm responsible for that. Oh, sorry, unemployment insurance. Yeah, it's what I'm responsible for. Unemployment insurance. Yeah, but all the whatever it is, government is taking out of that person's paycheck, not me. I'm not the one paying for their Medicare.
Yes, they are taking that, but the reason why you can afford that stuff at a lower rate is because
which
that
low rate?
staff is getting extra money. You are not seeing it.
What do you mean lower rate? What rate?
Let me try to explain it to you. If let's say I have my housing, so the government is supporting my rent by 50%, paying 50%, then they are supporting me with healthcare, so I don't have to pay for healthcare, which will have cost me more. So let's say I needed 1,500 to survive, but the government supports me with the 500. Now I can walk to work, and you give me 1,000, I'm good. I will survive fine. But if the government wasn't there, I would require you to pay me 1,500.
No, you can't require me to pay you whatever. No.
then you won't get it.
No, you cannot require the employer to pay what you want. In America, it doesn't work that way. America sets a minimum wage. Hold on. America sets something called minimum wage. That's the minimum you can pay somebody in this country. That's about it. Everything else, you negotiate what you want me to pay.
Minimum wage is not enough to.
You don't demand what I will pay you because of your lifestyle, whatever the heck.
Mike, have you heard the term living wage? Minimum wage is not living wage.
Bro, we don't do living wage in America, man.
It's not enough to survive.
But to Nigeria, how many people, to Nigeria, the reality is this, okay, you live in the UK, okay, you know the reality of UK as is in 2025. How many people actually earn a living wage in the United Kingdom?
No.
I want you to take into account the current inflationary tendencies. How many people do you know? How many people do you know that live in the United Kingdom that actually earn a living wage that is actually sufficient for them to take care of all their needs and actually have a bit of a saving at the end of the month?
I think maybe 20-30%, and maybe that's even an exaggeration.
In the absence of credit.
Yeah, not just in the absence of government support. If without government support, most workers can't be able to. These employees can't pay them.
Yeah, so the living wage is an ideal is some idea that is beyond reality. People it's either I or you are just with
it's not beyond reality because in the 60s it wasn't like that. You see what my point? It's not beyond reality.
The complexities of the global economy as is in the world at the moment is different. The time that the father can go to work and the family can sustain on a single wage, those days are over. Okay, there's no more. There's no,
the argument was that whether governments are supposed to enable business do this thing. Mike was curious, and he wasn't very sure how valuable that was. And I'm trying to express to him that this is very, very critical. And in the case of Nigeria, the government is not enabling good behavior. Because if you take up, for instance, insurance alone, if you have insurance companies enforcing rules, because insurance companies don't want to pay out, so they want the society to function. Let's say you have house insurance. They don't want somebody to come and burn your house or riot to be happening. So they have an incentive to tell the government, do your job to make sure that we don't have to be paying.
Tunaja, for your information.
Nigerians don't have those systems in place.
Tunaja, for your information, there's no government assistance program for a man in America, for a male. The only assistance program they have for you is if you have children. There's no welfare, nothing for you. If you're a man.
I think there is.
No, look, go find it and tell me.
If you are on low income,
and
if you're on low income and it's not enough, there will be probably some form of support for you. Some
A
kind
man?
of
A man?
Yes.
No, nothing for you.
I can search this.
That's only if you have children that you can apply for welfare on behalf of children underage. But if you are a man, you don't have money, you are broke, whatever, well, you're gonna sleep under the bridge. There's no welfare for you.
I'm just getting a full, even full stamp is applied to men.
You can't full stamp.
But Mike, you can't compare. You can't use the American standard as one that should even be embraced by any.
No, I'm talking about America. I'm not talking about another country.
The American standard is very extreme. It's very extreme. It's an extreme capitalist system.
No, but we are talking about America, though. He's telling us in America.
See, America is very capitalist, but yet they even do the socialist system. Look at it for men.
Yeah, they do it for family, for
but to Nigeria, capitalism is only socialism for the rich. That's all capitalism is.
We all know that now. Both are wise to that one now. But Mike, I hope you are seeing it now that most of the world, the reason why their systems function, the governments create that enabling environment that they are protecting, ensuring those businesses are able to do what they need to do, take the risk that they need to take, and have incentive to do the right thing by the people.
That's not true, Nigeria. Business is free in America all the time. Like government don't. If your business free, forget it, man. They're not billing you out or anything like that. They don't do anything for.
They don't bill
the only thing America does. Hold on.
The
only thing they do is they provide infrastructure and rules and regulations. That's it. But they don't do anything to help you.
Mike, do you have
your business or to help you do anything? They don't do that.
Mike, do you have insurance for your mobile phone?
Insurance on mobile phone?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's your choice.
Yeah, but do you have it? Like, or do you think it was?
No, I don't now. Why would I pay? I change my phone every year anyway.
Okay, so let me ask you now. Let's say there are other things you've bought that you've taken insurance on. Did that insurance enable you to feel more comfortable buying that stuff or less comfortable buying it?
The insurance make you feel more comfortable. The insurance
that's the enabling environment.
No. This cannot. But the government is not the one paying for your insurance now.
No, so Mike,
and also your insurance is your choice. The only thing government requires that you must have insurance.
Enabling insurance companies to function without the government.
Do you have mandatory house insurance?
There are things that are mandatory, maybe for your car, and that's only to protect the public.
What about for your properties, like your home,
your home, your business, and your car? Those you have to have insurance.
Is it mandatory?
No, those are mandatory because that's to protect others.
I think what Nigeria is trying to tell is that if you are working in all this Europe and you are unionized, that means, or you pay some kind of money to some union, if you lose your job, then they pay you some certain amount of money until you can secure another job.
It protects you. That protection and gives you a lot
for maybe for 3 months or 6 months. And they just pay part of what you are earning as your salary. Assuming you are earning 2,000. Maybe they can give you like 800.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's not commensurate to whatever you are earning. It's
no, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not commensurate, but this kind of stuff is very common in Scandinavia.
But obviously there's employment. But even if that, if you are earning well, that wouldn't suffice. That won't be enough. Unless you have some sort of employment protection insurance. Someone like myself, I have wage protection because if I lost my job,
company are not run by government now. It's not private entities now. And sometimes these insurance companies, you have to fight them to get what you want.
Yeah,
sometimes they will deny you. If you don't, they will deny you what.
I want to get more evidence. I think I want you to understand that even within these big companies, insurance companies, what lies behind them is still the government giving them assurance that you can do this, and if anything happens, if it gets out of control, we are going to be there. Otherwise, they get insurance.
No, it's the law that protects you.
No. Okay, no. To Nigeria, the only thing that the government does with insurance is through the Office of the Consumer Protection. Okay, so through the Office of the Consumer Protector, they make sure that the insurance, the insurance premiums are reasonable, and they are based on risk, There's people whose jobs are as risk assessors, That is their job, to evaluate risk, to evaluate societal tendencies, and to actually then build an insurance policy around that. Now, insurance companies do not get. My insurance has gone up for my health, for my every form of insurance I pay has gone up. in the last 1, 2, 3 years. Why? Because the risks and the tendencies have changed because of societal, the way the society is.
Does it commensurate with your income also increasing?
No, not at all. Not at all. The insurance company,
wow, that's
but
a big burden. Yeah.
But no. The insurance. The thing about the insurance is this. Like I said, there's the Office of the Consumer Protector, okay, and there's the Insurance Ombudsman. Okay, so there's the Insurance Ombudsman. There's systems in place. Okay, there's laws in place to make sure that the insurance premiums that people pay is reasonable. But that insurance premium is also based on risk. It might be based on the individual's profile. An individual that has had a number of claims, okay, may actually have a higher insurance premium. A friend of mine had an incident that happened to him not long ago where he was attacked. His car was damaged. He tried to insure a van for his business, and they gave him a terrible insurance premium that was way unreasonable, several thousand euro more than he would have otherwise paid. So there's so much there that goes into calculating insurance. There's people that have been denied insurance just because of claiming history. So you could also be denied insurance. Okay, if you are denied insurance and you think it's unfair, you go to the insurance to the ombudsman. Okay, you seek some kind of redress. Okay, but with the correct arbitration. But the notion that insurance is commensurate with your earnings, that the government peg insurance with the earnings. Yes, the government peg insurance with the general. Yes, there's some considerations there in terms of from the point of the consumer protection. Okay, but it's still a capitalist system. I know we say that the parts of Europe is kind of socialist, but it's still a capitalist system. It's free business. Business must be allowed. It has to be a fair price based on demand and supply.
Yeah. Let me add to this. You see, there are guarantees. This is what I was trying to tell Mike, that there are guarantees within the state. I'm just reading it now. It says that there are state guarantee associations. If an insurance, let me read what it says. If an insurance company becomes insolvent, goes bankrupt, each state has guarantee associations to protect stakeholders. So you can see.
No, that's a different thing. Yeah, speaking of a situation where, because when I take out an insurance with a company, okay, I pay them money ahead to cover my risk. It's a coverage. If they go insolvent within that period, now I've lost coverage. Now I'm exposed. Now they cannot satisfy the contract to which we've gone into. When an insurance is, most insurance companies are actually registered underneath it's usually through this. I don't know if it's a central bank, but they're registered as almost as though they're providing a kind of financial service, essentially. So it's just like banks. The banks has to be covered by the regulator to make sure that if they go insolvent, that the individuals who are covered underneath them are not exposed to unnecessary risk.
Imagine them that assurance. That's the
government through the regulator.
That's what I'm telling.
Through the regulator.
Mike to understand, because Mike, remember the context of the discussion is about whether the government is present in ensuring that these businesses have an ecosystem that they can function properly. And that's what
I'm pretty sure insurance companies would rather not have a regulator there, because they'd rather go insolvent and just disappear and not have to cover you.
Trying to get to understand this aspect of this in business environment. The government acts as an element, the last line of guarantor for insurance companies in the West anyway. I don't know in Nigeria, maybe Nigerian people don't even trust their government. So that is another aspect. But I think that these insurance companies may sound like a kind of just concept, but it's very vital to businesses being able to function with peace of mind and knowing that, okay, if their shop burns down, they'll get their shop back, or if there's a catastrophic incident, they can keep going forward. And it also makes people take more risk, and that's why you see those countries flourishing. I think within the Nigerian space, if the government ensure that we have good national insurance system, we have a good mortgage system, we have a good credit system, you'll be surprised how well the Nigerian economy is doing. Nigerians have to buy a house outright If they want to buy a car, most of the time they have to buy it outright.
Not all Nigerians have to buy a house outright. I'm pretty sure there's actually a mortgage. There's a mortgage system. I know for the civil servants in Nigeria have access to
how
a
many
mortgage.
percent of them buy this in based on mortgage? How many percent of all house purchases in Nigeria is on mortgage? How many percent would you?
Yeah, obviously very, very low. It's ridiculously very low.
Exactly, that's the problem. Why would you have a system whereby you make it so hard for people to do the right thing? Because remember, when people have mortgage, it also enforces good behavior because they have incentive now.
You cannot have a do you know why do you know why very few people have a mortgage? And it tends to be civil servants. The reason the civil servants is they work in the government. It's the government that covers the mortgage. It's actually provided through the government. I think it's a kind of federal mortgage scheme, and it tends to be for the civil servants or the state government. It's because they have an identity and they have an income that can be guaranteed. That can be guaranteed by the government as their employer. The government guarantees that they have a stable earning. They've been working there for a number of years. So that's why the reason is until we have a database, until we have a formalization, until we have a system that actually promotes credit, that promotes
you need
access to credit,
cannot do that. To do that, you need the central government to guarantee it, and they too have to be able to enforce the rules. Because if you want to guarantee something, you have to also be able to enforce it to make sure that those people that you're acting as guarantor for.
You are correct. You are correct. Well, Mike is correct. But the thing about it is this: even the Nigerians, even the generality of Nigerians are not. They don't go into it with good intent.
Calm down. Look at it from this point of view to show you how important this move is. If the government guarantees these companies, now it's in the government's interest to regulate these companies to behave well. Then from the company's point of view, since the government is now on their back making sure that they behave well, it's in their interest to make sure that they don't pay money out to people that they insure. Why? Because if they make sure that they don't pay to people that they insure, they make more profit. So they will create, they too is in their interest now to create the environment that ensure that they don't pay out money. In other words, the system will function better. They have to have better roads. They have to have better security, better everything. So simple things like this can create a kind of knock-on effect of positive behavior. But you don't see that in Nigeria taking place. You see what I mean? It starts
we have to start somewhere. And I think one of the things we need to do is to do a census, a proper census, to do a digital capture of all residents and citizens, and for everyone to have to be traced, because a lot of people are not traceable in the country, and that is why
if you have Nigerian people's phone number, you can trace them. They have their
and then the other thing about it is this: in Nigeria, a creditor, the system in place that allows a creditor to retrieve money borrowed out to individuals where the individual defaults. It's really not strong. Okay, look at the billionaires. Look at the list of, remember like 2, 3, 4 years ago? There was a list of some of the wealthiest Nigerians that were perennial, like they were like they were not servicing their loans. Major businesses, individuals in big business, they buy expensive cars, they live in palatial homes everywhere, but they're not servicing their loans. The reality of it is those loans have been given to them by banks in Nigeria, who have taken Yoniru's money, Iyalata's money as depositors, and then taking the money to put it together and giving it to one of their wealthy friends who is not servicing the loans. About Tudeko is as all of them. But the list was huge, long. Literally, it was a who's who. Look at AMCON. AMCON has become a kind of a political tool. You'll be a big businessman. AMCON will you're not servicing your debts. AMCON comes after your business, depending on if you're in good terms with the current government in place or not. You can circumvent AMCON, and this you've been caught for 10, 20, 30 years. In fact, that passed away recently. He had this AMCON. I don't even think he ever resolved this AMCON case. That thing's been going on since the time of Yaradua. We're in 2025. I think it passed on 2024, and I don't think since then that we're talking
almost
15 years battling AMCON. So these are the realities.
I have to say there is some element, like you said, of credit industry beginning to emerge in Nigeria. It's emerging very, very slowly. And I really wish the government can roll it out in a larger scale. And they have the capacity to do it. All they needed maybe $2 billion, $3 billion to really expand it. Because then you have company, this in government workers and even moderate income people in private sector, they can be able to get a mortgage. They can get onto the mortgage ladder. Because when I believe that too also helps with reinforcing positive behavior. If somebody is paying their mortgage, they are more likely to want to hold on to their job. They are not going to want to misbehave at their job so that they lose their job. They can't pay their mortgage. And because when you cannot pay your mortgage, you lose the entire thing. You might lose the entire thing completely. So you can see there is a stake for everybody to behave properly within the society. That it reduces crime just by default. It also helps that somebody has accommodation that they don't have to be worrying about all the time, because they can be able to pay the mortgage and this thing, be able to live comfortably in their properties. So there are so many ways to reduce some of the criminal behavior you see in Nigeria and some of the unstable business environment. But you don't see the government doing that, and I believe they know these things. They are way wiser than me.
To Nigeria, I think all of us, we are criminals. Okay, and I use the word all of us. Most of us in Nigeria, we talk about the civic crimes and we talk about how things work in the civic crimes. But many of us don't want to take on the civic responsibilities that comes with it. Many people want to circumvent and cut corners. You are talking about people who behave. If you have a job and you have a mortgage, you want to protect your interest. The reality of it is this. Okay, I think the society that we're talking about in Nigeria is so corrupted that everybody wants to cut corners.
But tell me now, okay, give me a loophole. If you get a mortgage, give me a loophole where you want to cut corners, please.
People don't want to get a mortgage, man. A mortgage only allows you to buy a small house. They want to buy a big house in Lekki. They don't want to buy a Corolla. They don't want to drive a Corolla, man. Those young people are looking at Lamborghini.
Let's look at
you are looking at a modest lifestyle. They don't want a modest. You are looking at a modest simplest.
Actually, most people in Nigeria, vast majority of them, they just want somewhere to live, and they have to be forking out 1 year rent every time to their landlord. Like
many young people in Nigeria do not want to work. There's a lot of opportunity that is right in front of them.
They don't want to work, but they want things. And the reason why they don't want to work right now is because they don't have any incentive to work. That's why I said, if you have a mortgage to pay, because you see your mates getting a property and you don't have your own property, they have their wives and their children going to school comfortably, they're able to pay. You want to do the same thing. And if you want to do the same thing, you want to get a job. And if that job will enable you to get those things, you want to do it. And to be fair, how is that a problem? Because you actually, it's a way for people to live their lives. Most people that come to the West, that's what they aspire to. They want to get a mortgage. They want to be able to send their children to school and all those things. So what is the difference? You're just giving your people access to the same facilities. And I don't, for the life of me, if you look at it, the gap between the West and the Nigerian space, this area is one of the areas where the biggest gap is. It's like, why is it that you make sure your own people that are poorer have to pay for the entire property in one go? Then they have to pay for 1 year rent in one go. Shouldn't that be the reverse? They are poorer than the Westerners. You should make it so that they are able to afford those things more easily. If you can do that for them, they are more likely to behave properly. They don't
Lagos stays first. There was a time landlords were charging two years rent, 3 years rent in Lagos, and then Lagos they try to crack down on that. And then they try to go further to implement kind of a monthly rentals. And the reality of it is it doesn't work, because both the people that want to pay the rent and the individual and the landlords, they are both involved in this nonsensical tendency. Why should anyone pay the rent for a year?
Because there's no mortgage industry.
No. The reason is this, okay? Because in Nigeria, like I said, a lot of people they live their life based on kind of like a blow. Okay, so you have a situation where they'll pay their rent for this year. They have a lot of people. Nigeria is not unemployed. A lot of people are not unemployed in Nigeria. The unemployment figure is actually not quite realistic. What you have is individuals who are not constantly employed, and otherwise maybe underemployed. And those individuals are out there going every morning trying to find something that's just going to make them blow. And maybe, if before December, they'll just hit some amount of ridiculous money. They don't know how they're going to hit it. And then they'll pay their rent for that year, and they'll figure out what they're going to do the next year. That's not terrible.
I agree with you on that one. That's what most Nigerians, they want to blow.
They want to blow. That everybody, a lot of them live for the blow. Even people that have a formal, proper job, they're still out there looking for how to blow.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the most ordinary people. Even if they are looking to, I must say, even in the UK, people want to blow to an extent. However, in the meantime, what they want the most is to live a bit more comfortably. Nobody will see a way of living more comfortably and reject it. If you give them the opportunity to say, okay, instead of bringing 20 million, 30 million to buy a house, you can now bring 2 million. You can now move into the property. Instead of you to be paying rent, you are paying for your own property. Who doesn't want to do that? They will choose that direction.
To Nigeria, we are all dishonest. I think in Nigeria, our levels of dishonesty is so ridiculous.
Nigerians are just there to just.
No, we are dishonest, and I'll tell you why we are dishonest. Okay, number one, we need to implement austerity measures in Nigeria, and we've been saying austerity since the 1970s, and we have never really truly implemented austerity measures to correct the system. That's one thing.
I think the reason we are experiencing austerity measure right now.
No. The reason we have not.
The government sabotaged the austerity measures to not give us the benefits.
And do you know why they've sabotaged this? Because they don't want to put austerity measures on themselves. So that's why I say we're all dishonest.
How is that putting on the austerity measures on themselves? All they needed to do.
They don't want to cut their wages. They don't want to cut their wages. The senators, the executive, the governors, all of them want to keep earning big.
They don't have to cut their wages. They don't have to.
They want to. No. They want to keep buying expensive luxury jeeps for themselves every 2 years. They want to keep living as though things are okay. And for them to do that, they can only put you through so much suffering. You are suffering, but they don't want to go. They don't want to do what is necessary, because for them to do what is necessary means that they too have to tighten their belts. And that's what I mean by we are all dishonest. The governors, they've actually had their allocations increased threefold. And I can tell you that I think less than 19 states is paying the 70,000 naira minimum wage. Think about that. We have 36 states in the country. Less than 19 governors are paying 70,000 naira minimum wage. That's the minimum wage for the lowest of the staff. Yes. Now think about staff that are actually higher up in the ladder. That means that they too have not had their incremental increase in their earnings. Yes. At a time when we've had inflation go up as high as 30%.
Yeah.
The reality of it is this: Nigerians are dishonest. We're all kidding ourselves and we're all dancing around in circles. And that's the one reason why I don't really want to enjoy talking about Nigeria so much these days, because it's like all of us, like even this Fulani herdsmen nonsense, all of us are dancing around in circles. Tinubu came into government. We have a police force of less than 400,000 personnel. Our army stands at less than 250 to 300,000 personnel. There's no reason in a country of over 200 million people for us to have a police force of less than 400,000. And I'm sure it's even less than that. Of that, about 150,000 of them are actually designated to VIP duties.
Good. I thought you didn't catch that.
So, Arogida, the problem here is even they are doing some recruitment now. Do you believe that even
they are not doing enough? They are just doing 10,000.
It's not enough.
I know it's not
rubbish
enough.
they are doing.
I know it's not enough. But the problem we are having in Nigeria is that some of our youth, especially in the South, they don't want to join the police. When I ask some of them some questions, they prefer to join the customs, the immigration, or maybe the Nigerian Navy,
customs do. Do you know the kind of money customs people make?
Yes.
Because the Navy boys are in the South doing bunkering. The custom boys are literally in Tinkana, and they are making money from customs and immigration. Those people make customs.
That is the one they targeted. They don't want to go to the police. So that's
anyone that has ever.
So another problem we are having is this, because if they do it like a state police, you will see that a lot of people will quickly apply to Lagos State to join Lagos State Police because they know their remuneration will be far way better than the rest of the state. So I think we need to decentralize a lot of stuff here because if we don't do it, like you said, just dancing in a circle, and an average Nigeria always look at loopholes for exploitation. But where they stay in abroad, they follow the rules to the latter. But when they go to
try
their
to
country,
exploit their board as well. Some of them that are bold, you see them exploit their board, they get arrested, they get in trouble.
You know what I say to Nigerians?
It's the fear of consequence. It's the fear of consequence that stops people from doing what they want. It stops a lot of them doing what they want to do. It's the fear of consequence.
Something that is very, very pertinent to the Nigerians. But Nigerians, for some reason, they have lost the will to do the right thing. They don't have a sense of ethical behavior, a sense of integrity anymore. And when you can have an agreement with a Nigerian, and they will tell you they will do it too. And they will just betray you for the nearest opportunity that they have to get a little bit more. That's in Nigeria. And you know what I always say to them? I said, you are your leaders in disguise. You like to say you hate your leaders, but you are just like them. That's why anytime we elect a new one, they behave the same way. Because they are willing to sell for the nearest thing. When a Nigerian sees an opportunity to go higher, which is supposed to be a good thing to aspire, but they do it in a toxic way. They don't care. Like what some of the experience that I've heard of is like, let's say you train a Nigerian now for a while. You give them training for 6 months. You train them in technology. You pay their salary. You did everything for them, and you lost a lot of components because they have to destroy a lot of things while they are training and all the rest. They done all that. But the moment they get, and you tell them that, okay, before you leave, you are going to give us 1 month notice so that when you are leaving, you will get a chance to train some other person or one of the other engineers to be able to take over from what you just learned from us. At least we know we are going to be losing it if you give us 1 month notice, but at least we will not lose as much. But guess what? When it comes to time for them to leave, they will just jump and leave like that. They will not care whether they agreed to a 1 month notice. They will not care about transferring the knowledge to the next person that is coming. They will not care about their commitment, their integrity and everything. They will just betray you. And for the next opportunity, they'll say, oh, they can't miss the next opportunity.
So it's a circle of dishonesty now. Your guy is dishonest, so the employee is dishonest.
So that the players can also hear it. Because what tends to happen there is that when I tell them that, this behavior is exactly what your leaders are doing, the moment they see any opportunity or Igbo man gives them anything, the moment they will sell you people out. That's exactly what you have. That's exactly what you do. Because you don't have integrity. You don't have ethical behavior. You don't have any sense that what I'm doing right now is going to leave damage behind. They don't have it. And that part of it in Nigeria is something that I see a massive deficit in. But this is the situation we are in. I don't know where we lost it, but there was a time we used to, when we say one word, we stick to it because we understand that matters.
The problem here is the orientation. The orientation has been bastardized for more than 3 decades now. When you can see when you are growing up in Nigeria, you see the orientation is there. That time you will know that there are some set of norms expected from you. But when you look at Nigerian society now, and we now that became parents, we are also corporate. Because we want to bring all those kids in more like Oyibo life kind of life. Don't want them to suffer at all. Everything is on their bed. If they ask everything, you already give it to them. So
But Oyibo people are not like that now. Oyibo man now.
No, Oyibo people already changed also. They already changed too. These are set of basic. I mean, the one thing that is going for them that I like is that no matter what happens, I'm just using an example of this life. You have a safety net. The safety net does not guarantee you a better life. Just live, just a survivor. That is the money they are giving. It's not the money that you just do whatever you want. But I discovered one thing here, that I said that a lot of their men, they tend to go to vocational college to learn some skills. And they end up being maybe technical staff or whatever. Only few of them go to the university. So it helps them in terms of road construction, building, and IT support, so many technology and the rest. It really helps them a lot. But when you look at our settings is that how many certificates you can acquire. Can you put all this knowledge to work? Sometimes only few people can really put it into practice. The majority of people can be very good in theoretical. Like, they can be top of the class. But in terms of putting into work, I'm talking about from Nigerian perspective. So when you look at the old system, we cannot say we should copy the Western world in total. Like Nigeria, an average Nigerian would prefer to build his own house than being indebted for all his life. I'm talking about mortgage. And the mortgage, even in Nigeria now, is way too out of most Nigerians. How can you pay 40 million 2 years? Where will you get the money?
Yeah, exactly. That is not mortgage now. Mortgage is supposed to go for 10, 20 years.
That is killing. That is what is going on in Nigeria. They are selling a duplex for 75 million, and they want you to pay in 2 years. Where are you going to get
that
the
is
money?
not mortgage now. That one is not mortgage.
So that's what they are doing.
And this is what the federal government can encourage, that so
That
you
is
make it
also
more long
encouraging
term.
corruption. That is encouraging corruption.
Exactly now. If you can jagba somewhere, you quickly jagba. It's every. I tell people, the people in Nigeria wait jagba. They have it's just jagba. So if you get it's a circle of corruption. Everybody's involved. And even the citizens themselves, they don't want it to head. They are just looking for their own chance to get a cut of the pie.
And it's a very, very myopic way of doing things, because I think we lost one eye. You know, human beings have two eyes for a reason. I think we are operating with one eye. We don't seem to see the consequences of what we are doing in the longer term. There's a reason why our ancestors, when you were growing up, you know how they behave. You know how they value ethical behavior amongst people. There was a time when if you did certain profession, even your parents will not welcome you home. They will see you as a bad person. You do drugs, and now all that is gone. And there was a reason why we had that before. We've forgotten the reason. But in reality, I'm beginning to actually see the many examples. I see Nigerians coming out on YouTube complaining about why Nigerians are not, Nigerian youths are lazy, they don't know how to walk, because they've lost that aspect of ethics, they lost that aspect of integrity, that when you say something, it matters. Because those things matter. Let's say you have an agreement with an employer now, that you're supposed to give them notice before you leave. That matters to that employer, because that employer has invested a lot of money in you, and you take the knowledge. Maybe you are going to another job that you're not even going to use that knowledge. You destroy the knowledge and not passing on to the next person.
Let me give you a very good example.
It has an overall effect on society. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you know the Lagos to Calabar Highway? There's a lot of employment opportunity for the locals around that place. This particular guy was giving his own experience. He's finished his WAEC, but no money to go to university. But he got this job with iTech, and they are paying about 150,000 naira in a month. And he said he is working with the surveying team, maybe help them to carry tripod or whatever. His spoken English was quite good, and he has a plan that in the next 3 or 4 years, he's going to go back to university. So by that time, we will have saved enough money from this job. So his own is from kilometer 48 to kilometer 52. That means they are already leaving Lagos. They are going towards Ogun State. Is it Ogun or Ondo? I forgot. So what I'm trying to say is that he said a lot of his friends also got a job in this particular area. They now ask him a question that what about people that are graduates like engineers and the rest? He said some of them, they are not putting in the application thinking they have to start from a high paying salary. So you see, so there's all those youth you are talking about in Nigeria, some of them want to start big. For example, how can you graduate from university and then you are expecting a job of about 1.5 or 2 million per annum? You are expecting a salary of about 500,000 or 400,000. Where would you get the job? You won't get nothing. The expectation is too high, and there's not enough white collar job to go around anymore. It's only few of them that knows what they are doing, and before you can know
Mr. Remy, it's actually a global thing. I see. I think it's a global thing.
Okay.
And I think it's one of the problems of social media. Apparently, I heard the Sultan said that the social media is a curse. It is a curse. I myself, I'm not on Twitter anymore. I'm not on Facebook. I'm literally, dissociating myself from. It's a curse because what you see is a lot of young people are not willing to put in the time. Everybody just wants to blow. Everybody wants to drive Benz today. Everybody wants to go to the club tomorrow and pop champagne and drink Azul. And they all want to live a life beyond their means. The difference is in Europe, the young people here are able to fake it in a way and exert themselves and put themselves into debt. There's a lot of young people in crazy debt.
When you ask them, do they read the newspaper? It's no. Do you know the policy of the government? Is no. And then they will come, the government is not good. They are not doing nothing. Then you ask them, what about this program that the federal government is doing? Some of your friends or some youth are gaining that kind of opportunity. What are you doing? Say, I don't know about it. Are you not in the same country? Some of your friends know and majority of you guys don't know. So sometimes they don't know exactly what is going on.
They don't know because it works. It involves work and it involves patience. And
so they just think
that
they don't want to
they want when they all of them are typing computer now.
Before they go on to you. Shut! If you forget anything, but don't forget to do your own back. I don't tell you. Let them talk. No send their papa. Even their mama. In everything you do in this life, no allow them kill you. Justice no day Nigeria. You know day. Nobody knows tomorrow. Ajay, tomorrow is Sunday. Come on, doesn't exist. Do your own back. Do them now. If the finger that fits you fuck up, bite down. I don't go come. Forgive and forget, care. Even Lucifer collect. Don't forgive you. 99 days for the thief, 1 day for the owner. I be going to your the thief.
What did they happen?
So
that's the principle they live by now. 99 days for the thief, 1 day for the owner. The thief don't enjoy 99 days, so they don't care about the consequences.
So the morality compass is suffering in that country, and we've completely lost it. And there was a time you can argue that why does it even matter? I'm beginning to understand why it really matters in the real world you live in. You can't even enforce any rules without that level of morality, because people will always look for a way to defy it. And when they defy it, it makes life more difficult for the entire population, because you lose value all the time. If you and somebody have an agreement and they betray it, whatever was going to come out of that agreement doesn't work anymore. They go to the next one and cause problem again. You will see a system that is totally inefficient, just like the way we operate everything. Every individual is doing their own generator. Every individual is doing their own borehole. Every individual is having their own security guard. We keep operating very inefficiently because we lack a level of consistency. Just simple integrity. We don't even have it anymore in Nigeria. All they care about is advantage. They want to get to the next level. They don't care what they leave behind. That thing that got you to that point, somebody put it in place to get you to that point. That road that you're standing on, somebody built it there. You should also make sure you create an environment whereby when you want to rise, you don't destroy what you just left behind, what you're about to leave behind. It's not one of the oldest saying people would say all the time, don't kick the ladder off when you are rising. Don't kick it off. You see that in Nigeria all the time. They kick the ladder off when they are going. They don't care about whoever they backstab. They don't care about whoever they betray. They just want to do better. That's all. It's a very, very strange phenomenon that is going on in the country. And our elders, they've totally failed the people in such a way that look at the way the young people think now. They now think that, okay, 99 days for the thief is more important than the 1 day for the owner. That is the logic that people follow in Nigeria. And in a way, that's what the logic most people follow, most Nigerians follow, really. The only reason why Nigerians don't behave this way in the West, because they know that, in short, whether they know or not, what is going to happen is that there's a dominant culture in the West that don't tolerate that nonsense. They understand the consequences of these things. If you go and behave like that in the West, they will take you out of circulation fast. You can't misbehave like that in the West. That's why they behave themselves in the West. And if they don't, obviously, and part of it is also that some of our best are the ones that go to the West. If you have a system that filters people out, you're going to get the best people in the West, and that can adapt to the system that they have in the West. But in Nigeria, when these same people go back to Nigeria, they resort to the same behavior. They too join the queue and start doing the same thing. At least majority of them, not all of them, majority of them join the same behavior. It's a very, very terrible state of affairs. And this stuff is convincing me that the only way Nigeria is going to change and our people are going to change is going to require a catastrophic event. It's going to require a catastrophic event that is going to inform them that, we are all in this together, and our actions matter. When we say something, we are going to do something, it matters. The idea that you say something, it doesn't matter, you start understanding that it matters when the time comes.
To Nigeria, the leaders are not interested in. See, the problem is this. Like I said, I keep using the word. All of us are just deceiving ourselves. And there's nobody in Nigeria that really wants change. Everybody just wants a chance to take their own. Chop me, I chop. That is their system in Nigeria. Waiting with the chop, where it comes from, the morality of chopping it, they don't care.
I think the best way for that country is to do total resource control, devolution of power, totally.
But even resource control, most of the people
make people start behaving themselves.
Remy, most of the people that are talking about resource control, Remy, my understanding of resource control is this. Most people that are talking about it are just talking about it because I think if there's less people competing for the resources, that we can chop more. It's not a matter of let us have access to it so that we can generate more, so that we can put more into the pot. No, is if there's less hands fighting to cut the cake, I can cut a bigger chunk for myself. You understand what I mean? It's not. It's out of greed. It's out of it's out of trying to reduce the competition, not trying to improve the system.
I call it unrestrained ambition. Nigerians have an unrestrained ambition that doesn't have the controls of integrity or ethical moral behavior to check it to an extent. It's like having a car without a brake. That's how Nigerians behave. There is no brake to their ambition. They want to do anything to get to any point. They don't care who they betray. And you can see that in our leaders, because why can you imagine if you are one of our leaders, you have never seen $100,000 or $1 million before, and a woman gives you $1 million, which is technically nothing to them. You will sell your people.
Okay, look at this CBEX matter.
The way they do.
Look at CBEX. I beg, if no be greed, if it's not greed and stupidity, in a country, I always tell people, okay, if the government bond in a country is 16%, reasonably, that's about give or take that highest amount that any investment can promise you return for. If the government bond 10 years is about 16%, there's no investment in that country that can actually yield, and when it comes to all this investment, invest this, invest that can give you anything more than that. How can anybody think that they are going to make 100% return every month? How is that possible?
I get what you are saying there, and I sympathize with anybody that doesn't feel sorry for the people that invest in that stuff.
I don't feel sorry for them.
Some people
it's
do
greed.
it in such a way that
it's greed. It's greed.
Yes, it is greed.
It's unrestrained greed. Like you said, unrestrained.
I think the way they do it is that some people do it. I'm not talking about the unrestrained ones. And some people do it that they want to play the system. When they put money, they will just take it out very quickly. But with the time they put the money in, that's when the stuff collapses.
But that's greed now. Wait with that. No be greed with that. You are trying to cheat the system. You are trying to play the system. The play system plays you. Overtake.
Okay, see that greed aspect where you invest in this, they are not destroying anything anybody's own to get there. So you can say they are greedy, but they are not doing anything to damage some other person. If they stole the money and put it there, that's a different thing. The one I'm talking about that is really corrosive is when we destroy systems that are supposed to be good for the society, for other people that are going to come after you. Like you're in an office now. You're supposed to be managing this office, get paid, and move on to another office where you get promoted. But you destroy, you come there, you eat all the money in the office. The job that you're supposed to be doing, you're not offering the service, let's say power supply, you're not even doing the power supply that you're supposed to be supplying, and you go to the next one, you cause trouble again there because you're just eating. And if everybody does that, the whole society collapses. And that's what we are seeing in Nigeria. It's like too many people are like that in Nigeria. I'm not saying everybody's like that. There are people that actually do the right thing now and again. And I think most people at some point do the right thing. But too many people at ones are doing the wrong thing, and it's keeping us where we are. And as a matter of fact, it's making us move backward. The phenomenon is really, really bad. And personally, I don't know how to change that kind of behavior. How do you tell the people that your ambition is too devastating to the system? They can't see it. They don't know that. Something catastrophic has to happen for their eye to truly open and say, you know what? We have to sit up here. When we say somebody should not do this, we all have to enforce the rules and say, if this person is not supposed to do this, if they do it, we enforce the rules. That's how it's supposed to be. But this thing where we say, okay, instead of enforcing rules, we are looking for a way to take money from that person too, take bribe from that person, because we don't care about the rules. We just care about what can I get for it now. It has to stop, because we don't see that our lifestyle affects the outcome for our children. Most people don't see it. They just think that all this stuff we are doing, it has no consequence. It does have consequences. The day of judgment is coming. It's funny. Almost all religions believe in the day of judgment. Almost all of them. In a way, I would like to guess that it comes from this aspect of society whereby they believe that everything you do in society, there is always a day of judgment. And everything we are doing now, there will be a day of judgment. Maybe in our lifetime, maybe not very long from now, where societies that are functioning better will come and show us how the pepper that comes from misbehaving like this. They will show us the pepper, and maybe after they do that, and if we are lucky, we survive it. Our eye will open.
You know the problem we have. The problem we have is we've actually abandoned the norms that conventionally would guide our society. So previously we would have, the traditional ways that enforced morality and ethics is gone. And so essentially what we have is we don't have a Western culture, we don't have a traditional culture.
Yeah.
We have nothing. We're people that are peculiar in that we have nothing. And I think that's
ambition.
And that is really, if you look at this CBEX now, look at it. It's nonsensical. How can anyone promise you 100% return? It's impossible.
Why
to Niger, I always tell people, because my wife is one of those individuals that gets caught. Her sister they think they lost almost $10,000 recently to one of these investment things. And I always tell people, because my wife knows that I understand investment, I do trade, I've traded Forex before.
Alexander is here. I don't know. Did you miss your way to join us today? Good.
No, I was going through YouTube, and I noticed that you guys were active at 3:46 in the morning American time. Is everything okay over there?
Everything is all dandy. The Pope has passed on apparently.
How are you guys doing?
Fantastic, sir.
We are doing good, sir. We're just having an interesting conversation about unrestrained ambition and lack of moral and ethical compass within our Nigerian society.
Yeah, it's a major problem, isn't it? I think it's all got to do with upbringing. It's all got to do with the mindset. I constantly compare my country, Nigeria, with Ghana, and we fall short on all levels. I don't know. I think our level of materialism is astonishing. I think the inherent corruption we have as a people is outstanding, for lack of a better word. So I don't know where we're going to go from here, but we are in dire straits. The country and the people are totally not in alignment. So I don't know. This was not the country that I knew 40, 50 years ago. It's totally changed. Even the kids growing up these days, they don't speak with a Nigerian accent anymore. I mean, the middle class, upper middle class. You hear them speak and you think they're from different countries. I don't know.
Are we that far from Ghana? Because I don't know about Ghana as well as you may.
I was married to a Ghanaian.
It does seem to me that they're in these times, 2025, and with the young population, that they are not far from the Nigerian youth.
No, they really are. They really are.
Desires.
They really are. You need to You need to go there and live with them to know that. Because we
But they do have corruption as well in their society.
Yeah, but corruption in thousands, not in billions of dollars. You know, it's you can't compare. Comparing Ghana to Nigeria is like comparing an elephant to an ant. It's not. They do have corruption here and there, but it's so minimal. It's so insignificant compared to what we have in Nigeria.
They still have an element of that, you know, level of morality, duty, integrity. They still have an element of that, and their ambition is there, but it's not unrestrained like the way our people do it.
Yeah, I noticed that theirs is a society that asks questions, that asks the real questions, and people don't get distracted by the small stuff.
They still have.
That's one thing I've noticed.
Well, I know you're a prince. I don't know why I've forgotten your name, because I love your Ajagidigba, right?
Arogidigba, sir. Arogidigba. I do believe it translates to a manatee, a large fish, and I believe that a manatee is what's called an Arogidigba.
Oh, okay.
A manatee or a whale, I believe.
Don't even try and compare. If you go on the Ghanaian social media space, you don't see the women opening their butt and their chest and do nasty things that our children do on the social media. They don't.
I think they're actually worse than us. Because
no,
I keep an eye on their on the. I'm really not on social media, but what I perceive is they are quite as if not more lewd than
you don't know that space very well. My children claim Ghana. I speak Ghanaian language fluently, better than I speak Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba man. You might not have picked that up, but I am a Yoruba man. And
I know, sir. I know that much, sir. I think you're a Lagosian. I think.
Yes, I am a Lagosian. Yes, you know, you can't say, don't say unequivocally what the space you don't know nothing about. There obviously there are pockets here and there, but they're not. You see, our problem as a people is we copy Americans and we copy them crazily, and we want to be American. We want to talk American. But I live in America, and America is not a society, or Americans are not people that you want to emulate, because they don't have a culture in America. You know, we should stick. Ghanaians, whether you like it or not, are still very English in their mannerism and their culture. We are not. We've dumped that English system a long time ago and picked up a Ghanaian one, an American one, at our peril. So I don't know. I see my country these days, and I cry for my country, because it's not. It never used to be like that, and I don't know where mothers actually encourage their children to go and sleep with older men so they can bring money home and all that nonsense. They don't query. They don't query where the money is coming from. It's out of order. I'm sorry.
It's really problematic, because for once, you know, I when I was you know, in my earlier years of analyzing politics and societal stuff, I always thought that, you know, there has to be ways of doing things without taking lives and stuff like that. People that resort to taking lives are failures. But I just feel like, what else can convince a people to turn around this behavior if not a catastrophic event actually occurring? Maybe in theory it's possible to turn it, but the likelihood of doing that is almost very remote. So to change this type of behavior, something seriously need to happen to remind us of there are consequences to actions that we take. We seem to have forgotten it completely. It doesn't even matter to us anymore. You can sign an agreement with Nigeria right now. The moment they see an opportunity, they will betray you, like hands down, immediately. They won't even think about it. They don't understand the consequences.
People don't honor contracts in Nigeria.
To Nigeria, sorry, I have a question for Dr. Alexandra.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how much you know our behavior pre and post independence, but I've read a lot about what happened.
I do, because I'm in my 60s.
I've read about what happened during those periods.
Okay, what can you explain about what happened post-independence in the Southwest? How people are being killed in the name of politics, and how houses are being burnt and all those things? Why people are being persecuted and all those things?
I wouldn't come across as an expert in that space because I grew up overseas. But the Nigeria that I know in the 70s is totally different from the Nigeria that I know today. First of all, let me look at it from a Lagos perspective because I'm a Lagosian, like Aro said. Back in the day, in Lagos, we want a lot of people in Lagos, maybe 2, 3 million, or 4 million at most. And believe it or not, we all knew one another. Believe it or not, you could go to Yaba and say you're looking for the home of the Gomez's, and they'll take you there. It's not like that anymore. It's totally different. But then you should expect that because the world is advancing. Our morals are down the drain. But essentially, we've always been a corrupt people, for lack of better expression. People talk so highly of Awolowo, but I'm going to say something that I've never heard anyone say anywhere else. Awolowo was corrupt. Awolowo was a corrupt leader, but he had his people's best interests at heart. Half of Ikeja in Lagos belongs to Awolowo. If you read some books, even in Awolowo's days and Awolowo's wife, they used to take bribes. Women used to go pay homage to Awolowo's wife. So we've always been, yes.
Doctor,
yes.
If you look at those people, what they preach is not what they practice. All of them that time we are talking about, even Western region where they are practicing, they say we have good education, we have free education. But if you go and check all their children, they didn't allow them to even school in Nigeria.
Yeah, I know.
So all these things that we are seeing today, it didn't start today. It has been there right from time immemorial. Those guys did not lay a good foundation for us.
Yeah, but it's elevated now. It's right now. It doesn't make any sense where you get. You see, that's what everybody's talking about: state governor, state governor, state governor. 95% of what's happening in Nigeria is states. The state governor should be held responsible. The kind of allocation they get, there should be no reason why most states in Nigeria shouldn't be much better than they are right now. But the level of corruption right now, my brother, because I know this is Dr. in Saudi Arabia. I know your voice. So yes, we've always been a corrupt people, but where we are today is alarming.
I think someone said that they didn't lay a good foundation, and to an extent I agree with that, because the decay it started during that time by what you just said about Awolowo being corrupt. But this is what I mean. There are consequences when we keep doing these things. It keep decaying and decaying and decaying. Eventually, there will be judgment, and this is the direction we are heading for. And for the life of me, the only thing that can turn it right now, as it is a catastrophic or a cataclysmic event. When I speak to a Zambian lady, and she, not Zambian, Zimbabwean lady, and she talked to me about the way they think, you can tell that the way they think is affected by how they got their independence, that these people actually fought for their independence. That she said when they raise their children, they remind them that all those people you are seeing there, this is what they represent, and they always make sure they keep those people in check in their country. That they are going through their difficulties now, but let's watch them and what is going to happen later on. And I actually see the sense in what she's saying. And the reason why Mugabe did what he did was because the people that fought for that independence were still alive. And we're like, what do you think you are doing? You think you're going to sell us for cheap?
You know what? I've said it before as well, that it's something I've actually thought about this before. I do think about it. Our independence came far too easy, because I think Doctor speaks about Ghana. He speaks about Ghana, and Ghana is in the same situation. Nkrumah was in prison.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. See, the problem with Nigerian cases is that the collaborators with the foreigners are the ones that go on to run the country. But when you fight for your independence, the collaborators are often part of the defeated. You see the difference? The collaborators are the ones that went on to run the country. And why are we surprised that we are not having a country that's
But
functional?
to
He's still
Nigeria,
in
let me
France
ask
for
you,
how many weeks
how
now?
tell
He's
me
even
one
extended his
Africa
term there.
country. Hello, tell me one Africa country they actually fought for the independence and they are good for it. Just tell me one.
I think Kenya. I think Kenya are good for it. I think Kenya are good for it.
Forget about that. Which
not
Kenya
at
are you
all.
talking
Not at
about?
all.
Which Kenya are
See,
you talking
for you,
about?
you might think that Zimbabwe is going through it worse. You see, what you don't understand is when somebody has gone through a change and they are about to emerge, they may not look good. In the 1960s, China didn't look good. In 70s, China didn't look good.
You
Let me
cannot
tell you
compare China with Zimbabwe.
No,
They are not the same
I'm
way.
saying
let,
that is
let me
how they
say
are.
this
Even
to Nigeria.
Singapore was like that.
To Nigeria. Let me say this. We've been talking about it. Black man did not have the capacity to develop Western civilization. We don't have it.
You see, that's your mistake. You don't seem to understand how these things happen. I've seen it happen in Asia. I've seen it happening in Europe, and I've seen it happen even
So,
in
but
Brazil.
do you notice the cohesion in almost of these Asian countries? There's not a lot of division. There's not a lot of
There
religion
is.
input at all. No. There wasn't. Look at all of them. If you go to Japan, do you see them going to mosques or churches? Do you see them talking about you are from Osaka? This one is from Tokyo. Do you see them talking about that?
But that
No.
is not the
If
reason why
if
they
you
are
see,
functional.
let me tell you, if you see the work ethics, the work ethics of these people, they are not afraid to put in more than 10 hours of
Yeah,
work in a day.
I think what I see
But
from
when you're
them is
not
this.
just opposite with black men, we like to enjoy. We don't want to put in the work. You
Exactly.
can see.
Yeah, but no. I
Look at
wouldn't
this.
say that. I'll say when it comes to that cohesion, I think it's because okay, look at Malaysia, look at Singapore, the places that saw that they couldn't get along and they had differences. They just said, you know what? I think it's best if everybody goes their way and develops at their pace. They didn't belabor the matter and spend generations trying to work using a system on they weren't going to try and build something on a foundation that wasn't stable. So Singapore, Malaysia, all these places just said, you know what, I think it's best for everyone to go out there and actually go, let everybody go back to their father's tent and work.
And another thing I
Yeah,
love is
how
that
do
they
you
don't
explain
joke.
this? Let me
Sorry,
give you.
they don't joke with orientation and national orientation and education. Education is very important. They grabbed them when they were little. Not in
Okay.
Nigeria. You continue to. There's no standardization. There's no stability. So many
Hold
wahala.
on now. Let me give you this.
One Naija, one Naija,
In Indonesia, they have 720 languages in one
one
country.
Naija.
But yet, why are they functional?
Which
I think
country are you talking about?
Indonesia, they have 720 languages. The reason why they are functional has nothing to do with whether they are different from each other. America is one of the most diverse countries in terms of
You
different
can look at
and yet
you
they are
can
this
look at their
powerful.
leadership. You can look at their leadership.
Yeah,
They have,
but see, what they experience is that most of these people they fought for their nations. You see,
no.
we didn't necessarily fight for our nation. The last time we fought for our nation was through the colonization wars that we all lost. And then they went on to groom the leaders that came after that till the 1960. Then they handed over. Why would you be surprised that same leaders that they groomed are the ones now that went back to their national anthem in 1960? Why would you be surprised that leader is the one that goes to Western countries and doesn't want to return back? Do you
I
know?
think the
Hold
way
on,
you are
hold on.
looking at it.
Let me just give you how bad.
Remy,
Let me just give you one
Yeah.
more, 15 seconds, 15 seconds to summarize it. The reason why our leaders are not coming back. If you look at it in the world, I checked it out. In the world, I asked which leader outside Africa has spent the most time outside their country and for how long. Do you know which one? It was the Emperor of Japan. And guess how long that leader spent outside? 2 weeks. And the only reason, and he's not the leader, he's not the prime minister, he's just an emperor, ceremonial head when he went to America. 2 weeks, the maximum. Other leaders, 5 days, 3 days, 2 days, 5 days, but our leaders, they will go there for months. You wonder why. Do you see Zimbabwean leaders do that? No, Zimbabwean leaders do not do that. This is the problem. You have leaders
Which
that are
Zimbabwe are you
collaborating.
talking about? I don't even know your point.
My
Zimbabwe,
point is that
they are
my point
they
is
are
that
so
you have
useless.
leaders that
Can
are
you even compare
collaborators
Zimbabwe with
ruling
Nigeria?
you. You have leaders that are collaborators ruling you.
Tunaja, can you hear me?
Yeah.
The Nigerian constitution allow the president to leave the country at least for maximum of 2 weeks. So
21 days. 21 days.
Actually, yes, 21 days. So
yeah, but
this
they don't. No, most countries don't do that. That's
no,
my
we are not.
point.
We are not talking about most countries. We are talking about Nigeria. We're not concerned with most countries.
I think in most Western countries you are allowed to live maybe even longer than that, but they don't do it. Why do you think they don't do it? Why is it that only African leaders do this?
Why is that one a problem?
Because you are going to countries that are more powerful than your country, that can compromise your leaders. Your leaders are basically hostages whenever they go there.
I think you are just talking in isolation. You don't govern in isolation.
How
my
can
friend.
you not see that?
You
Other people do this.
Sorry, to Nigeria, we live in global community now.
Exactly.
And when you look at Nigerian constitution,
even we live in a global society, nobody's doing that.
And they are doing that. They are doing that.
A UK Prime Minister go to America and spend 1 week there.
Look, let me tell you something. Most European leaders, they junket everywhere. America.
Remy?
They don't stay.
Tunaja, when Obasanjo was in power, he traveled more than Tinubu. He was going everywhere. Was going everywhere.
Was he going there and spending 2 weeks in one trip? If he was doing that, I would condemn him too. Because this is
about 22 weeks. Sometimes Obasanjo will be out of the country for 2 or 3 weeks, junketing from one country to another. Attending one seminar and conferences. Is that not the reason why Atiku was
that is wrong. That's the point I'm making.
You cannot say it's wrong. This is a country that needs investment. You cannot just stay in your chair and then
Remy, even the man self, he need to go and rethink and relax his own brain.
Yes.
Nigeria brain is too much.
Oh my God!
Of course, you need to go and settle.
You see what you are saying here? I literally told you that the rest of the world, nobody goes out for more than a week. No leader leaves their country for more than a week.
And I say you are wrong.
And
that
you
is
think
a lie.
it's okay.
That's not true.
I can give you the data. Go and check it yourself and find out.
That is not true.
Okay,
I tend to want to agree with Tunaja, but I don't want to go all the way the same way it's going to. I think what the reason what I see is this: there's no reason for any president to go and be out there for a week straight. What I see most leaders do is they might go for a day, they go for 2 days. Essentially, what they're doing is they're honoring the event. They are not going to go and stay in London for the whole week unless they are doing a visit, unless they are doing an official visit.
Around, Tinubu does not even stay in France for 2 weeks. He's not in London.
And but it shouldn't be in London for more than 2 days. So it should be 2 days, 3 days, 2 days, 3 days. You go for the meetings you need to attend to.
But they call it a working
holiday. No, all this working. Yeah, how many has he gone to the time? He's only been the president. He's been in government for 2 years.
Are we not saying because Tinubu travel?
You know the problem with us. We live serious problem and we be thinking mundane things.
I'm telling you,
our leaders are.
It's so mundane, Simba. It's so mundane. A president can go from
that's what
I don't know why he's staying in the country. What does that mean? Is it not the thing he's going to do if he stay in Nigeria? What is he going to do? Is he going to go to? Is he going to go to Kwara or go to Plateau and stand there and fight the war?
I didn't say because Tinubu is down and that's why they clean themselves. Why can't we say the truth? We always look a way to blame the presidency. It's not nice.
The governors are failures.
At the end of the day, he's still going to delegate that authority to all the people. So why you, even if you stay in Nigeria, what can he do? Can he
the governors are failures. That's my own position. Yeah? The governors are failures.
I keep asking people, the money they collect on monthly basis, security votes, what are they using that money for?
They give it to the kings now. They'll buy new cars for the kings.
Exactly.
There's a wealthy man that had a fanciful party in Ibadan just last week. You know, I can bet my bottom dollar that the governor funded. You know, they contribute money. There will be a king. They will buy cars for the kings. All the security votes. They will give it to their friends. They will give it to their girlfriends. Then they pilfer. Oh God! They should be hung. All of them should be brought to bandage and hung.
Look at that River State governor. Give the NBA 300 million naira. Can you imagine?
I heard that House of Reps guy that was going up and down shouting for him. That he gave that one as much as 7 billion.
Of course, the one Ikenga.
I think I heard that he gave Ikenga something close in the area of 6 or 7 billion.
And here we always blame. And here we are blaming the presidency. You know, that 300 million I give to the MBA, that money is enough to secure the states. Every state.
Hold on. What we are not seeing here is if you have leaders that during when the British were leaving, they were basically friendly with them. They were traveling to UK to train. These leaders, British were training them. And when they go on to take over the country, the chances are that you are going to have what you have now because those people didn't train them to govern their people as independent-minded people. They didn't train them to do that. If you look at nations that have done well, they fought off whoever is their oppressors, their invaders, like the Chinese fought off the Japanese, the North Korean, the Singaporeans did the same thing, North Koreans, in short, even Japan, all of them. When they do all those things, because the reason why they tend to go on to succeed, because they are very, very conscious of their own national or their own identity, knowing that, okay, those people are the order. We are different. But our leaders don't understand that Europeans are the order and we are different. They think we are the same. This is why they travel to European countries so much. They don't go to, do you see them going to China, India, Russia, that much? No, it's always these countries they travel to because they think they are the same.
All those things that you are saying, you don't have evidence of all these things. You are just speculating. So we can't. You can't just come here and be taking
Is there any part that you disagree with?
Where is your evidence?
What evidence are you asking for? Give me one evidence. Is it that the Japanese were fought off by the Chinese? As a matter of fact, I can show you a quote.
We all know how America helped Japan to get to where they are today. Even South Korea and all those countries. So what are you talking about?
But even the defeated in the Second World War is doing better than us. Why is it that even people that have been defeated in the Second World War, they were bombed twice, are doing better than us? That are supposed to be friendly with these Oyibo people. That are supposed to, it tells you that we don't have self-awareness.
It's not what you are saying that is a problem. It's not what you are saying that is a problem. They might have more capacity to develop and maybe they have more cohesion among themselves. But it's not because they dine and wine with the Europeans or the Western world leaders. That's why they are
any people that behave like us. Give me any other leaders in the world that travel to European countries like this and are doing well. Give me any other people.
When you talk about the Chinese, is it not the Western nation that helped them? Is it not all those multinational corporations in America? They moved their work, what do you call it? They shifted from Europe everywhere, and Chinese understudied them. And today they can compete. What are you talking? If they don't open their door, do you think they will be where they are today? So when you now say that they are stepping out, how many times Xi Jinping will step out for their leader, that Hu Jintao before? Step out for 1 week, visiting country from country, looking for them to come and
1 week you said, isn't it? 1 week you said.
Sometimes more than 1 week. If you travel, about 7
they don't travel more than that. They don't travel.
I'm telling you, they travel a lot. Are you there?
I've checked it. The only leaders that left their country for up to, like in the case of Queen Elizabeth, that traveled out of her country in the 50s.
Queen Elizabeth, the leader in England.
That's my point. I'm telling you that the people that tend to do that, they tend to be ceremonial heads. Even the North Korean leader that traveled in the what they call it in the 80s, it was because of the plane journey. Let me just read it just to give you an idea.
I thought you are talking about president or prime minister. If you are talking about ceremonial president,
the leader of the country, I'm not talking about. Let me just read this.
You have to distinguish it now. When you talk about leader in Nigeria, we are talking about president.
I'm talking about the leader in this thing. I'm not. See, the Queen Elizabeth example I'm giving you is just to tell you that some leaders like that do stay longer. But in terms of the presidents themselves, they don't tend to do that. They tend to go and come back very quickly.
Let's talk about another thing. What you are saying is not a problem.
Let's talk about other things. This one is
not a problem.
Now, let me read this. Let me read this so you understand what
I beg, leave us with all those your Google things.
Okay, let the viewers hear it. You guys, if you don't want to hear it, it's fine. But let the viewers hear
what we should be talking about is what can we do for generations yet unborn? Because I must tell you,
and that is what I'm trying to get to.
Not all of this. The president stay outside does not stay outside.
Remy, if you want to do something for the generation unborn, please listen to what I'm saying. Sometimes what you need to do for the generations unborn may not be something you really like to hear now. Please. Now, let me read this. It says, Mao Zedong about the Japanese invasion. He says, I said, of course, the invasion was bad, but we should not look at this bad side alone. On the other hand, Japan has done us a great favor in China. If Japan had not occupied half of China, the Chinese people would not have awakened. In this respect, we have to thank
so you want us to fight a war, Abi, for us to get serious.
The point I'm making is that self-awareness is important. He had the time he used awakened. If you are not awakened as a people, why would foreigners educate you for your people to be awake? Foreigners will never do that for you. It's not their job to do that for you. It's your job to do it for yourself. And the way we got our independence clearly shows they don't intend for us to be awake, and they are still going on like that until we choose ourselves to become awake. In the case of the Chinese, you saw how their own awakening came. I'm not saying that's how it has to happen for us, but if you have a better way, let us know. How should our people wake up to what they are facing? I'm all ears. This is a problem with this thing. It's easy for us to say something, but most of us don't have solutions to all these things. I really wish I have a solution, because the essential aspect of being awakened is the people understanding that they have a shared interest, is the people understanding that their actions matter, that they take against each other. It does matter in the bigger scheme of things. Those are the kind of things that occur to you when people invade you, because they come, they destroy your town, they destroy your village, they kill your people and everything. You see everything. You're basically witnessing Armageddon. After you witness those things and you're able to fight it off, it concentrates your mind to understand that this thing could return again. We have to do something about this. But when we experienced this in Nigeria over 100 years ago, now I think going to 200 years now, in the early 18th and 19th century, when they started the colonization wars, most of us, our grandfathers were not even there. So by the time they defeated many of our kingdoms and took over Nigeria and colonized Nigeria, they had already groomed leaders, for 60 years. That's 3 generations. They groomed 3 generations of leaders to take over from them. And when they took over from them and they ran the country like this, and the truth is that that's exactly how many African countries are, apart from the ones that fought against them. If you look at the ones that fought against them, their behavior is different. Even South Africans are more rebellious right now than Nigerians, because at least South Africans had a little bit of resistance against the Europeans. But the Zimbabweans that actually technically won that battle against the British, or I don't know who they were fighting, that technically won that battle, they are more radical, because they know that, okay, these people are different from us, and if we listen to them...
I want to respond to your question now. To me, I think this present generation we have, probably it might be our children. We need to do a little bit of enforcement. But unfortunately, we are in a democracy. Sometimes you cannot force people. But I think we need a little bit of enforcement to wipe them into order.
So to whip them to order, see, the thing is, when you try to whip a people that are not awakened to order, they will kill you. Literally, they will kill you for it. And I think there was a story somebody told me about Napoleon.
You can wipe them to order through your policies, okay? That's the point. Through your policies, that is the way. Because no matter what, everybody cannot be a millionaire, okay? There must be some people that will work for the system. And if you are not ready for people to, if you are not ready to pull a lot of people to work for the system, then the country will remain moribund.
You see, to whip the people to order, there are certain things that need to stop, isn't it? So you have to stop certain foreign imports. You have to
no, I'm not talking about. Look. I'm not talking about closing your country, because what works for China might not work for you. Because the reason why China closed their country, because that time they were communists. They were communists, but immediately
I'm not saying you should close your country. I mean, you have to start doing value-added manufacturing. So we need to start doing that.
How do you do that? How do you do that? That's what I'm saying. The policy of the federal government must be now that there must be an almighty examination by GS3. If you cannot pass to high school, they force you by force to vocational college to go and learn skills.
Let me
And
explain the dynamics.
now listen, let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish. Most of these our industrialists try to push them away from service industry because most of them think going to service industry like banking, shipping, insurance, they can get money easily. Try to enforce them. It can be maybe if you have a factory producing blah blah blah, then you have a tax incentive for 5 years or 8 years. So not help them to diversify so that when you do that, Nigeria can be a production base of Africa, just like China is a production base of the world. With that way, you have the technical staff through your vocational college that can man these machines and machinery in most of this production, but it's not going to be easy because you have
yeah, you mean talking now. Let me just add to it. If you look at under my name there, where I put security, law and order, and technological revolution, those are the essential ingredients that can turn a country around. Any people that know themselves, one of the first things they will do is plug their security gaps because they know everything they do will fail if they don't plug that part. Then they will go on to ensure there is rules-based system in place, and then they will move towards technological this thing. In other words, industrialization. It's easy to say these things, but to actually, if you look at the way our leaders are behaving, they make it look like it's insurmountably hard. And it's easy to not understand why it is so insurmountably hard for them. But for me, I understand why it is insurmountably hard. Most people don't take that into account when they analyze Nigeria. It's because there are forces at play that they cannot defy.
Like you said, because of this freedom, human rights, blah blah blah, every small thing in Nigeria, we are going to report to UK, we are going to America to go and report. There's so many Nigerians that are not patriotic. I think more than 70% of the population they are not patriotic at all. They just want the downfall of the country. If their tribe
because they don't understand. They don't understand. It's not because they don't want Nigeria to succeed.
So you have to enforce it. That is the only way.
They've not had to fight for it. They've not had to fight for Nigeria. These people have not had to fight to save their land like the way the other people have done. This is why they don't understand it. Okay, look at the way they react when they see herdsmen. Nigerians try to fight for their land when they see herdsmen, but they don't understand that as a whole, Nigeria as a whole face even a graver threat that they've never had to fight for. If we had done that, our behavior would be very different.
We must preach from the base. Your hard work matters, not what every time what you are relying what the government can do for you. It's like Nigeria to most Nigerians, it's like the leader are stealing that money to the extent that Nigeria is super. No, it's a poor country.
Can I say this? For us to actually be able to enforce this policy that hard work matters, it is important that we punish individuals that try to cut corners. A situation where someone steals 100 million naira, okay, 100 million naira, 200 million naira, let's say even the civil servant steals 50 billion naira. They go to court, they are convicted. And a judge says, you have been convicted. You are sentenced to 14 years. Or you have the option to pay 500,000 naira.
Mm-hmm.
That is not justice.
Exactly.
Because I know that if I steal 50 billion, if I keep 150 and I give it to a son for a few sons,
okay.
By the time I give the sons 1 billion and I get a conviction against me, I'm convicted. Yes, I'm convicted. But I will still get to keep
complaining and lamenting. Now, let me give you an example. You are the president of the country now. How would you solve this kind of problem? Considering the democracy we practice, let me
take that one. For me, that one is easy
because we should be looking for solutions.
Let me give you a solution to that. For me, I will draw up like the example that Gidigba gave just now about if somebody stole money, let's say 50 million naira. I will first you get convicted. I will make sure law and order is enforced.
So after you get convicted, listen. When most of the people that you are ramping up with, they are from the northern part of the country, or from the southern part of the country, or from certain regions. Now, when you talk about Buhari regime,
I'm not finished now. Let me finish what I'm saying first.
So I just want to put it into perspective.
Yeah. I'm putting it in context, in the entire Nigerian state context. See, the idea is that if you steal money, especially in public office, which is a special case that is meant for in one part of public service, and the amount you steal after you have been convicted is evaluated that let's say it's cost loss of life. Let's say the funds was meant to go to healthcare, and you steal the money, and we evaluate that by taking that money out of the system, you've actually cost loss of life. You will lose yours. You could be condemned to death for stealing money, because the problem with
you are
what
going to like
people are doing is
enforce
that
the judges to do something like that, right?
yes, the laws will have to be changed to increase it to capital punishment if the act that you committed actually led to loss of life. Why should somebody shoot somebody, one person, and that person can be convicted to face capital punishment, but while some other person will steal 20 billion, 50 billion dollars naira that leads to more than 50 loss of lives because they didn't fix a road, they didn't there's no power plant that is supposed to power a set of hospitals, stuff like that. That person will get away with it, and they will say they will sentence it for 14 years. No, I will look at it from the point of view that you've caused loss of life, you lose your life too, period. And that is a minimal amount to pay for people that
for
cause
me, what I say is
so much
this.
loss of life.
The criminal justice, it should be simple. If any public servants, okay, misappropriates funds for their personal benefit larger than 50 million naira, they should be, once convicted, sentenced to a minimum term of 25 years. Minimum.
Exactly. You have
it should
to
be a
make
minimum. Once it's more than 50 million naira, once they are convicted, once convicted, I'm being very careful with my choice of words. Once convicted, without the option of a fine, there should be no the option of a fine. 50 million naira. Once it's greater than 50 million naira, they should be convicted for 25 years. Sentenced to 25 years once convicted.
My
brother,
you use that money to take over the prison yard. They will use that money to take over the prison. You have to take them out. If you are starting the process, you have to take them out for the next 10 to 20 years. That's going to be the rule. Then you can ease it up later on when society is more saturated with people with integrity. Right now, there are too many people that lack integrity, and they have to pay for what they have done. Because if you put them in prison, they will use that money.
Wait now. True Nigeria. Let me tell you this, yeah. Justice. People that will put them in prison, whether it's 10 billion, this thing, I did not work collecting 300 million naira from somebody. And when they make announcement that they won't go against government, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, you see MPA going against government. What's it called? Judiciary. The judgment of what was the name of these people? Say, I forgot their name. MPA, they're going against the judgment because
I can't hear you. I think his audio is gone. Kenny. Yeah. So I think those people should be facing capital punishment if the funds that they steal causes loss of life. I think having them go to prison where they start taking over the prison, giving the prison guards money, and they bringing women in and they are living large in prison. No, that is just going to lead to more problems later on. You just have to start taking these people out of circulation so that in the end, the people that have integrity are the ones that saturate the system. Your prison is going to be full of people that, as a matter of fact, they will use the prison as a kind of launching pad because they are protected by guards, and then they can cause more problems in the society, and things will not change.
So tonight, who is going to be that man of integrity that will lead you? Is it you?
You asked me now. You asked me if I was the one in charge. If I was the one in charge, those governors that are not signing the death penalty, I would say refer it to the presidency. I will sign it.
Then that is not democracy anymore.
No. It's democracy now. See, it's democracy. They stole money.
How would you get that kind of law passed in the National Assembly where majority of the senators are red and listen, where majority of them are picked by the governors? How would you pass it? Sometimes it's not easy as what you said.
Is the one you are talking about. You see, so you are worried about that one. You are asking me how I'm.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm trying to tell you that there is obstacle on the way because you are practicing this federal constitution.
But the people will support it now. Don't you think Nigerians will support it when
they
hear that?
When people support, are the people going to vote? Are the people that's going? You are not doing a referendum.
If the presidency supports it and the people support it, generally they will get their way. if the both sides support it, the people will support the fact
I
that
think
the best money to face it,
the best thing we can do is that all these people that always protest, they are not protesting the right cause. All this take back movement
you
and
see that
protest.
you
No,
see fellow Nigerians, you see a fellow
they
Nigerian now, they hear that they should
they
be
should
the punish people that
protest.
steal money is literally telling you that no, that's too harsh.
They should
That's
protest
what you are
against
saying. It's too harsh.
institutional change.
And you say you are serious about changing
Institutional
this.
change. Institutional change. That's what they should be protesting about.
This
When
is
you protest,
institutional change.
yeah, I
You are
know it's
saying
one of
that you
it.
can't take life and get away with it. Nigerians have died enough from bad
But
healthcare, bad power supply, bad roads, bad security, bad everything.
If I was sure, I would protest more on National Assembly, changing the status quo. Let's have a loose one. Let's have part-time legislator. The number
You
of
sound like your very leader that you have right now. What is the point of changing it to you? You just sound like the very one that is in office right now. You think that's not what he's doing right now? He's not serious. Your approach is not serious because you are acting as if those people that you are going to convict, they are not active individuals with their own agency.
Because we are practicing democracy. You cannot just go there with a barrel of gun. It's not easy like that. You are not a military officer.
Now you are beginning to see
No,
what
I'm telling you, no. You know what I'm trying to
you're
do.
coming back to what I said, that if you try to do the right thing, people like you will kill that leader.
Give me some. What I'm trying to say is very simple. Because we practice constitutional democracy, you will need the input to change the law and everything. So if you play your policies very right, you can know how to make the National Assembly pass some different kind of law. It will meet a bit a stiffer defense from the rest of the politicians. So it's not going to be an easy tool, but it's a thing that is doable. And I am talking about human rights organizations and all the opposition. Instead of them troubling themselves by violations,
why don't you talk about human rights organizations? Who cares about human rights organizations?
No, I'm trying. You don't let people talk. Okay, go ahead. What I'm trying to say is that those people, they should canvass more for institutional change. If you are protesting against institutional change, like for example, removing immunity for governors, making sure that the National Assembly is not overbloated so that it can reduce our recurrent expenditure, making it just a part-time, and maybe closing one of the National Assembly, maybe the rep, and leave the senator alone, or vice versa.
I think you are misunderstanding the problem. If you take every single money that National Assembly spends and put it inside spending on the people, it's not going to make much of a difference in the Nigerian space.
Tiny. The National Assembly, people think they actually collected that their budget is big. It's actually pennies.
What the Nigerian state needs
it's a drop in the ocean.
It's really massive to transform the country. You know full well, Remy, if you go to just California alone, they spend $200 billion in just their healthcare, not the entire budget, just healthcare. The entire Nigeria is right now making do with $28 billion. No, what the country needs is a serious transformational change.
And that's a country without universal health care. So that's a country without universal health care. They spend that much.
Imagine. That's what we are dealing with. That's the scale of the challenge we are dealing with. You have to be serious about this. If you want to change the country, if you say you don't like corruption, you go after it. You can make the law to have a sunset clause whereby you do it for about 10 years, then the radical law comes down a little bit, so it's not as aggressive. But right now, we need aggressive action to actually shift the tide. Otherwise, if you just say, "Oh, let's just do it half and half," those people that
to Nigeria. Do you know how a president actually fights corruption? If you want to fight corruption, you have to first take one of your brothers and just deal with him. You have to take a member of your family and make an example of him. Everybody will